Su Yu, during his more than a decade-long journey in the high martial world, was once regarded as a well-known mediocre talent. However, fate took a dramatic turn when he awakened a mysterious system, completely altering the trajectory of his life. This system bestowed upon him an unprecedented ability, whether it was slaying foes or exterminating monstrous beasts. He could gain experience, thereby enhancing his cultivation. From that moment on, Su Yu embarked on a path of cultivation filled with challenges and bloodshed. On this path, he was unafraid, pressing onward with unwavering determination. Be it deities obstructing him or Buddhas standing in his way, nothing could hinder his advance. He upheld the resolute belief of slaying gods when they block the way and vanquishing Buddhas when they obstruct him. He vowed to carve out his own domain along this path of cultivation. In Huagua, within the martial testing room of Fengyang 9th Middle School in Jinghai City, a frustrated roar echoed. "Damn it! What have I done to deserve this from the heavens?" Su Yu glared at the instrument, displaying 2-star martial apprentice, his heart heavy with bitterness. 3 years had swiftly passed, and his cultivation remained stagnant at this level, showing no signs of progress. In his freshman year, he had ascended to the rank of 2-star martial apprentice in merely half a month, causing a stir throughout the entire school. Such talent was exceedingly rare, not just in Fengyang County, but even in the imperial capital. Yet ever since then, his cultivation had come to a standstill, with doctors diagnosing that he could no longer absorb spiritual energy. As time flowed on, Su Yu gradually faded from the memories of others. 3 years later, his peers had generally achieved 6-star martial apprentice or above, while he remained at 2-star. The ranks of martial practitioners ascend as follows: martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, great martial master, martial king, martial sect leader, martial sovereign, martial god, each tier further divided into 9 stars. Just as Su Yu was engulfed in frustration, a mosquito buzzed before him, and with a swift motion, he swatted it dead. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for killing a mosquito. Experience 1. You are 99 experience points away from leveling up." Su Yu was taken aback. Experience and leveling up, these terms were all too familiar to him. A realization dawned upon him. Could this be the golden finger of a transmigrator? Having traversed this world for over a decade, he had finally encountered his opportunity. He pondered, if killing a mosquito grants experience points, what about other creatures? Thus, he made his way to the boys' restroom at school. He had heard rumors of a nest of large cockroaches there and wished to test his newfound abilities. Upon entering the restroom, he was greeted by a sight of cockroaches swarming the floor. Thrilled, he began to stomp them mercilessly. "Congratulations, host, for crushing a cockroach. Experience points 2. Indeed, it works. Cockroaches, prepare to meet your end." After a fervent effort, he eradicated nearly 50 cockroaches in the restroom, and his cultivation advanced by 1 star, reaching 3-star martial apprentice. This speed of cultivation far surpassed his previous arduous training. Tasting the sweetness of success, Su Yu resolved to venture into the forest behind the academy, where numerous low-level monsters resided. Meanwhile, within the academy, a student was reporting to a mysterious figure. "Chun Xiao, Su Yu has left the school for the back mountain." The mysterious figure coldly replied, 100,000 bring me his head." "Understood," the student responded, vanishing from the academy. In the back mountain forest, Su Yu zealously slaughtered the beasts, his experience points continuously rising. In just a short span of 15 minutes, he had hunted nearly 21st level monsters, rapidly elevating his cultivation to 8-star martial apprentice. Previously, this had been beyond his wildest dreams. But now, with this infinite upgrading golden finger, he was confident he could ascend to martial artist before the college entrance examination, securing admission to the martial university of his dreams. However, just as he reveled in his excitement, a first-level 9th rank Xianming King snake suddenly lunged at him from behind. Su Yu's expression changed drastically. The strength of this monster was akin to that of a peak 9-star martial apprentice, making him no match for it. Thus, he executed the star-snatching step, fleeing at great speed. After a harrowing chase, Su Yu finally managed to escape the Xianming King snake's pursuit. However, just as he caught his breath, he encountered Lin Tao, the class monitor. Lin Tao's cultivation hovered around 8-star martial apprentice and was the only student in their class who had registered for the Martial University entrance test. With a chilling gaze, Lin Tao said, "Someone has offered money for your head." Su Yu's heart tightened, yet he felt no fear. He threatened, "The school prohibits the slaughter of students. Are you not afraid of expulsion?" Lin Tao, however, remained unfazed. "If I kill you here, who would know? Enough talk, prepare to die." With that, he swung his fist towards Su Yu. Yet, Su Yu deftly evaded with his agile movements. Lin Tao's face shifted in surprise. He had not anticipated Su Yu's skill to be so formidable. Undeterred, he unleashed a first-rank martial technique, Exploding Fist, aimed at Su Yu. Su Yu, however, scoffed, "Your skills are lacking. Allow me to demonstrate what an Exploding Fist truly is." With that, he executed his own Exploding Fist, colliding with Lin Tao's attack. The impact sent Lin Tao flying back several meters, the sound of his ribs shattering distinctly audible. In disbelief, he gazed at Su Yu, exclaiming, "Eight-star martial apprentice, how is this possible?" With that, he breathed his last. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in Su Yu's mind. "Congratulations on defeating an 8-star martial apprentice. Experience points 100. The death of Lin Tao, a 9-star martial disciple, made Su Yu realize a more expedient path to gaining experience. Slaughter as a 9-star martial disciple, he stood merely a step away from becoming a warrior. Participating in the martial university examination posed no issue. After Lin Tao's demise, Su Yu searched the corpse and unearthed a pouch of gold coins along with a second-tier martial technique. He then buried the body on the spot. Erasing all traces, upon returning home, Su Yu perused the martial technique he had acquired. The second-tier technique, Thunderstorm Fist, was valued at 10,000 taels, a price far beyond what an ordinary figure like Wang Tao could possess. Intriguingly, it seemed someone wished to take his life. Su Yu felt an insatiable curiosity about the mastermind behind Lin Tao's death. However, rather than fear, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Among the entire school, only 3 notorious bullies harbored resentment against him, all of whom were 8-star martial disciples. In the past, he might have quailed at the thought, but now, as a 9-star martial disciple, he felt fearless. The following day, at the back mountain of the academy, Su Yu practiced the Thunderstorm Fist against a level 8 storm beast. His movements were swift and agile, and he executed the technique with finesse, delivering a single blow that felled the beast. Truly, the second-tier martial technique was formidable. After practicing all night, he had barely grasped the basics, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Were this to reach the ears of the academy instructors, they would likely be infuriated. For the difficulty of second-tier techniques is tenfold that of first-tier ones. To master it in 2 months would be considered extraordinary, let alone in a single night. Congratulations, host, for slaying the storm beast. Experience points gained. 100. Current cultivation. Peak 9-star martial disciple. Finally, at the peak of 9-star martial disciple, it was time to return to the academy. With the martial university examination just 3 days away, he needed to swiftly ascend to the realm of warriors to have any chance in the mystical realm. The mystical realm was a paradise crafted by the powerful, and in 3 days, all students above 8-star martial disciples would participate. Upon returning to campus, Su Yu made his way to the principal's office, where whispers followed him. "Look, isn't that the academy's top waist, Su Yu? Indeed, 3 years stuck at 2-star. If it were me, I would have lost all face long ago. Poor fool, destined to look up to us forever." Su Yu paid no heed to their idle chatter. To him, these individuals were nothing more than frogs at the bottom of a well. He pushed open the office door and happened upon a conversation between the principal and teacher Xu. "Su, what brings you here?" Teacher Su, his homeroom teacher, inquired upon seeing him. The principal had a vivid recollection of Su Yu's exploits 3 years prior, which had shocked the entire Fengyang County, only to regret the subsequent downfall. "Principal, I wish to apply for the Martial University. This proclamation." Both the principal and teacher Su were taken aback. The principal advised, "Su Yu, do you know the minimum cultivation requirement to apply is 8-star martial disciple?" Suddenly, a wave of pressure emanated from Su Yu, as he unleashed the might of a peak 9-star martial disciple. Enveloping the entire office, the principal and teacher Su stood dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in astonishment. "Su, you have concealed your strength too well." The principal finally regained his composure, offering praise laced with admiration. Who could endure for 3 years without revealing their true potential? Yet Su Yu had done just that. This alone warranted the principal's utmost attention. Su Yu was reluctant to elaborate further, merely nodding. Even if he explained, it would likely be met with disbelief. "Absurd. Our school has only 12 students eligible to apply. and by cultivation rank, you are on par with the top student. Dongfang Xian, now go prepare. The examination is in 3 days. The next day, as Suyu stepped into the classroom, all eyes turned towards him with a mixture of astonishment and scrutiny. Suyu, why are you applying to the university? The vice class leader, Chao Nandai, approached him in a tone of caution. The news of Suyu's application had spread throughout the school, inciting dissatisfaction among several 7-star martial disciples who rose in rebellion. What a self-inflicted humiliation, sneered a student who held disdain for Suyu. Who is Suyu? At that moment, a leading student, flanked by a group of minions wielding wooden clubs, approached confrontationally. What is the matter? How dare a mere 2-star martial disciple apply? Step aside and relinquish your spot. The towering figure glared menacingly. Get lost, Suyu retorted, and in an instant, the leader was sent flying 20 feet, crashing heavily against a boulder. Trash, Suyu scoffed, his gaze rife with lethal intent. The remaining students hastily cleared a path. After the confrontation, the classroom erupted with exclamations. Heavens, did I just witness that? A 7-star martial disciple was knocked away with a single punch. Indeed, the force Suyu unleashed was at least 8 stars. It's over. The once great genius has returned. In the dead of night, Suyu practiced the thunderstorm fist at the back mountain of the academy. Suddenly, 2 figures clad in black robes emerged from the forest. Confronting him. One was a peak 8-star martial disciple, while the other was a 9-star martial disciple. Suyu's eyes gleamed as he recognized one of them. So it is you, Chen Shaoqing. Among those he had offended, only one was an 8-star peak, the heir of the Xingchen Martial Hall. Chen Shaoqing, Suyu, you are more astute than I anticipated. The two removed their hats, revealing their identities, with Chen Shaoqing among them, accompanied by an elderly man. Lin Tao was sent by you. Indeed, it appears Lin Tao was indeed killed by you, but today, you shall meet your end as well. Chen Shaoqing manifested a set of white bone claws in his hand, exuding a chilling aura. Die. He swung with all his might, the bone claws speeding towards Suyu. Trivial technique, Suyu coldly huffed, unleashing the power of thunder from his palm. Thunderstorm fist. In an instant, the full might of a peak 9-star martial disciple erupted. Not good. The old man sensed the danger and rushed forward to save his master. But alas, it was too late. Chen Shaoqing's claws were shattered. The backlash of the technique, coupled with the impact of the thunderstorm fist, ruptured his meridians, leading to his instantaneous demise, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. Congratulations on eliminating a weakling. Experience points gained. 100. Automatic breakthrough to 10-star martial disciple. 10-star martial disciple. Suyu had never heard of such a rank. Wasn't the highest only 9 stars? Boom! Suyu felt his strength, speed, and spirit surge by at least 5-fold. Suyu, I will have your life. The old man had gone mad, unleashing his full strength as a 9-star martial disciple, intent on taking Suyu down with him. Trash! Suyu delivered a punch that shattered the old man's technique, then soared towards him, sending him flying 10 meters away with a kick. Now, as a 10-star martial disciple, a single punch sufficed against anyone below the warrior rank. If one punch was not enough, then he would deliver another. The Xingchen Martial Hall will not let you off. With that, the old man's internal organs were obliterated, and he perished. Congratulations on slaying an ant. Experience points gained. 150. To break through to 11 stars requires 3,000 experience points. Chapter 3. Frantic Leveling, Inciting Hatred 3000. It seems the experience points required for leveling up increase as one progresses. Subsequently, Suyu discarded the bodies of the two over the cliff. The news of Chen Shaoqing's demise would not remain hidden for long. The Xingchen Martial Hall would surely launch an exhaustive investigation, and it was merely a matter of time before he was discovered. The hall master, Chen Kaishan, was a 5-star warrior. His only recourse was to swiftly enhance his strength. After returning home, Suyu scoured the internet for information. Historical records indicated that a millennium ago, the realm of martial disciples boasted 12 stars, but as time passed, these 12 stars became enshrined in legend. The following day, with less than 2 days until the examination, Suyu ventured beyond the city to the Beast Mountain range, where second-tier beasts thrived. Given his current prowess, a 1-star warrior posed no threat to him. Even against a 2-star, he was confident in his ability to fight back. He could handle the second-tier beasts on the outskirts, but venturing deeper would be tantamount to courting death. Slaughter was about to commence. The youth wielded a long sword, weaving through the periphery, leaving behind a barren expanse. Congratulations on hunting the Earth Demon Spider. Experience points gained, 200. Congratulations on hunting the Thunder Leopard. Experience points gained, 300. Congratulations on hunting the second-tier Blood Thunder Beast. Experience points gained, 700. After a lengthy quarter of an hour, the sounds of battle ceased and blood stained the earth. Delightful. This has been a bountiful harvest. You reaped substantial rewards, having taken down 5 first-tier, second-tier beasts, 2 peak second-tier beasts, and 1 equivalent to a 3-star warrior. The combined value of these beast carcasses was at least 1,000,000 gold. Moreover, during the encounters, his Thunderstorm Fist had reached the pinnacle of mastery, its power rivaling that of third-tier martial techniques. Suddenly, a stealthy attack struck from behind the youth. An unknown object hurtled toward him. Suyu's instincts kicked in, and he deftly evaded the assault using the star-plucking step. A Shimming King snake. The youth recognized it. This snake was identical to the one he had encountered days prior, but this one was a formidable second-tier beast. This time, I refused to flee, having nearly lost his life to the Shimming King snake before. Suyu sought vengeance and found the opportunity presented before him. You have only yourself to blame. With the star-plucking step and Thunderstorm Fist unleashed, the youth moved like the wind, executing the Thunderstorm Fist with unparalleled precision, verging on the realm of mastery. Yet, the Shimming King snake was no pushover. Its speed was akin to lightning, and its innate ability to conceal itself proved formidable. After several exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. An hour later, the Shimming King snake clearly reached its limit. Seizing the moment, Suyu unleashed a lethal strike. This beast, adept at stealth, proved to be a challenging adversary. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Shimming King serpent and earning 700 experience points. Experience is full, automatically breaking through to the 11th star martial apprentice. With a resounding shout, a vast surge of spiritual energy coursed through Suyu's entire being, making him feel as though his strength, spirit, and speed had elevated at least tenfold. After tidying up the remains, Suyu returned to the city. This time, he did not rush home. Instead, he made his way to the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion is the largest trading venue in the city, specializing in the collection of various beast carcasses and the sale and auction of rare treasures. Here, the unimaginable becomes reality. Upon entering the pavilion, Suyu found the auction hall on the first floor and the trading hall on the second. Without hesitation, he ascended to the second floor and encountered the shopkeeper. "Greetings, I am here to sell beast carcasses. Oh." The middle-aged shopkeeper replied with a somewhat indifferent tone. "Currently, we only accept beasts of the second tier and above. If it's a first-tier beast, you may leave." After all, Suyu appeared quite youthful, leading the shopkeeper to mistakenly believe he was merely seeking attention. "How about these?" he said, placing the blood essence of the Thunder Leopard. The Blood Thunder Mang, along with the demon core and skin of the Shimming King serpent onto the table. Upon seeing this, the shopkeeper's eyes instantly lit up with delight. Such rich blood essence and demon cores. Indeed, they belong to high-tier beasts. The shopkeeper then shifted his attention to the serpent skins. "And this rare skin from the Shimming King serpent is truly priceless. Young brother, for these items, the Treasure Pavilion will offer 2 million. 2 million? This was the first time Suyu had encountered such a substantial sum. Although he had heard that the Shimming King serpent was quite valuable, he never anticipated it would be worth this much. Subsequently, Suyu purchased a third-tier movement technique, 2 third-tier sword skills, 100 spatial storage bags, a long sword spirit weapon, and a mask for concealing his cultivation, totaling 90,000. The remaining gold coins were placed into the storage bag for safekeeping. Weapons are categorized from low to high as ordinary, spirit, king, emperor, saint, and the legendary divine weapons. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Xingqian Martial Arts School. "How is it? Have there been any updates about my son?" In the grand hall, a distinguished middle-aged man sat, his face etched with fury. "Reporting to the master, the young master is still missing," replied a subordinate skilled in intelligence gathering. "Incompetent fools, a bunch of useless waste." Chun Kaishin's anger erupted. "Master, the young master has offended too many people. No fewer than 30. It is difficult to investigate. Simpled. Leave no one alive." Late at night, Suyu practiced the third-tier movement technique, Thunder Step. In the park, the Thunder Step consists of 3 levels, each enhancing speed by at least tenfold. The young man, possessing extraordinary talent, comprehended the first crucial point of Thunder Step in less than 10 hours. Just a step away from mastery. Who? Three shadowy figures swept over Su Yu's head. TSK. Tio think he could detect us? Quite impressive. The three were first-tier martialists, and Su Yu saw through their cultivation at a glance. The ability to mobilize three martialists for an assassination attempt could only come from the Xingqian Martial Arts School. However, Su Yu felt no fear. As an 11-star martial apprentice, his strength was comparable to that of a 4-star martialist. Even if Qin Kaishan himself were to arrive, he would remain unafraid. Kid, we come on the master's orders to take your life. Prepare to die. One of the three struck first with a tearing hand technique. In the distance, Su Yu scoffed disdainfully, an ant shaking a tree. Crack. The young man radiated killing intent, effortlessly withstanding the enemy's martial technique with his pure physique and then crushing the enemy's skull with a single bare-handed strike. Congratulations to the host for slaying a martialist, earning 500 experience points. Old 3. The remaining two became furious, failing to recognize the severity of the situation. In a reckless rush, they charged forward and were similarly dispatched with a single blow. Congratulations to the host for slaying 2 cultivators, earning 1,000 experience points. Chun Kaishan Suu realized that if Chun Kaishan remained alive, this matter would not conclude. Tio eliminate future troubles. The two of them must be dealt with tonight. In the stillness of the night, a masked young man appeared on the rooftop of the martial arts school. Suu employed his mental energy to scan the premises, confirming that there were over 100 martial apprentices inside the school. 21st-tier martialists, 7 second-tier martialists, and 1 third-tier martialist. Chun Kaishan was absent from the school. Consider yourself fortunate. I will come for your life another day. As he spoke, Su Yu vanished into the night. Chapter 4. Selecting Martial Techniques. The martial arts examination begins the next day at noon, at Fengyang No. 9 High School. With less than 24 hours until the college entrance examination, Su Yu made his way to the academy's library. The library, having stood for a century, housed numerous martial techniques and methods below the 5th tier. Once a student breaks through to the 9-star martial apprentice level, they could enter the library to select a 5th-tier martial technique. Upon entering the library, an elderly man came into view. Senior. Su Yu respectfully greeted the guardian of the library. Little Su, you've come, the elder responded with a warm smile. Over the past 3 years, Su Yu had frequently visited to observe first-tier martial arts, becoming a familiar face in the library. The two would often share drinks together. Drink? Su Yu snorted, a surge of power surpassing that of a 9-star martial apprentice erupting from him. This is a 9-star martial apprentice? No, this dense spiritual energy it rivals that of a 1-star martialist. Truly a little monster. The elder was both astonished and delighted. After a casual conversation, Su Yu proceeded to the 5th floor of the library. The elder gazed at his departing figure, pondering. Su Yu, achieving 9-star martial apprentice status in such a short time. Your encounters are quite remarkable. On the 5th floor, 4 martial techniques were displayed on the expansive shelves. Firepoint Silver Spear Technique, Thunder Drum Double Hammer Method, and Swift Wind Leg. Suu specialized in sword and fist techniques, finding none of these 3 suitable, leaving only the last one as a viable option. The Flood Dragon Palm. A pinnacle 5th-tier martial technique, wielded immense and domineering power, suitable only for 1-star martialists. Yet for Su Yu, this posed little issue, as his strength had long surpassed that of a 1-star martialist, rivaling that of a 4-star martialist. The dragon emerges from the seed. The dragon is trapped in shallow waters in a quarter of an hour. Su Yu committed the martial technique to memory. In the Beast Mountain Range, the Flood Dragon Palm. Boom! A colossal and terrifying palm force descended from the heavens, obliterating a 2nd-tier beast comparable to a 5-star martialist into dust. Congratulations to the host for instantaneously killing a night beast, earning 900 experience points. 300 experience points away from leveling up. What a terrifying palm force. A single strike could annihilate a 2nd-tier 5-level beast. The power of the Flood Dragon Palm exceeded Su Yu's expectations. He had initially thought that this newly acquired technique would only suffice to slay 3rd or 4th-level beasts, but now at this rate, mastering it at its peak would surely enable him to slay 3-star beasts. Su Yu's anticipation for this martial technique soared. He continued to delve deeper into the mountains. Suddenly, a cacophony of fierce combat drew his attention. Su Yu approached to investigate. only to witness a second-tier 6th-level rampaging beast relentlessly pursuing 3 students clad in academy uniforms. The 3 were severely injured, one of whom was a female. Each possessed the cultivation of a 9-star martial apprentice. SUU recognized them as the top 3 ranked individuals in the academy. Cursed beast, it has been chasing us for over 10 kilometers, and it shows no signs of stopping, the 3rd-ranked Feng Yang exclaimed in frustration. Enough. Stop your incessant whining. Just because you're silent doesn't mean you're mute. The top-ranked Dongfang Xian remarked, Brothers, we need a plan. Long Sierra cried anxiously. Beside her, Dongfang Xian was equally at a loss. A second-tier 6th-level beast was beyond their capability to handle. Fools, daring to provoke a 6th-level beast. You truly seek death. Suyu had initially intended to refrain from intervening, but the experience points from the 6th-level beast were too tempting to ignore. Roar. The rampaging beast let out a heart-wrenching roar. Its cries echoing like a raging tempest. The ground shook, and mountains trembled as the 3 were sent flying, crashing heavily against a boulder. Suddenly, a figure streaked through the air. Thunder Step. Flood Dragon Palm. The Thunder Step was a 3rd-tier movement technique Suyu had purchased from the Treasure Pavilion, now mastered to its peak, granting him speed comparable to that of a 9-star martialist. Ha! The immense palm force was earth-shattering, as a single blow shattered the heart of the rampaging beast. Thunder Fist. Suyu followed up with a punch. The rampaging beast was slain. Congratulations to the host for slaying the rampaging beast, earning 1,000 experience points. He had become a 12-star martial apprentice. Suyu turned to glance at the severely injured and unconscious trio before executing the Thunder Step to depart. Moments later, the 3 awakened. The rampaging beast is dead? Who did this? Who was it? They looked around in confusion, only to find the area empty, save for the lifeless beast. The rampaging beast was massive, with tough skin and thick flesh. An ordinary 5-star martialist would struggle against it. To kill it with a single palm and punch indicated that the assailant's strength was at least that of an 8-star martialist, a rarity in the entirety of Fengyang County. The traces of the 5th-tier martial technique. Flood Dragon Palm, Dongfang Xian, as the young master of the Rampant Dragon Martial Arts School, had also observed and practiced this technique, though he had yet to master it. Thus, Dongfang Xian was convinced that this individual must be a student from their academy. This competition, we have a worthy opponent. The following day, Suyu arrived early at the academy's entrance. That moment, a voice called out from behind him. Isn't this the genius Suyu? Upon turning, Suyu felt a surge of anger. The speaker was Wei Xiangyu, his childhood friend and rival, ranked 3rd in the combat leaderboard at Xianyang No. 4 High School, just a step away from becoming a 1-star martialist. Behind him followed 11 martial disciples of 8 stars and above. Wei Xiangyu, your mouth is still as foul as it was in childhood, Suyu remarked, his expression one of displeasure. Seeking death, Wei Xiangyu shouted furiously, unleashing the full force of his 9-star martial disciple aura. Since you seek death, I shall now render you powerless. With a swift motion, a dazzling sword aura sliced through the air, heading straight for Suyu's position. Suyu, calm and composed, allowed a trace of a sinister smile to grace his lips. Stop! Suddenly, an elderly man stepped between the two, waving his hand to dispel the attack. Fighting is prohibited in front of the academy. Violators shall face death. Reluctantly, Wei Xiangyu spat out a parting remark before departing. Humph, Suyu. Next time you won't be so fortunate. Fortunate? That should be you. Suyu thought to himself. Had it not been for the old man intervening, I would have long since incapacitated you. Suyu arrived at the training ground, where students from various academies participating in the college entrance exam had gathered. A total of 130 students from 10 high schools in the county were present. Among them, Suyu spotted familiar faces, Dongfang Xian and his companions, whom he had saved in the Beast Mountain range days prior. That moment, whispers filled the crowd. Hey, have you heard? The number of accepted students has been changed to 50. What? 50? That means at least half of us will be eliminated. It's over. If that's the case, we 8-star martial disciples are doomed. The murmurs spread. Panic swept through the 8-star martial disciples. Look, isn't that the director of the Education Bureau? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes to the stage, where a distinguished middle-aged man in a suit, with slightly graying hair, silently appeared. Director Wang Buochao, 5-star martial master, the strongest in Fengyang County, 10 years ago single-handedly held back a beast tide, a hero of humanity. He began, "Ladies and gentlemen, this year's quota for our county's martial arts university has decreased by 1/3 compared to previous years. There are only 50 spots available." The moment the director finished speaking, the crowd erupted in chaos. "It's over. It's really over." Some 8-star martial disciples displayed expressions of despair. "Silence," the director bellowed, and the venue fell into an immediate hush. "The time has come. We shall open the secret realm." With a wave of his hand, 5 swirling vortices appeared before everyone. Within the secret realm, countless beasts dwell. Each one slain will yield points. The higher the beast's core level, the more points earned. Only the top 50 in points will be accepted. You have 1 hour. Now, let the hunt begin. With that, everyone stepped into the secret realm. Inside, the surroundings were lush with trees, the mountains and waters picturesque, creating an environment that felt like a paradise. What a rich spiritual energy. "My cultivation shows signs of loosening." Suu inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. Suddenly, the leaves around him began to tremble violently. With a thunderous roar, a giant tiger, approximately 7 meters long, appeared before Suyu. Thunder Dragon Flame Tiger. Suyu immediately recognized it as a mutated beast of the tiger species, possessing terrifying power comparable to a 4-star martial warrior. Beast, perish, Thunderclap Fist. Suyu leaped into action, his mastery of the Thunder Fist technique sending a powerful palm strike towards the beast. Boom! The young warrior's strike was swift and forceful, catching the Thunder Dragon Flame Tiger off guard, sending it crashing backward. Not dead. He had unleashed 50% of his power, only to find that this beast was remarkably resilient. Roar! The Thunder Dragon Flame Tiger, thoroughly enraged, unleashed an unprecedented power before pouncing towards Suyu. Thunder Movement Step, Flood Dragon Palm. Suyu's figure flickered as he utilized 70% of his power. A tremendous palm force descended from above, crashing heavily onto the tiger's forehead. "Congratulations! You have slain the Thunder Dragon Flame Tiger, earning 1,000 experience points. Experience points are full, automatic level up. Current cultivation, 1-star martial warrior." Ha! In an instant, a surge of immense spiritual energy erupted from within Suyu. He had achieved the 1-star martial warrior rank. His bones, strength, and spirit had all increased by over 15 times. Even against a 6-star martial warrior, he now possessed the capability to fight back. After the Thunder Dragon Flame Tiger's demise, Suyu stored its core in his storage bag. Following the death of a beast, a core would materialize within its body. He continued deeper into the realm. 10 minutes later, nearing the center of the forest, he encountered a figure wielding a long sword and engaged in a frenzied slaughter. "Congratulations! You have slain a lustful snow demon, earning 300 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain an enraged wolf demon, earning 400 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain a 2nd-tier high-level beast, earning 1,200 experience points." Along the way, Suyu had slain dozens of 2nd-tier and below beasts, 15 of which were 2nd-tier level 5, as well as a beast comparable to a 6-star martial warrior, the Devouring Dragon 9-Heaven Spider. His cultivation had risen to the pinnacle of 2-star martial warrior. Since entering the martial warrior realm, each star increase required 3,000 experience points. Halt! 4 students suddenly appeared, blocking Suyu's path. "This way is blocked." Suyu noticed the emblem on their uniforms. Pure Yang No. 3. He had heard of Pure Yang No. 3, known for producing a prodigy this year, an 18-year-old 3-star martial warrior. Such talent could rank among the top 3 in the county. "What do you mean?" Suyu replied, neither humble nor arrogant. "This place is claimed by us. You may leave." The leader among the 4 stated. "Ha! The secret realm is a common territory. When did it become the private property of Pure Yang No. 3? The leader's anger intensified at the retort. "Brat, don't be ungrateful. Get lost? Seeking death." A murderous intent surged within Suyu as he raised his long sword, swiftly slaying the 4. "Congratulations! You have slain an ant, earning 200 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain a scum, earning 250 experience points." 3 were 9-star martial disciples, and 1 was at the peak of 9 stars. Against such foes, the young warrior needed only a single strike to dispatch them. What remarkable skill! At that moment, a figure of exceptional demeanor stepped forward, exclaiming, I didn't expect Feng Yang number 9 to hide such a master. At a glance, Su Yu discerned the opponent's cultivation level, the pinnacle of one-star martial warrior. This reminded him of the second-in-command of Pure Yang number 3, Li Jingyao, who was now sizing him up. Strange. To be able to slay a peak 9-star martial disciple with a single strike is no ordinary feat. I should have at least heard of him, but why do I have no impression of him at all? Who is he? Li Jingyao, puzzled, fell into deep thought. Su Yu paid him no mind and walked past him. Suddenly, a glimmer of gold caught his attention. This is the Bodhi Enlightenment Flower. The Bodhi Enlightenment Flower is an exceedingly rare celestial herb, taking 100 years to form and blooming once every 1,000 years. A treasure coveted by all martial artists. Consuming it not only enhances one's cultivation speed tenfold, but also significantly boosts martial talent. At that moment, Su Yu finally understood why Pure Yang number 3 had claimed this area. It was for this celestial herb. Kid, don't be ungrateful. We spotted this celestial herb first. If you dare touch a single hair on it, my brother will not spare you. Impulsive, before the opponent could finish, Su Yu released an overwhelming pressure akin to a 6-star martial warrior. Li Jingyao was instantly sent flying, blood oozing from his 7 orifices as he perished. Congratulations! You have instantaneously slain a scum, earning 200 experience points. Yu sighed in exasperation. He had not intended to kill the opponent. Only to send him flying, he bore no ill will. The outcome was somewhat unexpected. How could you be so weak? Li Jingyao, met his demise. Is it my fault? 10 minutes later, it finally matured. Su Yu swiftly plucked the celestial herb and began to absorb it. Moments later, as he finished absorbing the Bodhi Enlightenment Flower, his cultivation of the 5th-grade Flood Dragon Palm reached its peak. Its power rivaling that of 6th-grade techniques. Congratulations! You have absorbed the celestial herb, earning experience points 200, 300, 400. Automatic level up. Current. Pinnacle of 3-star martial warrior. Su Yu continued his exploration. And along the way, he vanquished another beast, a Cold Moon Spirit Pattern Wolf, comparable to a 6-star warrior. Oddly enough, he had not encountered a single demon beast for quite some time. He found it perplexing. Ever since he had slain the Cold Moon Spirit Pattern Wolf, the area had grown eerily silent of any creatures. Truly, it was a strange occurrence. Suddenly, Su Yu sensed a familiar aura. It belonged to Dongfang Xian and Long Xier. Apart from the two of them, he also detected the presence of a 3-star warrior and 8 1-star warriors. This was bad. They were in danger. Su Yu activated the Thunder Step and pursued them. In a certain part of the forest, a man and a woman were being hunted down by several individuals to the brink of despair. Dongfang Xian, Long Xier, surrender. There is no escape for you. Declared the leading 3-star warrior. Sun Juanhao, stop dreaming. I would rather die than hand over the Linglong fruit to you. Dongfang Xian, heavily injured and leaning against a rock, gritted his teeth in defiance. Sun Juanhao, the top talent of Lanyang No. 2 Middle School, responded, then perish, brothers, kill Dongfang Xian and have your fun with Long Xier. Everyone will have their share. Yes, with Sun Juanhao's command, the group surged forward, fueled with fervor. Brother Dongfang, I will take my leave first, Long Xier cried, tears in her eyes as she raised her sword, prepared to take her own life. She could not endure such humiliation. No, Dongfang Xian's heart-wrenching shout echoed. In his eyes, he had long regarded her as his beloved. Watching the girl he cherished poised to die caused his heart to ache as if pierced by 1,000 arrows. Are they truly that formidable? Su Yu thought, as he flicked Long Xier's sword from her hand and appeared before the crowd. You are Su Yu, Dongfang Xian exclaimed, disbelief written all over his face, for he had heard of this legendary figure. A paragon from 3 years prior. Who are you? Sun Juanhao scrutinized the newcomer, discerning his cultivation level. Peak 3-star warrior, slightly stronger than himself. I am your grandfather. Upon uttering this, Su Yu activated the Thunder Step. Moving with the swiftness of the wind, executing his sword technique with divine finesse. The sword draw technique, swift as the wind, it claimed heads. This was a 3rd-tier sword skill he had purchased from the treasure vault. Never before practiced, and this was its inaugural demonstration. Under the influence of the Bodhi Enlightenment Flower, Su Yu's initial strike was already at the level of mastery, merely a step away from its pinnacle. In a single stroke, the enemies before him met their demise, including Sun Juanhao. Congratulations on slaying a minion, gained experience points 500. Congratulations on slaying a warrior, gained experience points 700. As the last of them fell, Sun Juanhao's face displayed sheer astonishment. He would never comprehend why he had been so easily overwhelmed. The truth was, Su Yu was simply too swift. Even a 9-star warrior could only perceive a fleeting shadow when faced with the pinnacle of the Thunder Step, let alone a 3-star warrior. Dongfang Xian and Long Shi'er were left in astonishment. After collecting the storage bags, Su Yu approached the two. We must leave this place at once. If necessary, abandon everything. Thank you. You have saved us once more. We owe you a debt of gratitude that cannot be repaid. Should you ever require our assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. This was a man as promise. Su Yu felt a wave of disdain within, thinking to himself, you are overestimating the situation. I merely found your plight unappealing. Dongfang Xian gazed at Su Yu's retreating figure. He sighed. Our Fengyang no. 9 middle school will soon give rise to a dragon. Time passed swiftly, and less than 10 minutes remained until the conclusion. Su Yu was not idle. He retraced his earlier steps and, while on the way, dispatched 2 second-tier 5th-level demon beasts. Congratulations on slaying the purple flame beast, gained experience points 1300. Congratulations on slaying the giant shark blood Kuan snake, gained experience points 1400. Automatic upgrade, current cultivation, peak 4-star warrior. Indeed, this secret realm was teeming with powerful demon beasts. Su Yu was determined to advance to 5 stars before leaving. His spirits soared as he had elevated from a 1-star warrior to peak 4-star in just over half an hour within the secret realm. An astonishing pace. Faster than a rocket. Given a few more days, breaking through to warrior status would be well within reach. Stop. In the midst of his excitement, a group of students from Puryang No. 3 Middle School appeared. Led by Li Zijin. You boy, our belongings were stolen by thieves. Hand over your storage bag for inspection, Li Zijin commanded, pointing his sword at Su Yu, speaking without courtesy. Ha. My storage bag is right here. Feel free to take it if you have the capability. Su Yu replied, patting the bag. Unaware of your own mortality, attack? In an instant, the group charged at him. Die. Su Yu unleashed the full force of his 4-star warrior pressure, shattering the meridians of the attackers, rupturing their internal organs, leading to their demise, blood gushing from their 7 orifices. Congratulations on slaying, gained experience points 300. Seeing this, Li Zijin collapsed to the ground, terror etched across his face, trembling uncontrollably, devoid of the arrogance he previously held. Who are you, truly? The one who will send you to the afterlife, Su Yu declared, and with that, a fresh head rolled to the ground. Congratulations on slaying a peak 3-star warrior, gained experience points 1000. Automatic upgrade. Current cultivation, 5-star warrior. At that moment, Su Chen's form began to fade away. 1 hour had passed. Outside the secret realm, teachers from various academies were in a frenzy. Who do you think the first place will be? One teacher inquired. That's clear. It must be Gu Zimo from Tianyang No. 1 Middle School. He is a 4-star warrior at such a young age, truly deserving of the title. Another teacher interjected. No. Li Zijin from No. 3 and Sun Juanhao from No. 2 also stand a chance. Though they are only 3-star warriors, their overall strength surpasses that of No. At that moment, the secret realm emitted a dazzling light once more. Look, someone is coming out. The crowd held their breath in anticipation. Behold, Gu Zimo is the first to emerge. The 4th school's Qi Xiuzhen has also stepped out. 1 by 1. The students emerged, yet conspicuously absent were the students from No. 2 and No. 3. The teachers from these 2 schools grew frantic. When Su Yu emerged last, the secret realm sealed shut. Chapter 7. Suspicions of cheating, easily defeating. How could this be? Not a single prodigy from No. 2 and No. 3 emerged. This is a disaster. The crowd lamented. Li Zijin and Sun Juanhao were ranked among the top 3 prodigies of Fengyang County. Among the younger generation, apart from the first-ranked Gu Zimo, they were undoubtedly the strongest. While they could believe others had perished, the absence of those 2 was hard to accept. I hereby declare the conclusion of this competition. Please present the demon cores for point tallying. Upon Su Yu's emergence, Director Wang announced, and all students began to count their points. We have objections. The teachers from No. 2 and No. 3 stepped forth, questioning the director's words. What objections? The director replied, his expression one of disdain. His anger simmering. How dare 2 mere 4-star warriors question his decisions? Director, Our academy's top genius, Li Zijin, has yet to emerge. How can the competition conclude? Indeed, Director, they must have encountered some delay. Let us wait a bit longer. Enough! The director roared in anger. Once the secret realm closes, it signifies that no one remains alive within. They may have already been slain by the demon beasts. If you dare to disturb me further, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, the director unleashed the power of a 5-star warrior, overwhelming the two teachers, who could hardly breathe under the immense pressure. They turned away in defeat, realizing there was no reason to linger now that lives were lost. Zhao Hanzhao, having slain 3 second-tier first-level and 10 first-tier 9th-level demon beasts, accumulated a total of 910 points. Oriental Xian, having slain 5 second-tier second-level and 5 second-tier first-level demon beasts, gained 1,950 points. Jiyu Zimo, having slain 20 second-tier third-level, 35 first-tier 9th-level, and 50 first-tier 8th-level demon beasts, gained 5,700 points. As the staff finished tallying, the crowd gazed at Gu Zimo with envy and jealousy. 23rd level beasts, truly deserving of being Fengyang County's top prodigy. Jiyu Zimo basked in the accolades, feeling immense satisfaction as he anticipated securing first place. Seeing this, Director Wang was also pleased, recognizing the immense potential of such a young 4-star warrior. However, a voice of astonishment rang out, shattering the tranquility. Su Yu, having slain 2 second-tier 6th-level demon beasts, 3 second-tier 4th-level, and numerous second-tier 1st-level and 3rd-tier demon beasts, accumulated a total of 19,400 points. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in chaos. Heavens, over 19,000 points, 6th-level demon beasts. This is extraordinary. Historically, Fengyang County's records barely surpassed 5,000 points. Who exactly was this Su Yu? Su Yu. I feel like I've heard that name before. He's from Fengyang No. 9 Middle School. Jiyu Zimo clenched his fists, his gaze locked onto Su Yu, filled with resentment. Dongfang Xian and Long Shier shared knowing smiles. They had anticipated this outcome. Meanwhile, Director Wang was equally astonished, never imagining a monster beyond Gu Zimo would emerge this year. What a treasure we've found! Director Wang's satisfaction grew as he regarded Su Yu. Cheating? Su Yu, you must have cheated. A voice of accusation rang out from the crowd. Su Yu turned to see his adversary. Wei Xiangyu. Oh, this fool is still alive. I thought he perished in the secret realm. Your inadequacies do not dictate the abilities of others. I refuse to accept this. I challenge you. Wei Xiangyu seethed with rage. He was determined to expose Su Yu's cunning schemes in front of everyone. 1 strike, and you're done? Damn it. Wei Xiangyu was infuriated. His peak strength as a 1-star warrior fully unleashed, it appeared that his opponent had obtained numerous treasures in the secret realm. Thunder Slash, a brilliant sword energy sliced through the sky, striking towards Su Yu with lightning speed. Su Yu remained unfazed, standing still. The director on stage remained silent, acknowledging the competition. He too was eager to witness Su Yu's true capabilities. With the lightning movement, Su Yu's figure flickered and transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from sight. Such speed! It must be at least a 3rd-rank movement technique, if not perfected. The onlookers, including students and teachers, gasped in astonishment. To achieve mastery in a 3rd-rank movement technique requires extraordinary talent. No. Director Wang's face was filled with shock. His keen eyes discerned that the 3rd-rank movement technique had reached its pinnacle level. What? Before Wei Xiangyu could react, Su Yu appeared behind him and delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Bang! Wei Xiangyu fell, creating a massive crater, his internal organs shattered. His martial path was effectively ruined. How formidable! This was the unanimous thought among the crowd. Go defeat a peak 1-star warrior without even employing martial skills was nothing short of incredible. In that moment, Gu Zimo was also astonished. To effortlessly defeat a warrior was something he could not achieve. You dare harm my student? Die! A teacher from the 4th middle school, unable to suppress his fury upon witnessing the genius of his school being incapacitated, charged forward. Gee, how dare you? Principal Feng Yang of the 9th middle school reprimanded. Quickly stepping in front of Su Yu to absorb the attack, he had not anticipated the 4th school's treachery in openly targeting his student, truly seeking their demise. The principal, an 8-star warrior, faced off against a mere 4-star warrior. Principal Zhang, your student is ruthless, publicly reducing Wei Xiangyu to a cripple. Are you not going to provide an explanation to our fourth school? An explanation? The principal scoffed. In the realm of martial arts, injuries are inevitable. Besides, Suyu didn't even utilize his martial skills. You can only blame your students for their weakness. You. The fourth school teacher gritted his teeth. He had a point. Suyu had not committed any wrongdoing by refraining from using his martial skills. Enough. Director Wang stood up and declared. I announce that the champion of this recruitment competition is Suyu.Suu. Suyu. The crowd's cheers echoed to the heavens, and in that moment, Suyu became their idol. With the conclusion of the competition, Wei Xiangyu's 50th position was supplanted by Feng Yang of the Fengyang 9th Middle School. This year, 4 students from the 9th Middle School emerged as the dark horses of the recruitment. That night, at Suyu's residence, after taking a shower, the youth began to meditate, consolidating his realm. Though he had not yet fully mastered his newfound strength after advancing to 5-star, he sensed that the 4th school would not easily relent. Having crippled Wei Xiangyu, he knew that according to the 4th school's modus operandi, they would seek retribution. Particularly, Wei Xiangyu's family, the Wei clan, was one of the 4 prominent families in Fengyang County, alongside the Gu, Feng, and Li families. The Wei clan boasted dozens of 3-star warriors, 10 peak 4-star warriors, and numerous martial apprentices, with the clan head being an 8-star warrior, its overall strength ranking second among the 4 families. Chapter 8. The beast tide strikes. The following day, Suyu remained sound asleep when suddenly, the vicinity of Fengyang County trembled. Accompanying this disturbance were the terrifying sounds of countless beasts tearing through the air, reverberating like thunder. What is happening? Under such an overwhelming pressure, Suyu was jolted awake, struggling to breathe, feeling an immense discomfort. He was a 5-star warrior, capable of contending with 8-star warriors. Yet now, the sound of destruction suppressed him. 3rd rank. This could only be the work of beasts above 3rd rank. Above warriors are the formidable martial masters. In an instant, a grotesque beast materialized in the sky, its massive form overshadowing everything. Suyu looked on from a distance, a chill creeping into his heart. He knew something catastrophic had occurred. At that moment, Fengyang County descended into chaos. What is that? Such a huge bird. What a terrifying presence. It is suffocating me. Indeed, just a glance brings a sense of asphyxiation. The county's guards, witnessing the scene, hastily sounded the alarm. The beast tide is coming. The beast tide is coming. As the warning spread, terror gripped the entire county. The beast tide is humanity's most dreadful calamity. Each outbreak exacts a heavy toll. The last outbreak a decade ago had summoned countless 2nd rank and 1st rank beasts, overwhelming the defenses of Fengyang County and inflicting unimaginable damage upon humanity. Alarm! Alarm! 2nd rank beast tide. 2nd rank beast tide. A 2nd rank beast tide indicated the presence of at least 2 3rd rank beasts, equivalent to human martial masters. The beast tide posed a grave peril to Fengyang County. If the tide breached the defenses and invaded the county, over 400,000 ordinary citizens would face a dire fate. Is this reality? As Suyu walked through the streets, he observed civilians hastily packing their belongings. Their expressions fraught with anxiety as they appeared ready to flee Fengyang County. The wealth of experience points awaits me. The beast tide, for the vast majority, was a calamity from the heavens, a harbinger of doom. However, for him, it presented a rare opportunity for rapid advancement. Each beast tide typically heralded the arrival of thousands of beasts. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for him. Suddenly, the sky darkened and the ground shook. They knew it. The beast tide was upon them. With a thunderous roar, thousands of beasts surged forward, a truly terrifying sight. Brothers, for the duty of martial artists, charge. Countless generals and soldiers led the charge, rushing out of the county to engage the beasts in battle. The cacophony of battle cries, roars, and screams intertwined in a chaotic symphony. Moments later, the corpses of beasts piled high, while warriors fell, their bodies strewn across the ground, blood staining the earth. Due to the overwhelming number of beasts, the defenses were breached, and a massive horde surged into the county. Meanwhile, a 2nd-rank 8-tier beast appeared before Suyu. This was his first encounter with a high-ranking beast. Sword drawing technique. Suyu, wielding a spiritual weapon and employing the 3rd-rank sword drawing technique, delivered a surprise strike to the beast. Congratulations, host, for slaying the soul-devouring bird, gaining 1,700 experience points. The hunt begins. Suyu's eyes glinted with cold light. as his killing intent ignited in an instant. Congratulations, you have slain the Flame Gold Bear, gaining 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain the Crystal Wind Tiger, gaining 1,500 experience points. Automatic upgrade, current cultivation, 6-star warrior. Kill, kill. The resounding battle cries echoed. Suyu turned to see the 10 talented students from the high school stepping forward to defend their homeland, and the 4 prominent families did the same. Among the crowd, Suyu spotted some familiar faces. The 4 families were rich and strong warriors, unleashing deadly strikes. From a distance, Suyu observed that the 2 third-rank beasts were being held back by Director Wong, waiting for them to clear out all the other beasts before they could jointly attack. With the assistance of the 4 families, Fengyang County was saved. In the midst of his thoughts, a black lightning leopard launched a sneak attack from behind. Suyu executed his movement technique, easily dodging the assault. Interesting. A second-rank 9th-tier beast. No wonder it dared to ambush me. Dragon's Claw. Suyu sheathed his sword, summoning a massive palm strike that descended upon the black lightning leopard. Roar! The black lightning leopard let out a bellow, evading the attack with ghostly agility, its speed rivaling the wind, matching Suyu's. What? Suyu was astonished by the beast's incredible speed. Even with his mastery of the lightning movement, he could not match such astonishing swiftness. This speed was comparable to a 1-star martial master. Star-plucking step, lightning movement, dragon's claw. Employing both movement techniques, Suyu soared into the air once more, his palm strike imbued with terrifying power, seemingly capable of annihilating the heavens. Boom! A massive impact crater was created upon landing, yet the black lightning leopard managed to evade again with uncanny precision. Damn it! Its speed rivals that of a martial master. What should I do? The black lightning leopard, though merely a second-rank 9th-tier beast, had average strength but alarmingly terrifying speed, it seemed. I have no choice but to resort to this. Resolute, Suyu prepared to strike again. Thunder Punch. He unleashed a powerful punch, its momentum formidable, though the speed of his strike was slightly slower. Roar. The black lightning leopard seized the opportunity, vanishing from sight once more. Suyu smirked, revealing a hint of a sly grin. Sword drawing technique. A long sword suddenly appeared in Suyu's hand, slicing through the air with a perfect arc crack. The black lightning leopard, which had reappeared to his right, was struck down, its body collapsing to the ground. Congratulations on slaying the thunder leopard, gaining 2,000 experience points. Fortunately, he had achieved the unity of man and sword in his sword-drawing technique yesterday, allowing him to deliver a fatal blow. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble today. Suyu, are you all right? Dongfang Xian and Long Sierra approached Suyu. What's the situation? The situation is dire. Currently, hundreds of monstrous beasts have perished within the county, leaving over 100 still remaining. Over 100,000 common folk have lost their lives, Dongfang Xian spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Suyu fell into deep contemplation. The sheer number of these beasts and their formidable strength was something he had personally experienced. Their power was indeed terrifying, and those below the rank of warrior were merely destined to be cannon fodder. Dongfang Xian, you must protect the civilians as they evacuate. I shall confront these beasts, he declared. So far, over 10 second-tier 8th-level beasts had surrounded them. Very well, let us slay them. Suyu unleashed his thunder step, swiftly dispatching them one by one. Congratulations on slaying a beast, gaining experience points 1760. Congratulations on slaying a flame beast, gaining experience points 1800. Automatic upgrade, current cultivation level, 7-star warrior. In a mere 10 minutes, more than 10 8th-level beasts lay slain. Chapter 9. Breakthrough and Rescue. Suyu's cultivation level surged from 7-star warrior to the pinnacle of 10-star warrior. Now but a stone's throw away from 11-starred, at last, he had reached this milestone. Sensing the unprecedented changes coursing through his body, Suyu felt an overwhelming surge of power. Even against a 2-star martial artist, he would not falter. Help! Suddenly, faint cries echoed from a nearby school. Not only that, he detected the presence of a beast nearing the 3rd tier. Without hesitation, he activated his thunder step and soared toward the source of the sound. Inside the school, 5 female students huddled in a corner of their classroom, weeping and trembling in a state of confusion. Sister Yinyu, do you think someone will come to rescue us? A younger girl sobbed. Do not worry. A mighty warrior will surely come to save us, Yinyu reassured, though she herself felt far from certain. her heart racing with fear. She spoke only to calm the others. Otherwise, they would perish from fright even before the beasts could reach them. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars and a chilling aura surged through the corridor. Sister, sister, are scared. The 5 girls froze in terror, unable to move as the sounds grew closer, the murderous intent becoming palpable. They dared not make a sound. Their bodies shaking uncontrollably. With a thunderous crash, a lion blood king, resembling a lion with 4 horns, burst through the door, its greedy gaze fixed upon the 5 girls. "Ah!" they screamed, having already retreated into a corner with no escape. "Beast, your opponent is here." Suddenly, a youth, resembling a celestial being, shattered the window and appeared before them. The warrior. The 5 girls' eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had seen a beacon of hope. Finally, someone had come. Suyu leaped into action, an aura of death radiating from him, the terrifying presence of a 10-star warrior filling the classroom. With merely a fraction of his aura, the Lion Blood King turned and fled. Now a 10-star, his overall strength rivaled that of a martial master. A mere 2nd-tier 9th-level beast could not withstand such pressure. Yet, Suyu would not allow it to escape. Thunderstep, sword-drawing technique, 1 strike, and the Lion Blood King was cleaved in 2. Congratulations on slaying a 2nd-tier advanced beast, gaining experience points 2,000. Automatic upgrade, current cultivation level, 11-star warrior, how strong, one of the girls exclaimed. That big brother killed the beast with a single blow. We are saved. Ecstatic, the 5 girls felt as if they had found their savior. After clearing the corpse, Suyu turned to the girls. Are you all right, little sisters? He noticed their school uniforms, their youthful skin revealing that they were merely middle school students. After introductions, they revealed they were in their 3rd year, having been caught unawares during the beast tide while using the restroom. The eldest among them was Yinyu, full name Lin Yinyu. Very well, I shall escort you to the shelter. The shelter had been established a decade ago following the beast tide, designed to activate and provide refuge in times of crisis. The 5 girls followed Suyu as they exited the classroom. Upon witnessing the outside world, they were left in shock. The once towering buildings had vanished, replaced by ruins, smoke, flames, corpses, and blood. Bodies piled high like mountains. Their blood flowing like an unending river. 10 minutes later, after delivering the girls to safety, Suyu vanished into thin air. 2/4 of an hour later, after a fierce battle, fewer than 20 beasts remained in the county. The martial artists had suffered heavy casualties, half of them either dead or wounded, with many of the elite families severely impacted. At this moment, the remaining beasts converged upon the 4 great families and the academies. Surrounding them completely, each of these dozen beasts possessed the strength of 2nd-tier 9th-level creatures. It should be noted that even the head of the foremost family, the Gu family, was only a 9-star warrior. Everyone, it seems we cannot escape today. Let us fight to the last. Indeed, we shall fight. After several brutal clashes, fewer than 500 members remained among the 4 families, all of whom were elite members with at least a 3-star warrior rank. They had resolved themselves to either succeed or perish in the attempt. To fight was to live, and to refrain was also to die. Thus, they chose to gamble everything. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the sky as a figure shone upon the battlefield. What is this? Another monster has arrived. It's not a monster. Look, it seems to be Suyu. Upon hearing this name, it was as if a thunderclap had struck. Suyu's reputation was indeed unparalleled, a prodigy whose name was known far and wide. Suyu glanced at them but did not approach. Instead, he directed his attention towards the beasts. To him, they were merely a source of experience points. Do not interfere. These beasts are all mine. As his words fell, the thunder step activated instantly, and a spirit weapon materialized in his hand. As an 11-star warrior, his strength rivaled that of a 3-star martial master. Sword drawing technique. Within a mere second, the sword was both drawn and returned, and several beasts found their necks severed, their heads separated from their bodies. The sword master kills in silence. Congratulations on slaying a 9th-level spider beast, gaining experience points 2,100. Congratulations on slaying a barbarian dragon bear, gaining experience points 2,300. Congratulations on slaying a crab king, gaining experience points 2,177. Automatic upgrade, current cultivation level, pinnacle 12-star warrior. Breakthrough requires 20,000 experience points, 20,000. It seems that as one's cultivation level increases, so too does the experience required. Su felt no fear. As long as he had sufficient time, leveling up was merely a matter of course. Why heavens, is this real? The crowd stared in disbelief at Suyu. As though he were a monster. At the tender age of 17 or 18, he could slay beasts on par with 9-star warriors. Such talent would not only be coveted in Fengyang County, but even in the capital, where martial arts academies would vie for his attention. In an instant, envy filled the hearts of those present, especially among the older generation of warriors, who felt deeply struck by the fact that a youth not yet 20 had surpassed them. As the astonishment lingered, Suyu swung his sword again. Oh, not flee, sword drawing technique. With his presence revealed, the remaining beasts, sensing the impending doom, began to scatter in all directions. Die. A wave of sword energy swept through, and the remaining beasts fell lifeless. Congratulations, host, for slaying a pinnacle 9th level beast, gaining experience points 2,500, 7,000 more points needed for the next upgrade. What a relief. Suyu predicted that once he eliminated the 2 remaining 3rd-tier beasts, he would ascend to the rank of martial master and become the strongest in Fengyang County. Just then, as he hesitated, the leaders of the 4 great families and the heads of the academies stepped forward. Bowing respectfully, "Thank you, young friend Su, for your life-saving grace in the face of the overwhelming beast tide." The might of Suyu was a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 10. The arrival of the martial king. The academy of the Demon City. Most of these individuals were strangers to Suyu, and he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Faced with the terrifying beast tide, their willingness to charge forth and fight valiantly was deserving of his respect. "What are your casualties?" The head of the Gu family stepped forward to respond. "Young friend Su, our 4 families and academies have suffered grievously. From thousands, we are now fewer than 500 with that." A somber atmosphere enveloped the crowd. An unexpected beast tide had irrevocably altered their lives, with many friends, family, and classmates lost in the chaos. Su empathized with their sorrow, as an orphan who had grown up relying on the kindness of others. The common folk were his kin. His pursuit of martial cultivation was to shield them from the threat of beasts. Yet, he also understood that a single person's strength was insufficient to change the tide of fate. Only when humanity as a whole grew stronger could there be hope for salvation. Regaining his composure, Suyu addressed the leaders of the families and academies. "All right, the beasts in the county have been eradicated. You should clean the battlefield and await further orders. I will go to assist Director Wang with that." He vanished like a wisp of smoke. "Yes," everyone chorused. They understood the gravity of the situation. The director was facing several 3rd-tier beasts alone, and the outlook was grim. If there was anyone capable of rescuing him, it would undoubtedly be Suyu. "We rely on you." Outside the county, the battlefield lay strewn with mountains of beasts, their blood staining the earth. The soldiers of the border garrison had all perished, and all beasts below the 3rd tier had been slain. On the battlefield, only 4 3rd-tier beasts remained: the Azure Dragon, Blood 9 Demon Ape, Black Extreme Xuanwu, and the 4 symbols Blood Pattern Tiger. There, amidst the 4 beasts, Suyu spotted the besieged Director Wang. The director's breath gradually weakened. It seemed he could not hold on for much longer. "Damn it, what should I do?" Cold sweat dripped from Suyu's forehead. The 4 beasts were all 3rd-tier mid-level monsters, possessing the strength of a 5-star martial artist, coupled with their tough, thick skin, as hard as iron. It was likely that only a 6-star martial artist could contend with them. At most, he could restrain one, and if the other 3 launched a surprise attack, he feared he might not survive. "Humans, surrender quickly," the Azure Dragon spoke in human language. After advancing to the 3rd tier, monsters undergo a change in their bloodline, allowing them to speak, indistinguishable from humans. The 4 beasts dared not act rashly. Director Wang wielded a king-level weapon, its power terrifyingly immense, capable of enhancing the user's strength by 1 star, which is why the monsters were wary in your dreams. "I would rather die than surrender." "As you wish," the blood-patterned tiger responded. "Impudent." Suddenly, 3 middle-aged military generals appeared in the sky, looking down at the beasts with fury. Only legendary martial kings possessed the ability to Suyu was filled with excitement. He hadn't anticipated that the reinforcements would be martial kings from the military. Such figures were as elusive as dragons, rarely seen. "Martial kings, run!" The 4 beasts were immediately thrown into a panic. They could not afford to offend martial kings. Suppress them, the leading man commanded. A massive golden palm force enveloped the entire battlefield, leaving the monsters nowhere to escape. Boom. As the palm force descended, the 4 third-tier beasts were instantly reduced to nothingness. How powerful! This was the first time Suyu had witnessed the might of a martial king. Terrifying indeed. Little fellow, have you seen enough? The 3 men appeared before Suyu simultaneously, and this scene truly frightened him. I am Suyu from Fengyang Ninth Middle School. I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed seniors. One of the men used his mental energy to probe him and, satisfied, remarked, not bad, a peak 9-star martial artist. With a solid and profound foundation, something even a 1-star martial artist cannot achieve. Do you wish to join our military? Thank you for your kind offer, senior, but I currently do not wish to join. So you declined, having no intention of joining. The leading man hesitated for a moment and smiled. No worries. If you change your mind, just come to the military base in Jinghai City and mention my name. Yi Qing Tian. With that, he approached Director Wang and handed him a pill. Moments later, a golden light shot forth, and Director Wang's injuries instantly healed, with signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation. Thank you for the rescue. Generals, no need for thanks. General Yi waved his hand. I was also sent to assist, but it seems I arrived late. The recent beast tide had utterly devastated Fengyang County and the surrounding areas. Leaving it in ruins and rebuilding in a short time was impossible. How about this? I will report to the military. You can relocate to Jinghai City. The martial artist headquarters will allocate an area for you to reside in. Thank you, General Yi, Director Wang expressed respectfully. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 men soared away. Director Wang and Suyu also departed simultaneously. Upon returning to the shelter, the director praised Suyu profusely and ordered everyone to relocate to Jinghai City. Suyu learned that the headmaster of the 9th Middle School had perished in the beast tide, which he considered a blessing in disguise. 3 days later, in the suburbs of Jinghai City, the martial artist headquarters designated a piece of land to accommodate all the refugees. If the military serves as the guardians of the border, then the martial artist headquarters maintains order among martial artists. Balancing their powers. At Suyu's home, he felt elated. After taking a shower, he reflected that the matter of the beast tide had come to a close. His current goal was to join a martial artist university as soon as possible to acquire knowledge and cultivate higher-level martial arts and movements. Scoring 300 in the martial arts exam and 430 in theoretical knowledge, with a total of 730, he could easily gain admission to the esteemed academies of the capital. The top 3 academies in Huaguo are, first, the Imperial Capital Academy, second, the Magic City Academy, and third, the Jiangbei Academy. Graduates from these 3 institutions are sought after by all major factions. However, Suyu leaned more towards the Magic City, feeling an inexplicable connection to it deep within his heart. Magic Cloud Step. In the following month, Suyu applied to the Magic City Academy and went to the city's treasure vault to purchase a fragmented 6th-grade movement technique, the Magic Cloud Step. The Magic Cloud Step consists of 3 levels. Upon reaching the peak of the first level, one speed could leap 100 miles, and at the peak of the 3rd level, one could leap 1,000 miles. After reaching the peak of the 2nd level half a month ago, he had made no further progress. Sigh, it seems that to reach the peak of the 3rd level, he must first complete this fragmented technique. In the next few days, Suyu visited some acquaintances. Dongfang Xian and others had applied to the Lingxi Academy, which was considered a mid-tier institution. From their conversations, Suyu learned that the headmaster of the 9th Middle School had died in the beast tide, and he felt a tinge of regret. A month later, Suyu boarded the train from Jinghai to the Magic City. In the 8th carriage of the train, Suyu's seat was next to several students. Hello. After exchanging greetings, Suyu realized that around 80% of the passengers on this train were new students heading to the Magic City Academy. They quickly hit it off and chatted animatedly. Through their conversation, Suyu learned the identities of the students beside him. Zhang Xiaofan, from Longhai City, had a total score of 680 and was a 5-star martial artist. Suyu slightly probed and discovered that the surrounding students were all 6-star martial artists. With the lowest being 5 stars, there was not a single 4-star among them. He couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder this is one of the top 3 academies. Indeed, not just anyone can enter. Anyone here, if placed in Fengyang County, would be an extraordinary talent. Suddenly, Suyu sensed the aura of a 9-star martial artist. Sitting by the aisle, he turned to look and saw a girl with bright eyes and fair teeth. Possessing an ethereal beauty, sitting in her seat listening to music. The girl noticed him too, but she didn't care. She merely wore a cold expression, having grown accustomed to lecherous gazes from those who admired her beauty. Suyu ignored her, glancing once before turning back. Zhang Xiaofan, seeing this, leaned closer to Suyu and said with a mischievous grin, "Bro, are you interested in that beauty? Do you know her?" "Of course. She's the #1 genius from Longhai City. One of the 4 great families, Qin Lingshui at18. She's a 9-star martial artist with exceptional talent, directly recruited by the Magic City Academy. What do you think? Should I introduce you?" Suyu politely declined Zhang Xiaofan's good intentions. With a mysterious system at his disposal, his heart was solely focused on martial arts. Women? Ha! They would only hinder his cultivation speed. However, this train seemed to harbor a sinister aura. Was it merely an illusion? A quarter of an hour later, with less than half an hour to reach the Magic City, chaos erupted as several female students began screaming. "Shut up, you filthy woman! It's a robbery! Everyone back to your seats. Anyone who dares to move will be killed." 15 men clad in black robes, brandishing energy guns, had taken over the entire 8th carriage. The energy guns, a high-tech human invention, cost 50,000 gold coins each and could counter 5-star martial artists and below. Suyu's premonition had proven correct. 12 peak 9-star martial artists and 3 2-star martial artists. This force seemed overly excessive. No, there must be a hidden plot. It was too suspicious. Suyu surmised that these 15 individuals were far from simple. And they certainly had ulterior motives. Hand over your storage bags obediently, and you might have a chance to live. Several thugs coerced the students one by one to surrender their storage bags. Many students considered resisting, but the overwhelming presence of the 12 9-star martial artists left them helpless. "What should we do, Yu Gu?" Zhang Xiaofan was frightened. He glanced at his phone, realizing the signal had been blocked. "It's fine." Just then, one of the thugs approached Qin Lingshui, demanding, "Your storage bag?" "I don't have one. Damn woman. You're asking for death?" The thug, infuriated, was suddenly ambushed by Qin Lingshui, who kicked him unconscious before he could react. Impudent, the leading martial artist unleashed his aura and charged at Qin Lingshui. Unable to withstand the martial artist's power, Qin Lingshui was forcefully slammed to the ground. Damn it! She struggled desperately but could not budge an inch. Suyu couldn't intervene yet. He needed to ascertain the true intentions of the assailants. "Professor Wei, if you do not show yourself now, I will blow up the entire train." The leader bellowed, and his shout caused several 5-star martial artist students to faint. Zhang Xiaofan was fine, protected by Suyu's aura. "Fallen one, enough. Do not harm the innocent any further." A student stood up and stepped forward. He tore off a disguise mask, revealing an ordinary-looking middle-aged man with symmetrical features. Suyu recognized this face from television. He was a professor from the National Research Institute, the creator of the energy gun. The crowd was not only shocked but also astonished. "Fallen one? That is a disgrace among martial artists. Practicing exceedingly sinister and horrifying techniques. Professor Wei, you have finally appeared. Come with us." With a flash of his form, Suyu swiftly dispatched 11 9-star martial artists and 2 martial artists with a single stroke of his sword. "Congratulations on vanquishing the ants, earning 300 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the scum, gaining 400 experience points. Congratulations on swiftly eliminating the warrior, acquiring 1,400 experience points, in an instant, aside from being knocked unconscious by Qin Lingshui and the leader. All other villains were annihilated. The sword-drawing technique, where man and sword become one, wielded immense power capable of slaying a 9-star warrior. At this moment, Suyu unleashed his full cultivation, and as a peak 12-star warrior, his aura rivaled that of a 5-star martial master. How is this possible? You are merely an 18 or 19-year-old youth. It cannot be. The leader, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, crushed under the overwhelming aura that rendered him immobile. "Brother you are incredibly handsome." Zhang Xiaofan was ecstatic, realizing that the Great One was right beside him. Dozens of warriors and 2 martial masters were effortlessly dispatched in a single strike. Brother Yu is truly formidable. The crowd was left astounded by Suyu's prowess. Compared to him, they felt utterly mediocre. "Why did you abduct Professor Wei?" Suyu inquired coldly, gripping the adversary's neck and lifting him. "Ha ha ha!" The leader cackled maniacally. "You shall not extract what you desire from me." Hissed, a surge of malevolent energy coalesced within the leader. a force that surpassed 3-star martial masters, nearly rivaling 9-star martial masters. Once unleashed, it would spell disaster for the entire train. Quickly, get away! He intends to self-destruct, Suyu shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone hastily took cover. Suyu exerted all his strength to suppress the energy within the adversary, but to his astonishment, he discovered that the opponent had been sealed by someone else, rendering him incapable of resolving the situation without the power of a grand martial master. 5 seconds later, damn it, is there no way to contain this? Suyu's face turned pale. To restrain this force. His stamina was nearly depleted. Useless. Martial masters cannot stop me. You all shall accompany me to the grave. Ahahaha. At the brink of death, the leader reveled in his madness. Out of my way, Suyu lifted the adversary's body and shattered the train window. Leaping out, Brother Yu, Zhang Xiaofan could do nothing but watch as Suyu vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, faster, we must hurry. The explosive power approaching 9-star martial masters was not to be underestimated. To avoid affecting the train, they needed to distance themselves from the city. In the blink of an eye, Suyu arrived at an uninhabited area. Chapter 12. Departure, being desired. Go. Upon seeing that the surroundings were deserted, Suyu swiftly tossed the adversary away. As if discarding a sandbag, boom, with a deafening roar, the air around him surged violently, forming a powerful shockwave. This is bad. The energy was terrifying. Suyu's body became unresponsive as he was hurled away by the forceful gust. I will definitely return. In an instant, Suyu disappeared from sight. The explosion echoed through the heavens. Even from 1,000 miles away, those aboard the train could still sense the terrifying energy, let alone Suyu himself. Brother Yu. The passengers on the train were engulfed in profound sorrow. Suyu. Qin Lingxue felt immense gratitude for his rescue, mixed with regret. Had she known he would sacrifice himself, she would have allowed him to see her one last time. In that moment, Suyu was her hero. Moments later, the train arrived at Magic City. Professor Wei immediately contacted the military and the media. Upon hearing the details of the incident, the military, filled with rage, swiftly mobilized a large search party to locate Suyu. The headlines of major media outlets were dominated by Suyu's photograph. Professor Wei, the youngest professor in human history, a major general, had pioneered the first batch of thermal weapon spotlight guns to combat the beast tide, saving millions of lives. At that moment, the majority of the population of Hua country was searching for Suyu. However, they found nothing but a few scraps of cloth in a remote mountain village of a certain county. By a crystal-clear river, a ragged youth lay motionless on the rocks, resembling a corpse. This person was Suyu. However, he was breathing steadily, not dead, merely suffering from some superficial wounds, and his consciousness had yet to awaken. 10 minutes later, a young master accompanied by a few lackeys passed by, glancing at him and uttering a disdainful remark. Another bothersome corpse? How annoying! 15 minutes later, a couple walked by, took a glance, realized he was still alive, and immediately fled. To them, saving him would be a waste of food. 20 minutes later, an elderly man with his granddaughter passed by and took Suyu home. A moment later, the youth awoke from his stupor. Observing the dilapidated hut around him, his first instinct as a transmigrator was that he had been rescued. After a brief period of rest, he would head toward Magic City. Without hesitation, Suyu sat cross-legged, circulating his spiritual energy. Odd, why is the spiritual energy here so thin? While attempting to harness the natural energy for cultivation, Suyu discovered that the spiritual energy in this place was scarce, barely a minuscule amount. Even his urine contained more spiritual energy than this. Old man, how dare you refuse tribute? Prepare to be punished. Sounds of beating echoed from outside. Please, don't hit my grandfather anymore. Suyu stepped outside to find a group of lackeys assaulting the elderly man and a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Die! A faint sword energy sliced through, severing the throats of the lackeys. Congratulations, you have slain a mortal, no experience gained. Little sister, are you all right? Suyu approached to check the injuries of the two. The girl had only sustained minor wounds that would heal with time. But the elderly man, being advanced in age, was in grave danger. Big brother, please save my grandfather. The girl pleaded pitifully, her appearance exceedingly endearing. Yet Suyu found himself powerless and could only shake his head. With his last breath, the elderly man uttered, "Shall you follow, brother?" and leave. His words trailed off as he took his final breath. Grandfather, after the burial, Suyu learned that her name was Xiaoyu, 14 years old, and that this village was called Sanbu Village, an exceedingly remote location situated deep in the mountains. The village was composed of ordinary folk, save for one one-star martial apprentice who was the local tyrant and the very person responsible for the grandfather's demise. Suyu decided to assist her in cultivating so they could escape the mountain village. Xiaoyu possessed considerable talent, and within half a day, she broke through to become a one-star martial apprentice, ultimately avenging her grandfather by personally eliminating the tyrant. 3 days later, Suyu and Xiaoyu departed from the mountain village. They entered Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City, prosperous and bustling, was an excellent place to settle. As they strolled through the streets, Xiaoyu marveled at the new sights. "Big brother, look at this flower. It's so beautiful." Xiaoyu picked a fresh flower from a stall and presented it to Suyu. "Yes, it is indeed beautiful." Suddenly burdened by an unexpected responsibility, Suyu felt uneasy but concealed his feelings. "Make way! Make way!" Suddenly, a commotion erupted. A well-dressed youth in his 20s, flanked by a group of lackeys, emerged. The crowd gasped in shock. My goodness. It's the young master of the Demon Star Martial Arts School, Zhang Yiyang. This is bad. Another girl is about to face misfortune. Thankfully, I don't have a daughter. Whispers of concern rippled through the crowd. Zhang Yiyang scanned the area and spotted a pure, adorable, petite girl. That girl was Xiaoyu. Upon seeing her, Zhang Yiyang's interest was piqued, and after composing himself, he approached with a facade of a gentleman. "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of getting to know you?" Xiaoyu, having never encountered such a scene, froze in place. Don't want to. Suyu could not allow this scoundrel to take advantage of her. How strange. This youth seems familiar. Where have I seen him before? Zhang Yiyang thought to himself, feeling a sense of déjà vu regarding Suyu, but he was too distracted by his infatuation to ponder further. "Kid, do you know who you are speaking to?" As soon as Zhang Yiyang finished, his lackeys began to stir restlessly. Upon witnessing this, Suyu's killing intent surged. "Get lost." A single word radiated a sacred and terrifying aura. Bang! Instantly, several individuals collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Suyu merely emitted a fraction of his aura, and they fell. Among martial artists, unless engaged in a life-and-death battle, they could not harm one another, or they would face retribution. Suyu was not bold enough to act in public. "Let us go." Suyu pulled Xiaoyu away. After they departed, Zhang Yiyang's demeanor shifted entirely. He coldly commanded, "Report to my father that his daughter-in-law and grandson have been located. Hurry and dispatch strong warriors to assist me." Meanwhile, Suyu took Xiaoyu to a secluded forest. "Big brother, Xiaoyu is confused. Aren't we supposed to go to the academy? Why are we in this desolate place?" "You will find out shortly." Suyu replied with a faint smile, having sensed several warriors and 3 4-star martial masters pursuing them, including Zhang Yiyang. "Kid, there's no escape for you now." Dozens of individuals surrounded Suyu and Xiaoyu. "Kid, I will take her right in front of you." Upon hearing this, Suyu responded coldly, "Then you can die in this public setting." He was reluctant to take action. However, in this wilderness, death would leave no witnesses. Chapter 13. Vanquishing the foes and arriving at the demon capital with a swift motion, Suyu ascended into the air, the blade in his hand emanating an unstoppable aura of sword energy. In mere moments, within the span of 2 seconds, a group of over a dozen 8- and 9-star warriors, alongside 3 4-star martial masters, fell victim to his lethal strike, unable to react in time. At this juncture, Suyu's overall prowess rivaled that of a 7-star martial master. These mere lackeys were nothing more than a source of experience for him. "Congratulations, you have slain a group of minions, gaining 900 experience points. Congratulations, you have annihilated a group of weaklings, gaining 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have instantaneously defeated a 4-star martial master, gaining 2,000 experience points. Automatic level up, current cultivation. 1-star martial master point 10,000 more experience points required for the next upgrade." Suyu, filled with exhilaration, unleashed an icy and terrifying aura that surged skyward, a spectacle even more magnificent than a breakthrough to a great martial master. In a shadowy corner of the city, an inconspicuous beggar suddenly opened his eyes, fixated on that formidable presence, murmuring to himself, "What a pure aura! Yet another great martial master has emerged. At that moment, members of various prominent families in the city became restless, eager to uncover the identity of this newly ascended great martial master. A great martial master possesses the ability to influence and transform an entire family. In the wilderness, Zhang Yiyang collapsed in terror, his complexion ashen, as a copious amount of yellow liquid pooled beneath him. His gaze towards Su Yu was rife with dread and panic. They are all dead. Zhang Yiyang's eyes glazed over, his heart racing with unease. He had assumed that deploying over a dozen high-level warriors and 3 4-star masters to eliminate a mere 17 or 18-year-old boy would be a walk in the park. However, he had not anticipated. Who are you? Zhang Yiyang spoke cautiously, his words laced with fear. He realized he had provoked someone far beyond his reckoning. You need not know. Su Yu's voice was as cold as frost, his demeanor resembling that of a devil from the depths of hell. As he approached, Zhang Yiyang's fear swelled to an indescribable level. Don't come any closer. My father is the head of the Demon Star Martial Arts Academy, a 3-star great martial master. You cannot kill me. At this juncture, he could only invoke his connections in a desperate bid for intimidation. Alas, he had underestimated Su Yu. From the moment he had set his sights on Xiaoyu, Zhang Yiyang had already been marked for death by Su Yu. Die? Su Yu's killing intent surged forth. A mere 3-star great martial master. Given a moment's time, he could easily be obliterated. Ah! Zhang Yiyang screamed. Suddenly, a jade pendant around his neck emitted a brilliant glow. The radiance gradually coalesced into a spectral image. The demon energy jade pendant? So you recalled that there existed a type of jade pendant in the market worth a fortune, which could store a spirit's remnant for protection in dire situations. At this moment, the brilliance transformed into the image of a middle-aged man. The apparition regarded Su Yu with a welcoming demeanor. Young friend, may I inquire how my son has offended you? I hope you can spare his life for the sake of the Demon Star Martial Arts Academy. Impossible. I am determined to kill your son. This is merely a low-level demon energy jade pendant. It could at most harbor the strength of an 8-star martial master. Die. You insolent child. How dare you? Before the specter could finish, Su Yu struck it down. Congratulations. You have defeated a remnant spirit, gaining 2,500 experience points. Go to hell. Su Yu swung his sword towards Zhang Yiyang, and in an instant, his head fell to the ground. Congratulations. You have slain an 8-star warrior, gaining 1,500 experience points. With the mechanical notifications subsiding, Su Yu realized that as his strength grew, the experience gained from defeating weaker opponents diminished. It seemed that in order to level up, he would need to vanquish more martial masters. 100,000 experience points for 1 star. Su Yu felt an immense pressure weighing down upon him. Meanwhile, at the Demon Star Martial Arts Academy, a middle-aged man shattered a teacup in fury, exclaiming, "Bastard! How dare you kill my son, Zhang Longba? Find me the whereabouts of the murderer." Yes. On the other side, Su Yu collected the storage bags from everyone and buried the bodies on the spot, placing a large stone atop them to buy himself some time. Big brother, why do we have to kill them? Xiaoyu asked, her expression calm. Su Yu replied blandly, remember, this is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. Once you become a target of hatred, you must eliminate them swiftly to avoid future retribution. I understand, big brother. Xiaoyu was quite sensible, and Su Yu felt a sense of relief. No one is perfect, and neither are demon beasts. Demon beasts are humanity's most fearsome enemies, and human nature is no different. After a brief moment, Su Yu erased all traces of the incident. Once satisfied with his inspection, he departed the wilderness with Xiaoyu, heading straight for the train station in Jiangnan City. A 3-star great martial master was beyond his current capabilities. The best course of action was to retreat. The two successfully boarded the train bound for the demon capital. Zhang Longba later arrived at the site of Zhang Yiyang's demise, only to find the bodies inexplicably missing. Leaving him enraged and shouting at the heavens. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the demon capital train station. Big brother, is this the demon capital? It's so bustling. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with wonder. Everything seemed extraordinary compared to her remote mountain village. Su Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. You turned to see Professor Wei and several others approaching, all clad in military uniforms, one of whom exuded an extraordinary presence, likely a high-ranking official from the military. Professor Wei, Su Yu greeted warmly. How did you know I was coming to the demon capital? Professor Wei smiled and explained. We received word the moment you boarded the train. We are grateful for your help during the previous train incident. You're too kind. I merely acted out of necessity, Suyu replied, hesitant to accept undue praise. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. Professor Wei gestured to the officer beside him. This is General Lin Penghua from the Demon Capital Military. Hello, General Lin. Suyu was exceedingly cordial, not daring to be dismissive. To attain the rank of general, one must at least be a martial king-level figure. I greatly admire your courage, Su Xiaoyu, if you don't mind. You may call me Brother Lin, Brother Lin. The two engaged in animated conversation, feeling as though they were old friends meeting again after a long separation. Su learned about Professor Wei's situation from Brother Lin, and upon hearing about being granted the rank of second lieutenant, his expression turned to one of astonishment. Afterward, Suyu recounted the events of Sanbu village and Xiao Yu's circumstances. Brother Lin, upon hearing this, expedited the necessary paperwork and arranged for Xiao Yu to study and cultivate at the prestigious Demon Capital No. 4 High School. Thus, the burden was lifted. Demon Capital No. 4 High School. Take care. This farewell may be forever. Chapter 14. Academy Assessment. Hell Level Well. Take care. Burden. I'll be leaving soon. Suyu felt utterly relieved. Joyous occasions invigorate the spirit. Let us go. Let us go. He feigned reluctance, but inside he was exceedingly pleased. You can rest assured. I have already spoken to the principal, Brother Lin reassured him. Suyu. 3 minutes later, Suyu boarded Brother Lin's vehicle en route to the Demon Capital Academy. Along the way, Brother Lin provided an overview of the academy's circumstances, allowing Suyu to gain a clear understanding. Founded a millennium ago, the Demon Capital Academy is one of the 3 foremost academies in Huaguo, admitting only 1,000 students each year, all of whom are exceptional talents from various regions. Each new student must undergo an assessment upon admission, ensuring that the academy can tailor its instruction based on the student's abilities. Those who do not meet the standards are expelled. 10 minutes later, the vehicle halted before a magnificent and resplendent academy entrance. Well, little brother, we've arrived. Upon disembarking, Suyu was awestruck by the scene before him. 1 word. Grand. 2 words. Very grand. 4 words. As far as the eye can see. The ambience was rich with spiritual energy, the location harmoniously integrated with nature, the aura refreshing and devoid of impurities. While the flora thrived with vitality and vigor, if one were to cultivate here from a young age, Suyu was confident that as long as one possessed decent talent, their cultivation would ascend with ease. All right, Brother Lin, you may head back now to Mim. Take care. With that, Lin Penghua drove away. Stop. Who goes there? 2 gatekeepers intercepted Suyu's path, exuding the aura of 2-star martial masters. Seeing this, Suyu couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the renowned Demon Capital Academy is impressive, such grandeur. Even martial masters serve as gatekeepers. In other families, they could be esteemed guests or heads of the family. For a moment, Suyu was filled with hope for his future university life. I am a new student at the Demon Capital Academy, here to report. As he spoke, Suyu presented his admission notice. The gatekeepers glanced at the notice and, with a hint of regret, replied, I'm sorry, but the new student enrollment ended 3 days ago. Please return. What? Upon hearing this news, Suyu felt as though struck by lightning. He had slain the fallen ones and saved dozens of students in the carriage. Achieving such great merit, yet not only was there no reward, but he was also barred from entry for arriving a few days late. What is going on? Just then, a burly middle-aged man happened to pass by and, out of curiosity, approached the gatekeepers. How imposing! Suyu's first impression was that this man was at least above the level of a great martial master, Dragon Mentor. The gatekeepers stood at attention, showing respect. After hearing the situation, the Dragon Mentor scrutinized Suyu for a moment before picking up the admission notice for a thorough examination. Suyu. Upon seeing the name on the notification, the esteemed Dragon Mentor's eyes widened in astonishment, and a tumult of emotions surged within him. The academy had a modicum of knowledge regarding Suyu's exploits. The higher-ups were deeply grieved, mourning the fall of a once great prodigy. Very well, follow me. Since you are still among the living, your tardiness may be overlooked to some extent. Thank you, Mentor. Thus, Suyu trailed behind the Dragon Mentor into the academy. Along the way, the Dragon Mentor inquired, Suyu, what is your current level of cultivation? He was taken aback that he could not gauge the cultivation level of a mere student. I am a 1-star martial master, Suyu replied candidly. Until he discerned whether the Dragon Mentor was friend or foe, he would not be foolish enough to reveal his true prowess. Moreover, considering that the fallen dared to slay even the Academy's students, what else might they not do? It was wise to exercise caution. Only a one-star martial master, is it? It seems the rumors carry a degree of embellishment, the Dragon Minter remarked, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his face. Though Suyu noticed it nonetheless. Enough, the Dragon Minter halted, retrieving a crystal device to make a call. Your situation is unique. I must consult with the principal. He stepped aside to make the call. A minute later, the Dragon Minter returned, his expression grave. I have relayed your situation to the principal. Given your exceptional circumstances, it seems the matter cannot be handled lightly, unless you participate in the Hell Mode assessment. The Hell assessment, colloquially known as the Devil's Examination, was straightforward. Single-handedly defeat all first-year students of the Academy. Success would grant entry, while failure would result in death. The Dragon Minter continued, there are various classes for first years: the Devil class, the Monster class, the Freak class, the Elite class, the Advanced class, the Ordinary class, and the Martial God class. Each class has a Minter, and the student's strengths cannot be underestimated. How intriguing! Suyu felt invigorated, his fighting spirit soaring. Minter, please elaborate on the strengths of each class. The Dragon Minter shook his head but continued, among these classes, the Martial God class is the most formidable, being the Academy's pride, currently boasting only 2 students, both of whom reached 9-star Martial Master status by 18. Other classes also have numerous 7- and 8-star Martial Masters. Even the weakest Ordinary class contains several 1-star Martial Masters. You, as a 1-star Martial Master, should reconsider, the Dragon Minter urged, aware that a 1-star Martial Master would stand little chance, even in a mere wheel battle against the Ordinary class. He conveyed this in hopes of dissuading Suyu. With his talent, repeating a year and re-examining would suffice. There was no need to court death. Minter, I shall participate. The thought of battling 1,000 opponents filled him with fervor. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Are you certain? Certain. Seeing the unwavering determination in Suyu's eyes, the Dragon Minter relented. Very well. I shall escort you to the Academy's guest quarters to rest. Prepare yourself for the challenge of 1,000 students tomorrow. That night, in Suyu's room, he marveled at the exquisite accommodations, reflecting on the Academy's affluence. He then retrieved several storage bags from his pocket. These belonged to Zhang Yang and his subordinates. He had not had the time to examine them previously, but now they would prove useful. Having a wealthy father certainly had its advantages, providing resources abundant beyond compare. As he sifted through multiple storage bags, he found only tens of thousands of gold coins and a few second-tier martial techniques. Nothing particularly remarkable, until he opened Zhang Yang's bag. His excitement soared. In addition to hundreds of thousands of gold coins, there were 3 fourth-tier martial techniques, 1 sixth-tier divine sword technique, and several elixirs. What he lacked most was martial techniques. The divine sword technique promised unparalleled prowess. With but a single sword, one could embody the sword itself, merge with the world's sword energy, and become the supreme divine sword. Moments later, Suyu committed the essence of the divine sword technique to memory in the inky darkness of the night. A figure wielded a long sword beneath the guest house, sweat soaking his back. Fortunately, he had consumed the Bodhi Enlightenment flower in the secret realm, enhancing his martial aptitude beyond measure. After 2 hours of arduous practice, he had grasped the basics of the divine sword technique. What a domineering sword technique it was. He nearly dislocated his arm in the process. Chapter 15. The assessment begins, invincible renowned for its overwhelming might. The divine sword technique allowed one to strike down foes from miles away when mastered to the realm of unity between sword and wielder, enabling one to single-handedly confront 100 opponents on the battlefield. Cultivating this technique demanded a vast expenditure of spiritual energy and vitality. No wonder Zhang Yang refrained from practicing it. Any misstep could lead to demise. Yet, Suyu was undeterred by the consumption. He cultivated the 12-star full spectrum, with his internal energies, spiritual, vital, and blood, exceedingly robust. Despite being a mere 1-star martial master, his internal energies were on par with a 1-star grand martial master, and his overall combat prowess rivaled that of a 9-star martial master at their peak. With the thundercloud step coupled with the rudimentary divine sword technique, who could stand in his way come tomorrow? The martial god class, was it? Suyu gazed up at the starry sky, anticipation swelling within him for the competition ahead. Young man, still practicing at this hour? Suddenly, an elderly voice called from behind. Suyu turned, instinctively on guard, only to find an unassuming old man before him, devoid of any visible cultivation, clearly an ordinary person. Who are you? Suyu questioned, gripping his spiritual weapon with caution. An ordinary man? He was skeptical. As a one-star martial master, how could this individual approach him without a sound? Even a grand martial master would struggle to achieve such stealth. Who was this person? Noticing Suyu's tension, the old man stepped forward with a genial smile. Young lad, there's no need for alarm. I'm merely passing by and mean no harm. Suyu stifled a laugh. Passing by at such an hour? With no ill intent. This old man was up to something. Feel free to continue on your way. Senior, I must take my leave. Suyu had no desire to linger any longer. With that, he activated the thundercloud step and departed swiftly. Once he had left, the old man chuckled to himself, quite the alert one. Indeed, a 6-tier incomplete thundercloud step at the pinnacle of the second level. Interesting, Suyu. With that, the old man vanished as if he had never been there. The next day, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Suyu opened it to find the dragon mentor. Suyu, the arena is ready. The new students, mentors, and principal are all in place. You are the last one needed. Come with me. Understood. Suyu picked up his spiritual weapon and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the audience in the arena was abuzz with excitement. Have you heard? Someone is participating in the Hell assessment. A few students from the advanced class discussed. Is it true? Which formidable individual dares to take this on? Word has it, it is Suyu. The one who saved the train. Suyu. Isn't that the name of my dog? In the free class, a voice piped up, Qin Monitor. Do you think that Suyu might be brother you? The speaker was Zhang Xiaofan. And the Qin Monitor was Qin Lingxue, the girl from the train incident. The freak class comprised those who had awakened special abilities. Perhaps, in her heart, Qin Lingxue hoped it was indeed the Suyu she admired. Since being astounded by his strength, she had trained tirelessly and had finally broken through to 1-star martial master, approaching the 2nd star. At this moment, someone in the crowd spotted the dragon mentor. Look, the challenger has arrived. All eyes turned towards Suyu. It is him. It truly is him, on stage. Qin Lingxue and Zhang Xiaofan were elated. Brother Yu. Brother Yu. Zhang Xiaofan waved enthusiastically to Suyu, noticing them from a distance. Nodded in acknowledgement. On the judges' platform, 6 mentors and high-ranking officials of the academy were present. So this is Suyu. Quite ordinary, remarked one male mentor. Indeed, according to the records, he is merely a 1-star martial master. Another female mentor concurred. Just then, a hot-tempered mentor spoke up. Such a waste of talent. Why participate in the Hell assessment? Zhang Ji, don't you accept only the inept in your ordinary class? Hurry up and take him in. Lest he perish. He displayed a disdainful expression. Nie Chong, you, Zhang Ji, the mentor, was infuriated. Though his words were harsh, they bore a kernel of truth. The 1-star martial master was far too pedestrian. Among this year's freshmen, there were no fewer than 899 similar to him. Silence. Suddenly, an elderly figure on the platform spoke, commanding immediate quietude from the crowd. Suyu recognized him instantly. It was the old man from the previous night. I am Qin Budwa, the principal of Magic Capital Academy. I hereby announce the commencement of the Hell assessment. Suyu, please ascend to the arena. Before the scrutinizing gaze of the masses, Suyu stepped onto the stage. At that moment, a staff member approached and inquired, you have 3 options. 1-on-1, 10-on-1, or 20-on-1. Choose one. Upon hearing this, Suyu scoffed, no need for that. Let them all come at once. I'm simply waiting for breakfast. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd, inciting fury among those who felt insulted. How dare he look down upon us, bastard? Count me in. In an instant, due to space constraints on the stage, only 100 individuals could participate, resulting in 100 students surrounding Suyu. Arrogant and conceited, the indifferent Nie Chong remarked from the sidelines. The other 5 mentors echoed in agreement. However, Principal Qin's face was filled with delight on the arena. Suyu remained composed and serene, exhibiting no signs of panic. Him, a mere 101st and 2nd star martial artist, could be dispatched with a mere snap of his fingers. The hellish assessment was indifferent to life and death. Kill, kill, he commanded in an instant. Everyone surged forward with fervor. like an ant attempting to shake a tree. Get lost? Suyu scoffed, stamping his foot. A powerful aura erupted from his body, and the tremendous pressure sent everyone flying away. Ah! In a heartbeat, they were hurled backwards, crashing heavily onto the ground. This spectacle startled the audience greatly. Next, Suyu declared with an air of arrogance, disregarding the others entirely. This audacity infuriated them completely. Elite class. Step up. Don't be so arrogant. A second later, over 100 second and third star martial artists were all blasted away, suffering various injuries. Freak class, cease your arrogance. A second later, more than 100 individuals with unique bloodlines were sent flying, including a 5-star martial artist. Among them, Qin Lingxue and Zhang Xiaofan chose not to participate, having been forewarned. 3 minutes later, monster class. Over 100 5-star martial artists were all sent flying by the overwhelming pressure. Utterly defenseless. In less than 5 minutes, nearly 900 new students were all sent soaring by the force, unable even to brush against the sleeve of Suyu. This included several 6-star martial artists. Currently, only the Devil class and the Martial God class had yet to take the stage. The anguished cries from the audience sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 16. Battling Feng Huaya. The assessment concludes. Devil class. Is he really just a 1st-star martial artist? How is he so formidable? An astonished student gazed at the injured below. Indeed, he is like a god of slaughter. Even 6 stars were dispatched in an instant. Brothers, let us just give up. They agreed unanimously, deciding to forfeit. With nearly 900 martial artists dispatched in an instant, what could they, as 7- and 8-star martial artists, achieve? In an instant, the Devil class fell into a deathly silence. None dared to challenge. In a corner of the audience, 2 strikingly handsome figures, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, fixed their eyes on Suyu without a moment's hesitation. One of them, Feng Huaya, finally spoke. What do you think of this Suyu? After a moment of contemplation, Feng Huaya replied, his strength is formidable. Judging by his aura, he truly is merely a 1st-star martial artist. Yet his overall power is at least approaching that of a grand martial artist. Brother Huaya, it seems we have found ourselves a worthy opponent on the podium. Those mentors who initially underestimated Suyu were left speechless, wishing they could disappear into the ground. They resolved, Suyu must become my disciple. Outside, Mentor Long was equally astonished. Suyu, you are indeed a monster. 2 minutes passed, and no one from the Devil class dared to step forward. Hey, are you not the elite? Why have you all fallen silent? Suyu, feeling rather hungry, directly confronted them. Damn it, as martial artists, do you lack the courage to take the stage? Do you even deserve to be called martial artists? Others are acting like men, while you all are behaving like timid fools. A bunch of cowards like you are only fit to return home and farm. His words rang true. If they had lost the courage to fight, they were unworthy of being martial artists. His declaration. The crowd erupted. On the podium, a female mentor gazed at the scene below, lamenting, this Suyu is truly a freak. With the strength of a 1st-star martial artist, he is actually fighting evenly with Feng Huaya, who is known as the top talent in Modyu. In terms of strength, even a 1st-star grand martial artist would not be his match. Just where did this Suyu come from? Her words echoed the sentiments of the crowd. Zhang Ji interjected, his martial arts talent is also astonishing. The other mentors nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, we must determine a victor. Principal Qian announced, Dragon Claw, Purple returning 9 swords, Divine Sword Technique. You have lost. Suyu's sword rested on his opponent's shoulder, mere millimeters from his neck. He admired Feng Huaya's talent and skill. Had it not been for his own advantages, he might have spent a lifetime struggling to keep pace. I concede. Feng Huaya, though reluctant, accepted defeat gracefully. Welcome to the Martial God class. Indeed. The 2 shook hands amicably. Clap, clap. As the applause rang out, Suyu successfully ascended to the top of the new student rankings. Principal Qian rose and declared, the hellish assessment is concluded. Suyu has passed with flying colors and will join the Martial God class for training, rewarded with a portion of dragon blood, 3,000 credits, and the opportunity to select 1 6-star martial technique from the martial arts pavilion. Upon the principal's announcement, envious glances were cast all around. The dragon blood was worth a fortune, capable of elevating a martial artist's strength, and was rarely available on the market. 3,000 credits were exceedingly rare. allowing one to procure various items within the academy. Even someone as talented as Feng Waya would only receive 500 credits after the assessment. The rewards stirred even the mentor's desires. After the assessment, Suyu moved into the academy's Lungkue Villa, where the spiritual energy was most abundant. The martial god class from freshman to junior year resided there. Suyu settled into Villa 007, becoming neighbors with Feng Waya and Mu Yunxian. Chapter 17. Refusing to become a disciple, claiming rewards in the afternoon. At Suyu's villa, the divine sword technique has finally reached perfection. He had gained much today. During his battle with Feng Waya that morning, he inadvertently grasped the essence of the divine sword technique. After returning to the villa post-assessment, he entered a state of enlightenment, achieving mastery at last. Should he face Feng Waya again, it would likely be considerably easier. Suyu had to admit that Feng Waya's talent was truly formidable. Without his advantages, he would likely struggle against even a single move. The Modu Academy was rife with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly. Suyu dared not be complacent. News of his slaying of the Fallen had spread throughout Modu. According to the Fallen organization's usual practices, they would not rest easily, and would surely send assassins. Perhaps they had already infiltrated the academy. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Su Yusin was filled with doubt. How strange, I have just moved in, and yet someone is at my door? Could it be? With this concern in mind, Suyu grasped his spiritual weapon and approached the door, preparing himself for battle as he opened it. Huh? Upon seeing the visitor, Suyu was taken aback. It was Master Long, the very mentor who had guided him into the academy. You and Master Long stammered. I heard you just moved in, so I came to check on you. Is that so? Suyu forced a smile. Hardly believing it. Master Long, do you have something to discuss? He had no time for pleasantries and got straight to the point. However, he felt no hesitation in expressing gratitude for the mentor's earlier assistance with his enrollment. With the matter laid bare, Master Long no longer evaded the topic. Suyu, I highly value your talent and wish to accept you as my disciple. What do you think? Gulp. Suyu swallowed hard. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still somewhat shocked upon hearing this. Master, I'm afraid I cannot accept your mentorship at this time. After hearing this, Master Long sighed, as if this outcome had been anticipated. Very well, although we may not have the bond of master and disciple, we are still fated to meet. Consider this a token of our first encounter. With that, he produced 3 volumes of 6th grade martial arts techniques from his storage and handed them over before hastily departing. A quarter of an hour later, there was another knock at the door. Suyu opened it to find another mentor, surnamed Zhang. Mentor Zhang. The other party chattered for quite a while, offering compliments and ultimately broaching the subject of accepting him as a disciple. After declining, he too left behind a few volumes of martial arts techniques. Within a mere 3 minutes, several mentors had visited, each asking the same questions and presenting similar gifts. Suyu couldn't help but suspect they had conspired to disturb him. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang once more. No discipleship, no gifts, goodbye. Suyu rolled his eyes as he opened the door and swiftly closed it again. Outside, Feng Wui and Mu Yunxian looked utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Suyu, it's us. Mu Yunxian knocked again. Dado, it's you? What is up? Suyu's mood had improved considerably. After dealing with those mentors, he had developed a slight fear of opening doors. Feng Wui spoke up. The principal just called me and asked us to take you to the task pavilion to collect your assessment rewards. Rewards? Upon hearing this word, Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he instantly felt invigorated. The task pavilion was the fastest place to earn credits by accepting tasks, and every completed task rewarded a certain amount of credits. The higher the task level, the greater the credits. 2 minutes later, Suyu followed the two into the task pavilion. As soon as he entered, a crowd of people immediately scattered. What's going on? He looked confused and inquired about the situation from Feng Wui and Mu Yunxian. Mu Yunxian stifled a laugh. Feng Wui, barely suppressing his amusement, said, Haven't you noticed? Those fleeing students are all the ones you kicked or sent flying. With this revelation, Suyu recalled a glimmer of memory. They re-afraid of you, so naturally, they run away when they see you. Suyu thought to himself. Is it my fault? He fell silent for a moment before making his way to the counter, where an elderly man with indeterminate strength stood. Senior, I'm here to collect my rewards for the Hell assessment. Suyu spoke with utmost respect. The elders suddenly understood. Oh. So you are that Suyu. Indeed, quite a remarkable individual. After saying this, he credited Suyu's account and handed over the remaining rewards. At that moment, Suyu noticed various tasks displayed on the wall. Urgently needed. A century-old earth demon grass. Deadline within 3 days. Reward, 10 credits. Form a team to hunt demon beasts in the mountains. Requires 3 martial masters of 1 star or above. Reward, 12 credits. These were all basic tasks. He merely glanced at them. Such meager credits were hardly appealing to Suyu. Instead, he turned his attention to the intermediate, advanced, and difficult tasks. Acquire a 3rd-grade golden silkworm purple tooth lion demon core, unlimited quantity, 10 credits each. Eliminate the bandits at Wolf Tooth Peak. Requires 6 martial masters of 8 stars. Reward, 100 credits. Hunt down the traitor Meng Dihai from the Imperial Academy. Requires 3 martial masters of 1 star or above. Reward, 500 credits. A plethora of tasks with various challenges lay before him. Afterward, the 3 left the task pavilion. On the way, Suyu was immensely excited. With dragon blood, his strength would surely increase by at least 3 stars. Seeing this, Mu Yunxian poured cold water on his enthusiasm, saying, Suyu, it's just a bottle of dragon blood. You seem so excited. Your credits are enough to buy 3 more at the treasure pavilion. Suyu was taken aback and stopped in his tracks, asking, is that true? Is 1 bottle of dragon blood really that expensive? 1,000 credits per bottle. It's truly a luxury for the wealthy. Expensive? Dragon blood was incredibly rare, often selling for astronomical sums, and 1 million gold coins might not even secure it. 1 million. Goodness. Suyu had thought he was doing well with his 700,000 gold coins, but upon hearing Mu Yunxuan's words, the allure of the dragon blood diminished instantly. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck him. If 1 bottle of dragon blood is so valuable, wouldn't it be a fortune if he could sell it on the market? A plan began to form in his mind. Feng Wui, being from a wealthy family, immediately saw through Suyu's thoughts and hastily advised him, Suyu, you should abandon that idea of reselling. The academy explicitly forbids students from selling items externally. And violators face severe punishment. Suyu replied, but what if I sell it to someone within the academy? Like you too, would that be illegal? Upon hearing this, Feng Wui and Mu Yunxian were momentarily stumped. Well, that doesn't seem illegal, are you sure? Both were astonished. Absolutely, 1 million per bottle. No haggling. Deal, they shouted in unison. Subsequently, Suyu went to the treasure pavilion, using 2,000 credits to purchase 2 bottles of dragon blood, which he then handed over to them. They were overjoyed and excitedly spoke without hesitation, each paying 1,500,000 gold coins. Chapter 18. Task Outing, Demon Dragon Mountain Range. Upon returning to the villa, Suyu sat cross-legged on his bed and swallowed the dragon blood in one go. Instantly, the dragon blood surged into his body, dispersing its power throughout his meridians, organs, and circulatory system, cycling through them. As the cries of pain erupted, the dragon blood rolled violently within him. Suyu gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress the ferocity of the dragon blood within. Half an hour later, the dragon blood was subdued and gradually absorbed by Suyu. Congratulations on absorbing the essence of the dragon race. Experience points 1530, 3946, 4664, 16809. Total, 70563. The dragon blood was visibly being absorbed at an astonishing rate, and the energy within Suyu continued to surge. A quarter of an hour later, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes, an overwhelming force bursting forth, enveloping the entire room. Such domineering dragon blood. Truly the essence of the dragon race, it has elevated my strength by 3 stars. This was somewhat unexpected for him. He practiced the 12 stars of full bloom, requiring an immense amount of experience points and energy. Suyu had thought that absorbing the dragon blood would at most increase his strength by 2 stars. He hadn't anticipated underestimating the power of the dragon blood. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of regret. Alas, one can only absorb dragon blood once. Otherwise, despite this regret, Suyu was thoroughly satisfied. The next day, early in the morning, Suyu learned from Mu Yunxian that the martial god class had no fixed curriculum. Students could practice freely and consult teachers if needed, as long as they met the standards for the end-of-month assessment. Understanding this, Suyu headed to the task pavilion. He needed experience points to level up, and besides completing tasks, there was no quicker shortcut. As soon as he stepped into the task pavilion, people began to panic again. What the hell? This demon is back again. Quick, run. Some first-year students slipped away in the meantime. Senior, I'm here to accept a task, the elder, seeing Suyu, greeted him warmly. Didn't he expect it to be you? Young man, what level of tasks do you need? I will fetch the appropriate task boards for you. Suyu respectfully replied. I would like to accept 15 tasks, each requiring over 100 credits. With a deadline of 1 month, he had already made up his mind. Since no one else was taking these tasks, he might as well benefit himself, and a month's time would be sufficient. Good lad. The elder was astonished. Your approach is truly unexpected. After saying this, the elder retrieved the suitable tasks and handed them over. After confirming everything was in order, Suyu took his leave. Before departing, he left a letter for Mu Yunxian, then changed into a different outfit and exited the academy, heading straight for the military base. An hour later, Suyu arrived at the entrance of the military base. Halt! Outsiders are not permitted inside. Point 2 soldiers blocked his path. I am Second Lieutenant Suyu, seeking an audience with General Lin Panghua. Saying this, Suyu produced his officer's identification. He hadn't expected the officer's certificate granted to him at the train station would now prove useful. Truly, it seemed like destiny. After verifying, the soldiers saluted Suyu, and one of them led him to General Lin's office. Come in, a voice echoed from within the office. Seeing this, Suyu stepped inside. Lin Go? Hearing the familiar address, Lin Panghua looked up, filled with excitement. Little brother, what brings you here? I have a mission and need your assistance with something. I require a comprehensive overview of the various factions in the magical metropolis, as well as a map of the Dragon Mountain Range. His initial task is to venture into the Dragon Mountain Range to procure the demon core of a third-tier explosive magma beast. Thus, the map is of utmost importance. Lin Panghua nodded and instructed his subordinates to fetch these items. After an engaging conversation, Suyu departed from the base and made his way toward the Dragon Mountain Range. The Dragon Mountain Range is situated at the easternmost edge of the magical metropolis, characterized by treacherous terrain and an expansive area that stretches for miles, inhabited by millions of magical beasts. Get out of here, humans! Boomed a voice from a magical beast as Suyu barely stepped into the outskirts. He was confronted by a third-tier, level 4 lethal illusion Shockwolf, which, without any sense of honor, lunged directly at him. How dare you attempt to ambush me? Suyu evaded the attack in an instant using the Thundercloud Step. With a furious howl, the lethal illusion Shockwolf charged at him once more. You seek death, Suyu exclaimed as he drew his sword. With swift precision, he struck the creature's vital spot. Congratulations, you have slain the lethal illusion Shockwolf. Experience gained, 2657. Having tasted blood, Suyu prepared to unleash a torrent of destruction. At that moment, the thick scent of blood attracted countless magical beasts. The hunt commenced. Congratulations, you have slain the Overlord Salamander. Experience gained, 4658. Congratulations, you have slain the Sea Poison Flame Beast. Experience gained, 5670. Congratulations, you have slain the Ghost Flame Shadow Wolf. Experience gained, 6590. Congratulations, you have slain the Spirit Green Exchange Wolf. Experience gained, 4688. Automatic level up, current cultivation, 5-star Martial Master. In just a brief quarter of an hour, Suyu had dispatched over 30 third-tier magical beasts drawn by the scent of blood, leaving only a blood-tailed two-headed serpent. His cultivation had also ascended by 1 star, now merely a mere 10,000 experience points away from becoming a 6-star Martial Master. Damn it, if you have the ability, stop hiding, Suyu lamented, for the two-headed serpent was adept at concealment, making it difficult to eliminate. Human, you have slaughtered my kin, and I shall ensure your demise. The two-headed serpent hissed, enraged. A mere third-tier, level 9 magical beast dared to boast. Were it not for your stealth, you would have perished by my blade long ago. With his sword in hand, Suyu unleashed the Wind Blade technique, a 6th-tier martial skill gifted to him earlier by the Dragon Mentor. Having successfully grasped it just hours prior, the Wind Blade was an area attack that harnessed the power of wind to create formidable gusts. As the Wind Blade sword, nothing within their reach could escape. Crack, that hurts, a sound emanated from a tree behind Suyu. With a sneer, he declared, found you. Prepare to die. Divine Sword Technique. Suyu soared into the air, determined to strike with lethal accuracy to prevent the creature's escape. Otherwise, it would pose an endless threat. No. The two-headed serpent shrieked as a terrifying sword aura cleaved through its body. Congratulations, you have slain the two-headed serpent. Experience gained. 8776. After the battle, Su Yu collected the corpses and demon cores, ensuring not a single one was left behind. After all, these were all sources of wealth. Ahead of Su Yu, a few hundred meters away, the frantic cries of wild boars echoed through the air, accompanied by the presence of 5 human auras. What was happening? Fueled by curiosity, Su Yu activated his thundercloud step and stealthily approached, weaving through the forest. A few hundred meters away, 5 individuals clad in the uniforms of a certain academy, 2 women and 3 men, found themselves besieged by dozens of lustful wild boars. It is well known that lustful wild boars are a perverse and lecherous species, particularly aggressive towards women, driven by an innate lust. Chapter 19. Blood Fiend Dragon Grass. 4th tier magical beast Su Yu concealed himself atop a tree, donning a mask of invisibility, his gaze fixed upon the beleaguered group below. Zhang Shixiang, what should we do? You must think of a way, wailed one of the female students. Woe is me, I am so beautiful, I do not wish to die. The 2 female students lamented, while Zhang Shixiang, the most powerful among them at 4-star martial master, feigned calm despite his inner turmoil. What should I do? These wild boars possess the strength of 3rd tier, level 3 beasts, equivalent to a 3-star martial master. If it were just a few, I might have a chance to escape. But now there are dozens, not to mention 4 burdensome companions. I cannot escape. What to do? After a struggle within himself, Zhang Shixiang had a sudden epiphany and made a pivotal decision. He shouted to his 4 companions, "Do not worry. I will protect you with my life." With that, he grasped a long spear, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, and leaped into battle against the beasts. The spear radiated a luminous aura. Clearly not an ordinary weapon. Zhang Shixiang's words deeply moved the 3 others. Brother is so noble. In that moment, his image loomed large in their hearts. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. After slaying 2 wild boars and creating a gap for escape, Zhang Shixiang's expression suddenly changed. A smirk crept onto his lips as he swiftly fled. Ha ha ha, fools, you shall die here. I will remember you on this day next year. With Zhang Shixiang's escape, 2 wild boars charged after him. Witnessing this, the remaining 4's faces turned pale, realizing they had been betrayed. They suddenly understood that he had never intended to save them, but had instead used them as bait for his own escape. It's over. The remaining 4 felt utterly disheartened. With their most esteemed brother fleeing, they had lost all hope. The male student felt a tightening in his lower body, sensing danger, as he noticed that among the lustful wild boars, there were indeed some eager females. As for the women, well, 9 male boars were fixated on them. Beautiful lady, I am coming. The lustful wild boar bellowed as it charged forward. Achoo! Suddenly, Su Yu atop the tree sneezed, muttering, "Damn it, which little brat is cursing me?" The timing of this sneeze was unfortunate, exposing Su Yu's location. In an instant, all eyes turned toward him, including those of the lustful wild boars, feeling the weight of so many gazes upon him. Su Yu felt embarrassed and stammered. I merely came to enjoy the spectacle." At that moment, Su Yu wished he could vanish, for while the lustful wild boars were of mediocre strength, they were singularly focused and relentless. Their motto, "Love is worth dying for." Once engaged, they must be completely eradicated. Otherwise, they would pursue you to the ends of the earth, unyielding, until their passion was extinguished. Young master, please save us. If you are willing to help, we will offer you this 1,000-year blood fiend dragon grass. As she spoke, the older of the 2 women produced a blood-red spiritual herb from her storage pouch. Blood fiend dragon grass, Su Yu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He had heard of this herb at the academy. It was said to be an exceedingly valuable spiritual herb, essential for crafting the elixirs required to advance to Grand Martial Master. Lin Yushi, we labored immensely to acquire this herb. How could you? Protested a man standing next to the woman, unwilling to concede that the reward was too generous. Silence, Lin Yushi shouted, causing the man to grit his teeth in resignation, secretly vowing revenge. How about it? Su Yu pondered for a moment before responding. It is a deal. With that, Su Yu leaped down from the tree, sword in hand, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it on the horde of wild boars. Disdain evident in his expression. You have a chance. Come at me together. The herd of wild boars seemed incensed by Su Yu's taunt, and in a frenzy, They uttered a local dialect, charging at him with unprecedented ferocity. Frenzied, red-eyed interesting, Suyu recognized that these boars had entered a berserk state, their strength surging by at least 3 levels. Die! In an instant, dozens of wild boars, like a whirlwind, charged at Suyu without strategy. Purely driven by instinct, with the 6-star magic cloud step, Suyu moved like the wind, darting through the wild boars with astonishing agility, evading their attacks with ease. The magical beasts fell before him as blood flowed freely. Congratulations! You have slain a frenzied wild boar. Experience gained, 4675. Congratulations! You have slain a lustful wild boar. Experience gained, 4725. Congratulations! You have executed a magical beast. Experience gained, 5649. In mere seconds, Suyu, one man with a sword, surged through the herd like a divine being, his third-tier swordsmanship employed to perfection. Remarkable, these beasts are comparable to 6-star martial masters, exclaimed the 4th male student. Senior Sister Lin, what an extraordinary footwork. What technique is he using? The younger female student marveled. I am not certain, but it must be at least 4th tier. Such astonishing speed was unprecedented among his peers, even for Lin Yushi. Congratulations! You have slain a magical beast. Experience gained, 116488. Distance to next level up, 40,000 is. The final echoes of battle faded. The once mighty herd of lustful wild boars lay defeated. Heavens! To think that a single individual could slay over a dozen 6-star martial masters. Sister, is he truly human? Exclaimed the female student, Lin Yunshi, in astonishment. Noticing her companion's silence, she continued, Sister Lin. After several calls, Lin Yunshi gradually regained her composure. She was utterly stunned by the figure before her. Her brother was a prodigy in the Demon City Academy's Devil class, having reached 7-star martial master status at the mere age of 18, placing him among the top 100 on the Demon City's Supreme Talent ranking. Yet, to single-handedly defeat more than 10 6-star martial masters was something even he could not achieve. Who on earth is he? Lin Yunshi swallowed hard, her face filled with awe and trepidation. Suddenly, Suyu coldly addressed the forest ahead. Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? Just as Lin Yunshi and the others were taken aback, the ground began to tremble. Roar, roar, roar. A violent cacophony echoed, and a terrifying aura swept through the entire mountain range, causing the beasts within to stir in turmoil. Lower-tier beasts fled in panic. At that moment, a colossal beast emerged before them, adorned with a pair of red bull horns atop its head, a prominent belly, a green gem embedded in its midsection, and a back bristling with poisonous spines. Chapter 20. Slaying the Pig King. A fearsome foe approaches. This is the Purple Thunder Crystal Pig, the crowd exclaimed in unison. The Purple Thunder Crystal Pig is the king among all swine beasts. It possesses 1st-level strength at birth, rivaling 2nd-level strength in its youth, and ascends to 4th level upon maturity, equivalent to a 2-star great martial master among humans. The creature before them was evidently an adult Purple Thunder Crystal Pig, both in stature and appearance. What rotten luck have we stumbled upon? It's over. A 4th-level beast spells our doom. The 4 students were engulfed in despair. They did not believe Suyu possessed the power to surpass a great martial master. In that instant, a terrifying aura rendered them immobile. Should they attempt to flee, they would likely be torn to shreds. Aside from Suyu, the other 4 were paralyzed with fear. Human, you are formidable. The Purple Thunder Crystal Pig spoke, for the first time sensing the specter of death from a human. Upon hearing this, Suyu stepped forward, undeterred by the ominous presence, and exclaimed, Pig King, you too are quite strong. This was his heartfelt sentiment. A beast comparable to a 2-star great martial master left no room for complacency. Although he was only a 5-star martial master, his overall strength could rival that of a 2-star great martial master, which allowed him to move freely. Human, why do you commit slaughter on my territory? The Purple Thunder Crystal Pig demanded. Slaughter? Suyu retorted, pointing at the corpses of the beasts below. Did you not see that they were the ones trying to slaughter us? The Purple Thunder Crystal Pig remained unfazed, asserting arrogantly, Human, regardless of the circumstances, you have disturbed my tranquility and slaughtered my subjects. Such sins are unforgivable. You must die. Heaven-shattering fist. With that, the Purple Thunder Crystal Pig showed no regard for martial ethics. swinging its massive fist directly at Suyu. The sound of its punch echoed ominously in the air. The punch was swift and powerful, a blow that ordinary martial artists could not withstand. Demon Cloud Step, sword drawing technique. Suyu, refusing to relent, employed his evasive martial technique to dodge the strike, reappearing behind the beast to deliver a fierce blow. What? Suyu's expression changed as if struck by lightning. His sword drawing technique had merely left a scratch on the beast's back. Its hide was incredibly tough. Roar, roar, roar. Suyu's attempt to strike only served to enrage the purple thunder crystal pig. Wretch! It bellowed, unleashing a barrage of punches into the ground, the sheer force causing the surrounding gravity to destabilize and restricting Suyu's speed. Die! The purple thunder crystal pig raised its fist once more, launching a rapid and powerful assault. Be careful, Lin Yunqi shouted from a distance. Yet it was too late. The punch was already upon Su Yu. At this juncture, he had no choice but to brace himself. Azura Fist. In an instant, a fist imbued with malevolent energy erupted from Suyu's hand. This was one of the 6th-grade fist techniques gifted to him by several mentors back at the academy, which he had studied a few times but was now using for the first time. With his initial strike, he reached a minor perfection. Boom! The two fists collided, sending both combatants flying in that critical moment. Suyu grasped the incomplete aspects of the Demon Cloud Step. I understand now, he declared. Demon Cloud Step. Suyu executed the technique once more, this time enhancing his speed by more than tenfold, achieving a pinnacle of the 3rd realm, rendering gravity ineffective against him. Dragon Claw, Divine Sword Technique, Azura Fist. After being propelled backward, Suyu denied the beast any respite, unleashing a flurry of 3 martial techniques, causing the purple thunder crystal pig to grimace in pain. The combination of 3 martial techniques, however, was insufficient to slay the beast, only leaving behind numerous wounds. Whirlwind Leg. Seizing the moment, Suyu executed a 5th-grade leg technique bestowed upon him by his mentor, aiming a kick directly at the beast's vulnerable underbelly, and no matter how tough its hide, there must be a weak point. I refuse to believe you can withstand this. Ah, as expected, the purple thunder crystal pig clamped its hefty legs together, suddenly feeling numb below, blood gushing forth as it emitted a pained roar. Suyu's expression brightened. I have discovered your weakness. Prepare to meet your end with that. He gripped his spiritual weapon and thrust it into the soft spot with all his might. In a cacophony of mournful cries, the purple thunder crystal pig fell, lifeless. You have slain the purple thunder crystal pig, earning 9,437 experience points. Congratulations! You have triggered a critical hit, earning an additional 34,418 experience points. As the mechanical voice faded, the 2 men behind Suyu felt a tightening in their groins, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, their hearts racing. They seemed to empathize with the Pig King's agony. After all, they were both men. Cough, cough. Afterward, Suyu collected the Pig King's core and carcass into his storage bag. The corpse of a 4th-level beast was worth nearly 10 million, a treasure not to be missed. Handed over. After tidying up, Suyu approached Lin Yunqi. Wait. Lin Yunqi, momentarily stunned, was overwhelmed with admiration for him. Although he wore a mask, obscuring his features, she deduced from his voice that he was at most 20 years old. To slay a 4th-level beast at such a young age was undoubtedly a prodigy. He was likely ranked within the top 10 of the Supreme Talent list. Realizing this, Lin Yunqi did not dare to be remiss and respectfully presented the Blood Fiend Dragon Grass. Damn! The male student who had previously been unwilling to part with the dragon grass couldn't help but curse inwardly. Suyu's prowess truly astonished him, yet he was equally reluctant to see the dragon grass fall into another's hands. What a heavy malevolent aura! It truly is the Blood Fiend Dragon Grass. Holding the dragon grass, Suyu could feel the waves of dark energy emanating from it. He had no use for it. But Feng Wuyo and the others certainly needed it. An insidious thought formed in his mind. This would be another lucrative gain. Suyu felt an overwhelming sense of relief. All right, since I have what I came for, I should take my leave. With 15 tasks pending and less than a month remaining, he needed to hasten his pace. Having said that, he turned to depart. Senior, Lin Yunqi called out as Suyu halted his steps. What is it? I humbly request your assistance. The Demon Dragon Mountain range is fraught with danger. Could you ensure our safe return to Demon City? In return, I would offer you a royal weapon. Now that the blood fiend dragon grass was in his possession, Lin Yunxi was acutely aware of her own limited strength as a two-star martial master, rendering her incapable of traversing the perilous mountain range. Currently, they only wished to escape this treacherous place, a royal weapon. Suu pondered for a moment. He happened to be in need of a royal weapon, making this transaction exceedingly advantageous. Very well, it's a deal. The two reached an agreement and prepared to set off. Suddenly, a figure appeared, flying swiftly toward them on a sword. Judging by the aura it exuded, it was no less than a five-star great martial master Elder San. I am Lin Yushi from the Lin family. This gentleman here is the one who gallantly came to our rescue just moments ago. Had it not been for him, we would likely have met our untimely demise. Elder Imo glanced at Lin Yushi, recognizing her as a member of the Lin family. He dared not offend her lightly unless absolutely necessary. Miss Lin, this matter does not concern you, so please refrain from interfering. Elder Mo's expression turned grave, and his tone became somewhat frigid. Lin Yushi sensed the unusual atmosphere and reluctantly stepped back. The relationship between the Lin and Wang families had been increasingly strained. She would not jeopardize the fragile peace for the sake of a stranger. You possess the blood fiend dragon grass, do you not? Elder Imo spoke calmly. Why, Wang family has great use for that spirit herb. I am willing to offer 1 million gold coins to acquire it. What say you? 1 million? Suyu scoffed internally, filled with disdain. 1 million? You, old man, dare to make such an offer? He spoke without reservation. It was well known that a century-old blood fiend dragon grass commanded upwards of 5 million in the markets of Magic City, and even then, it was scarce. If auctioned, the price could soar even higher. The dragon grass in his possession was of 1,000-year grade, exceedingly rare. It was worth no less than 20 million. 1 million? Are you trying to fool a ghost? Boy, do you understand the words coming out of your mouth? At this, a murderous intent surged forth, and a force akin to a 5-star martial master erupted, sweeping across the entire mountain range. Lin Yushi and her companions found themselves immobilized, their faces pale. Wang Ximiao snickered from behind, his eyes gleaming with the amusement of watching a fool unaware of his impending doom. Little brat, I will grant you one more chance. Hand over the million, and I will allow you to leave unscathed. Otherwise, you shall die. The elder's eyes widened in fury, enveloping Suyu in a terrifying aura. Dream on, Suyu declared as he made his move first. The adversary was a 5-star martial master, while he could barely withstand a 3-star. The gap was too vast. He had to act swiftly to seize the initiative. With peak agility complemented by mastery of swordsmanship, he launched into an offensive, a 2-star martial master. Yet you seem not to have reached your 20s. What impressive talent, but today, you are fated to perish. Thunderclap fist? The elder's voice boomed, and the skies darkened, filled with rumbling thunder and lightning. A tremendous force of lightning coalesced in his hand, ultimately transforming into a massive fist. You shall die today. Initially, the elder had harbored doubts and reservations after hearing the young master's words, as a martial master under 20 was indeed rare even in Magic City. Yet, witnessing the power displayed, his belief solidified. This meant Suyu must die. Otherwise, the Wang family would offend a potential world-class powerhouse. Die. The elder swung his fist, the overwhelming force cleaving through the air, leaving trails of distortion. This martial technique was at least of the 7th rank. Divine Sword Technique, break. Thunderclap Fist, break. Flood Dragon Palm, break. All 3 techniques were shattered, with the residual power still surging towards Suyu's position. What? Suyu's expression changed dramatically. Sure, a fist. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a punch with all his might. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and Suyu was sent hurtling back, crashing into a tree stump, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What a tenacious lad! The elder was taken aback. Ino-one knew that he had exerted 90% of his strength in that last punch, only to find it withstood by his opponent. This was indeed unexpected. Suddenly, Suyu's eyes snapped open, and his figure vanished from sight. Not good. The elder sensed something was amiss and hurried to intervene. But it was too late. Suyu's sword was already poised at Wang Ximiao's throat. Young Master Wang, Uncle Imo, save me. Wang Ximiao was gripped by terror, liquid seeping from his trousers. Do not move. If you wish for his brain to splatter, just try moving a muscle. Suyu wiped the blood from his mouth. relieved that his training in the 12 stars had endowed him with remarkable physical prowess and rapid recovery. Otherwise, that punch could have left him severely injured or worse. The 7th rank martial technique was indeed formidable. "You scoundrel!" The elder, infuriated by being outmaneuvered by a mere youth, shouted, "Release my young master, or I will slaughter your entire clan." Su Yu merely scoffed, "How quaint," with a swift kick. He sent Wang Simiao flying 100 miles away. The elder, left with no choice, abandoned the pursuit of Su Yu and raced after Wang Simiao, for any delay could prove disastrous. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu employed his agility to escape. Lin Yushi and the others pondered for a moment before departing as well. Meanwhile, after hastily fleeing, Su Yu ventured into the depths of the magic Dragon Mountains, where the lowest-tier beasts were at least 3rd rank, a place most would never think to search. Along the way, he dispatched a dozen or so beasts, 8 of which were 3rd rank, while the others were around 5th and 6th rank, all dispatched with a single strike. His cultivation had risen a star, reaching 6-star martial master. He was now essentially invincible against anyone below a 3-star martial master, requiring just 1 sword strike. This place truly resembles a labyrinth. The dense jungle surrounded him, with myriad paths emerging, and after circling several times, Su Yu gradually lost his sense of direction. As dusk fell, Su Yu discovered an uninhabited cave, kindled a fire, and began roasting meat. The meat, from beasts of at least 3rd rank, resembled lustful wild boars but belonged to a different species. It was rich yet not greasy, enhancing physical strength upon consumption. Delicious meat. Chapter 22. Mission accomplished. Return to Magic City. Su Yu indulged in the exquisite delicacies, the flavor enhanced by a secret recipe and unique cooking methods, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma. What a delightful scent. Suddenly voices drifted in from outside the cave. Su Yu glanced toward the entrance, while eating, and was taken aback. A battered man, nearly exhausted, stood before him. Su Yu instantly recognized him as Zhang Shixiang, the one who had abandoned his comrades to flee earlier. What a twist of fate! A smirk crept across Su Yu's face. Since Zhang had fled before Su Yu revealed himself, he did not recognize him, assuming he was merely an ordinary martial artist. "Kid, I am an elite student from the Royal Nest Academy. Share some of your roasted meat with me, and I assure you, I will repay you handsomely." Injured and low on spirit energy, he spoke with a hint of courtesy. However, Su Yu's response was cold. "Zhang Shixiang, perhaps this will be the last time you hear that name." "What?" Zhang's face twisted in fear. He was confident he did not know the person before him. Who are you?" "A scoundrel who abandons his teammates is not worthy of knowing my name." Su Yu harbored a deep disdain for such treacherous individuals. If he could betray his comrades today, he could betray his country tomorrow. Such people had no right to live, die. Within the cave, a flash of sword light streaked across the air, followed by the sound of a head rolling to the ground. "Congratulations, you have slain a scoundrel, earning 3,564 experience points." After satiating his hunger, Su Yu began practicing the Shura Fist and Whirlwind Leg. The next day, he emerged victorious after a night of relentless training. His body drenched in sweat. Having consumed the Bodhi Enlightenment Flower earlier, his talent had surged tenfold, allowing him to master the Shura Fist and Whirlwind Leg to perfection overnight. It's time to seek out the erupting magma beast. He donned a new outfit and delved deeper into the mountains. According to the data, the 3rd rank erupting magma beast resided deep within the magma, drawing energy from the molten rock to cultivate. They were notoriously troublesome beasts. Therefore, the immediate goal was to locate a source of magma, as the heat emanating from it would make it easy to pinpoint. 3 minutes later, Su Yu arrived at the magma entrance. What? Human bones! Before him lay a vast pool of magma, surrounded by countless human remains. So many martial artists perished in this cursed place. It seemed this location was anything but ordinary, and caution was warranted. Holding his spirit weapon, Su Yu edged along the wall, making his way towards the remains. He quickly deduced that these deceased individuals had all been at least 9-star martial masters in life, with several 2nd and 3rd-star martial masters among them, indicating a lethal encounter. This implied that a 4th-rank erupting magma beast lurked within the cave. At that moment, Su Yu regretted his decision to come to the entrance of a 4th-rank location when the mission only required a 3rd-rank beast core. Suddenly, the magma began to churn violently. In an instant, numerous erupting magma beasts emerged, launching an assault on Suyu. Humans, die, die. Countless beasts roared in unison. At this, Suyu sprang into action. Demon Cloud Step, Shura Fist, Divine Sword Technique. Amidst the swarm, he struck with his left fist, one punch per beast, while his right hand wielded the sword, delivering lethal blows one after another. Congratulations, you have slain a third-rank beast, earning 4,367 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain a third-rank level 8 beast, earning 4,349 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain a fourth-rank level 2 beast, earning 6,794 experience points. In the trials of hell, Suyu had faced 1,000 foes without fear. Thus, he had no qualms about dispatching these mere hundreds of beasts. Against third-rank foes, he could fell them with a single strike. For those above fourth rank, he relied on his serpentine agility and unmatched speed to narrowly defeat a few fourth-rank level 3 beasts. It is unwise to linger in combat. Retreat is imperative. It is not that he lacks courage, but rather that no one can guarantee what perilous creature might emerge in the next moment. Perhaps an even more formidable blasting magma beast. Preserving one's life takes precedence, and thus, it is best to withdraw. With this thought, Suyu made his way towards the cave's exit, casually collecting a few demon cores from the fallen bodies as he departed. A minute later, he successfully evaded the blasting magma beast and found refuge upon a large boulder. Panting heavily, Suyu reflected on the 3 fourth-tier demon beasts that had pursued him. Had he not been swift, he might have met a grim fate. Damn it, he muttered in frustration. No wonder no one in the academy accepted such tasks. It seemed he alone was oblivious to the risks involved. The academy boasted countless martial artists, and a task involving third-tier demon cores would be a trivial matter for them, yet none dared to take it on. He had pondered this at the time, thinking he had stumbled upon a great opportunity. But now, considering the remaining 14 tasks, none of them would be straightforward. Regret gnawed at Suyu. However, he was already in too deep to back out now and thus steeled himself to carry on. He retrieved the second token. This task was classified as difficult. The task was to eliminate Luo Xianming, the grandson of the Luo family, requiring strength above that of a grand martial artist. Assistance could be sought in the eastern part of Magic City by locating a beggar named Lei Xian, with a reward of 1,000 academic credits upon completion. The Luo family, that could prove troublesome. You had heard of the Luo family, one of the 7 prominent families of Magic City, ranked third in comprehensive strength, boasting over 20 grand martial artists, with a patriarch who was a martial king. This would not be an easy kill. Deciding it best to first meet this Lei Xian, he also intended to visit the treasure pavilion to sell the demon beast corpses, especially since his mask and spiritual tools had been damaged in the earlier encounter. With that, Suyu vanished into the depths of the magic Dragon Mountains. Meanwhile, within the molten lava, a blasting magma beast, comparable to a 5th-tier beast, completed its cultivation, manifesting its colossal form within the cave. A 5th-tier demon beast possessed an extraordinary level of human-like intelligence. Humans, when we meet again, I shall take your life, it declared before submerging itself back into the depths of the lava. Suyu remained oblivious to the events transpiring within the magma, having already departed the magic Dragon Mountains and made his way north towards Magic City. In the northern part of the city, Suyu halted before a luxurious establishment, its exterior resplendent with gold, the named treasure pavilion crafted from pure gold, succinctly encapsulating its esteemed status. Upon entering, he was greeted by an array of rare treasures lining the shelves. The first floor was dedicated to auctions, while the second floor housed items for sale. Thus, Suyu ascended directly to the second floor. "Boss, I wish to sell demon beast corpses and cores," he stated. At that moment, a captivating and graceful woman emerged from behind the counter, her demeanor polite. "May I inquire what tier of goods you wish to sell? Might these be to your liking?" As her words concluded, a multitude of demon cores and corpses materialized before her from Suyu's storage pouch. The woman gasped, her jaw dropping in astonishment. 3rd-tier golden devouring rhinoceros, fire scorpion, twin star flame beast, and a 4th-tier purple lightning crystal pig, along with a blasting magma beast. Chapter 23. Attending the auction, the mysterious technique. For a moment, the woman was left speechless. While she had encountered 3rd and 4th-tier cores and corpses before, seeing them in the hands of a mere youth was an unprecedented experience. A prodigy, a genius. This individual must be an extraordinary talent. Young master, please take a seat. Someone, bring tea. She gestured for Suyu to sit, summoning staff to serve tea. As soon as he settled in, a cup of clear soul tea was presented to him. Clear soul tea, valued at 10,000 gold per gram, was known for its ability to nurture one's spirit, enhance spiritual energy, forge meridians, and prolong life. Please indulge in our tea, young master. Our manager will arrive shortly. A single individual capable of effortlessly slaying fourth-tier beasts was not someone she could negotiate with alone. The manager would need to handle the discussion. Before long, a breathtakingly beautiful girl, exuding an otherworldly charm, emerged from behind the counter. The girl appeared to be around 22 or 23 years old, her demeanor ethereal. Upon first laying eyes on Suyu, she was momentarily captivated by his striking looks. This young master, I am Wan Qinghui, manager of the Treasure Pavilion. Suyu rose respectfully. Given her young age and the position she held, it was evident that her backing was formidable. He had no desire to offend the Treasure Pavilion. May I ask for your name, young master? Su, he replied. Young master Su, we have tallied your demon beasts, 100 third-tier beasts, 24th-tier beasts, and 120 demon cores, of which 3 are rare. The total comes to 6,957,000. As you are our esteemed guest, we shall round it off to 70 million flat, as a gesture of friendship. How does that sound? 70 million? Suyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a high value for his demon cores and corpses. This was a windfall. Let us proceed as Manager Wan suggested. With that, Wan Qinghui handed him a purple gold card along with a pure gold business card. 70 million has been deposited into this card. In the future, you may enjoy a 50% discount at the Treasure Pavilion with this purple gold card. Additionally, this card contains my personal number. Feel free to call for any matters, whether urgent or otherwise. As her words concluded, Wan Qinghui cast a flirtatious glance at Suyu. Her intentions were unmistakable, yet Suyu was immune to such advances. Women? Ha! He had long since built a resistance to such charms. Even if she stood before him in the nude, he would remain uninterested. Very well, he conceded, accepting the purple gold card and the business card. That moment, Wan Qinghui seemed to recall something and spoke up. Oh, young Master Su, in 3 minutes, we will be hosting an auction in our Treasure Pavilion. There may be items of interest to you. An auction? He had initially intended to decline, as he had matters to attend to. But her final remark instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Could it be that his task had been exposed? No, that was unlikely. This task was an internal secret of the Academy and could not have leaked. Suyu dismissed his suspicions, but to be cautious, he feigned agreement, seizing the opportunity to witness the auction and discern its significance. On the first floor, guided by the staff, Suyu entered the auction hall. Settling into the exclusive VIP box number 8, the auction hall was teeming with people, all seats filled to capacity. Hey, have you heard? A rare imperial artifact will be featured in today's auction. Murmurs of excitement rippled through the crowd. That's nothing. I heard there will even be a drop of dragon's blood. Not only that, insiders say a mysterious technique will be up for bid today. Don't get your hopes up. You won't have a chance. Haven't you seen that the 7 great families have already arrived? As the crowd turned to look, they noticed that the VIP boxes numbered 1 through 7 were occupied by the 7 great families. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped onto the stage. Welcome to our Treasure Pavilion auction, I assure you. The treasures we present today will not disappoint. Now, let us welcome Manager Wan, Manager Wan, Manager Wan, Manager Wan. The audience erupted in fervent cheers. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wan Qinghui ascended the stage. Meanwhile, in box number 7, a young man in his 20s gazed excitedly at Wan Qinghui's figure, exclaiming, "What a captivating figure! What an elegant presence! Such a gem of humanity! Uncle Fu, after this is over, send someone to capture that youth," he instructed, his heart racing with desire. At this point, Uncle Fu cautioned, "Young master, she is not someone to provoke. It would be wise to avoid her." The young man paid no heed to the warning, his eyes fixated on Wan Qinghui. In box number 6, another youth declared with determination, "The dragon's blood. Must belong to our Lin family." Rest assured, young master, all preparations are in place. The 7 great families each harbored their own schemes. On stage, Wan Qinghui unveiled the first auction item, a purplish-red spirit pearl. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our first auction item. The Yuanine Pearl. This item can enhance a martial artist qualifications and refine their mental strength. The starting bid is zero point 0.1 million gold coins, with each increase not less than 1 million. As soon as she concluded her introduction, bids began to spring forth from the crowd. 0.2 million, called one participant. 0.4 million, chimed another. 0.8 million, rang out from box number 1. Upon seeing that it was a member of the 7 great families, the others quickly lost their nerve. They were mere commoners, unable to contend with the 7 families, and thus retreated. 0.8 million, going once. 0.8 million, going twice. Just as Wan Qinghui was about to announce the conclusion, a powerful voice resonated from box No. 8.10 million. The moment those words were uttered, a stunned silence enveloped the room. It's him. Wan Qinghui thought, taken aback. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Goodness! Who was in box number 8 to dare challenge the 7 great families? Indeed, it's sheer recklessness. Could it be the Magic City Academy? The Magic City Academy stood above the 7 families, second only to the national military in power. In box number 1, a young man of remarkable demeanor smashed his teacup in frustration. Damn it! How dare they oppose us? On stage, Wan Qinghui continued, box number 8 has bid 10 million. The audience remained silent, none daring to respond. 0.10 million, going once. 0.10 million, going twice. The atmosphere remained thick with tension, as no one dared to utter a word. 10 million 3 times, sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest number 8. In the luxurious guest room, Suyu exclaimed with excitement, this is splendid, exactly what I need for my refinement. Following that, he successfully bid for the 7th grade martial technique, Dragon Roar Spear, the Silver Spear of Patterns, the 4th grade Hunyuan Pill, the treasure map of the Martial King's tomb, and Dragon Blood, which were acquired by guests number 1, 4, 7, and 6 respectively. As for the final item up for auction, the random transformation technique, it radiated an overwhelming brilliance, captivating the audience. At that moment, all attendees were left in utter astonishment. The random transformation technique, with an indeterminate grade, promised the ability to alter one's appearance at will upon reaching its highest realm. With no time restrictions, the starting bid was set at 100 million, with increments of 50 million. Chapter 24. Auction conclusion. Beggar Lei Xian. The random transformation technique was met with a loud crack as Suyu, overwhelmed with excitement, accidentally crushed a teacup worth several 100,000 in his hand, trembling with anticipation. What a remarkable technique! If I were to acquire it, who in this world could possibly stand against me? This was the first time Suyu had felt such exhilaration since his arrival in this realm. With this technique, there would be no need for stealth and wrongdoing. I could simply transform into anyone, including your father, and brazenly enter the treasury to steal, leaving others questioning their very existence. Wouldn't that be delightful? Suyu's thoughts resonated deeply with the crowd. This technique must be secured at all costs. Within the guest room, the 7 prominent families were fervently eager, wishing they could claim the technique as their own. Even if they could not obtain it, they would never allow it to fall into another's hands. Otherwise, one might find their wife in the embrace of another, oblivious to the perpetrator. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, with some hidden powerful figures stirring restlessly. Had it not been for the Martial King's presence behind the treasure house, blood might have already flowed freely. 100 million. The second guest room was the first to place a bid. 150 million. The third guest room firmly clung to its bid, refusing to relent. In this arena of hundreds of millions, only the 7 families could afford to contend, while the rest were mere spectators. Meanwhile, in the first guest room, a young man frantically commanded his subordinates. Increase the bid. Young master, we've exhausted our funds. What? You dare tell me 600 million isn't enough? Go eat dirt. His subordinate, feeling wronged, replied, Young master, we spent 150 million on the 7th grade Dragon Roar Spear. And with some high-grade pills, royal artifacts, and storage bags, we're left with less than 100 million. Similarly, the 4th, 7th, and 6th guest rooms had previously depleted their finances to acquire the treasure map and Dragon Blood, leaving them insufficient to contend for the random transformation technique. Their requests for support were evidently too late. They were like ants on a hot stove, anxious but powerless, merely watching. In contrast, the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th guest rooms had a chance to compete since they could not match the financial might of the first room. 400 million, 550 million, 600 million. In less than a minute, The price of the random transformation technique soared to an astronomical 15 billion. The bidder was not a member of the Seven Families, but rather an enigmatic elder clad in black, whose appearance was unremarkable. During this period, Suyu had raised the bid twice, but with just over 100 million in gold coins, plus some rare items. He could manage around 200 million after discounts with his purple gold card. However, in the end, he reluctantly conceded. After all, regardless of who possessed the random transformation technique, it would spell disaster for all. 15 billion, going once. As the auction neared its conclusion, an air of hostility enveloped the room, with countless eyes fixated on the mysterious black-clad elder. 15 billion, going twice. The atmosphere was charged with tension, where even the faintest sounds of breathing and heartbeats were palpable. 15 billion, going thrice, sold. Congratulations to this venerable gentleman. The auction concluded smoothly, and as the black-clad elder completed his transaction for the random transformation technique, a throng of individuals followed closely behind. That day, the City of Magic was destined for sleeplessness. After securing the 1 million for the Yuanine Pearl, Suyu discreetly purchased a mask for concealing his appearance and a royal weapon, the bloodthirsty sword, priced at 100 million, which came down to around 90 million after discounts. He then hurriedly departed the treasure house, heading eastward. Unbeknownst to Suyu, as he left, the treasure house manager had been secretly monitoring him. Beside her stood a mature man with stubble, exuding a mature charm. Suyu, intriguing. Uncle Jia, investigate his background. Understood. Mississippi. With that, the man transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. On the other side, in a corner of the eastern city, thief. Where do you think you're going? Leave the random transformation technique behind. The black-clad elder soared into the air, pursued relentlessly by masked assassins, each one possessing formidable strength. Ever since the elder had departed the treasure house, he had been hunted by various factions, enduring multiple assassination attempts and sustaining grave injuries. Though he was a martial king, those pursuing him were also martial kings. One could hardly withstand the onslaught of Ford. Ultimately, he was overwhelmed. After his defeat, the assassins scoured him thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned, yet found nothing. The assassins, filled with rage, returned empty-handed. Thus, the random transformation technique mysteriously vanished from existence. Meanwhile, Suyu arrived at the eastern street corner. What now? Where do I find the beggar named Lei Xian mentioned in the task? Damn, I'm utterly lost. As he wandered the streets, it dawned on him that he had no idea what Lei Xian looked like. His stature, complexion, or even whether he was handsome or ugly were all unknown to him. At that moment, Suyu felt utterly helpless. How could he find a beggar in a sea of people? There were beggars aplenty on the streets. Couldn't he possibly ask each one individually? It was quite the conundrum. He began to feel frantic, lost in the vast crowd. Fortune teller, no fee if it doesn't work. Suddenly, a fortune teller peddling his services caught Suyu's attention. The sound of his calls sparked an idea within him. Aha! Thus, a new plan was born. 15 minutes later, beside the fortune-telling booth, a new stall had appeared, offering to find people. Suyu donned a pair of dark sunglasses. Meticulously dressed, masquerading as a merchant in search of a missing person. Beggar. Looking for a beggar by the surname Lei. Those with information will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins. Searching for a beggar. The young man shouted, drawing the attention of the crowd. A surge of murderous intent emanated from a nearby alley. Strangely, the aura felt faint. At most a one-star martial apprentice, or perhaps even weaker. Thus, he activated his shadow cloud step to pursue and investigate. In a narrow, dim alley, a disheveled beggar lay sprawled on the ground, utterly silent, resembling a corpse. At first glance, he appeared no different from any other beggar. However, once one tapped into their spiritual energy, the truth was revealed. The man before him had a completely shattered dantian, robbed of any chance to become a martial artist, reduced to a mere shell. Yet, even a shell harbored immense murderous intent, hinting at the remarkable talent this individual once possessed. Are you Lei Xian? Suyu initiated the conversation. The beggar was startled awake, his eyes glimmering with life as he coldly regarded Suyu. Who are you, that you would know of me? After so many years, he had nearly forgotten his own name, but hearing it today stirred memories of the past to Suyu. A student of the Magic City Academy, tasked with eliminating Luo family scion Luo Xinming. The message indicated you possess a method. Chapter 25. The Luo family's malice. Random transformation technique Luo. Family. The beggar murmured, a flicker of intense killing intent flashing in his eyes. Though brief, it did not escape Su Yu's keen perception. Could his fall from grace be connected to the infamous Luo family? The Magic City Academy. Truly a place of nostalgia. From Lei Xian's words, the youth sensed an inexplicable sorrow and melancholy, clearly a man with a tragic tale. Senior, could it be that you were once a member of the Magic City Academy? Once, that was a long time ago. Upon hearing this, Su Yu found it difficult to fathom how a former student of the prestigious Magic City Academy could end up in such a pitiful state. It was well known that those who entered the academy were exceptional talents hailing from across the nation, and upon graduation, they would become coveted by various factions. It was hard for the youth to imagine what calamity had befallen him. Upon learning that Su Yu hailed from the Magic City Academy, Lei Xian's eyes brimmed with tears, as he unveiled the secrets he had long concealed within his heart. As it turned out, the truth was as follows. What a heinous family the Luo clan was. After hearing Lei Xian's harrowing tale, Su Yu gritted his teeth in anger. 20 years prior, Lei Xian had been a student in the martial god class of the Magic City Academy, achieving the rank of 9-star Grand Martial Artist by the age of 22, and was among the top 5 prodigies of the Magic City. After graduation, he rejected offers from various factions and chose the path of a rogue cultivator. By chance, he discovered that the Luo family's patriarch's son, Luo Wanshan, father of Luo Xinming, was practicing a depraved 8th-grade martial technique that required the blood of hundreds of virgin maidens for its cultivation. To save those innocent girls, Lei Xian infiltrated the Luo family but was discovered by the patriarch, Luo Yan. In the ensuing battle, he was defeated and forced to sever his own meridians in order to escape, ultimately finding himself in this wretched state. Rest assured, Senior, I shall ensure that the Luo family pays for their blood debts. In an instant, Su Yu's murderous intent erupted completely. Before arriving here, he had contemplated abandoning the mission. After all, he could not engage in senseless slaughter. However, after hearing about the heinous deeds of the Luo family, he had a change of heart. Luo Xinming must die. Nonetheless, Lei Xian could not bear to see the other party die in vain. The Luo family possessed profound resources, with no fewer than 10 martial saints, hundreds of grand martial masters, and over 1,000 martial masters, not to mention a martial sovereign who surpassed the martial saint realm. You cannot get close to Luo Xinming. What Lei Xian said was indeed true. The Luo family had thrived for over 5 centuries, naturally possessing extraordinary means. Alas, Su Yu sighed helplessly. His current cultivation was merely a 6-star martial master, with combat power barely comparable to that of a 4-star grand martial master, rendering him pitifully weak in comparison to the Luo family. If only there were a way to change things randomly, matters would be much simpler. Unfortunately, I have a way. Just as Su Yu found himself in despair, Lei Xian suddenly spoke up. He reached into his trousers and pulled out a blue manual, handing it over to Su Yu. It is of no use to me, a useless person. Take it. Random transformation? The youth almost shouted, recognizing that this manual had fallen into the hands of the old man in the black robe. How could it possibly end up with Lei Xian? Although Su Yu was filled with doubts, he accepted the manual nonetheless. This manual is genuine. The golden aura emanating from it was all too familiar to him. Thank you, Senior. He asked no further questions, sitting down nearby to begin his cultivation, entirely forgetting where this manual had come from. In truth, just moments before, the old man in the black robe had intentionally dropped the manual while passing over the alley, planning to retrieve it later, only to have it unexpectedly picked up by Lei Xian, ultimately benefiting Su Yu. The youth perused the manual. Random transformation. Created by an ancient master of disguise, consisting of 3 transformations, requiring extraordinary comprehension for cultivation. This was something Su Yu lacked not. He was inherently gifted, further enhanced by the consumption of a miraculous herb that increased comprehension, making his understanding quite remarkable. This manual was practically tailored for him. The first transformation. Change of appearance. The second transformation. Complete bodily transformation. The third transformation. Alteration of cultivation. The change of appearance only modifies one's looks, altering the skull structure while leaving the physique unchanged. The complete bodily transformation allows one to become an entirely different person, unrecognizable even to martial kings and martial sovereigns. The alteration of cultivation permits one to change their cultivation and aura at will, not exceeding their actual cultivation. Each transformation lasts a day in its lesser form and is permanent at its peak. 1 hour later, Suyu had thoroughly assimilated the 9,000 words of the first transformation, committing them to memory, and boldly attempted to transform. Change. For the first time, Suyu transformed into the likeness of Feng Wuyo. In comparison, Suyu's version of Feng Wuyo lacked some of the latter's charm. Without careful observation, it would be difficult to discern the difference. Change. In an instant, Suyu deliberately stepped back, a move that left Wan Qinghui feeling somewhat awkward, though she quickly regained her composure. Please speak. I have heard that the Treasure Pavilion has a specialized beast arena, where powerful beasts are raised to hone one's will and strength, including those of the 5th tier. Is there any truth to this? With only a 30% chance of victory in tomorrow's competition, Suyu realized he lacked the strength to defeat a 6-star Grand Martial Master. Thus, he was in urgent need of hunting beasts to enhance his power. Otherwise, if he missed this opportunity, it would become increasingly difficult to eliminate his opponent. You are correct. This is indeed common knowledge in the Magic City, and I have not concealed it. Wan Qinghui continued, I wish to test my own strength, if that is permissible. After pondering for a moment, she beckoned, Suyu, follow your sister. As she spoke, she grasped Suyu's hand and soared into the air, transforming into a streak of starlight as they headed toward a large factory on the outskirts. We have arrived. A brief time later, they reached the beast arena. What troubles you? Wan Qinghui noticed something was amiss with him. Nothing. Suyu feigned calmness, though his heart raced. This girl was actually a martial king at such a young age. As he pondered this, his curiosity about her identity deepened. He found it hard to believe that a martial king would willingly remain hidden within a treasure pavilion. There was undoubtedly something amiss. As they entered the factory, a burly man approached. Mississippi Harley, arrange for this young man, Suyu, to battle the beasts. Wan Qinghui instructed, At your command. Harley responded amiably, clearly appreciating Suyu. Which tier of beasts does young master wish to challenge? Within the 4th tier, level 3, Suyu replied. Harley, what are the rules for the beast battles? He was not there to merely battle beasts, but to slaughter them. Thus, Suyu played a trick, leaving his intentions somewhat ambiguous. The arena offered both sparring and life-and-death battles. Sparring was simply a means to hone one's will, while life-and-death battles were, as the name suggested, either you die or you kill the beast. Upon hearing this, Suyu smiled faintly. The life-and-death battle was precisely what he desired. Without hesitation, he chose it. Within the arena, some spectators whispered, Have you heard? The young lady brought along a pretty boy. Indeed, it is said that he lacks awareness of his own limitations. Choosing a life-and-death battle at the 4th tier. What a pity. The slaughter commenced. Chapter 27. The frenzied ascension in the imperial capital, the Wan family. The arena was a vast expanse, and as Suyu stood within, he caught sight of Wan Qinghui in the audience. Open the iron gate, Harley commanded. With a rumble, a steel gate slowly lifted. Roar, roar, roar. Amidst the cacophony of roars, 7 or 8 first-level 4th-tier beasts emerged, their massive forms and thick hides surrounding Suyu in an instant. Die! A savage bull charged forward, while a great sacred wave swept through. The beasts, speaking in human tongues, unleashed their innate bloodline powers, launching themselves at Suyu in an attempt to annihilate him. Unfortunately for them, their moves were easily discerned by Suyu. With the Devil's Cloud Step, the youth moved with the speed of lightning, evading their frontal assault. Sword draw technique. At that moment, Suyu appeared behind them, wielding the bloodthirsty sword, his crimson blade illuminating the arena as he executed his technique without a blind spot. 8 first-level 4th-tier beasts fell, dead. Congratulations on slaying the 3-in poison shadow wolf, gaining 8,645 experience. Congratulations on slaying the shape-shifting iron conch rhino, gaining 8,463 experience. Congratulations on slaying the demon-repelling golden-winged bear, gaining 8846 experience. The 8 beasts provided a total of 79,800 experience points. At this juncture, Suyu needed only a little over 10,000 more to reach the rank of 7-star martial master. Continue, the youth stated coldly. At his words, the audience fell into a stunned silence. A martial master had annihilated a first-level grand martial master. In the stands, Wan Qinghui smiled. Suyu, What secrets do you hold? At that moment, her curiosity about him intensified, as if she wished to pry open his skull to see what lay within. Next, dozens of second-level fourth-tier beasts charged forth. Unfortunately for them, they could not even graze the sleeve of Su Yu's garments before being dispatched in an instant. The boy's speed was simply too great. Congratulations on slaying the rainbow mist purple-striped bird, gaining 8,946 experience. Congratulations on slaying the demon spirit flame scorpion, gaining 8799 experience. He automatically leveled up, current rank, 7-star martial master. Ha! Su Yu exclaimed, a surge of 7-star martial master power emanating from him, enveloping the entire arena. That overwhelming aura was comparable to a 5-star grand martial master. The audience erupted into commotion. Even Wan Qinghui stood in shock, clearly astonished by Su Yu's extraordinary talent, a prodigy. Congratulations on slaying the distance to the next level, 30,000. In an instant, Su Yu rose and addressed Harley, continued. A 7-star martial master was still insufficient to confront a 6-star grand martial master. Only by breaking through to 8 stars would he possess the strength to fight. This was the first time Harley had witnessed such a scene, leaving him at a loss. Wan Qinghui conveyed a message to Harley, instructing him to allow Su Yu to challenge his limits directly, and Harley nodded in understanding. Moments later, 6 5th-level beasts and 1 6th-level tiger beast took the stage. Each beast emanated an aura that rivaled the unleashed Su Yu. Have they seen through me? Su Yu's expression darkened. He initially intended to grind for experience to reach 8-star martial master before departing. However, since events had unfolded this way, it was the perfect opportunity to test the gap between himself and a 6-star grand martial master. Devil's Cloud Step, Divine Sword Technique, Sword Draw Technique. The youth's eyes sparkled as he leaped into action, seizing the initiative in a situation where he was outnumbered but of equal rank. He understood that he had to strike first to maintain control and avoid being put on the defensive. With the bloodthirsty sword in hand, Su Yu's power subtly surpassed that of a 5-star, closing in on that of a 7-star grand martial master. Impressive. At that moment, he fully grasped the power of the royal weapon. Ha! The 7-star grand martial master erupted forth. The 5th-level beasts, sensing their impending doom, fled in terror from the weapon-wielding Su Yu. This played right into his hands. Die. The youth executed his perfected agility, weaving effortlessly among the beasts, systematically dispatching them. Congratulations on slaying the Azure Thunder Silver Tiger, gaining experience. Congratulations on slaying the 1000-insect demon cicada, gaining experience. Moments later, aside from the 6th-level flame tiger, all 6 5th-level beasts were cleaved in two. Their blood staining Su Yu from head to toe. In that moment, he resembled a deity of slaughter, exuding an air of menace that sent shivers through the audience. How evade suspicion of another breakthrough? Su Yu continuously compressed his internal energy, planning to break through only once he had left. A single breakthrough would leave others attributing it to his exceptional talent. However, a second breakthrough would undoubtedly raise Wan Qinghui's suspicions. Human, I shall end your life. The 6th-level flame tiger was as hard as iron, its movements swift as the wind, and upon unleashing its strength, it was comparable to an 8-star grand martial master, truly formidable. Divine Sword Technique, Devil's Cloud Step, Thunderous Step, Azura Fist. 4 martial techniques were unleashed simultaneously. The youth's speed and attacks reached an unprecedented level. At this moment, Wan Qinghui was once again astonished. A martial artist could simultaneously unleash 4 techniques, consuming at least 3 times the amount of spiritual energy. Let alone a grand martial master, even a martial king like her could not achieve such a feat yet. He had done so. Su Yu. Are you truly human? I am not worthy to compare. After nearly 10 minutes of fierce combat, the flame tiger succumbed to exhaustion, its head severed by the youth's blade. Few. Thankfully, I am at full 12 stars, and my energy recovery is astonishing. Otherwise, this battle would have been my downfall. He had never anticipated that this 6th-level flame tiger would prove so tenacious. It was likely already on the brink of 7th level. After the battle concluded, Su Yu cleaned himself up and followed Wan Qinghui back to the Magic City. It was now deep into the night in a certain park. Wan Qinghui introduced, Su Yu, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Wan Qinghui, the manager of the Magic City branch of the Treasure Pavilion and a descendant of the illustrious Wan family of the Imperial Capital. The Imperial Capital, the Wan family. Su Yu was taken aback. The 4 words epitomized everything. The Wan family, the foremost of the oldest thousand-year-old clans in the imperial capital, was undoubtedly the most formidable presence outside of the Martial Artists Association and the military. In their eyes, the Luo family was merely a younger brother. Although he had sensed her extraordinary background, he had not expected her to be a member of the Wan family, and likely one of considerable standing. Miss Wan, it is a pleasure to meet you. Suyu, your talent is exceptionally rare. There is likely no one in the world who can compare. It would be a great pity for you to remain hidden within the Magic City Academy. If you are willing, the Wan family can secure you an opportunity to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. Upon hearing this, Suyu shook his head in refusal. To him, the rankings of the first and second academies were inconsequential. Having politely declined, Suyu took flight and departed. Miss, this man is quite ungrateful. Should we eliminate him to prevent future troubles? A figure appeared silently, akin to a specter in the night, against the backdrop of darkness. He appeared particularly fearsome. No, let us go. The two then vanished into the night like a whispering breeze. Finally returning, Suyu sat cross-legged and began his breakthrough. 8-star Martial Master. Initial stage, mid-stage to peak. The youth continuously compressed the spiritual energy within his body, preventing the immense fluctuations from being detected. Chapter 28. First, the slaying of Luo Xinming. The next day, at dawn, Suyu opened his eyes, and a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted, stirring the lake into tumultuous waves. He had ascended to the rank of a 9-star Martial Master, and the young man couldn't contain his joy. After the frenzied hunting of the previous day, he had fully comprehended the ultimate essence of the Azura Fist, achieving a level of mastery that transcended the ordinary by the early morning hours. His current strength was comparable to that of an 8-star Grand Martial Master, coupled with his extraordinary martial skills and the formidable bloodthirsty sword. He feared that he could contend with a peak 9-star Grand Martial Master. It was time to confront the Luo family. Suyu could not forget his ultimate mission, to eliminate the disgraceful Luo Xinming. At the judges' table of the Luo family sat Luo Wanshan and several elders, and among them, a young man caught Suyu's attention. Luo Xinming. He merely cast a fleeting glance before shifting his focus elsewhere. With so many prominent figures present, he could not afford to be discovered. Suddenly, Luo Wanshan stood up and declared, "This tournament will be a multi-participant contest. The one who can endure until the end shall become the bodyguard of the young master. Life and death, each shall follow their destiny. Now, let the contest begin." With that, 700 martial artists surged onto the stage, and a terrifying slaught. The speed at which the other party returned was astonishingly swift. Calm down. I must remain composed. I cannot afford to reveal any weaknesses. The young man feigned tranquility on the surface, but inwardly he was plagued by uncertainty. I was searching for something. By the way, how did you come back? Old Bing did not suspect anything and replied, I forgot to bring something, so I returned to fetch it. By the way, where is Jia Ming? At that moment, it seemed Old Bing sensed something amiss. Suyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He is helping this young master find a girl in the market. Old Bing did not dwell on it. After all, Luo Xinming was known for his lecherous nature. So he dismissed any other thoughts. He's gone. With that, the figure vanished like a fleeting shadow. Suyu let out a breath he had been holding, relieved to have narrowly escaped detection, and immediately leaped onto the rooftops to depart. His words were riddled with inconsistencies, and if the other party were to catch on, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, Old Bing was soaring through the AI. It struck him as strange why he felt a sudden surge of anxiety. What could be amiss? The more he pondered, the more he felt that something was not right. Suddenly, his expression changed. This is bad. I've been deceived. He recalled that Luo Xinming typically rose at 11 o'clock without fail. It was impossible for him to be up at 5 in the morning, and where would he find a girl so early in the day? Sensing that something was off, he promptly returned. Upon reaching the Luo residence, he discovered that Jia Ming was missing, and so was Luo Xinming. The only thing he found was the lifeless body of an old woman in the grass. Although he could not be certain, the presence of a 5-star martial master within her body spoke volumes. It was indeed Luo Xinming himself. Old Bing looked to the heavens in fury and cried, Jia Ming! At this moment, news of Luo Xinming's death spread like wildfire throughout the Luo family. This is not good. The treasury has been robbed. Another grave announcement plunged the atmosphere of the Luo family into darkness once again. In an instant, the magical city of the morning was engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. Notify all members of the Luo family. We must find Jia Ming at any cost, dead or alive. Kill them all. All the elders within the residence were driven into a frenzy, mobilizing in search of Jia Ming. Unbeknownst to them, Su Yu had already made his way to the military base, preparing to present the evidence to Brother Lin. From the moment the treasury was robbed and Luo Xinming was killed, he had effectively shattered the heavens. Yet, he remained unfazed. He had infiltrated under an alias, and any attempts to trace him back would be futile, perhaps in his next life. At 8:10, the young man arrived at the entrance of the military base. The sentry, having seen Su Yu before, granted him immediate access. Upon seeing a familiar face, Lin Panghua exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Su, what a pleasant surprise to see you here." He was taken aback by Su Yu's unexpected visit. "Brother Lin, the situation is dire," Su Yu said, skipping pleasantries as he swiftly retrieved the evidence from his storage pouch and handed it over. Moments later, Lin Panghua slammed his hand on the table and raged, "Damn it! I knew it. Why was that train incident known to the Fallen beforehand? It turns out the Luo family was scheming behind the scenes. That scoundrel, rest assured, brother. I will present this information to the strongest warriors in Huagua, the martial god Xian and Long at that time. The Luo family will surely meet its end. I leave everything to you, Brother Lin." With the demise of the Luo family, the risks of being discovered in the future would also dissipate. It seemed that it was time to undertake the third mission. After reminiscing for over an hour and having breakfast, Su Yu boarded the train to Jiangnan City. His next task was to rescue a young master named Ma Zijin, who was deemed a failure, and safely escort him back to the Huangpu family, earning 500 academic credits in return. Jiangnan City, he remembered the first time he took Xiaoyu out of the mountain village, with Jiangnan City as their first stop. Little did he expect to return here once more. It was high time to settle old scores. Upon disembarking, Su Yu inquired about Ma Zijin. To his shock, the information he received was startling. Ma Zijin, a direct descendant of the Ma family, one of the 8 great families in Jiangnan, had been unable to cultivate since childhood due to blocked meridians. His parents had ventured out seeking a miraculous herb for their son, but perished in the Blood Moon Mountain range. Consequently, Ma Zijin was relegated to being a waste, subject to humiliation within the Ma family, while the Huangpu family, his maternal kin, turned a blind eye and left him to fend for himself. Good grief. Is this not the quintessential protagonist's fate? Su Yu mused, having read numerous novels in his previous life. Typically, the protagonist begins as a waste but encounters fortuitous events that allow them to change their destiny and ultimately stand above the rest. Was he not a similar case? However, this task felt daunting. A young man who was neither cherished by the Ma family nor acknowledged by his maternal family would likely struggle to even cross the threshold of the Huangpu family. A challenging task indeed. Standing on the bustling street, Su Yu found himself at a loss, uncertain of his next course of action. Blocked meridians. It appeared he would need to visit the treasure pavilion. To address the root of the problem, he needed to resolve Ma Zijin's blocked meridians. Only then could the Huangpu family possibly accept him. After inquiring for directions, Su Yu made his way to the treasure pavilion in the northern part of the city. Upon entering the pavilion, a tall young lady approached with a smile, her tone gentle and soothing. "Welcome, young sir. What may I assist you with today?" "Call your manager out," Su Yu said, casually producing a purple gold card. "I have urgent matters to discuss with him." The sight of the golden card left the young lady momentarily speechless, her body trembling. This is a purple gold card. She had once been fortunate enough to see one, and it was rumored that no more than 15 individuals in the entire Huagua possessed such a card, each a formidable figure of great renown. The purple gold card was a symbol of esteemed status. She could hardly fathom that the seemingly 20-year-old young man before her possessed this legendary card, one that even martial sovereigns were unqualified to hold. Who on earth was he? "Esteemed sir, please have some tea. The manager will be here shortly," she said before dashing away. Su Yu was left bewildered. Was it merely a purple gold card? Was such a reaction truly warranted? To him, he only knew that it offered a 50% discount on purchases and little else. Half a minute later, a middle-aged man with glasses and a long beard, accompanied by the young lady, hurriedly approached. "I am Shi Fengshan, the manager of Jiangnan Treasure Pavilion. It is an honor to meet you." "Young Master Su." The man bowed deeply. Initially shocked by this revelation, He had confirmed the authenticity of the purple gold card before consulting his headquarters about its holder. Manager, sure, there is no need for formalities. I have urgent matters that require your esteemed establishment's assistance. Please, young Master Su, speak freely. I shall personally serve you tea. Could you inform me if the Treasure Pavilion has any medicinal pills capable of allowing a martial artist with congenital meridian blockages to undergo a complete transformation and attain cultivation? If so, I am willing to pay a substantial price for it. Upon hearing this, Manager Sure fell into deep contemplation, and the atmosphere turned silent. Is there an issue? Suyu inquired, noticing Manager Sure's somber expression, which hinted at an unspoken dilemma. My sincerest apologies, young Master Su. The last remaining essence cleansing pill was just purchased by the head of the Fong family for 1 billion. If you require it, I fear it may take half a month. Manager Sure expressed his regret. Had he known that young Master Su needed it, he would never have sold it, even at the cost of his life. But now, the transaction was settled, and there was no turning back. He could not damage his establishment's reputation. Half a month? By then, it would be too late. In the eastern part of the city, after this, Suyu requested a photo and information about the head of the Fong family, and then employed the shadow movement technique to swiftly pursue him. In the eastern district, a man in his 70s was making his way to the Fong family estate when a figure resembling a Taoist priest blocked his path. Infinite heaven's blessings, the Taoist was none other than Suyu in disguise. Head of the Fong family, the essence cleansing pill you just purchased will not only fail to save your grandson's life, but may well bring about his demise. Preposterous! Who are you? Fong Chengze exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Taoist, as he seldom associated with such figures. I am the Divine Machine Taoist, here to warn you, Master Fong, that your grandson is unworthy of this pill. Su Yu's words and demeanor were so convincing that even he nearly believed himself. As for how he knew about the Fong family's grandson, it was a simple matter of inquiry. However, he felt it was well deserved. After all, the young man was a notorious playboy who dared to flirt with the second miss of the Hu family brazenly, even in broad daylight. He had the audacity to provoke the head of the 8 great families. Such arrogance deserved to be punished. What essence cleansing pill, you foul Taoist? I do not understand your words. Leave immediately, or I shall show no mercy. Fong Chengze dismissed Suyu, perceiving him as nothing more than an ant. Very well, if that is how you wish it, Suyu declared, I shall resort to force, a family barely clinging to the ranks of the 8 great families, and a 7-star martial master on the brink of death. Suyu had no interest in engaging in combat. In the blink of an eye, he executed the shadow movement technique, reappearing with his bloodthirsty sword poised at Fong Chengze's throat, mere centimeters from his jugular. What? Suddenly, Fong Chengze felt a chilling presence behind him as a shadow flickered past. The overwhelming aura of death sending him into a state of panic, his back drenched in sweat. Hand over the essence cleansing pill, or you shall die, the young man stated coldly, given that the other party sought his life. There was no need for him to hold back. Good sir, please, I will comply. The old man, inherently timid, was nearly frightened to death by Su Yu's sudden intimidation. He obediently retrieved the essence cleansing pill from his storage pouch. The Taoist priest retracted the cleansing elixir and departed, casting a scornful glance at Dao before leaving. How ungrateful! He had intended to purchase it himself and offer some compensation, acknowledging that he had no rightful claim. Little did he expect Fong Chengze to be so unappreciative. What a wretched soul! In the blink of an eye, Suyu arrived at the entrance of the Ma family estate. Halt! Who goes there? 2 household servants obstructed his path. I am the Divine Mechanism, a senior elder of the Treasure Pavilion, here specifically to meet your master today. Suyu boldly invoked the esteemed name of the Treasure Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the servant's demeanor softened considerably. After all, the renown of the Treasure Pavilion was unparalleled throughout the entire Huagua, and to be the chief elder was no small feat. Allow us to inform him, one of them said as he entered to deliver the message. Shortly after, a servant respectfully invited Suyu inside. Within the grand hall of the Ma family, a man in his 40s, adorned in opulent attire and flanked by older men who could easily be his fathers, approached with utmost courtesy. He was Ma Jinghua, the head of the Ma family and uncle to Ma Zijin. Welcome. It is an honor to receive the Divine Mechanism. The ancestral graves of the Ma family must be producing smoke today. As we feel greatly honored. No need for such formalities. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? As I passed by the Ma residence, I noticed a disturbing aura emanating from within, suggesting that calamity may soon befall the Ma family. Impossible! The room fell silent, faces filled with shock. Observing their alarmed expressions, Suyu marveled at his acting prowess, lamenting that forsaking his role as a fortune-telling Taoist was a missed opportunity. Ah, such a waste of my martial potential, divine mechanism. You are most merciful. We beseech you to spare our Ma family. The gathered crowd quickly bowed, for the Ma family represented their foundation and their very lives. They could not bear to witness their kin facing dire misfortune. Furthermore, the mere fact that the divine mechanism had come to issue a warning indicated a glimmer of hope. Seeing their desperation, Suyu maintained his composed facade and solemnly declared, "The Ma family's fate is at its end. It is a perilous situation indeed." Imogen Gua, feeling increasingly anxious, implored, "Divine mechanism, if you can save our family, we shall spare no expense in gratitude." As soon as the words left his lips, Ma Zhengguo regretted them, for should the divine mechanism truly demand the Ma family's entire wealth, they would inevitably fall from their status among the 8 great families, perhaps even becoming lesser than ordinary clans. Yet, as the head of the family, he had no alternative but to consider the future of his lineage. "Fear not. I admire your courage. Since fate has intertwined our paths, rest assured, I shall lend my utmost assistance." "Thank you, divine mechanism." The crowd erupted in joy. Recognizing the opportune moment, Suyu prepared to delve into the matter at hand. "Ma family head, as the harbinger of misfortune approaches, I must ask, is there anything unusual occurring within your estate, or is there an extraordinary individual among you?" As Suyu finished speaking, the crowd began to murmur. "Unusual happenings or individuals? None that I know of," an elderly man replied. "Indeed, the estate has been unusually tranquil of late. No strange occurrences have been reported," another added. "Individuals? Wait." An elder suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "It must be Ma Zijin." At this revelation, the hall fell silent. Ma Zijin, the son of the former family head, was cursed with blocked meridians and unable to cultivate. Regarded as the family's disgrace, he was also a jinx. 3 years prior, he had inadvertently caused the deaths of his own parents. Had it not been for the family's lingering affection for him, he would have perished long ago. Zhengguo muttered to himself. Had the others not reminded him, he might have forgotten his own nephew. It must be him. Certainly, he is the jinx. One person spoke up, and the others quickly agreed. At this moment, Suyu stood up, exuding an air of authority. "Lead me to him." Thus, Ma Zhengguo and the others escorted Suyu to the rear mountain, where a dilapidated hut stood. Outside, a young man of around 20 was mercilessly beating a 17 or 18-year-old boy with a gang of followers. "You dare to retort? Beat him." The assailed youth, unable to defend himself, could only shield his head as the blows rained down upon him. "Stop it!" Ma Zhengguo cried out urgently, rushing to intervene. "Father, what brings you here?" Ma Zihao, the assailant, halted his attack, confusion etched across his face. "Did you come to ensure that I dealt with Ma Zijin? Have I not been harsh enough?" Ma Zhengguo, as the family patriarch, could not disclose the truth, so he resorted to signaling his son with his eyes. However, he overestimated his son's understanding. "Father, why do your eyes keep twitching? Are you unwell?" The question nearly drove Ma Zhengguo to fury. "You ungrateful wretch, step aside." He slapped his son, who looked bewildered before reluctantly retreating. Imogen Gua then approached Ma Zijin. "Divine mechanism, this is Ma Zijin. Please use your discerning eye to see if he is indeed the source of our troubles." His immediate concern was not for his nephew's life, but whether he was the cause of calamity, which illustrated how little regard Ma Zijin commanded among the family. The Ma family. He was inconsequential, a mere afterthought. Suyu observed this keenly, a family head. "He is indeed the root of your troubles. Go eradicate this calamity. I must take him with me, as you see fit." The crowd shouted in unison. Ma Zijin, lying on the ground, still clung to a semblance of consciousness. After hearing their words, despair washed over him completely. Without further ado, Suyu lifted Ma Zijin and carried him away. That evening, the Ma family held a banquet in celebration. Meanwhile, Suyu opened an inn and immersed Ma Zijin in a bathtub filled with over 30 rare herbs. Fortunately, the Luo family had provided ample medicinal herbs. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. Having been beaten for years, Ma Zijin's internal foundation was severely damaged, with his organs suffering varying degrees of injury. Only precious medicinal materials could heal his long-standing wounds. Now, it was a matter of his own fortune. He had done all he could. Whether he survived depended on his own destiny. Suddenly, the medicinal properties within the bathtub were fully activated, releasing a fragrant aroma that permeated the room. Ma Zijin's injuries began to visibly mend at an astonishing pace. What a remarkable boy! Suyu felt a wave of relief wash over him, gratified that his efforts to save him were not in vain. Now, he merely awaited Ma Zijin's awakening. As time passed, Suyu placed a cleansing elixir into Ma Zijin's mouth. The next morning, drink. Suddenly, Ma Zijin's eyes flew open, a familiar and profound energy emanating from him. Filling the space around him, I have broken through. Though a martial apprentice. Tears of joy welled up in Ma Zijin's eyes. Having been unable to cultivate, he had endured countless scorn and humiliation within the Ma family. While his mother from the Huangpu family had turned a blind eye to his plight. Now, he finally had a chance to turn his life around, and how could he not be ecstatic? Just as Ma Zijin pondered the miraculous events, a figure had been waiting at the door for quite some time. Since you are awake, come out. Suyu, maintaining his guise, appeared as the divine mechanism. As they exchanged glances, Ma Zijin spoke first. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your life-saving grace. I have a question. My meridians were blocked, rendering me unable to cultivate. How is it possible that I have suddenly? It's quite simple. I administered a cleansing elixir worth over 100 million. A mere blockage of meridians is hardly worth mentioning. Thank you, esteemed elder. Ma Zijin knelt, overwhelmed by gratitude. The debt of gratitude he owed was monumental, deserving of such a gesture. After discussing matters, Ma Zijin pledged himself as Suyu's disciple. Suyu generously bestowed upon him various martial techniques, storage bags, and cultivation resources from his own recollections. He instructed Ma Zijin to return to the Huangpu family, bide his time, and diligently cultivate. With the aid of the cleansing elixir, his cultivation speed would accelerate, and coupled with years of accumulation, his progress would be remarkable in a short span. At the entrance of the Huangpu family, Ma Zijin implored, Teacher, may I not accompany you? He dreaded returning to that cold and unfeeling place. Be obedient. I have matters to attend to. Once you break through to a great martial master, seek me at the Magic City Academy. Suyu commanded, his gaze fierce, unleashing an aura comparable to that of a 9-star great martial master. Esteemed elder, the members of the Huangpu family promptly appeared and greeted him. The one who emerged was Huangpu Qingtian, the head of the Huangpu family and a 9-star great martial master. Followed closely by several elders, I have taken Ma Zijin as my disciple and will temporarily reside within your Huangpu family. As a token of appreciation, here are 3 volumes of 6-star martial techniques. 6-star martial techniques? By heavens, this is a windfall. The elders were envious and resentful, realizing that Ma Zijin had struck gold by acquiring such an extraordinary master. Huangpu Qingtian, too, was taken aback. 6-star martial techniques were worth millions and were seldom available for sale. The deal was incredibly lucrative. Internally elated, Huangpu Qingtian turned to Ma Zijin with a smile. Nephew, make yourself at home. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek your uncle. After a superficial exchange, Ma Zijin remained with the Huangpu family. Subsequently, Suyu departed and made his way to the Magic Star Martial Arts Academy. Standing before the entrance of the martial arts hall, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Some debts must now be settled. He recalled his arrival in Jiangnan City, the moment he had slain Zhang Yang, the young master of the Demon Star Martial Arts Hall, incurring the wrath of his father. Zhang Longbia. At that time, he had been merely a 1-star martial artist. Even at full strength, he stood no chance against the 3-star Grandmaster, and thus he had fled Jiangnan City in disgrace. Over a month had passed, and he had anticipated that the Demon Star Martial Arts Hall would relent. However, to his astonishment, they had escalated their efforts, plastering the streets and alleys of Jiangnan City with a blurry portrait of himself alongside a clear image of Xiaoyu. For the sake of Xiaoyu, Zhang Longba had decreed that he must die. Whoosh, as he spoke, Suyu executed the perfect level demon cloud step, moving with the swiftness of the wind, utterly silent in Zhang Longba's bedroom. A man and a woman lay entwined in bed. The woman, youthful and beautiful, appeared to be around 20, while the man, the hall master Zhang Longba, was of an age that could barely be described as paternal. Verging on grandfatherly, darling, let us seize the moment. Let us have another little Yang. With their eldest son rendered incapacitated, they had to start anew. Upon hearing this, the woman twisted her body, rising to straddle him. Playfully covering his lips with her slender hand, teasing, "You're so naughty," the two began to immerse themselves in deeper intimacy. Hidden in the shadows, Suyu felt his eyes burn with the sight. Time was of the essence. Suddenly, a fierce aura enveloped the entire room. "Who is there?" Zhang Longba, caught up in the moment, found himself paralyzed by an overwhelming pressure, his hair standing on end, his face paling, and terror gripping his heart. Zhang Hall Master is truly vigorous. Suyu's figure materialized at the foot of the bed, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Who are you?" The oppressive aura rendered Zhang Longba breathless. "What's the matter?" Suyu asked calmly. "You've been pasting my portrait all over the streets, yet you don't even know who I am." "Impossible," Zhang Longba exclaimed in disbelief. Though he had never laid eyes upon the enemy who had slain his son, he assumed they were merely martial artist-level insects, easily crushed without a second thought. Yet the figure before him loomed like an insurmountable mountain, crushing him mentally and physically, leaving him severely wounded. "Nothing is impossible," Suyu declared fiercely, his eyes ablaze, his tone cold. "From the day you issued that bounty, must die." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a swift stroke, a blood-red sword aura swept through the air, and in an instant, Zhang Longba was struck down. His throat severed, his demise gruesome. He died with his eyes wide open. Ah! The woman, having never witnessed such a bloody scene, was paralyzed with fear, losing control of herself, curling into a corner of the bed. Suyu cast a fleeting glance at her, noting the absence of any signs of pregnancy. He chose not to complicate matters, erasing her memories before departing. With matters in Jiangnan City resolved, he shed his disguise and returned to Modu. Upon arriving in Modu, he learned of the annihilation of the Luo family by the Martial Artist Association, as well as the exposure of their betrayal of human secrets. The populace declared their demise well-deserved. With the fall of the Luo family, the weight that had pressed upon Suyu's heart lifted significantly. Subsequently, he visited Xiaoyu at the 4th High School, where they chatted for half an hour before she reluctantly let go. In the task pavilion of the Modu Academy, as Suyu entered, the surrounding students recoiled as though encountering a demon. "Old man, I'm here to submit my tasks." Now a peak 9-star martial artist, he returned primarily to exchange for the legendary Grandmaster Pill, which cost 3,000 points, translating to at least 3 billion in gold coins. "What a heartache," the elder, upon seeing Suyu, grumbled, "You little rascal. How many tasks have you completed in these past few days?" 3. Take a look. With that, Suyu produced the task tokens, revealing the 3rd-tier explosive Lava Beast Demon Core, Luo Ximing's personal jade pendant, and Ma Zijing's letter of gratitude, all laid before the counter. The elder examined them closely, calculating, 3rd-tier Demon Core completed, task reward, 500 points. Luo family task completed, reward, 1,000 points. Ma Zijing's verification complete. Reward, 500 points. As the last syllable fell, the elder processed the points swiftly, and 2,000 points were instantly credited to Suyu's account. "Thanks." Suyu stood to leave, eager to purchase the Grandmaster Pill at the Treasure Pavilion, aiming to break through to Grandmaster level. "Wait." Suddenly, the elder called out, hesitating, "Can we talk?" Suyu, not overthinking it, followed the elder into a private room within the task pavilion. That moment, the others sighed in relief. Thank heavens, that calamity has finally left. Indeed, such terrifying killing intent. "Hey, did you notice? Suyu seems to have grown significantly stronger." "Absolutely, it's quite perplexing." The crowd in the hall buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, the elder ushered Suyu into a secluded chamber. "Old man, what's the matter?" Suyu inquired, puzzled as to why such matters could not be discussed openly. "Lei Xian, is he well?" The elder's eyes briefly flickered with affection and sorrow before he masked his emotions. "He has passed away." For a moment, silence enveloped them. Suyu felt a wave of regret at his passing. Had it not been for Lei Xian's unexpected transformation, he would not have so easily slain Luo Xianming. "Is that so? Please, tell me more." Thus, Suyu recounted the entire sequence of events to the elder. The elder sighed, tears welling in his eyes. After all these years, you still refuse to see me. It turned out that the elder of the task pavilion was Lei Xian's master, who had watched him grow since childhood, their bond akin to that of father and son. The tasks concerning the Luo family had been personally issued by him. After a brief exchange, Suyu suddenly remembered something. Retrieving a gold-green jade pendant from his storage pouch. This was dropped by Senior Lei before his passing. Please keep it as a memento. The elder clutched the jade pendant tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude. After bidding farewell, Suyu headed toward the Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 33. Treasure Pavilion, Newcomer King Showdown. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Suyu hummed a tune as he made his way to the Treasure Pavilion, following the route etched in his memory. With each place he passed, the students he encountered recoiled in fear, as though they had seen a plague god, scuttling aside. This reaction had long ceased to surprise Suyu. Ah, this damned charm of mine. Ever since the hellish trials concluded, all first-year students had regarded Suyu with trepidation, privately bestowing upon him the moniker Calamity God, a homophone for Killer God, implying he was a demon incarnate. Su brother, Su brother. Suddenly, two familiar voices called out from behind. He halted and turned to see Feng Waya and Yun Xian approaching with palpable excitement. Waya, Xian, it's you? Suyu felt a wave of boredom lift, grateful for their company. Where have you been these past few days? Mu Yunxian asked, draping an arm over his shoulder. I was on a mission. I returned today for a purpose. What is that? Feng Waya noticed something unusual. He was astonished to find that Suyu had transformed significantly since their last encounter, exuding an intense aura of killing intent that starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor. He could hardly fathom what had transpired within such a short span. Suyu also sensed Feng Waya's gaze. It seems you both successfully absorbed the dragon blood. He easily discerned their newfound prowess. Thanks to Brother Su's dragon blood, Feng Waya expressed his gratitude, clasping his fists in no need for such formality. It's merely mutual benefit. At that moment, Mu Yunxian exclaimed with enthusiasm, Brother Su, we have both broken through to 3-star Grandmaster. If we were to compete again, you might not stand a chance against us. He recalled that at the beginning of the school year, Suyu had been a mere 1-star martial artist. Even after fully absorbing the dragon blood, he would barely reach 3 stars, hardly comparable to a true Grandmaster. Thus, he was resolute that Suyu was not his rival. 3-star Grandmaster, impressive. Suyu praised, recognizing that their rapid ascent was not solely due to the dragon blood, but also their extraordinary talent. One must wonder, if you were truly a waste, even with the dragon blood, or even a mere ordinary spirit artifact, you would be unable to harness its power. By the way, Suyu recalled something, turning to Feng Waya. I heard Principal Qian has taken on a new disciple. Is that true? He had been startled when he overheard this rumor. Although he had only met the principal once, anyone deemed worthy of becoming his disciple must be exceptional. Just as Feng Waya was about to respond, Mu Yunxian interjected, Indeed, that person, like you, is a late-arriving freshman, possessing utterly monstrous talent. How so? That person is called Wan Ditian. He passed the hellish trials on the arena. Both Waya and I attacked him together, yet we couldn't even land a hit before being defeated. Is that so? Feng Waya added, giving Mu Yunxian a playful pat on the back. Enough, enough, Feng Waya retorted, feeling humiliated that his defeat had been revealed. Wan Ditian, intriguing. I truly wish to witness his prowess someday, Suyu mused inwardly. The three of them then proceeded to the treasure pavilion. As they entered, the crowd instinctively parted, whispering, Damn it, why has that calamity returned? We're doomed. Suyu paid no heed to the murmurs, striding directly to the counter, where he was greeted by a woman. Greetings, fellow student. What do you require? A great martial master pill. With those words, Suyu produced his points card. The remaining 1,000 points from the Hell assessment, combined with the 2,000 credits from completing this mission, were just enough to procure a great martial master pill. What? The two were incredulous. Brother Su, are you on the verge of breaking through to great martial master? The two beside him were nearly paralyzed with fear. To elevate oneself by 9 stars in less than a month. At that moment, they felt utterly crushed. In comparison to him, they deemed themselves utterly worthless, merely fortunate. As soon as the words left his lips, a woman stepped forward, presenting a purple pill along with the points card. Classmate, Here are your card and pill. Thank you. Su stowed the pill and card into his storage bag, preparing to return to the villa to break through to Great Martial Master. Wait! Suddenly, a chilling and formidable aura swept through the AI art. Su turned to see a youth, around 18 or 19 years of age, appear before him. His skin was pale, his features refined, with a hint of heroism in his brow. Yet his expression was grim and indifferent, exuding an aura that felt utterly unattainable. Impressive. Suyu thought sincerely. The aura within the other was solid and robust, a flawless foundation, with strength that was extraordinary. At least above 5-star Great Martial Master, perhaps even stronger. In a mere glance, Suyu sensed impending danger. The other party felt it too. Brother Su, this is Mu Yunxian, the cautious companion beside him whispered. Trembling with fear. It is he, Suyu replied, somewhat surprised but soon comprehending in the entire academy. Only the enigmatic Mu Daitian, who had single-handedly defeated him, could instill such dread in Mu Yunxian from the martial god class. As their gazes locked, an invisible pressure enveloped them, a sensational revelation. The two new kings are facing off. Who do you think is stronger? Mu Daitian, Mu Daitian. The crowd erupted into chaos, their voices clashing. Silence. At that moment, an elder appeared before the two, raising his hand to effortlessly dissipate the unspoken tension. Fighting is prohibited within the treasure pavilion. You are quite formidable. Mu Daitian fixed his gaze firmly on Suyu. Despite his reluctance to accept it, his perspective shifted upon witnessing Suyu firsthand. From Suyu, he perceived a ferocious ancient beast, radiating a terrifying and unsettling aura, which filled him with profound unease. You are equally impressive, Suyu asserted, unflinching. How about a contest? I believe you desire it as well. Mu Daitian's words struck a chord with Suyu. It is rare to find a worthy opponent in life. To fight till death is an honor. Very well, I accept the challenge. In that instant, the news of the two new kings clashing spread like wildfire, and within mere moments, the entire academy was aware. In the arena, the space was packed to capacity, with thousands of students present, including Principal Qian Budwa. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime battle. Mu Daitian. From the crowd's enthusiasm, it seemed they placed their faith in Mu Daitian. However, this was to be expected. After all, Mu Daitian had recently arrived at the academy and had swiftly defeated all third-year students without mercy. Currently, the school hospital housed hundreds of injured. Principal, Mu Daitian may not know his own strength. If he gravely injures Suyu, it will not end well. Should we call it off? On the leadership platform, Instructor Long expressed his concerns for Suyu's safety. The principal remained silent, while Instructor Nye interjected with a smug grin. Instructor Long, your words are misguided. The path of a martial artist is fraught with peril. If one fears it, what is there to discuss in martial cultivation? It would be better to return home and farm. Moreover, they are both supreme talents, new kings. This is an unparalleled opportunity. Your reluctance does not reflect the desires of others. With that, Instructor Nye wore a sinister smile, seemingly indifferent to Suyu's fate. You? Instructor Long was rendered speechless. Principal Qian Budwa continued to feign ignorance. Although he was Mu Daitian's mentor, his heart leaned more towards Suyu, hoping for his victory, because at that moment, the audience erupted in cheers. Demon Star, give Mu Daitian a severe beating. Suyu, we support you, go. Those rallying behind Suyu bore bruises and were filled with resentment towards Mu Daitian. Unable to match him in strength, they could only place their hopes in Suyu to overcome Mu Daitian. On the other side, in the audience of the first-year anomaly class, Qin class leader, do you think brother you can win? The boy speaking was Zhang Xiaofan, who had sat beside Suyu during the train ambush. The class leader, Qin Lingxue, had been striving diligently to catch up with Suyu's pace since the train incident. Her cultivation had now reached 7-star martial master. Perhaps, but the odds are slim. Though Qin Lingxue expressed uncertainty, her heart was devoid of confidence. She had witnessed Mu Daitian's terrifying prowess. A 5-star great martial master, he had annihilated 9-star great martial master students from the martial god class with a single strike. His overall strength comparable to a 1-star martial king, Su had only been enrolled for just over a month, his cultivation barely reaching great martial master. Despite his extraordinary combat prowess, he would not stand a chance against a martial king. Mu Daitian had already ascended to the pinnacle of the Magic City Academy. Everyone, Principal Qian Boudoir addressed the crowd. This duel is a friendly match. Neither party may harm the other fatally. It shall be a contest of skill. Now let the battle commence. As he spoke, the two ascended the stage. You have earned the right for me to go all out. With that, Mu Daitian conjured a royal artifact, radiating a myriad of colors, clearly not an ordinary item. The 5-star Great Martial Master unleashed his full potential. In an instant, numerous students were overwhelmed by the pressure and fainted. On the leadership platform, truly, a descendant of the Mu family from the imperial capital. Such strength at a young age Suu is undoubtedly doomed. Instructor Nye placed considerable importance on Mu Daitian in his mind. This match held no significance. As you wish, at that moment, Suu gripped the bloodthirsty sword. The power of a 9-star martial master surging forth, causing the audience to stir with unease, particularly among the 9-star Great Martial Master seniors, who sensed the approach of death. Let us battle. Divine sword technique. Suu leaped into the air, tens of thousands of sword energies materializing behind him, slicing through the air like a torrential downpour, each beam imbued with formidable power. This was the pinnacle of the divine sword technique, an extraordinary 6th-grade martial art. At that moment, the audience was left in awe. Mastering a martial skill to perfection was no small feat for such prodigies, yet attaining the highest profundity of a 6th-grade martial skill required years of dedication. A monster! Truly a monster! Ha! Mere trickst! Mu Daitian scoffed with a smile. Flame of the god of fire sword. In an instant, the heavens darkened, and tens of thousands of blood-red sword energies sliced through the sky, aiming directly at Suu with an unstoppable momentum. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energies collided, negating each other, making it impossible to discern a victor. Both had honed their 6th-grade martial skills to their zenith, rendering the outcome uncertain. Kirin Step, Ice Palm. As Mu Daitian unleashed his martial skill, he swiftly employed a 5th-grade movement technique, catching Suu off guard and launching an assault from behind. A chilling aura engulfed the arena. Shura Fist. The Shura Fist, conjuring the essence of hell, was a punch imbued with sinister energy, even more potent than the ice palm. Boom. As the two fists clashed, Suu was forcefully propelled backward. Hemph. Seeing this, Mu Daitian smirked, convinced Suu was finished. Yet, unexpectedly, the figure that had been sent flying vanished without a trace. Not good. A mere afterimage. Mu Daitian had underestimated him, attempting to defend, but alas, it was too late. Demon Suppression Fist. This was his newly learned 6th-grade martial skill, capable of suppressing all. Suu shouted, a sense of death coalescing in his right fist. Get lost? No. Thunder Tyrant Body. In a moment of desperation, Mu Daitian activated his bloodline divine ability. With a single punch, he was sent flying several meters, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough. Suu had unleashed nearly all his strength in that blow, with power rivaling a 1-star martial king. Had Mu Daitian not possessed his bloodline divine ability, he would have likely been knocked off the stage long ago. Bloodline divine ability. After breaking through to Great Martial Master, there is a chance to activate one's bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the faster the cultivation speed and the greater the strength. Wow, I can't believe my eyes. Is this real? Did Mu Daitian actually lose? The audience was in disbelief, unable to fathom that Suu's strength had reached such heights, overpowering even Mu Daitian, who was comparable to a 1-star martial king. Mastery of martial skills, perfect level movement technique, terrifying. Truly terrifying. Suddenly, the arena fell silent. On the leadership platform, Instructor Nye's expression darkened, filled with embarrassment. Suu, you are indeed formidable. Mu Daitian, struggling against his injuries, managed to rise. With his bloodline divine ability, he had only sustained minor internal injuries. However, your spiritual energy is depleted. It is time to end this. Fire Dragon Sword. Grasping the royal artifact, Mu Daitian unleashed his martial technique, summoning a golden dragon in the sky, which he wielded as he commanded. Slash! With a fierce shout, the dragon surged toward Suu. Ha ha! Suu scoffed dismissively. Depleted energy? What a joke! I train at the 12-star level. My energy recovery far surpasses yours. Depletion is simply not an option. The Shura Fist, the Flood Dragon Palm, the Whirlwind Leg, and the Demon Suppression Fist. These 4 formidable martial techniques were unleashed in unison, Su resembled a celestial deity descending to the mortal realm. His overwhelming presence once again astonished everyone present. Even Principal Qian Budwa conceded defeat. To simultaneously execute 4 martial techniques was an achievement beyond even a martial king, as the energy consumption was simply too great. Wan Ditian was thoroughly humiliated. Initially, he could evade Su Yu's attacks with his agility, but as time wore on, he reached his limit. The only reason he remained standing was due to his bloodline abilities. Huff, huff, huff. Su Yu stood upon the stage, gasping for breath. After repeatedly employing various martial techniques, he was utterly exhausted. He was unafraid of depleting his spiritual energy, but his physical stamina was nearing its end. Come on, if you have the skill, then continue. I possess bloodline abilities, and I will exhaust you. Wan Ditian trembled on the stage, refusing to concede. He bore the bruises of a severe beating, likely unrecognizable even to his own father. Chapter 35. Complete Victory. Breakthrough to Great Martial Master as you wish. Su Yu regained a modicum of strength and grasped the bloodthirsty sword, pointing it at his opponent. Since he had been challenged, how could he not oblige? Shura fist, thunderous palm, the young man shouted, executing a graceful maneuver with the demon cloud steps, and with 2 exceptional martial techniques, he suddenly delivered a punch that sent his opponent crashing to the ground. Ah! The sound of tearing flesh echoed as Wan Ditian fell, unable to rise. No, it wasn't that he couldn't rise. Rather, he could not rise anymore. After being kicked away by Su Yu, his remaining strength evaporated. If his opponent were to deliver another blow, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Demon Suppression Fist. In an instant, Wan Ditian panicked. This attack had come without warning, and he simply could not withstand it. He immediately cried out, I concede. In that moment, he cast aside all pride. Just in time, Su Yu's fist halted before him. Martial strikes are merciless. Had he delayed his surrender by a few seconds longer, he would surely have faced the fate of being struck down once more. Why did you not say so earlier? Su Yu retracted his fist with an expression of disdain, as if he had to beat him to a pulp, leaving him bruised and battered before he would concede. Where were you before? With that, Su Yu strode off the stage. Those words pierced deeply into Wan Ditian's heart. He had initially devised a clever strategy to exhaust his opponent's stamina, then seize the opportunity to replenish his own spiritual energy. Planning to strike when Su Yu was at his most fatigued, he intended to leave his opponent in tatters. Yet, the outcome was utterly disappointing. Su Yu was unperturbed by the consumption of energy. The speed at which his internal energy recovered was astonishing. Enough to terrify even Wan Ditian. I declare Su Yu the victor of this match. Qian Budwa rose, a slight smile gracing his lips as he addressed the audience. The arena erupted in excitement. Su Yu, wow, Su Shun, so handsome. I want to have your children. Oh my, I've fallen in love. At that moment, Su Yu's name resounded throughout the entire academy. He had ascended to the pinnacle among the students. On the other side, in the freak class, Qin Lingxue swallowed hard, her gaze vacant, clearly still reeling from the shock. Watching Su Yu's departing figure, she inwardly mocked herself. No matter how hard I strive to improve, I cannot keep pace with you, Su Yu. You truly are my nemesis. Indeed, while she was progressing, so too were others. Initially, she believed she was closing the gap with Su Yu. Now, in comparison, it was laughable. Qin Lingxue realized she would never catch up. Perhaps by their next meeting, the disparity would only widen. Mu Yunxian. Am I dreaming? Feng Wui. Don't talk, let me be quiet. The two were profoundly affected, utterly at a loss. Especially Mu Yunxian, recalling the moment he boasted to Su Yu about breaking through to a great martial master. He felt mortified, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. After leaving the stage, Su Yu paid no mind to the astonished gazes of others and headed straight for the villa. He preferred the path of martial arts over flattery. He was eager to break through to the great martial master level. It must be said, the bloodline abilities were indeed extraordinary. He had to admit that Wan Ditian's strength was formidable. Yet he relied too heavily on his bloodline abilities, lacking practical combat experience. It was for this reason that he had suffered defeat today. Inside Villa number 007, Su Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the great martial master pill. Success or failure hinged on this moment. He fervently hoped to awaken his bloodline abilities. Suu continuously prayed in his heart that as long as he could awaken, even the weakest would suffice. After witnessing the terror of bloodline powers, he yearned for awakening. Gulp! Suyu swallowed the elixir in one go. In an instant, the pill dissolved within him, massive spiritual energy coursing through his organs and meridians, ultimately converging in his heart to form a circuit. A total of 12 circuits needed to be traversed. The following morning, after a day of absorption, Suyu had managed to circulate energy through 11 circuits. Nearing completion of the 12th drink, suddenly, Suyu opened his eyes wide. An unprecedented surge of energy erupted from within him, soaring towards the heavens, its force causing the entire academy to tremble. God, is there an earthquake? A student inquired curiously. Look over there, in the direction of Longkue Villa. Another male student pointed. Has someone broken through? What a terrifying aura. It can't be. Suu, can it? As the student spoke, everyone noticed that the source of the energy seemed to be Suyu's residence. Meanwhile, Qin Budwa and several martial kings sensed the energy fluctuations and hurried over to investigate. Upon discovering it emanated from Suyu's villa, their tense expressions relaxed, replaced by waves of astonishment. Ah, it seems we truly are aging. Indeed, the spiritual energy fluctuations of a one-star great martial master rival those of a two-star martial king. What a prodigy! Fortunately, Suyu is one of our academy's students. These old-timers had spent the better part of their lives cultivating, only to achieve the rank of martial king, yet in comparison to Suyu, they felt their years of effort had been in vain. People surpassing others can be infuriating. Yes, they spoke. Qin Budwa addressed the crowd. You all may return. I have matters to discuss with this young man. Principal, you wouldn't mean. An elder suddenly understood, seemingly guessing the principal's intentions. Qin Budwa did not respond, merely nodding slightly. Inside the villa, a one-star great martial master has emerged. Such immense power. Was this what it meant to be a great martial master? Suyu felt invigorated, his entire being brimming with strength. Suddenly, he noticed a faint glow at the center of his brow. The glow flickered like a firefly. What is this? Suyu could not recall where it had come from. He then lightly touched it with his finger. Immediately, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations on your breakthrough to Great Martial Master. Random task unlocked. Congratulations on awakening bloodline ability. Demon God Transformation, 1 star. Demon God Transformation. To cultivate, one must obtain the blood of 100 beasts. At the 1-star level, this transformation can temporarily enhance the user's strength to that of a 1-star level. Bloodline abilities. Splendid. So you felt a sense of satisfaction within. Although it only provided a 1-star enhancement, it paled in comparison to Wan Ditian's bloodline abilities. However, the fact that he had successfully awakened was enough for him to be grateful. It is known that the probability of a martial artist awakening a bloodline ability is a staggering 1 in 300,000, making such abilities exceedingly rare. Wonderful. At that moment, Suyu was completely immersed in joy, entirely oblivious to the principal who had appeared behind him. Cough, cough, cough. Principal, when did you arrive? The young man felt exceedingly awkward. I have been here for quite some time. I simply did not wish to interrupt you. Qin Budwa smiled, increasingly appreciating Suyu. Principal, you must have something to ask of me, right? Suyu replied with a half-smile. He could not believe that the principal would come to see him without reason. After all, he wasn't that impressive. Chapter 36. Journey to the Imperial Capital. The ruins, you little rascal, you're quite astute. Qin Budwa felt reassured about Suyu Dai in his eyes. The young man was strong enough, with a high degree of vigilance, lacking the lofty arrogance often seen in nobility. To be honest, he was seriously considering taking Suyu as his disciple. Principal Qin, we've crossed paths before. You know me well. If there's something on your mind, feel free to speak frankly. Indeed. Qin Budwa relished conversing with intelligent individuals. Lock with a single command. An invisible wave of energy enveloped the entire villa, isolating it from the outside world. Spatial isolation. Martial sovereign. Terrifying indeed. A martial king can soar through the air for 3 hours, while the legendary martial sovereign can tear through the void, utilizing spatial powers to fly for an entire day. Principal Qian's cultivation surpasses that of a martial sovereign. It seems this matter is far from simple. Suyu mused inwardly. After isolating the space, the principal spoke. Suyu, do you know why I took Wan Ditian as my disciple? Isn't it because of his extraordinary talent? The young man appeared bewildered. Given Wang Ditian's astonishing talent, no one else in the academy could rival him. It seemed only natural to take him on as a disciple. Not at all. It is not merely because of his talent. It is because he hails from the Wan family in the imperial capital. The Wan family? Though Su Yu had suspected as much. He was still taken aback by the confirmation. After all, there were very few families in China with the surname Wan. To cultivate a young man of merely 18 or 19 into a 5-star great martial master. Aside from the Wan family in the imperial capital, no one else could achieve such a feat. What could be Wan family's purpose in sending him to the Magic Capital Academy? Since the individual hails from the capital and is a disciple of the esteemed Wanjia family, it is indeed peculiar that he would traverse such a great distance to the magical metropolis for cultivation. This raises suspicions. He may very well have ulterior motives, possibly to eliminate you. I possess connections within the Wanjia family in the capital, and reliable sources indicate that they have begun to take notice of you. Could it be related to that incident? So you recalled that on that day in the park, Wan Qinghui seemed to be conversing with her subordinates, and he had refrained from approaching out of fear of being discovered, a grave oversight. After a brief moment, Su Yu learned the truth from the principal. The initial acceptance of Wang Ditian as a disciple was, in fact, a strategic maneuver by the principal, aimed at finding an opportunity for self-preservation. Now, an opportunity to save oneself had arisen. The second young lady of the Nangong family, Nangong Qing, contacted the principal, requesting the assistance of a combat-savvy, adaptable genius with considerable strength. They were to venture together to the 12th relic. The reward was a 7th-grade martial technique for each participant. The principal recommended Su Yu. The relics are perilous sites left behind after ancient battles between formidable warriors and mythical beasts, inhabited by unknown creatures and ancient treasures. Over years of accumulated resentment, these relics have been divided into 12, with the first being the most terrifying and the 12th comparatively weaker. However, entry is not granted to all. Those below the rank of Grand Martial Master would be mere cannon fodder in the weakest 12th relic, while no more than 3 martial kings may enter simultaneously, lest the relic collapse entirely. Thus, only those in groups are deemed worthy of entry. Principal, I shall go. With the Wanjia family's scheme still unclear, embarking on an expedition was an excellent means of evading danger. Very well, make haste, take care. I shall return alive. With that, Principal Qian dispelled the spatial barrier and departed swiftly. Subsequently, Su Yu bid farewell to Feng Wuyo, returned the remaining task tokens, and after a series of transformations, left the academy, boarding a private vehicle headed for the capital. 3 days later, Su Yu arrived in the capital effortlessly. The capital of Huaxia truly lives up to its reputation. Upon disembarking, he was struck by the sight of towering skyscrapers, grand estates, and an abundance of formidable grand martial masters. Leaving him utterly astonished, damn the vile money. One day, it shall belong to me. Su Yu lamented the existence of these wicked families, questioning why such wealth was not his. How disheartening! The Nangong family ranks second among the 9 prominent families of the capital, boasting extraordinary strength and reputation. After some inquiries, Su Yu located the exact position of the Nangong family. At the eastern side of the city, in front of the Nangong residence, stood a young woman accompanied by 7 male bodyguards. The woman, approximately 17 or 18 years old, possessed an innate beauty that could captivate a nation, her long, slender legs lending her an unparalleled charm. She was the most beautiful girl Su Yu had ever encountered. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall a poem from his past life. In the north, there is a beauty, unparalleled and solitary. One glance topples a city. Another glance topples a nation. Do you not know that a beauty who topples cities and nations is hard to come by? Beside the woman stood 5 youthful, handsome men, likely in their 20s, their strength around that of 7-star Grand Martial Masters. The other 2 wore black robes and conical hats, exuding an aura surpassing that of martial kings. Miss Nangong Qing, I am Jia Ming, here under Principal Qian's directive with limited funds. Disguised as a handsome young man, Su Yu approached Nangong Qing to greet her. Principal Qian, how do you know me? Nangong Qing was certain she had never seen the striking face before her. Miss Nangong, your beauty is renowned throughout Huaxia. Who does not know of you? Fortunately, I researched prior to my arrival, or I might have drawn suspicion. Su Yu thought to himself with a smirk. I see. You do occasionally upload photos online, which clarified my doubts. What is your cultivation level? 1-star Grand Martial Master. 1 star. Nangong Qing's tone dripped with disdain. Her companions were all at least 7-star Grand Martial Masters, and she herself was a 5-star. 1 star. How weak, nevertheless, since he had come, she felt it would be rude to dismiss him. Join us. We are ready to depart. With that, a bulletproof vehicle rolled out, and the group boarded to head towards the 12th relic. The 12th relic lies at the border between the magical metropolis and the capital. 4 days later. The group arrived at the border. The entrance to the 12th relic was guarded by the military from the capital. They disembarked and approached the military camp. We wish to enter the 12th relic. Nangong Qing presented a military order to the commander. After a thorough inspection, the commander spoke respectfully. Warriors, the relic is fraught with danger. I wish you a safe return. He saluted and led them to the entrance. He activated the entrance passage. The commander took out his phone and issued a command. A voice responded from the other end. Click, boom. As the words fell, the heavy metallic door began to open in response to the input code, revealing the swirling entrance. Let us proceed, she declared, and the others nodded in agreement. Is this truly the 12th relic? Suyu mused, astounded by its appearance. Once all 9 entered the relic, the iron door slowly closed behind them. Inside the relic, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust. This was no relic. It resembled a desert, stretching endlessly. Suyu halted and approached Nangong Qing, inquiring, Miss Nangong, can you now clarify the purpose of our entry into the relic? Chapter 37. Crisis, Blood Seed. Song Tianmeng. As soon as the question left his lips, the group came to a standstill. The 5 7-star Grand Martial Masters turned their gazes towards Nangong Qing. Clearly eager to learn the truth, though previously hesitant to speak due to the Nangong family's authority. Tio compelled them to risk their lives. Transparency was essential. Killing intent? Indeed. As Suyu posed his question, 2 intense waves of killing intent surged from behind him, emanating from the 2 martial kings. Nangong Qing was momentarily taken aback, falling silent before sighing deeply. Very well, I shall disclose the information. However, you must keep it a secret. Otherwise, death. Upon hearing this, the 5 Grand Martial Masters were gripped by fear. Our Nangong family has received credible intelligence that within a desolate ruin at the easternmost edge of the 12th relic, there lies a 1,000-year-old Taiji immortal fruit. What? Suyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The legendary Taiji immortal fruit, 1,000 years old. No wonder the illustrious second lady of the Nangong family would take personal initiative. The Taiji immortal fruit is a fabled divine herb. A single 1,000-year-old fruit can elevate a martial king's innate quality, allowing them to directly break through to martial sovereign without any adverse effects. If it were a millennial-grade divine herb, consuming it could enable a martial sovereign to effortlessly ascend to martial god. The last appearance of the Taiji immortal fruit was a millennium ago, during a cataclysmic battle that claimed countless powerful beings, with its whereabouts ultimately becoming a mystery. Is the information reliable? Suyu asked seriously. Indeed. It comes from an elder of our clan who accidentally ventured into that area and was fortunate enough to glimpse the Taiji immortal fruit. Unfortunately, he was too weak at the time to retrieve it. With this revelation, Suyu understood everything. The Nangong family had not publicized this matter, indicating they did not wish for the world to know. They were after something significant, Mr. Jiaoming. The fact that Principal Qian recommended you indicates that you must meet my requirements. I hope you can provide guidance and lead us in our search. Nangong Qing gazed at Suyu earnestly. Very well. With a silent incantation, Suyu activated the shadow clone technique, and in an instant, 9 identical figures appeared before the group. This was a 6th-tier pinnacle movement technique he had acquired from the Luo family, comprising 3 levels, each capable of producing 3 afterimages. He had devoted an entire month to mastering the technique to perfection. Go. Suyu commanded, and the 9 afterimages darted off in different directions. The perfected movement technique was indeed remarkable. Nangong Qing, with her keen insight, immediately recognized its essence. Witnessing his abilities, she revised her previous assumptions and felt fortunate for having chosen wisely. The others also softened their demeanor towards Suyu, shedding their earlier condescension. 3 minutes later, the 9 clones returned, merging back into his form. Suyu swiftly assimilated the memories of the 9. He then opened his eyes and pointed to the right, saying, 100 miles straight ahead lies a desolate ruin. That may be the location you seek. Excellent. Nangong Qing placed her trust in him unconditionally. Let us proceed. With that, the group prepared to depart. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. In an instant, a massive serpent, 100 feet long, erupted from the earth, presenting itself before the group. Its single, piercing red eye glowed ominously, its scales as hard as iron, and its imposing figure exuded an air of terror. This is the Tsang Tianmeng. A desert-dwelling beast. Nangong Qing's face turned pale with fear. Though this creature was only at the 4th tier 3rd stage, any one of them could handle it. However, such beasts typically do not appear alone. Just a mere 4th tier 3rd-rate creature, prepare to die. Suddenly, one of the 5, a young man named Shang Guansheng, brashly sought to impress Nangong Qing and, disregarding the consequences, charged directly at the beast. With a fiery slash, Shang Guansheng wielded a mystical weapon, executing the flame strike with fluid grace, his swordsmanship remarkably adept, delivering a single blow that swiftly vanquished his foe. The Blood Seed Tsang Tianmeng perished. Shang Guansheng smirked, his face adorned with a triumphant grin, his gaze fixed intently on Nangong Qing, eagerly awaiting her commendation. You? Nangong Qing struggled to suppress the fury bubbling within her. It's coming, it's coming. Shang Guansheng mistakenly believed she would praise his formidable prowess. To his astonishment, Nangong Qing erupted into a scathing tirade. Fool, you absolute dimwit! Roar. Before she could finish her sentence, the ground trembled violently once more, this tremor far more intense than the previous one, 100 times more severe. In an instant, thousands of Blood Seed Tsang Tianmeng emerged from beneath the desert, surrounding the group. Humans, perish, it declared in human tongue. The leading Blood Seed Tsang Tianmeng, a 5th tier 7th grade beast, was equivalent to a human 7-star martial king, with only 2 among them capable of confronting it. The rest were all at least above the 3rd or 4th tier. Children, charge forth and tear them apart. With its command, over 1,000 beasts surged forward like a frenzied horde. Attacking Su Yu and the others, break through. Amidst the chaos, the group launched their assault. Armed with the bloodthirsty sword, Su Yu executed the sword technique with the perfected demon cloud step, weaving through the beasts with remarkable agility. One sword, one severed throat. Congratulations, you have slain a beast, gaining experience 12,050. Congratulations, you have slain a Blood Seed Tsang Tianmeng, gaining experience 13,649. Congratulations on the slaying, gaining experience 13,766. In mere seconds, Su Yu danced through the fray, his movements swift as the wind, dispatching foes with effortless ease. Ding. You require 600,000 experience points for the next level. Sigh. Su Yu lamented. Ever since breaking through to the Grand Martial Master level, the experience points needed for leveling had skyrocketed, soaring from 100,000 to a staggering 1,000,000. As he progressed, the requisite experience only grew larger. Damn it! Roared the leading Tsang Tianmeng, as if calling its kin, and in an instant, thousands more beasts erupted from the desert below. Minutes passed, and the desert became a graveyard, strewn with the carcasses of 1,000 beasts, their blood staining the sands for miles. Nangong Qing and her companions suffered grievous losses. 27-star Grand Martial Masters were utterly drained by hundreds of beasts, ultimately torn to shreds. The others fared slightly better, sustaining only superficial injuries and significant spirit energy depletion. There truly no weakness. The 2 Grand Martial Masters seethed with fury. Despite being 5-star martial kings, they struggled to contend with the Blood Seed Tsang Tianmeng leader, unable to discern its vulnerabilities for a decisive strike. They understood all too well that as long as the leader lived, the Blood Seed Tsang Tianmeng would not be vanquished. Chapter 38. Pursued, figures from 1,000 years ago. Kongtong's shadowless palm, finger crotch hammer. The 2 united once more, unleashing their ultimate techniques. TSK is pathetic. The Blood Seed Tsang Tianmeng scoffed, effortlessly absorbing their assault. Humans, I am invincible. You should give up. As it spoke, a dense aura of murderous intent surged skyward. Die. The Blood Seed Tsang Tianmeng commanded, and in an instant, dozens of blood-red vines erupted from the ground, charging toward the 2 martial kings with a mighty strike. Swift as the wind, the 2, sensing the imminent threat, hastily executed evasive maneuvers. Not good. As they dodged, the Blood Seed Tsang Tianmeng seized the opportunity, surging past their defenses, aiming directly for Nangong Qing. Second miss, quickly evade. The two shouted in urgent desperation, but it was already too late. Danger loomed perilously close. The fifth-tier beast's full-force strike was something Nangong Qing could never withstand. And should she falter, they would be left with no place to rest their remains. Die? The blood-seat Sangtianmeng bellowed, its confidence palpable, viewing Nangong Qing as an easy target, incapable of escaping its onslaught. Am I not going to die? The overwhelming aura of the fifth-tier beast suffocated her, rendering her immobile. No, I refuse to accept this. In that moment, Su Yu's cultivation surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of a 2-star Grand Martial Master. His overall strength rivaling that of a 3-star Martial King. Azura Fist, Demon Suppression Fist. In a moment of desperation, the youth broke through, wielding 2 martial techniques simultaneously, thus birthing a new skill. He was the closest to Nangong Qing. Only he could save her. Until he received his due reward, she could not perish. Azura Demon Suppression Fist. Su Yu positioned himself before her. A terrifying force emanated from his fist, transforming into a spectral dragon of malevolence. Surging toward the blood-seed Sangtianmeng, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The blood-seed Sangtianmeng, as a 5th-tier beast, possessed intelligence surpassing that of an ordinary human. Trouble. The moment their fists collided, Su Yu felt the chilling specter of death. Boom! The collision unleashed a tremendous shockwave, causing Su Yu to spit blood as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily into Nangong Qing. Both of them were flung several kilometers away. Oh no, I truly overestimated myself. He was merely a 1-star Grand Martial Master, and after utilizing his bloodline abilities alongside a 7-star martial technique, he could contend with a 5-star Martial King. Yet, he was facing a 7-star Martial King. Mississippi, the two could only watch helplessly as they were propelled several kilometers away, with the blood-seed Sangtianmeng in hot pursuit. Damn it, as they fled. Su Yu carried the unconscious Nangong Qing. Due to his cultivation of the 12-star system, his recovery speed was astonishing, and with the protection of the Tai Sui armor, he did not immediately lose consciousness from his injuries. His wounds healed at an incredible rate. You ugly beast, this isn't over. He deftly executed 2 perfect evasive maneuvers, barely outpacing the blood-seed Sangtianmeng. You can't escape, just accept your fate. Get lost, if I survive this. I swear I will steam you alive. You have no chance left. With a fierce swish of its tail, the blood-seed Sangtianmeng unleashed a devastating blow, its massive form crashing down. The young man sustained a grievous injury to his back, sent flying hundreds of meters away, fortuitously landing in a cave. The blood-seed Sangtianmeng intended to follow and finish them off but reconsidered. No, that lad is too cunning. I shall wait for them to emerge. An hour later. Where is this? Nangong Qing gradually regained consciousness. She glanced around, finding herself enveloped in darkness, with Jia Ming resting nearby, recuperating. A flicker of memory surfaced, revealing that Jia Ming had saved her, and she felt a burgeoning fondness for Su Yu. After 2 hours, Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes. I finally recovered. After more than 3 hours, his injuries had finally healed. You're awake. Nangong Qing approached him. Su Yu replied absent-mindedly, Thank you for saving me. Don't thank me. It was your reward that saved you, Su Yu replied matter-of-factly. If it weren't for the concern over her potential demise, he wouldn't have intervened at all. The two remained in the cave for another hour. Jia Ming. A chill swept through the cave, making Nangong Qing shiver uncontrollably, curling against the wall for warmth. Follow me, Su Yu urged, leading her deeper into the cave. The source of the chill felt peculiar. The further they ventured, the more oppressive the cold became. Thanks to his robust physique, he remained unaffected. At last, they reached the end, but found nothing. Clap, clap, clap. The youth struck the wall, then smirked. As expected, it's hollow. Step aside. With a surge of energy, Su Yu unleashed a powerful strike against the rock. Boom! The stone shattered, revealing a small opening. There's another cave. Nangong Qing exclaimed in disbelief. The chilling air emanated from within. Let us go. The youth took the lead, with her closely trailing behind. Upon entering, they discovered a skeletal figure seated in a manner reminiscent of a ceremonial altar. Oddly, aside from this skeleton, the cave contained no other artifacts. Stay here. I will investigate. Su Yu, wielding the bloodthirsty sword, cautiously approached the skeleton. Hey, speak, he urged, Pointing at the skull, as a seasoned reader of countless novels, he surmised that this skeleton must belong to a powerful being. Normally, such a presence should not remain silent. Should it? Hey, I know you're not dead. Speak. Nangong Qing looked on, utterly bewildered. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Get lost. If you don't respond, I might just incinerate your bones. After a prolonged silence, Su Yu's patience wore thin. He was determined to provoke a reaction. Skeleton. Moments passed, and seeing no response, Su Yu concluded he had overthought it. Perhaps the being truly was beyond death. Seems this is indeed the end. Let us go. With that, he sheathed his weapon, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from the wrist of the skeleton, illuminating the entire cave. Young one, how did you come to know that I still live? The golden light transformed into an ethereal old man with flowing white hair. Su Yu smiled awkwardly. He certainly couldn't disclose that he had indulged in too many novels. It was merely an intuition. I am Nangong Qing, and it is an honor to meet you, senior. You bear the surname Nangong? The elder, taken aback, recalled the past. What relation do you have to Nangong Huanlong? Nangong Huanlong. He is my great-grandfather. Nangong Qing was astounded, her grandfather having passed away thousands of years ago. Could it be that the elder had lived during the same era as her great-grandfather? Is that so? The elder sighed regretfully. Time has flown, and in the blink of an eye, the world has changed beyond recognition. Old fellow, you ultimately could not withstand the passage of time. After expressing his lament, the elder turned to Nangong Qing and continued, Little one, my acquaintance with your great-grandfather goes beyond mere familiarity. We were the best of friends. As he spoke, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Senior, what exactly transpired? How did you meet your demise within the 12th relic? Su Yu interjected, his mind swirling with confusion. It was widely known that the 12th relic forbade the entry of any warrior above the rank of martial king, and the elder clearly surpassed that level. How could he have entered the relic, and what led to his downfall? All of this remained a mystery. The elder sighed, remembering the past with a heavy heart. The story is as follows. After the elder recounted his tale, both of them finally understood everything. It turned out that the elder was named Ouying Juanhao, who had formed a bond with Nangong Huanlong a millennium ago. Together, they cultivated their skills, breaking through to martial master after 500 years and achieving martial sovereign status 700 years later. They were renowned as the unparalleled duo of their time. Eventually, they received word of a legendary fruit within the relic that could elevate them to martial god, prompting their expedition to seek it. However, after decades of searching in the desert, they found no trace of the divine fruit, only to encounter ancient beasts of martial god caliber. Tio protect Nangong Huanlong's retreat. He ultimately fell. As for how a martial sovereign could enter, he was uncertain. Now it makes sense, Nangong Qing exclaimed, realizing why her family held a long-standing custom. As long as the Nangong clan exists, the Ouyang clan shall not perish. It was a vow her great-grandfather had made in gratitude for saving his life. With a thud, Nangong Qing knelt, bowing deeply to the elder. Thank you, senior, for your great kindness towards my great-grandfather. This gesture came from the depths of her heart. Had it not been for the elder's intervention, her great-grandfather would have perished long ago, and the illustrious Nangong clan would not have thrived for a millennium. Rise, the elder said, feeling gratified. Your talent is remarkable, though it pales in comparison to that young man. He then turned to Su Yu. Young man, would you be willing to accept my lifelong legacy? At this, Su Yu was taken aback. He had no connection to the elder, yet the elder had ties to the Nangong family. Why was it not Nangong Qing who was chosen? Meanwhile, Nangong Qing, upon hearing the elder's proposition, did not display any anger or jealousy. Rather, she felt happiness for Su Yu. His talents surpassed hers, and he was her savior. The inheritance rightfully belonged to him. Why apologies, senior, Su Yu replied, but I must respectfully decline. Though the allure of a martial sovereign's legacy was immense, he had his own path to pursue, and this legacy did not align with his aspirations. Very well. Each has their own ambitions, the elder said. Not wishing to impose further, he then turned to Nangong Qing. Little one, would you care to take me as your master? Nangong Qing was taken aback, then filled with joy, hastily performing a kneeling salute. Disciple Nangong Qing pays respects to master. Excellent. The elder materialized before her, gently placing a hand upon her head, and a surge of golden energy flowed into her. Ah, in an instant, Nangong Qing felt as though she could burst from the influx of spiritual energy. Steady yourself, hold your breath, I shall channel the remaining energy into you for absorption. Embrace the unity, focus your mind, and let the essence coalesce. The elder instructed on how to merge the spiritual energy. And in a moment, Nangong Qing's complexion improved, gradually finding her rhythm. All she needed was time. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu settled into a meditative posture. After 20 minutes, Nangong Qing's aura stabilized, and she opened her eyes. Ha! Suddenly, an aura of an 8-star great martial master permeated the cave, awakening Suyu from his trance. Thank you, master. Coughed, it is nothing. Mastered your form. The elder's presence flickered. His aura diminished significantly. It seemed he was on the brink of vanishing. Fear not, merely a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy. Cough. Young man, this scroll of 7th grade martial arts is a token of my appreciation. As he spoke, a scroll materialized in his palm, shooting towards Suyu. Swish, Suyu grasped the scroll and opened it, revealing a 7th grade sword technique, exactly what he desired. Thank you, senior. Is there anything I can do for you? Suyu understood the significance of this gesture. Ha! The elder suddenly laughed. You are indeed a practitioner of the random transformation. Your character and wisdom are remarkable. Crack! Suddenly, a pressure akin to a 2-star martial king erupted. The secret of the random transformation was his alone, known only to a few. Those who uncovered it. Perish, young man. I mean no harm. I merely recalled some past events. The random transformation, created by the solitary old man, is not easily mastered. You must have noticed the flaws in the second transformation. In a single sentence, he struck at Suyu's sore spot. You had been cultivating the random transformation for months, but had remained stuck at the minor completion of the second transformation. Unable to advance, the elder's words illuminated a truth for him. Ouyang Sr., do you know the creator of the random transformation? Suyu's murderous intent gradually faded. I have encountered him on several occasions and practiced the random transformation as well. Upon hearing this, Suyu was elated. Please, Ouyang Sr., enlighten me? Listen well, the random transformation defies the heavens, changes myriad forms, comprehends the myriad aspects of life, turns decay into eternity. This is the true essence of the random transformation, to turn decay into eternity. Those words left Suyu profoundly shaken and inspired. I understand. In that moment, Suyu truly grasped the essence of the random transformation, plunging into a state of enlightenment. What a terrifying talent, the elder muttered to himself. Suyu was the most gifted individual he had encountered in a millennium. An hour later, at last, I have achieved great success. Suyu emerged from his epiphany, having not only solidified his mastery of the second transformation of the random transformation, but also permanently altered his appearance and physique. Gaining a hint of divine aura, the divine aura could only be comprehended by those of exceptional talent. Senior, your immense kindness leaves me eternally grateful. This journey had been worth every moment. Enough. I am merely an old man who has lived for a millennium. There is nothing to be thankful for, that young man. Should the Ouyang clan face tribulations in the future, I hope you can lend a hand. Certainly. Suyu then inquired further about the legendary Tai Chi immortal fruit. Ouyang Sr., is the immortal fruit truly as extraordinary as rumored? Even now, he struggled to believe that such a miraculous fruit could exist in the world. The elder informed Suyu that he had never seen the immortal fruit himself. It was merely a tale passed down through generations, said to have the power to elevate one to martial god. Whether it could truly accomplish this remained unverified. Now, you must take your leave. With that, the elder waved his hand, and a vortex of void materialized before them. As Suyu immersed himself in the random transformation, Nangong Qing recounted the events that had transpired on their planet over the millennium, including their harrowing escape from the bloodthirsty Celestial Sea. This is an independent space I have created, capable of safely transporting you from this region. Where you will arrive, I cannot say. Let us go. As the elder finished speaking, his internal energy waned further, reaching its limit. Take care, senior, master. Farewell. Nangong Qing hesitated, reluctant to part, but eventually entered the spatial tunnel alongside Suyu. Ouyang Juanhao watched them depart, a flicker of contentment in his eyes. He silently wished, the future of Huagua is entrusted to you. Nangong Qing had inherited his legacy, and the future held promise for her as a martial sovereign. As for Suyu, he remained an enigma. Swish, boom. Suddenly, the cave began to tremble and collapse. Ouyang Juanhao's figure gradually faded, his skeletal remains disintegrating into motes of dust. The legacy had concluded, marking the day of his total demise. The cave crumbled, and a martial sovereign's soul dissipated into the void. On the other side, as Suyu and Nangong Qing traversed the space, they found themselves in an expansive desert, surrounded by endless sands, halting in uncertainty about their next steps. Had Suyu known where they were, he would have left long ago. Shadow clone technique? The young man activated a 6th-grade movement technique, causing 9 clones to appear, all sharing his strength and appearance to go. As he spoke, the 9 figures darted in different directions. Meanwhile, Nangong Qing approached Suyu with a questioning gaze. Jia Ming, who exactly are you? The strength of Jia Ming, coupled with the elder's earlier remarks, cast doubt upon Suyu's true identity. She had heard of the random transformation, said to be a form of transformation technique without rank, exceedingly difficult to master, allowing one to take on the appearance of any individual once learned. However, she heard that this secret manual had gone missing, and the reasons for it falling into the hands of the other party remained unclear. Coupled with the words spoken in the cave, her suspicions were 100% confirmed. The handsome man before her was nothing but a fade conjured by illusion. You are surprisingly perceptive. Answer me, Nangong Qing stated solemnly. Are you questioning me? Suddenly, a force comparable to a 2-star martial king pressed down on Nangong Qing, rendering her completely immobile. She swallowed hard, a chill running down her spine. If Suyu decided to silence her, her death would be inevitable. For the sake of Senior Ouyang, forget what you have seen. Otherwise, death, Suyu said coldly, gazing at her. Understood, Nangong Qing replied, her words laced with trepidation. 10 minutes later, the 9 avatars returned to their original form, and their memories began to merge. There is a small town 50 miles ahead. Let us proceed, Suyu pointed forward. Subsequently, the two of them employed their skills to move swiftly along the designated path. Outside the town, Suyu stood at the entrance, faint sounds from within reaching his ears. He hesitated to advance, his mind brimming with questions. The ruins were remnants of ancient times. Aside from the desert, the only unknown beasts were the ruins themselves, with the surrounding area barren and desolate. The existence of this town seemed incongruous. Let us go. Since we are here, we must venture inside. A dead horse is to be treated as a live one, he declared. All right, they agreed, entering the town together. Upon stepping inside, the architecture of the town was unique, with countless stalls lining the streets, bustling with activity, and pedestrians flowing continuously. To an outsider, it might have seemed like the bustling night market of the imperial capital. In stark contrast to the surrounding desert, this place felt like paradise. Hey, Jia Ming, should I ask someone for directions? Suyu nodded, sensing an eerie ambience. Excuse me, Nangong Qing stepped forward to intercept a passerby. May I ask where this place is? The passerby remained silent, offering no reply. Assuming he had not heard her, she raised her voice. Excuse me, could you tell me where this is? She deliberately amplified her tone, fearing he might be hard of hearing. Still, he continued to ignore her, brushing past her as if she were invisible. How can you be so rude? She turned to grasp the passerby. Just then, Suyu seemed to recall something. Shouting in alarm, "Don't touch him!" Unfortunately, it was too late. Nangong Qing's hand gripped the passerby, and in an instant, countless pairs of eyes on the street fixated on Suyu and her, their gazes glowing ominously red, evoking an unsettling terror. The restrained passerby emitted a strange sound. Upon turning to look, he found himself devoid of color, his skin stiff and his eyes crimson, resembling a zombie. Zombies on the street lunged wildly towards Suyu. Sword draw technique? In a panic, Suyu stepped forward and swiftly dispatched a zombie with a single strike. Congratulations, you have slain a zombie, gaining 1347 experience. Let us go. He pulled Nangong Qing and fled rapidly, a horde of zombies hot on their heels. They dashed along the route they had entered, and just as they were about to escape the town, an invisible barrier suddenly obstructed their passage. Phoenix Flowing Light Sword, Divine Sword Technique. Both unleashed their full power against the barrier, yet it stood unmoved. What on earth is this? It can actually withstand our attacks. Suyu was equally perplexed, but time was of the essence. Nearly 2,000 zombies were closing in. He could handle them alone, given that they were merely a group of high-level martial artists. Easily dispatched, but the presence of an additional burden complicated matters. Fight! They brandished their weapons and charged into the fray. Amidst the crowd, Suyu struck down one zombie after another, his movements agile and powerful, showing no signs of fatigue. Congratulations, you have slain a zombie, gaining 3,644 experience. Congratulations, you have instantly slain a mindless zombie, gaining 4,316 experience. Congratulations, you have killed a troublesome zombie, gaining 5,673 experience. The battle raged for 5 minutes, during which Suyu utilized both the sword draw technique and the divine sword technique, vanquishing over 200 zombies and accumulating more than 800,000 experience points. His cultivation level rose by 1 star, reaching the rank of 2-star great martial artist. In contrast, Nan Gongqing, possessing only the strength of a 7-star great martial artist and recovering her spiritual energy slowly, managed to kill just over 50 zombies in that brief span. Yet her stamina and energy were nearly depleted. Let us go. Suyu activated the Demon Cloud Step, lifting Nan Gongqing and fleeing swiftly. The zombies pursued relentlessly behind them. As they ran, Suyu found himself increasingly strained. Miss Nan Gong, you should consider shedding a few pounds. Carrying her was far more exhausting than slaying 3 zombies. It was utterly draining. Nonsense, I only weigh 90 pounds. How could I be fat? For reasons unknown. Upon hearing Suyu's comment, Nan Gongqing became infuriated, desperately trying to refute him. While fleeing, they passed by a grand mansion, its entrance adorned with a plaque that read Yin Mansion, no time to waste. Treating a dead horse like a live one, Suyu thought, rushing into the Yin Mansion with Nan Gongqing in his arms. Chapter 41. Slaying the Demon Tree, breaking the illusion upon entering, they found themselves in a chilling and eerie courtyard, dominated by a towering crimson tree that loomed several dozen meters high, its branches lush and full. Oddly, the tree emanated a strange, unsettling aura. Finally safe, Nan Gongqing remarked, peering outside to see the zombies had halted at the mansion's entrance. Too fearful to advance, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Be cautious. This mansion is not ordinary, Suyu warned, his instincts honed over years of solitude, telling him that this Yin Mansion held secrets that made the zombies wary. It was likely unclean. Understood. Nan Gongqing readied her weapon. Fully alert. 10 minutes later, they had scoured the mansion inside and out, finding little more than a few yellowed garments belonging to a man and a woman. With nothing else suspicious in sight, the only questionable element was the blood-red tree in the courtyard. Suyu observed the tree closely, detecting no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. Just then, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a random task. Choose one. Slay the 5th-tier blood-red Brahma tree to obtain 7-grade eye technique, Annihilation Kill. Annihilation Kill, the nemesis of all illusions. 2. Escape before it awakens. Reward: -1 cultivation level. How ruthless! Suyu was incredulous. The first task was so severe. How would he continue from here? Nevertheless, he had no intention of fleeing. The 7-grade eye technique was something he must acquire. Miss Nan Gong. This is a 5th-tier demonic beast. We shall combine our strength and aim to eliminate it before it awakens. Strike first to gain the advantage. Those who act first have the best chance of victory. Understood. Nan Gongqing unconditionally trusted Suyu. Ice-sealing dual sword. With a fierce cry, an icy aura enveloped her sword energy, materializing an ice dragon that she swung toward the demon tree. Shuratown Prison Fist. Suyu leapt into the air, a spectral dragon coalescing around his right fist, crashing down toward the demon tree. Boom boom. Their techniques inflicted varying degrees of damage upon the tree. Ah, it hurts. Who dares disturb my tranquility? A voice filled with ancient pain echoed from the tree. As it spoke, the demon tree swayed its towering form, its green eyes slowly opening. Humans, you seek death, having been interrupted during its peaceful slumber. The tree was understandably irate. 1,000 vines entwine. In an instant, 1,000 thick branches transformed into vines, surging toward the two of them. Quick, evade. They executed agile maneuvers to dodge the assault. Crack, crack, crack. Thousands of vines relentlessly pursued them. And Suyu swung his bloodthirsty sword, severing the advancing tendrils. As 7 or 8 minutes passed, the vines multiplied, ominously encroaching upon them. Damn it! The demon tree, now capable of speech, found the two of them so troublesome that it felt an overwhelming rage boiling within. 10,000 vines of verdant fury. Instantly, over 10,000 robust thorny vines leapt into action, launching a frenzied assault on the duo. Damn it! Suyu felt the strain. Phantom clone technique? With a command, 9 avatars, each comparable to a 2-star martial king, manifested before him, all wielding bloodthirsty swords. Though merely replicas, their power was still akin to spiritual artifacts. Miss Nan Gongqing, you and my avatars will hold off the vines while I flank the demon tree. Can you handle it alone? I can. All right, but be careful. Just as Nan Gongqing finished speaking, Suyu activated the demon cloud step, soaring toward the demon tree. Sure, a town prison fist. Boom boom, countless fists rained down like meteors upon the demon tree's visage. Aw, ugh, it hurts, it hurts. As the tree let out its anguished cries, it became battered and bruised, stammering as it spoke. Huh? Still not dead. Suyu was taken aback that a 5th-tier demon tree that could endure so many blows was indeed rare. Truly, its towering stature granted it remarkable resilience. However, what followed would not be so fortunate. Demonic transformation. Sure a hell. In a moment of desperation, Suyu unleashed his bloodline divine ability, instantly enhancing his strength by 1 star. Elevating him to the level of a 3-star great martial artist, his overall prowess now rivaling that of a 5-star martial king. In the direst of moments, Suyu's martial prowess reached its zenith. As the demonic dragon transformed into a colossal black dragon, its imposing presence utterly overwhelming. 9 manifestations, unite. The 9 avatars, summoned forth, returned to their original form. Die? Suddenly, a terrifying force surged towards the demon tree. No, the demon tree, filled with dread and resentment, was shattered into a 100-foot-tall splintered mass in an instant. At last. It was over. Suyu exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet the anticipated mechanical voice remained conspicuously absent. Could it be that the demon tree still lives? With uncertainty clouding his mind, Suyu approached the corpse of the demon tree. Suddenly, a rich, intoxicating fragrance wafted into the young man's being. Not good. It was too late. In a haze, he succumbed to drowsiness. Where am I? As Suyu gradually regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by an oppressive darkness, devoid of sunlight. Alone, he wandered through the shadows. A year, 2 years passed, time trickling away as darkness seemed endless and light never graced the scene. In the silent, pitch-black night, the young man found no direction and could only walk forward. Since there was no light, from this day forth, I shall be the light. Wherever I tread shall be illuminated. A mere shadow cannot impede my progress. Break. Suyu bellowed, his resolve unwavering, as his strength, rivaling that of a 5-star martial king, erupted forth, shattering the illusion without effort. I have returned. Upon awakening, Suyu immediately struck a decisive blow. The blood-red divine tree lay vanquished. Congratulations on slaying the demon tree, gaining 26,497 experience points. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The 7th-tier I technique, Destruction Kill, has been added to your storage pouch. Are you all right? Nan Gongqing inquired with concern. I'm fine. As they conversed, the zombies outside gradually dissipated, and the mansion, swept away by a gust of wind, faded into nothingness. Once everything had vanished completely, the two found themselves once again amidst familiar sands. How did we return here? Nan Gongqing pondered, seemingly struck by a realization. I understand. That town was an illusion conjured by the demon tree. Once it was slain, the mirage naturally dissolved. Suyu nodded in agreement. As it was indeed the most logical explanation at present, this moment, the two found themselves lost once more. Phantom clone technique. With a thought, Suyu cast the spell, and 9 avatars dispersed in different directions. For minutes later, the 9 returned to merge with his being. The young man sighed deeply, then fixed his gaze on Nan Gongqing. Uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, he delicately remarked, "They'd have found us." Chapter 42. 6th-tier Demon Beast, Taiji Immortal Fruit. Really? Nan Gongqing stepped closer, entwining her arm with Suyu's, her expression brimming with excitement. Oblivious to Suyu's unease. In her heart, she believed that if they could meet the 2 martial king elders, Their safety would be assured. Su Yu's power was indeed enigmatic and elusive, but those two elders were genuinely five-star martial kings. Where? 10 kilometers to the northwest, Su Yu indicated. Let us go and rendezvous with them. Nan Gongqing could hardly contain her eagerness, wishing she could sprout wings to fly to their side. Suddenly, the desert began to tremble violently. A massive man-eating beast emerged before them. The beast, clad in deep crimson, bore enormous limbs with a soft quill armor on its left shoulder and a menacing club in its grasp, its single eye crowned with a rhinoceros horn. Judging by its aura, it was at least a 5th or 6th tier demon beast. Meat. Fresh meat. Despicable humans, you shall become my feast. The man-eating beast, upon sighting its prey, succumbed to its greed, launching a devastating blow with its club. Dodge, Su Yu shouted. The two, caught off guard, hastily evaded the attack, never expecting the beast to strike without warning. Surely, it should have given them some time to prepare. Moreover, the absence of a system mission accompanying the beast's sudden appearance was peculiar. Could it truly be random, relying on luck? Damn it, you've gone too far. Su Yu's face burned with fury as he gripped the bloodthirsty sword, ready to charge forth, with Nan Gongqing closely trailing, poised to unleash a powerful strike. Suddenly, the man-eating beast seemed to be struck by a fright. Its complexion paled, and it trembled uncontrollably in place before turning to flee to T. That moment, Su Yu stood in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what had just transpired, while Nan Gongqing assumed the beast had been frightened away by Su Yu's murderous intent. In an instant, she felt immense admiration for him. Merely by exuding killing intent, he had repelled a beast akin to a 6-star martial king. What an impressive feat! Were Su Yu to learn of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Brother, you overestimate me. Let's go. This place is too eerie." As they spoke, Su Yu had no intention of lingering, swiftly scooping up Nan Gongqing and executing a series of flawless movements to make their hasty exit. His speed rivaled that of a high-tier martial king. Not long after their departure, a colossal ape burst forth from the ground. "Human boy, you sure ran fast." Had Su Yu been present, he would have recognized the beast before him as the dominant 5th-tier soul-devouring flame ape. A creature of noble lineage capable of battling 6th-tier beasts without defeat. Having spoken, the soul-devouring flame ape sank back into the earth, resuming its slumber. The best strategy is to withdraw. Su Yu carried Nan Gongqing a great distance, eventually arriving at the location where they had previously detected signs of life. Unfortunately, no one was in sight. Only a few incomplete skeletons remained, alongside 2 royal artifacts strewn on the ground, revealing the truth. They belonged to the 2 martial king elders, Wu Wu. Nan Gongqing wept for an extended period, while Su Yu remained unfazed, feeling a sense of relief that the youths had found release. He felt at ease. Since Nan Gongqing had mentioned the Taiji immortal fruit, he realized that even if the group found the immortal fruit, the Nan Gong family would never allow anyone to divulge the matter. They would undoubtedly resort to silencing witnesses. Perhaps it would be the 2 martial kings executing this task. Now that they had been slain by the demon beasts, he was naturally safe, after all. Nan Gongqing could not overpower him. "Let us bury them. This action would at least allow them to rest in peace." Agreed. Nan Gongqing personally interred the fallen together. After a moment, Su Yu took the lead in advising, "Miss Nan Gong, this ruin is exceedingly perilous. Even a martial sovereign like Ouyang has fallen here. What does that signify? It indicates that there are formidable demon beasts lurking deep within the ruins. With our current strength, we might not even find the immortal fruit before becoming the beast's next meal. We should depart." Given their combined strength, should they encounter a higher-tier demon beast, their fate would undoubtedly be grim. He had no desire to meet an untimely end in such a manner. Suddenly, a flash of sword light swept past, a royal artifact poised against Su Yu's throat. The young man remained calm and composed. Displaying no signs of panic on his face, he noticed her glaring at him in anger, exclaiming, "Dream on. For the sake of the immortal fruit, our Nan Gong family has already lost 2 martial kings. If we retreat now, their deaths would be in vain." Su Yu replied, "If we do not abandon this endeavor, the next to perish will be us." Nan Gongqing, stubbornly resolute, insisted that even if they perished, they must secure the immortal fruit. "If you wish to withdraw, then you may do so alone." With that, she produced a teleportation talisman from her storage pouch and handed it to him. Suu gazed at the talisman for a long while. Torn by inner conflict, if he chose to leave at this moment, it would indeed be a lamentable loss, for the Taiji immortal fruit was a rarity that appeared once in a millennium. To claim he did not wish to witness it would be a lie, however, compared to the immortal fruit. One's life was singular and irreplaceable. He loathed gambling with his life. If you wish for me to accompany you. It is not impossible. Nan Gongqing's eyes lit up. State your conditions. Having been educated since childhood, she understood the value of negotiation. A 7th-tier leg technique, in addition to an 8th-tier movement technique and a royal artifact. That was his bottom line. If she disagreed, he would walk away. Nan Gongqing pondered briefly, deeming the demands not overly excessive. Collectively, they amounted to merely a few 100 billion gold coins, a mere trifle for the Nangong family. Deal! The two reached an agreement and settled down to recover their strength. An hour later, they prepared themselves. Suu employed his clone technique to scout ahead, discovering an abandoned ruin located 20 kilometers from their current position. He suspected that it harbored at least one beast comparable to a 6th-tier demon. Let us proceed. As soon as he spoke, the two hurriedly advanced in that direction. In the ruins, Suu whispered cautiously. In the center of the ruins, a 6th-tier independent dragon beast lay guard at the entrance, snoring loudly. Fearing that too much noise might awaken it, he advised Nan Gongqing to tread lightly at that moment. The long-awaited mechanical voice rang out once more. Congratulations, host, for triggering a choice of 3 tasks. First, destroy the Taiji immortal fruit to prevent mankind from being deceived and receive blood of the 100 beasts. 4th tier. Second, fully deliver the Taiji immortal fruit to the Nangong family and receive -10 to cultivation. Third, destroy the immortal fruit and inform the world of the trap, receiving a good person card. Indeed, this immortal fruit could not enhance cultivation. It was a malicious ruse devised to ensnare and eliminate powerful beings. How utterly insidious! I choose the first option. The third option would be tantamount to seeking death. The miraculous nature of the immortal fruit had long been ingrained in the hearts of the people, rendering it impossible to easily dispel. Moreover, why would they believe him? Only by thoroughly destroying the immortal fruit could he sever the world's aspirations, and over time, as hope waned, people would abandon their pursuit. Let us proceed as follows. Chapter 43. Leaving the ruins, Blood of the 100 Beasts. Suu outlined his plan, and upon hearing it, Nan Gongqing deemed it astute and highly feasible, thus agreeing without hesitation. All right, then I shall commence. Phantom Clone Technique. As the final words left his lips, 9 avatars emerged in unison. Who are you? The 6th tier stirred from its slumber, acutely attuned to the essence of humanity. It could instantly detect any human presence or aura. You big fool, come chase me. The 9 avatars materialized before the, cloaked in black robes that obscured their features, their lips curling into derisive smirks. If you have the ability, come and strike me. Indeed, I stand right here. Come on, coward, worthless trash. The 9 of them exchanged taunts, each word laced with malice. You scoundrels, that could no longer endure the humiliation. As a dignified 6th-tier beast, it had never faced such disgrace. Truly, there are limits to what one can bear. Seeking death, the lunged forward with all its might, and the 9 avatars, seeing this, allowed their lips to curl upwards in amusement. You've fallen for it. In an instant, the 9 scattered, fleeing in different directions. Naive, the, as ferocious as a tiger, began to dismantle them one by one. At that moment, Suu, concealed nearby, observed the giant beast being led away, and hastily employed his magical cloud steps to infiltrate the ruins. Exactly where? Suu exerted all his effort, desperately searching for the suddenly. At the end of the ruins, the young man halted, his gaze fixed upon it, emanating 7 vibrant colors of purple, gold, and orange. A fruit floated above the Is this the? Suu stepped forward, plucking the into his hand, examining it closely. Such an ominous object like you should not exist in this world. Without hesitation, the young man crushed the with his bare hands. With a chilling, ancient scream reverberating. The lost its luster, transforming into a mere fragment. Indeed, it was a counterfeit. In that instant, he sensed the presence of an evil soul entity, indicating that there had been a trap from the very beginning. Once consumed, one would fall prey to the soul entity. Congratulations on completing the task. The 4th tier has been placed in your storage bag. Suddenly, Suyu coughed up blood for no apparent reason. He immediately sensed the impending danger. The avatars had been reduced to but one remaining, which would not last long. He needed to leave swiftly. Boom boom. The young man dashed out of the ruins, swiftly confirming the location of Nan Gongqing, and then hoisted her away at great speed. 15 seconds later, biffed, the last avatar was slain, and Suyu's main body was gravely injured. He plummeted from the sky. With the avatars destroyed, he could not manifest them again in a short period. Jia Ming. Nan Gongqing scooped up Suyu and flew away. They relentlessly pursued them. 3 days later, in a military-based city, a room. The unconscious young man awoke, his mind foggy, gazing at the familiar surroundings, and asked in confusion, "Where is this? You've awakened." "This is the military base." Coincidentally, Nan Gongqing entered the room holding medicinal soup. "Miss Nangong," Suyu rose to respond. "How did we escape?" Nan Gongqing set down the soup, recounting the events in detail. That day, when pursued by she had used a teleportation talisman in desperation to leave the ruins, narrowly escaping death. "Jia Ming, did you see the—" Suyu nodded. If he claimed he had not seen it, it would arouse her suspicion. "Really?" Her face lit up with joy. "Where?" Saying this, the young man produced a shard from his storage bag and handed it over. Afterwards, he displayed a face of regret, lamenting, "Alas, at the end of the ruins, I only found fragments of the— It seems someone must have gotten there before us and inadvertently shattered it in their greed for the fruit." What a pity. As he spoke, Suyu forced a few tears to well up in his eyes. "Given the circumstances, we can only say our luck was exceedingly poor." Nan Gongqing had no choice but to accept the shard, preparing to report it to her family, providing some semblance of an explanation. "You truly believe this? What a foolish girl," Suyu thought to himself. "Such a disposition would eventually lead to your downfall." By the way, Nan Gongqing recalled something. "I have informed the local military about the existence of 7th tier and above in the 12th relic. They are taking it very seriously. Also, here are the leg techniques and 8th tier body techniques you requested. I currently do not have any surplus royal artifacts, but I will provide them for you in the future." With that, she placed the 2 tomes of martial skills at the foot of the bed and hurriedly exited the room. Damn it, to be injured so severely. Suyu sat cross-legged to assess his injuries. His internal organs were shattered, suffering grave internal harm, while external injuries were relatively minor. It seems I must strive to use my avatars sparingly in the future. Their complete annihilation has dealt a tremendous blow to my body. After consuming a few pills, the young man began to recuperate. An hour later, Suyu opened his eyes once more. His internal injuries nearly healed. It is time to consume the 4th tier. With that, he retrieved a full vial of beast blood from his storage bag. Just the sight of the liquid within stirred a fervent excitement within him. Perhaps it was due to his bloodline divine ability being that elicited such a strong reaction. Gulp. The young man opened his mouth and swallowed. In that moment, a torrent of violent energy surged within him, the clashing against one another, making absorption exponentially more difficult. The surging energy threatened to rupture his body. At that moment, Suyu coldly reprimanded. "Regardless of how noble your bloodlines may be, since you are dead, you must obediently submit. Suppress." The Shura Hell enabled the young man's cultivation to soar by 1 star, restoring his stamina to full capacity. As powerful spiritual energy burst forth, forcefully quelling the turbulent bloodlines within him, in an instant, the bloodlines ceased their tumult, and they began to absorb energy frantically. 2 hours later, drink. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing strength comparable to a 6-star. The upgraded successfully to 2 stars, and Suyu felt a surge of exhilaration. Although his personal power had not increased, at least his had ascended to 2 stars, allowing him to wield a 2-star boost to his power when utilizing his bloodline divine abilities. It is time to leave. The next day, after bidding farewell to the military leader stationed there, the two boarded an armored vehicle back to the imperial capital. 4 days later, the two returned to the imperial capital. "Miss Nangong, until we meet again." With the task completed, he ought to return to the academy to report. "Wait." Nan Gongqing struggled for a moment before deciding to speak. "Should I call you Jia Ming, or the one who killed Luo Xianming, the destroyer of the Luo family?" Chapter 44. Return to Magic City. Revisit the Treasure Pavilion. Hearing this, Suyu halted his steps. He was hardly surprised by the inquiry. A month prior, the Luo family had been annihilated following a report by a young man named Jia Ming. An event known to all. It was hardly a secret. He ignored Nan Gongqing's words and continued on his way. Stop! Nan Gongqing, exasperated, found this infuriating. This insufferable man was utterly unamusing, leaving as he pleased. How callous! Miss Nan Gong, do you have any further instructions? Su Yu was aware of her fondness for him, yet such sentiments would only hinder his swiftness in action, in the absence of romantic entanglements. The path of martial arts flourishes. Without a conclusion, it would be unwise to delay her. Jia Ming, may I know your true name? Is it necessary? Su Yu replied coldly. His relationship with her was purely transactional. There was no need for such familiarity. Then how shall I find you? Is it necessary? Nan Gongqing suppressed her anger and stated, next time there's a job, I will prioritize you for escort. The remuneration will be generous. Humph, I wonder if you will fall for it. After spending so many days together, she discovered that Su Yu was impervious to persuasion. A stunning beauty stood before him, yet he remained completely unmoved. At times, she even questioned whether Jia Ming had an inclination towards men. However, through subsequent interactions, she discerned Su Yu's weakness: greed. His eyes lit up at the mere mention of money. Su Yu, not overthinking, instinctively halted at the mention of money, turning with excitement on his face. No problem. Just find the principal for monetary matters. He will notify me, afterward. Su Yu employed his skills and departed. Jia Ming, watching him fade into the distance. Nan Gongqing felt an inexplicable void within her. For some reason, being beside Su Yu made her feel remarkably secure. Before leaving the imperial capital, Su Yu found a place to revert to his original form and purchased a ticket for the train back to Magic City. 3 days later, the train arrived in Magic City. Magic City has arrived. Please disembark, announced the station's broadcast. Su Yu stepped off the train, inhaling the air of Magic City. For some reason, today the atmosphere felt particularly refreshing. Compared to the polluted air of the desert, this place felt like paradise. Finally, I am back. Su Yu. Su Yu. At that moment, 2 familiar voices called out from the side. He turned to see Mu Yunxian and Feng Wuyo approaching. The 3 embraced warmly. Long time no see. I've missed you dearly. I didn't expect the principal to send you to welcome me. What an honor. Of course, it's a must, Feng Wuyo replied. Yes, it's a must. Before boarding the vehicle, Su Yu had contacted the principal, who mentioned he would send someone to the station to pick him up. He was pleasantly surprised to find it was the 2 of them. On the way back to the academy, Su Yu inquired about what had transpired during his half-month absence. The 2 informed him that ever since he left, the students' morale had soared, and it was also noted that Wang Ditian had departed from the academy, supposedly returning to the imperial capital. On the other side, Su Yu, upon noticing that the 2 had broken through to the 5-star Grand Martial Master level, felt a slight shock. Cultivated by the Nangong family in the imperial capital, reaching such a level at their age was indeed a testament to their relentless efforts. In the office of the principal of the Magic Capital Academy, Su Yu entered and found the principal waiting for him. Do tell. What have you been up to these past 2 weeks? Subsequently, Su Yu recounted his plans to venture to the 12th ruins, including the existence of 6th and 7th tier monsters within. He omitted the matter of the Taiji immortal fruit, as revealing such information would bring calamity to both the principal and the world. After all, the Nangong family would never spread the word. To his astonishment, the 12th ruins actually harbored monsters above the 7th tier, a notion almost beyond imagination. The principal was exceedingly shocked. Historically, the strongest monsters within the 12th ruins had only reached the 5th tier. Yet now 6th and 7th tier monsters had been discovered. It appeared that the situation on the planet was exceedingly perilous. You have done remarkably well this time. You must have heard about the matter concerning Wang Ditian. Your victory over him has brought honor to the school. The academy has decided to reward you with 2,000 credits, which you may collect from the task pavilion. Thank you, principal, Su Yu replied, and then swiftly made his exit, fearful that the principal might reconsider. Observing this, Principal Qian smiled and mused, Su Yu, could you be the prophesied savior? I hope you can grow swiftly. Time is of the essence. After collecting his 2,000 credits, Su Yu greeted the elders before leaving the academy to head towards the headquarters of the treasure pavilion in the magic capital. He had 2 objectives for this trip. First, to gather intelligence. Second, to sell off some worthless treasures from the Luo family. After disguising himself, Suyu entered the treasure pavilion. Upon entering, a voluptuous woman approached him. "Esteemed guest, what business do you wish to conduct?" "My business is beyond your capacity. Summon your manager." "Miss Wan Qinghui," Suyu said softly, yet it drew the attention of several onlookers. "Who does he think he is, a pretty boy like him wanting to meet Miss Wan?" Some scoffed. "Exactly, he should know his place. Just because he has a handsome face doesn't mean he deserves to see Miss Wan," others jeered. Scram! In an instant, Suyu's aura as a 2-star Grand Martial Master erupted, appearing comparable to a 4-star Martial King to outsiders. Those who had previously mocked him were merely a group of 20 to 30-year-old Grand Martial Masters, utterly incapable of withstanding the pressure of a Martial King's might. The moment the youth released his aura, several of them fell heavily to the ground, unable to move, as if a colossal boulder pressed down upon them, rendering them breathless. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The wrath of a Martial King was not something they could bear. What immense power! At least a 4-star Martial King. Wan Qinghui sensed the overwhelming presence and hastily approached to investigate. What has transpired? At that moment, a stunning woman in her 20s emerged. She was none other than Wan Qinghui, manager. The attendant relayed the events in detail. To her astonishment, Wan Qinghui admonished, "The one who comes is our esteemed guest. By insulting him, you insult the treasure pavilion. From this day forth, you are forbidden from stepping foot into the pavilion. Those who defy this shall perish." With a single phrase, their fates were sealed. Though they felt resentment, they could only flee in disgrace. "This young master, please follow me upstairs." Wan Qinghui turned to Suyu, her attitude now one of utmost respect, realizing that someone so young could possess such formidable cultivation. This individual was not to be trifled with. Soon after, they ascended the stairs. "May I inquire your name, young master?" "Jia Ming." Jia Ming. Wan Qinghui felt that she had heard this name before, yet could not recall where. "May I ask what you require, or what you wish to sell?" Wan Qinghui was exceedingly curious, but one thing she was certain of was that if he was selling, the items would not be ordinary. Unfortunately, she was mistaken this time. Suyu was indeed selling mundane items. With a flick, a multitude of weapons, elixirs, and equipment, thousands of volumes of martial techniques ranging from 1st to 6th rank, as well as various century-old spirit herbs appeared before Wan Qinghui's eyes. This was merely a fraction. The total number of items exceeded 10,000, each of which was of moderate quality. Wan Qinghui was left dumbfounded. The mountainous pile of treasures filled the entire second floor. As the manager of the treasure pavilion in the magic capital, she had never witnessed such a sight. It was utterly stunning. This was equivalent to the heritage of a century-old family in the magic capital. Not only had she never seen it, but she had never even heard of it. She began to suspect that he had robbed a family, for how could one individual possess such an abundance of treasures? Perhaps it is a bit much. Let's see how much it's worth. He had discarded a heap of worthless items from the Luo family, keeping 5 royal weapons, 2 imperial spears, 15 volumes of 7th rank sword techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, and several 100 billion gold coins. A bit much. Wan Qinghui felt like crying. This was an understatement. The entire second floor was nearly overflowing, with an estimated minimum of 100,000 items, and a maximum of 200,000. Young Master Jia, may I ask where you come from? The imperial capital. Suyu casually replied, knowing that mentioning the imperial capital would further mystify her. The imperial capital? Wan Qinghui dared not be negligent. Young Master Jia, please wait a moment. Our staff will quickly tally and estimate the value for you. All right. Suyu was unperturbed by the thought of Wan Qinghui fleeing. The name Treasure Pavilion served as the best assurance, unless she wished never to see anyone again in her lifetime. Wan Qinghui beckoned dozens of staff members, who began counting and estimating a rough total. Time passed gradually. 7 hours later, dozens of staff members collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat and having lost several pounds. Wan Qinghui was relatively fine, being a martial king with abundant energy. Afterward, she approached Suyu, her lips trembling slightly as she spoke. Young Master Jia, your items total 14,570 pieces, equivalent to approximately 700,086 million gold coins. We will round off the number as a gesture of friendship and offer you 700,087 million. How does that sound? The enormity of the transaction was unprecedented for her. 700 billion. This amount genuinely startled Suyu. Despite currently possessing over 100 billion in wealth, This sum was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the transaction at hand. Deal. Upon mutual agreement, Wan Qinghui handed over a purple gold card. The 700 billion has been deposited. Please keep this card safe. In any treasure pavilion across Huaguo, it grants a 50% discount. OK.Suu accepted the purple gold card and spent 400 billion on an imperial weapon, the Burning Sky Sword, 5 volumes of 8th rank martial techniques, a complete set of golden armor crafted from 6th tier monsters, and a Taiji Breaking Barrier Golden Pill. The Taiji Breaking Barrier Golden Pill, worth several billion gold coins each, could enhance a martial artist's chances of awakening bloodline abilities. If already awakened, it could potentially unlock unprecedented dual bloodline abilities. After his purchases, Suyu felt as though his heart was bleeding. 400 billion had vanished in an instant. Money truly does not last long. I'm leaving. With that, Suyu turned and descended the stairs to exit the treasure pavilion. At that moment, a man appeared as a wisp of black smoke. Uncle Jia, ascertain his identity. Yes, a middle-aged man with a stubbled face received the command and vanished from sight. As Suyu strolled through the bustling streets, he sensed the presence of the martial king who had been following Wan Qinghui. Previously, due to his lower cultivation, he had been unable to discern her exact strength. Now, her power was fully revealed to him. She was a 6-star martial king. With all his might, he could potentially defeat her. However, since they bore no grudges, there was no need for conflict. Since you wish to play, I shall oblige you to the end. The young man smiled indifferently, then utilized his technique to slip into a secluded alley. Trying to escape, Uncle Jia was confident he could overcome Suyu and swiftly pursued. At this moment, Suyu had transformed into the guise of the enigmatic Taoist. Holding a whisk and draped in a tricolored Taoist robe, swaggering out of the alley. Whoosh, the two brushed past each other, with Uncle Jia completely absorbed in the young and handsome man. Oblivious to the Taoist cultivation, once outside, Suyu melded back into the crowd in the alley. Only Uncle Jia remained, looking utterly bewildered. Where did he go? Uncle Jia stood there, utterly perplexed. Moments later, Suyu returned to the Magic Capital Academy. On his way back to the villa, he encountered Feng Wuyo and Mu Yunxian, who were also heading back. The three engaged in lively conversation. Suddenly, Mu Yunxian proposed a challenge. Suu, it has been 3 days since we last met. Let us have a sparring match. Indeed. Mu Yunxian's suggestion echoed the thoughts of Feng Wuyo, who had been hesitant to voice them. Very well. It just so happened that Suyu wished to gauge their strengths as well. Make your move. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously launched their attacks. Falling Maple Ghost Blade, 9 Springs Demon Break. As their martial techniques emerged, 2 spectral forms manifested. Both were 7th rank techniques, transcending the mundane. One wielded a blade while the other wielded a sword. Executing the 2 7th rank martial techniques with exceptional finesse, their power barely a step away from reaching the realm of mastery. 2 individuals wielded 2 spiritual weapons, combined with their own remarkable prowess as 5-star martial masters, complemented by the most formidable 7th grade martial techniques. The power of these 2 strikes was comparable to that of an 8-star martial master. Quite an impressive display. Suyu smiled faintly. He could have held back, but for his brothers, giving his all was the greatest respect he could offer. With a command, the Phantom Clone technique was initiated. Summoning 9 figures that rivaled martial kings, the 9 struck in unison, neutralizing the 2 unleashed 7th grade martial techniques, and then vanished into thin air, only to reappear with their swords poised at the throats of the 2 adversaries. The pair trembled in fear, their hearts pounding with terror. For those 9 clones had already surpassed 5-star martial masters, indicating that any future encounters with Suyu would not be a mere one-on-one battle, but rather a 1 against 10. Was this still human? It was utterly outrageous. The 2 were completely convinced, realizing that they would likely never surpass Suyu in this lifetime. I concede. As the youth's words fell, the 9 clones returned to their original forms. Brother Su, are you truly human? Mu Yunxian questioned, doubting whether the other was a monster. A terrifying monster. Of course, I am human. By the way, your martial techniques don't seem very strong. Why not give these 2 7th grade techniques a try? As he spoke, Suyu retrieved a sword and a saber, both 7th grade martial techniques, from his storage pouch. The 2 were left astounded. 7th grade martial techniques were worth hundreds of millions. Brother Su, are you truly giving these to us? Of course. Chapter 46. Closed door training. A call from the principal had it not been for the fact that the two had yet to reach martial king status, and thus could not withstand the soul backlash from training with 8th grade martial techniques. Suyu would have long ago gifted them 8th grade techniques. Compared to 7th grade, 8th grade techniques would elevate one's abilities by at least one tier. A great favor needs no words of thanks. Feel free to call upon us for anything. Indeed, we would gladly risk our lives for you. After expressing their gratitude, the two dashed into their villa, eager to commence training with the 7th grade techniques. How delightful! The entire academy students were brimming with motivation. Suyu, too, could not afford to lag behind. Resolute, he entered his villa, washed away his fatigue, and began to train in his room. The youth sat cross-legged on the bed. Beside him lay an 8th grade movement technique. The carefree step that I should be able to cultivate this, right? He approached it with a mindset of trying it out. After all, his physique was comparable to that of a martial king, and mastering an 8th grade movement technique should pose no issue. He flipped through the pages, point 1 page, point 2 pages. Carefree step. Swift as lightning. Free and unrestrained. A leap of 100 miles. Let me roam as I please. Excellent. What a fitting phrase for his own aspirations. Half a month later. In a mere 15 seconds, the youth's figure darted through every corner of his 300 square meter villa with astonishing speed. He had achieved the initial stage of mastery. The carefree step encompassed 3 levels: initial mastery, great mastery, and perfect mastery. Upon reaching perfection, one could leap 100 miles in 3 seconds. Now that was true movement technique. The transforming sword technique and the annihilation strike followed. For the next 2 months, Suyu remained secluded, diligently training in the transforming sword technique gifted by Elder Ouyang, as well as the annihilation strike awarded by the system. In the villa's courtyard, the youth wielded the imperial weapon, the Burning Heaven Sword. Each movement encapsulated the essence of martial arts. As his black-blue pupils glimmered, a beam of golden light shot forth, instantly shattering a nearby boulder with power rivaling a 1-star martial king. At last, he had entered the initial stage of mastery. After 2 months of relentless training, he had mastered 2 7th grade martial techniques alongside an 8th grade movement technique. During this time, he had consumed the Tai Chi breaking barrier pill, successfully elevating his bloodline's supernatural ability to 3 stars. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the phone rang. Suyu set down his weapon and checked his phone, discovering over 30 missed calls. Among them were the principal, Feng Waya, Xiaoyu, Mu Yunxian, and Lin Gu. Scrolling down, he spotted a familiar name, Zhang Xiaofan. Since the incident at the train station, they had not been in contact. Was there something amiss? Filled with curiosity, Suyu dialed the number. After a long wait, no one answered. Had something happened? Driven by intrigue, he decided to head to the cafeteria for a hearty meal. After 3 months without food, he had almost forgotten the taste of rice. Following that, he proceeded to the freak class where Zhang Xiaofan was located. The freak class, as the name suggested, was a group endowed with special abilities, such as those possessing innate bloodline supernatural powers. Initially slow in their training, once they reached martial master status, their cultivation speed would multiply. On his way, he noticed several third-year students surrounding a freshman in a violent manner. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was actually Zhang Xiaofan. Hey, hand over the martial master pill quickly, or don't blame us for being ruthless. In your dreams. Zhang Xiaofan, bruised and battered, refused to yield. He was on the verge of becoming a martial master. That pill was his lifeline. Damn it, hit him. The group relentlessly pummeled Zhang Xiaofan. Stop. With a sharp command, Suyu utilized the carefree step to swiftly close the distance, blocking their fists and feet with a single hand. The Grim Reaper. The third-year students, upon recognizing Suyu, were instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, trembling as if they had encountered a demon, their breaths in disarray. Brother Yu. Zhang Xiaofan looked upon him like a savior. The utterance of Brother Yu left the assailants dumbfounded. We're done for. We provoked the Grim Reaper. Why didn't you mention you knew Suyu earlier? They lamented, feeling wronged. Had they known he was Suyu's friend, they would never have dared to attack. It was too late to retreat. Brother Su. Ancestor Su, spare our lives. We truly had no idea he was your friend. The assailants knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing in apology. However, having injured his friend, Suyu would not easily forgive them with mere words. With a single strike, he unleashed the explosive fist, a fiery punch imbued with a hint of lightning, directly towards the group. Aw, They were sent flying, crashing heavily against the rocks behind them, several ribs broken, falling unconscious. Had he not controlled his power to that of a one-star martial master and employed a lower-tier martial technique, they would have been instantly obliterated. Once the insignificant threats were dealt with, Suyu handed a pill to Zhang Xiaofan, urging him to consume it. The pill dissolved upon entry, and in an instant, a golden light erupted, fully healing Zhang Xiaofan's injuries. What a miraculous pill! Is this not too precious? No worries, just a single pill. He had many such pills and would not run out anytime soon. By the way, how did you end up entangled with those third years? Zhang Xiaofan explained, and Suyu gleaned that his family had spent a fortune procuring a martial master pill for him. But the news leaked, leading the third years to discover it. Thus, they pressured him to surrender the pill. Had he not arrived in time, the pill would likely have been snatched away. Now, consume it that I will protect you. Given Zhang Xiaofan's strength, he could not guard the pill himself. Consuming it immediately was the best option. Okay. With that, Zhang Xiaofan swallowed the pill and began to absorb its power. Half an hour later, boom! Zhang Xiaofan successfully broke through, his aura soaring as he ascended to a one-star martial master, then to the peak of 2 stars, and finally, 3 stars in one breath. He had leaped to the 3-star martial master realm. A dragon. So it turns out he possesses an innate bloodline supernatural ability. At the moment of his breakthrough, Suyu witnessed a black dragon materializing behind him, its bloodline aura even surpassing that of his own demon god transformation. Thank you, brother you. Don't mention it. Now that your bloodline supernatural ability has awakened, your cultivation speed will be 10 times faster. Congratulations. Suyu genuinely felt happy for him. Not bad, Zhang Xiaofan humbly replied, but class monitor Qin's bloodline is truly terrifying. It turned out that a month prior, Qin Lingxue had broken through to martial master status, awakening her ice dragon bloodline and elevating her cultivation to 5-star martial master. So much had transpired in just 3 months. The Academy's talent ranking had been restructured. First, the first-year martial god class Suyu, strength unknown. Second, the third-year martial god class Liao Wentao, 9-star martial master. 10th, the first-year martial god class Feng Waya, 6-star martial master. 11th, the first-year martial god class Mu Yunxian, 5-star martial master. 12th, the first-year freak class Qin Lingxue, 5-star martial master with a bloodline supernatural ability. Each member in the top 10 of the talent ranking received 500 credits monthly, while the first place earned 1,000 credits. Unbeknownst to him, Suyu already possessed 5,000 credits. Things were becoming increasingly interesting. Those with bloodline supernatural abilities were exceedingly rare. Now, with 2 appearing in the free class, it seemed the Academy was bound to be abuzz. Ding ding ding. The phone rang once more. Suyu glanced at the screen. It was the principal. Chapter 47. Academy Competition. Confirming the list principal, came the voice from the other end of the line. Suyu, please come to my office. I have matters to discuss. After ending the call, he bid farewell to Zhang Xiaofan and swiftly made his way to the principal's office. Inside the principal's room, upon pushing the door open, Suyu saw the principal seated on the sofa, conversing with a middle-aged man. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a friendly demeanor. Suyu. Uve arrived. Upon seeing him, Principal Qin quickly stood, and the two hurriedly approached Suyu. Let me introduce you. Pointing to the man beside him, Principal Qin said, this is the vice principal of our Modu Academy, Chai Maoshuan. He just completed a mission and rushed back at the first opportunity. Vice Principal Chai, it's a pleasure to meet you. Suyu greeted warmly. Ha ha ha. Chai Maoshuan clapped Suyu on the shoulder, a smile gracing his face as he expressed, let us keep it informal. Just call me Senior Yu Shuedi. I have heard marvelous tales about you. Upon his return, he could not help but chatter incessantly, recounting the principal's words for quite some time. This year, the Academy has produced an extraordinary talent, a prodigy capable of vanquishing 7 or 8 stars worth of adversaries. Thus, he has come to witness this phenomenon for himself. At that moment, a formidable aura of spiritual energy coursed around the young man. He testing me. Sensing no malice from the other party, Suyu chose not to resist, allowing the probing to continue unimpeded. Indeed, Chai Maoshuan was quite pleased, turning to Qin Budo and remarking that it seemed our academy would shine brightly in this year's national competition. The two exchanged knowing smiles, leaving Suyu utterly bewildered. The National Academy competition? This was the first he had heard of it. The principal beckoned the two to sit down and began to explain. Each year, The 36 national academies engage in a competition to reassess their rankings based on strength. And this event holds immense significance, impacting the reputation of the academies. In recent years, the Imperial Academy has consistently maintained its position at the top, while we have remained in second place, yet the Jiangbei Academy, currently in third, has long sought to usurp us. What are the criteria for participation? Upon hearing the principal's words, Suyu became intrigued by the competition. Each academy is allowed to send a team of 6, with participants being under the age of 21 and no greater than a 1-star martial king in cultivation. I wish to participate. Suyu was determined not to miss this opportunity. Well then, Principal Chai rose to his feet and declared, "You shall serve as both captain and coach for this year's competition, selecting 5 students from the first and second years to train intensively. A month from now, I shall personally lead you to the Imperial City for the contest. I hope by then, I will witness a brand new version of you all. We will accomplish the task without fail." Suyu replied firmly, "You may leave now." After Qin Budo's words, Suyu departed. Once he left, silence enveloped the office. At that moment, Qin Budo suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Little Chai, do you believe it could be Suyu?" Chai Maoshuan understood the principal was referring to the prophecy given to the high-ranking officials of Huaguo by the oracle before his demise. He hesitated for a moment before responding, unless it is merely a coincidence. Then it is highly likely. Meanwhile, after exiting the principal's office, Suyu was preoccupied with contemplating the list of participants for the competition. Feng Wui and Mu Yunxian were certainties, but he found it challenging to make choices regarding others. Lost in thought, Suyu unwittingly arrived at the towering stone tablet of the talented ones. As he looked up, he noticed the names shimmering on the board. Suddenly, it dawned on him. How convenient! Several names on the list caught his eye. 7th, Dong Qinxue from the second-year martial god class, an 8-star Grand Martial Master. 12th, Qin Lingxue from the first-year oddity class, a 5-star Grand Martial Master. 14th, Zhang Xiaofan from the first-year oddity class, a 3-star Grand Martial Master. It will be these 3. Suyu disregarded any other candidates, firmly deciding on them. As for his reasoning, Dong Qinxue was powerful, a senior, mature and composed, standing out among her peers in the second year. Although Qin Lingxue and Zhang Xiaofan had lower cultivation levels, the unique bloodline abilities they possessed made their overall strength far from negligible. An hour later, in the Academy Training Hall, Feng Wui, Mu Yunxian, Dong Qinxue, Qin Lingxue, and Zhang Xiaofan had gathered. "Brother Yu, what is the purpose of summoning us?" Zhang Xiaofan, who had been in the restroom, rushed in upon receiving the call. "Yes, if there is something to convey." "Please do so," the others chimed in, having been summoned in a similar manner. Without further ado, Suyu stated his purpose. "Everyone, in 1 month, the National Academy competition will be held in the Imperial City. This matter pertains to the honor of our school, and the principal has tasked me with assembling a 6-member team to represent the Academy. Brother Yu, you mean to say it will be the 6 of us? Given there are precisely 6 slots for participants, and 6 of us present, it hardly seems coincidental." The others exchanged looks of shock, wondering how they, as mere first-year students, could bear such responsibility. At that moment, Suyu, with a hint of amusement, replied, "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. But there is no prize." Afterward, Qin Lingxue voiced her confusion, asking, "Why was I chosen?" Her cultivation level was merely that of a 5-star Grand Martial Master. Participating would only bring shame upon herself and the Academy. "Because of your bloodline abilities." Bloodline abilities are a most peculiar power, and Suyu trusted his judgment. Of course, if any of you do not wish to participate, you may leave now, and I shall consider this conversation as never having taken place. However, should you choose to compete, I assure you that a month from now, you will all undergo a remarkable transformation. The choice is yours, now. Decide. Each person has their own aspirations, and Suyu would not force them. "I will participate." A resounding and resolute voice rang out, revealing Dong Qinxue, the second-year senior. She had come to the academy to grow stronger and would certainly not miss the chance to prove herself. "I will join as well." Feng Wui and the others quickly followed suit, making their decision without hesitation. They all chose to participate, not for any other reason than to demonstrate to the world that the Magic City Academy was far from inferior. "Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you all," so you felt satisfied with their responses. It was time to proceed to the next step. As he spoke, 5 King-grade weapons, 2 Imperial-grade spears, and 15 7th-grade martial arts techniques flew out from his storage bag. presenting themselves before the gathered participants. These are king-grade and imperial-grade weapons. Wow, Captain, you have struck it rich. The eyes of the five sparkled with excitement. Among them were those from prominent families, accustomed to possessing a few seventh-grade martial arts techniques. But none could have summoned forth such an impressive display. Keep in mind, a single seventh-grade martial art is worth over 100 million, king-grade weapons approximately 400 million, and imperial-grade weapons at least several billion. Altogether, this collection is worth at least 100 billion, truly extravagant. Ahem. Suyu cleared his throat twice, regaining their attention. We are the face of the Magic City, and as captain, I must not be stingy. These are my spoils of war. Feel free to take what suits you, not hold back. The three words, do not hold back, were instantly understood by everyone. In an instant, all the items were snatched up, leaving Suyu in a state of bewilderment. You are truly lacking in courtesy. His heart bled at the sight. It was 100 billion worth of goods. Suyu never anticipated their lack of decorum. Chapter 48. Intense Training, the Magic Dragon Mountain Range. Wow, this spear is so impressive. I agree, this martial technique is truly delightful. Participating in the competition is wonderful, absolutely delightful. The five of them each acquired weapons and techniques suited to them. Their faces aglow with joy, completely oblivious to Suyu's darkening expression nearby. At that moment, they could not help but think. Had they known that participating in the competition would grant them access to such valuable resources for free, they would have crawled to attend, even if it meant enduring hardships. Their words pierced Suyu's heart like daggers. Yet, it was too late to turn back. He could not shamelessly ask for his treasures back. Stand at attention. Training begins. He simply wished to vent his frustration. A few minutes later, the five donned their protective gear, crafted from the hides of third-tier demonic beasts, which were remarkably resilient. Before we begin training, I must first gauge your strengths. Altogether now, let me see what you are capable of. If any of you can defeat me within the time of a single incense stick, I will reward you with an 8th-grade martial technique. If you fail, the males will perform 10,000 push-ups, while the females shall run 50 laps. Suyu was prepared, eagerly anticipating their responses. If they were so bold as to disregard his earlier kindness, he would not hold back either. The five were taken aback, their weapons and techniques suddenly losing their allure. Please, brother, you, do not. Even a being on par with a one-star martial king, Wan Thien, is your opponent. How could we dare to engage? Enough. Yes, perhaps it would be better not to compete. The five quickly attempted to withdraw, realizing that facing this monstrous captain was akin to courting death. They wished to live a few more years. Do I seem like a pushover? In an instant, the young man's aura radiated with a deadly intent. Get ready. The Phantom Clone Technique. 9 clones emerged simultaneously, each with strength around the one-star martial king level, their expressions cold and resolute. Go. With a command from Suyu, the 9 clones executed the Devil Cloud Step, moving like the wind, their actions nearly impossible to track. Invisibly Sword Technique, Heavenly Emperor's Fist, 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix Spear, Primordial Sword Technique, 9 Springs Demon Breaker. Qin Lingxue wielded her king-grade Lingbing Sword, executing the 6th-grade Invisibly Sword Technique with finesse, a skill she had exchanged for at the Hidden Treasure Pavilion and had been honing for over 2 months. Now reaching its peak level, Mu Yunxian fought with his fists, while Zhang Xiaofan handled a spear. The other two also wielded long swords, relying on the power of their king and imperial-grade weapons. They barely managed to hold their ground against one of the martial king clones. It was evident that their performance was not reflective of the clone's true strength. Suyu had deliberately suppressed the clone's abilities to the 8-star Grand Martial Master level, granting them the opportunity to unleash their most powerful strikes. Even if they ultimately lost, they would do so willingly. 10 minutes later, over half of the incense stick's time had passed. After 5 minutes of enduring, Mu Yunxian and the others ultimately succumbed to the Martial King clone's might and retreated. At this point, only Dong Qinxue and Qin Lingxue remained. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack, cracked in the air. The clash of weapons echoed. On the ground, Dong Qinxue, relying on her 8-star Grand Martial Master strength, along with her King-grade Breaking Sky Sword and 7th-grade Martial Technique, demonstrated remarkable perseverance. Qin Lingxue similarly held her ground, utilizing her bloodline abilities to endure until now. Yet both were evidently exhausted. 10 seconds later, Both of them were ultimately defeated. We have lost. Qin Lingxue and her companion were utterly dejected. The bloodline abilities she once took pride in had proven utterly worthless against Suyu. Easily vanquished. You have truly disappointed me, Suyu expressed with palpable irritation. The five of them could not even best a single clone, leading him to question their capacity to compete. You might as well surrender. It's embarrassing to lose like this. If you lose, adhere to the agreement. The others complied with their captain's orders, dutifully running and performing push-ups. 7 days later, their physical prowess had increased tenfold, their internal spiritual energy now rich and potent. During this time, they once more challenged the clones, barely managing to endure for a single incense stick's worth of time. Yet still faced defeat. 9 days later, Suyu had perfected his 7th grade shadowless chain kick, while Zhang Xiaofan and Mu Yunxian experienced breakthroughs in their physical limits, enhancing their cultivation by a star. 15 days later, their stamina had multiplied several times over, and their newly acquired 7th grade martial skills had reached initial proficiency. With half a month's training completed, significant improvements were evident at that moment. Within the training hall of the academy, the five stood in formation, their faces radiating confidence, a stark contrast to their demeanor from 2 weeks prior. Despite many not having advanced in their cultivation, their internal spiritual energy had solidified, and their martial skills had improved slightly. Though the training had been arduous, they remained grateful to Suyu. You have trained for half a month. It is time to get to the crux of the matter. It is time to see whether you are dragons or mere worms, he declared. The principal had approved his request, and for the next half-month, their training ground would be the Demon Dragon Mountain Range. Located at the easternmost edge of the Demon City, the Demon Dragon Mountain Range featured treacherous terrain stretching for thousands of miles, teeming with powerful monstrous beasts, making it an ideal place for honing one's skills. Absolutely, the five were earnest. After more than half a month of training together, they had come to understand Suyu's character. No matter what he said, it was imperative to comply without contradiction. After all, obedient children are rewarded with sustenance, while disobedience leads to punishment. 3 hours later, under Captain Suyu's guidance, the six swiftly arrived at the outskirts of the Demon Dragon Mountain Range. The five, experiencing this for the first time, were filled with curiosity at the novel sights. Upon entry, Suyu felt a sense of nostalgia wash over him. He retrieved several task tokens from his storage bag, glanced at them, and then issued assignments to the group. Cough, cough, cough. The five instinctively snapped back to attention. For the next half-month, you will train in the Demon Dragon Mountain Range. Your task is to eliminate various 4th-grade monstrous beasts. Collect their corpses, cores, and any other items found within the range. Essentially, gather everything you can and turn it over to me upon completion. Furthermore, I will provide covert protection. With that, Suyu's words were barely out before the five flickered and vanished from sight. Excellent! I truly am a genius, the youth thought to himself, brimming with excitement. Before heading to the Demon Dragon Mountain Range, he had made a stop at the Treasure Pavilion to accept all remaining 4th-grade beast task tokens. After all, hunting monstrous beasts was also a form of training. Why not do it all at once and earn a tidy sum of credits? 10 days passed swiftly, and soon half a month had elapsed. Crack, crack, crack emerging from the depths of the mountains, the five displayed a marked transformation. The childishness had faded from their faces, replaced by an intense aura of killing intent and coldness. Their icy, murderous gazes could instill fear in their opponents, thereby increasing their chances of victory. They presented their storage bags to Suyu, who, upon inspection, discovered at least 100 4th-grade monstrous beasts, most of which were at levels 7 and 8, all dispatched with a single blow. Excellent. Suyu expressed his satisfaction. In just a month, they had not only elevated their mindset and aura but had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Chapter 49. The competition begins. Round 1. Upon returning to the Demon City, Suyu visited the Treasure Pavilion to sell the corpses of hundreds of various 4th-grade monstrous beasts and spiritual herbs, netting a total of 3 million gold coins. Wan Qinghui, upon seeing him again, was equally astonished, and they engaged in a brief, awkward conversation. Stepping outside, he promptly returned to the academy, where he turned in the task tokens at the task hall to exchange for credits. These were low-level tasks, yielding a maximum of 10 credits each, and collectively earned him 950 credits, compensating somewhat for previous losses. The following day, everyone was geared up and ready to go. To the imperial capital, here we come, to the National Academy competition. We are on our way. Each member harbored dreams as they set off in luxurious private vehicles, led by Vice Principal Chai. The entire school gathered to bid them farewell. Su Shashing, break through the imperial capital and showcase the might of our academy. Senior sister, go for it. Feng Appa, you're the best. Nonsense, the true idol is obviously Mu Yunxian Appa. Feng Appa, Mu Appa. Several girls engaged in a lively debate. With Su Shashing in attendance, this year's National Academy competition was bound to strike a blow to the imperial capital, though regrettably, they would not be able to witness it live, resorting instead to mobile broadcasts to catch a glimpse of the action. An hour later, the luxury vehicles arrived at the imperial capital. Stepping out, Zhang Xiaofan and the others were awestruck by the opulence of the streets, grand estates, and towering skyscrapers. Compared to the imperial capital, the demon city seemed significantly inferior, Zhang Xiaofan remarked, and Feng Wuyo added, indeed, what a contrast. It's truly an eye-opener. As a scion of one of the 7 great families of the demon city, Feng Wuyo was well versed in the fact that the imperial capital was the heart of Huagua. Thriving and prosperous, a world apart from the demon city. Today's visit confirmed that it was indeed extraordinary. The others, also experiencing this for the first time, were equally astonished. Next to them, Suyu was unfazed. He had been just as astonished on his first visit. Imperial Capital Sports Arena. The 6 arrived at the arena's exterior under the guidance of Vice Principal Chai. This moment, he cautioned them. The arena is filled with all sorts of characters. Remember, do not stir up trouble, and fighting is strictly forbidden. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. Keep this in mind. Understood. They all responded earnestly. Suddenly, a hearty laughter from a middle-aged man nearby caught their attention. Turning, they saw a man in a blue robe approaching, flanked by 5 men and a woman, all adorned with the characters Zhangbei Academy. Upon seeing the man, Chai Maoshuan's expression darkened. This was the last person he wished to encounter. However, in public, he could not afford to lose face. Chai Maoshuan, long time no see. How come you're still alive? The man remarked with a grin. Rest assured, Jiang Jianya, as long as you're alive, I'll be here too. The vice principal retorted with a forced smile. The two exchanged pleasantries, feigning warmth, while onlookers would have thought they were the best of friends. What is this? Jiang Jianya glanced at Suyu and the others behind him, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Has the Demon City Academy run out of participants? Sending a bunch of kids to compete? To him, Suyu and his companions appeared to be nothing more than first-year students, mere children, lacking the strength of the second-year students behind him. Soon, the Zhangbei students displayed their disdain, evidently attempting to provoke Suyu and his group into a confrontation, hoping to use it as grounds for an accusation to disqualify them. Such tactics were so old-fashioned. Let us see who truly excels. We're leaving. The 6 vowed to remember the disdainful expressions of the Zhangbei students, swearing to teach them a lesson should they cross paths during the competition. Half an hour later, representatives from 72 academies arrived at the venue. Among the crowd, Suyu spotted 2 reserve contestants from Lingxi Academy who had previously attended the same high school as him. He refrained from greeting them, merely surprised by the encounter. Wow, look, it's the contestants from the Imperial Capital Academy. The main act always arrives last. Isn't that Wan Huitian, the top prodigy of the Wan family? Indeed, it is. At that moment, the final team made their entrance, causing a stir among the crowd. Wan Huitian, the top prodigy of the Imperial Capital Academy, only 19 years old, was a peak 9-star martial artist with bloodline abilities. Known for his domineering and arrogant personality, Whoosh on stage, Suyu exuded the aura of a first-star martial king to test the waters. Unbeknownst to him, a powerful presence descended upon Wan Huitian. He abruptly halted, his gaze piercing through the crowd, locking onto Suyu's position with an air of disdain. Interesting. The ability to pinpoint his location instantaneously indicated a high level of mental acuity, piquing Suyu's interest. What's going on? The female students of the Imperial Capital, noticing Wan Huitian's sudden stop, were puzzled. Nothing at all. Just found an amusing little ant, he scoffed, dismissing Suyu as a mere first-star martial king. Unworthy of his attention, in fact, he regarded all academies with similar disdain. 3 hours later, the audience seats were filled to capacity. This competition held great significance, with dignitaries from various sectors of the imperial capital. Family heads, martial arts association leaders, and military bigwigs all in attendance. At this moment, a 30-something-year-old female host, Tang Wei, stepped onto the stage. Welcome, everyone, to the arena. The National Academy competition is about to commence. I will now announce the rules. The competition would consist of team battles and individual battles. First, the 72 teams would draw lots for the individual battles, selecting the top 36, 18, and 9 teams, with the final 9 teams competing in team battles for the top 3 positions. In the individual battles, if an entire team is defeated or concedes midway, the opposing team wins. During the competition, no lethal harm is permitted. Surrendering voluntarily or being knocked out of bounds constitutes defeat. Otherwise, the match continues. During the course of the competition, no one is permitted to intervene. Violators will face severe consequences. Additionally, there exists a rule outside the competition. Any team that loses midway will ultimately have one opportunity to challenge the top 9 teams. And should they win, they will take their place. Now, the team captains will take the stage to draw numbers. As soon as the announcement is made, the captains rush to the stage to draw lots. Suyu draws the number 7.5 minutes later. The competition officially commences. In the first match, Team 8 faces off against Team 15. Both sides are called to the stage. As the host finishes speaking, the representative from Team 15, Jiangnan Academy, steps forward. At this moment, the big screen displays the contestants' information. Guan Gongyi, a 4-star martial artist, wielding a spirit sword. Hey, which team does number 8 belong to? Why are they still not on stage? Indeed, could it be that they're too cowardly? The audience erupts in a frenzy as Team 8 fails to appear. Among the crowd, a well-built young man with slightly handsome features and an air of confidence stands up. Glancing at the contestant in the arena, his expression one of disdain, he rises slightly, preparing to take the stage. Suddenly, beside him, Wan Hunin chuckles. Hao Xuan, crush them, regardless of the consequences. ASU command, Captain. Chapter 50. Jiangnan defeated. Mu Yunxian takes the stage. The young man, wielding a purple spear, strides onto the stage under the gaze of the crowd. With each step, an overwhelming pressure emanates from him. Heavens, number 8 is actually from the Imperial Capital Academy. Jiangnan Academy's luck is truly unfortunate. They are bound to be eliminated in the very first match. Indeed, such a pity. The spectators lament the misfortune of Jiangnan Academy. With the contestant from the Imperial Capital Academy taking the stage, the outcome of this contest seems all but predetermined. On the arena, Guan Gongyi swallows hard, regret coursing through him as he meets the wolf-like gaze of his opponent. Trembling inwardly at this moment, the big screen lights up. Ji Haoshuan, a 7-star martial artist, wielding the King's War Spear, truly terrifying, as expected from the Imperial Capital. The audience marvels at the might of the Imperial Capital Academy, rightfully crowned as the top academy in the nation. Let the match begin, the host declares. Instantly, Guan Gongyi makes his move. With the golden toad step, he vanishes from sight, his mastery of the 5th-tier movement technique astonishing the onlookers. Yet, to Ji Haoshuan, it is all too slow, slower than his pet snail. With a swift motion, Guan Gongyi transforms into a fleeting shadow, appearing to Ji Haoshuan's right side, unleashing 4 arcs of sword energy that shoot toward him. The disparity in their cultivation levels is glaring. He has no choice but to strike first to seize any chance of victory. Ji Haoshuan counters with a long sword, utilizing the inherent power of the King's weapon to deflect Guan Gongyi's immature 6th-tier martial technique. What? Guan Gongyi can hardly believe it. After years of honing his 6th-tier technique, he is unable to withstand even a single blow from his opponent. As this, the power of an Imperial Capital contestant? Ji Haoshuan, like a gust of wind, swiftly closes the distance, his speed surpassing Guan Gongyi's by several times. Before Guan Gongyi can react, the spear strikes his chest, sending him flying. Blood spurts from his mouth, and the sound of his ribs shattering echoes clearly. The audience winces at the gruesome sight. I concede. But before he can finish his plea, Ji Haoshuan flashes once more, appearing above him in a heartbeat. His attack nearly complete. Divine Demon Strike? Stop, the host urgently calls, fearing that this blow could leave his opponent dead or crippled. Alas, it is too late. The overwhelming might of the spear engulfs Guan Gongyi. A chilling scream reverberates through the air as Guan Gongyi collapses, unconscious, blood pouring from his mouth, his ribs shattered beyond count, leaving him nearly incapacitated. Even if he miraculously survives, he will bear the scars of this encounter. In an instant, medical personnel rush to carry the gravely injured away, leaving the audience in stunned silence. The brutality of the Imperial Capital Academy shatters their previous perceptions. So vicious. On stage, Zhang Xiaofan is left dumbfounded. I refuse to accept this, Judge. I protest. He is attempting murder. Below, Jiangnan Academy's Wei Gaolong's eyes blaze with fury. His good friend has been left half dead, and he cannot swallow this humiliation. Yet, the judge is left in a quandary. Ji Haoshuan scoffs, glancing at Wei Gaolang. Pray tell, has he conceded? Is he dead? With those words, the crowd falls silent. Indeed, his opponent has not conceded. Moreover, he is not dead, merely half alive. You? Wei Gaolang grits his teeth, his gaze fierce. Had looks been lethal, Ji Haoshuan would have perished hundreds of times over. I refuse. I shall challenge you. Blinded by hatred, Wei Gaolang has forgotten everything, consumed by a singular desire. To kill. As you wish, Ji Haoshuan replies dismissively. The host, seeing both sides agree, proclaims, the first match is won by the Imperial Capital Academy. The second match will feature Wei Gaolang. The big screen displays his information. Wei Gaolang, a peak 5-star martial artist. Wielding the King's weapon. Compared to the earlier Guangongyi, he is slightly stronger. Alas, Su Yu sighs, lamenting his impulsiveness. Moments later, Wei Gaolang is struck by a 7th-tier martial technique, breaking a leg and fracturing several ribs. Timely medical intervention saves his life. Next, Ji Haoshuan stands on the stage, exuding a chilling aura, his cold visage radiating a terrifying presence. Holding his spear aloft, he points it directly at Jiangnan Academy. His eyes, brimming with disdain, seem to declare, a bunch of garbage. Crack, crack, crack. In the audience, Jiangnan Academy's captain, Tang Haoyu, clenches his fists, fury boiling within him. Blood drips from his fingers due to his intense grip. Damn it. At this moment, his rage is beyond words. He longs to charge forward and confront Ji Haoshuan, determined that even in defeat, the adversary must pay a price. However, he quickly realizes he cannot act recklessly. Should he lose, Jiangnan Academy's fate would be sealed. Concede. The leading teacher sighs, and his words awaken the realization in Tang Haoyu. With a heavy heart, he sets aside his pride and reluctantly declares, Jiangnan Academy concedes. As soon as the words leave his lips, the host regains his composure and announces, I declare that the first match is won by the Imperial Capital Academy, advancing into the top 36. The crowd erupts into chatter. Meanwhile, seated in the VIP section, military magnate Bai Lizhe observes the spotlight-stealing Ji Haoshuan, shaking his head in displeasure. This young man possesses notable talent, yet his character is excessively brutal, lacking the temperament for greater responsibilities. Bai Lizhe is no ordinary figure. He holds a prestigious position within the military of the imperial capital, rumored to surpass even the martial sovereign in power and stature within Huaguo. No worries, Brother Bai. A mere 7-star martial artist is nothing to concern ourselves about. Counters Yuan Yulong, the president of the Martial Artists Association, equally skeptical. Let us observe further. He attends the competition not only to confirm the rankings of the academies, but also to identify a talented individual, both scholarly and martial, to assist him in a significant matter. Soon, the list for the second match is announced. In the second match, number 7 faces off against number 10. Upon hearing number 7, Su Yu promptly sends out Mu Yunxian. Stay safe and remember to show mercy. Understood, Mu Yunxian nods, unwilling to stoop to the level of the Imperial Capital Academy's members. Go for it. The others cheer him on. The 2 academy contestants step onto the stage, and Mu Yunxian smirks, realizing fate has brought them together once more. I declare the second match, Modu Academy versus Jiangbei Academy. Now to begin. The host's words are followed by the big screen revealing their information. Modu's Mu Yunxian, a 5-star martial artist wielding the King's weapon. Jiangbei's Di Jianan, a 6-star martial artist wielding the Sword King's weapon. Kid, blame your unfortunate fate. Di Jianan dismisses Mu Yunxian without a second thought. Chapter 51. 1 against 6, advancing in his eyes. A 1-star difference is insurmountable. Tang Shi Huang Zhan. The 2 engage, with Di Jianan launching the first strike, a fierce and sharp sword energy slicing through the air. Aimed straight at his opponent, the momentum is formidable. Just a parlor trick. Mu Yunxian remains unfazed as he observes Di Jianan's technique. Its power pales in comparison to the torment he usually endures from Su Gu. Ha! With a commanding shout, Mu Yunxian leaps into the air, charging directly toward the sword energy as though he has no intention of employing his own technique. Heavens, this kid must be mad. Indeed, he isn't even using his martial technique. The crowd perceives him as a fool. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Bailija watches Mu Yunxian below, a smile creeping onto his face. A madman. Perhaps not. For reasons unknown, the confidence radiating from Mu Yunxian intrigues him, hinting at the potential for an unexpected twist. Brother Bai, it seems we are thinking along the same lines. The president of the Martial Artists Association concurs, sharing a similar intuition, perhaps due to their shared status as martial sovereigns, granting them heightened sensitivity compared to others. At the same time, within the ranks of the Imperial Capital Academy, Ji Haoshuan sneers. When did the Modu Academy become so foolish to rely solely on their physical bodies to withstand martial techniques? Even I would not dare to attempt that, let alone them. One female contestant from his team remarks, I cannot fathom why the City of Demons would dispatch such foolish individuals. This sentiment was echoed by one Hun Tian, who stood nearby. Although he was reluctant to believe it, the City of Demons would never commit such a trivial mistake. There had to be something amiss. Within the arena, Di Jin and scoffed, dismissing the opponent's exaggerated bravado. Who would dare to catch his 6th-grade martial technique barehanded? Such recklessness was tantamount to courting death. With a resounding break, Mu Yunxian unleashed his prowess, shattering the martial technique with his bare hands, revealing the formidable Knife King artifact once more. Oh my heavens! At that moment, the crowd erupted with fervor. The name Mu Yunxian was etched into their minds indelibly. What? Di Jianan's face contorted with terror as he realized that his years of martial training were effortlessly obliterated. What manner of monster was this? In that instant, fear gripped him. With a swift motion, Mu Yunxian executed the falling maple ghost blade thrice, conjuring a vivid, lifelike spirit of a demon dragon that captivated all eyes. His 7th-grade martial technique was executed with unparalleled finesse. The audience was left in a state of shock, while Bailija nearly leaped from his seat. Tio Hone, a 7th-grade martial technique to such an extraordinary level required not only extraordinary comprehension but also a formidable innate talent. Both were indispensable. How intriguing! The opponent had successfully captured Wan Hun Tian's attention, yet that was the extent of it. After all, he was not incapable himself. Number 3 waves of sword energy surged forth, particularly the shimmering spirit of the demon dragon, which left a profound impact on him. Boom. Di Jianan was struck by the 3 waves of sword energy, blood spewing from his mouth, his skin torn and clothes shredded, before he collapsed into unconsciousness. At that moment, medical personnel skillfully rushed onto the stage to carry away the injured. A hush fell over the entire arena. The strength of the competitors from the City of Demons was not to be underestimated. Far away, within the Academy of the City of Demons, the entire school was glued to the live broadcast, their blood surging with excitement. Mu Shun, you are so impressive. Wow, to crush a martial technique barehanded. Look at the audience, they are utterly dumbfounded. Victory for the City of Demons seemed inevitable. Although it was a live broadcast, at that moment, everyone felt as if they were present, cheering for the City of Demons. On the other side, next, Mu Yunxian pointed his blade towards Jiangbei Academy, his posture exuding confidence, his eyes gleaming with pride and arrogance. He had not forgotten the disdainful expressions of Jiangbei Academy before the competition. Now, he was delivering a forceful slap to their faces. If you have the capability, come and challenge me. Those who had previously mocked the competitors from the City of Demons were now infuriated. Believing that the Academy had gone too far, to deride them in front of the entire nation was a blatant humiliation. I'll take you on. Without hesitation, he charged forward. The big screen displayed his information. Che Jiaoliang, 6-star Grand Martial Master, wielding the Whale Buddha axe. Under the astonishing strike, the spirit of the demon dragon appeared intermittently, seemingly listless and half alive. Heh! Mu Yunxian sneered, with your incomplete cultivation, you dare to flaunt your martial skills? Allow me to shatter them with that. The falling maple ghost blade manifested, exerting overwhelming suppression. Boom. In an instant, Che Jiaoliang was blasted off the stage by the powerful sword energy. Fortunately, he suffered no internal injuries, as Mu Yunxian had deliberately held back, merely redirecting the force. Che Jiaoliang, defeated. Next, Yi Hao Kuo, 6-star Grand Martial Master, defeated. Next, Ren Gaogu, 6-star Grand Martial Master, defeated. Captain Mi Shui Air, 7-star Grand Martial Master, defeated, in less than 3 minutes. All had suffered a crushing defeat. Mu Yunxian had triumphed over 6 opponents, achieving a resounding victory. Remarkable. Bai Lizhe admired Mu Yunxian, finding his style reminiscent of his own youth. In the second round, the City of Demons advanced to the top 36. The competition intensified. Qingsu Academy emerged victorious, advancing to the top 36. Spirit Academy also triumphed, securing their place in the top 36. 7-star Academy followed suit, entering the top 36 as well. Over the course of several hours, various academies gradually advanced, while Zhongbei and Zhongnan, having lost in the early rounds, felt disgruntled. They activated the competition rules to challenge one of the already qualified academies, ultimately succeeding in replacing them and securing a spot in the top 36. With the day's matches concluded, the next round of eliminations for the top 18 teams would commence the following day. On the first day, the competition came to a close. Suu and his 5 companions checked into a hotel. Upon entering, Feng Wuya couldn't help but commend Mu Yunxian. Bravo! You truly stole the spotlight today, defeating 6 opponents and claiming all the glory for yourself. Indeed, Mu Gu, you didn't even let me have my moment, Zhang Xiaofan remarked. Well, the strength of this year's Zhongbei competitors is rather lacking. They hardly put up a fight. Keep gloating. The 2 girls rolled their eyes. Do not be complacent. Suddenly, Su Yu spoke gravely. You all witnessed it today. The Imperial Capital Academy possesses extraordinary strength, particularly their captain, Wan Hun Tian, whose overall prowess should be around the 3-star Martial King level. 3-star Martial King. The group gasped in astonishment. Su continued. You are not mistaken. The vice principal stepped forward, stating that Wan Hun Tian hails from the prestigious Wan family of the Imperial Capital. With boundless resources at his disposal, his strength cannot be underestimated. You must remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Su Yu shared some important reminders with the group and instructed them to return to their rooms to practice and prepare for the next day's competition. In the deep of night, the Imperial Capital was restless. The following day, as the sun rose, a young man awoke from his training. At dawn. He mused. He had made some modest gains during the night. Last night, Su Yu had an epiphany and, driven by inspiration, practiced the 7th grade eye technique, successfully reaching the perfected stage. Half an hour ago.it is time. After getting ready, Su Yu headed to the dining hall to join his companions for breakfast. Good morning, morning. As they met, the remnants of sleep lingered, and their greetings were somewhat casual and perfunctory. They all sat down to eat. Once they were satisfied, Su Yu addressed them. The competition consists of individual and team battles. We must strive to keep our trump cards hidden to prevent our weaknesses from being exposed before the team battle. It is imperative that we do not reveal our strongest cards prematurely. Rest assured, Captain, they replied in unison. Just then, the vice principal entered with a middle-aged man. Xiaoyu, allow me to introduce you to someone. Vice Principal Chai gestured towards the man behind him, his face radiating respect. The 5 approached with curiosity, wondering who could command such deference from the vice principal. The middle-aged man was clad in military attire, exuding an imposing aura, his expression stern yet commanding, instilling an unspoken sense of awe. This esteemed officer is Bai Lizhe, the leader of the military base in the imperial capital. Do not be deceived by his youthful appearance. He has actually surpassed a century in age. A century old. The 6 were left speechless. At first glance, they had assumed him to be in his early 50s, never suspecting his true age to be over 100. This revelation was utterly astonishing. Tio maintained such a youthful visage at 100 years old. What level of cultivation must this elder possess? Their minds raced with apprehension. Su Yu, however, appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this moment. I have met Elder Bai Li and no need for formality. I have come to seek Mu Yunxian. Me? Mu Yunxian was taken aback, unable to recall a time when he had encountered this esteemed figure. After a brief conversation, Elder Bai Li departed, and Mu Yunxian revealed the truth to his companions. Elder Bai Li had recognized his talent and sought to entrust him with a task. But he had politely declined. He understood the implications. There were matters even Elder Bai Li could not resolve, and he was certainly not one to take on such burdens. Soon after, the 6 arrived at the arena. At the entrance, Su Yu and his team brushed past the Zhongbei competitors, who now bore no semblance of their earlier arrogance, leaving instead with a disheartened demeanor, fearful of further humiliation. The stands were packed, with dignitaries from various sectors in attendance. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the selection of the top 18 teams. Please have the teams that have advanced to the top 36 come forward to draw lots once more. As the host concluded, the 36 captains took the stage to draw their numbers. SUU drew number 14. I hereby announce that this competition officially begins. Now, please welcome the first group, number 14 versus number 19. Teams, please head to the stage. Captain, number 14 is us. Zhang Xiaofan remarked. As he spoke, a female competitor from the imperial capital stepped onto the stage. The big screen displayed her information. Yinling Xian, 8-star Grand Martial Master, wielding a Knife King artifact. An 8-star Grand Martial Master. Not bad. Who will take the lead? Suyu inquired of the group. The 5 fell silent, until finally, Dong Qinshui spoke up. Captain, I'll go. Suyu nodded, believing she was the most suitable choice. Both were 8-star Grand Martial Masters, making it easier to discern their strengths. He was also eager to witness who among them was more formidable. As Dong Qinshui took the stage, her information appeared on the big screen. Dong Qinshui, 8-star Grand Martial Master, wielding a Sword King artifact. As both competitors took to the stage, the audience erupted with excitement. Whispers and speculation filling the air. Wow, the school flower of the imperial capital versus the beauty of the city of demons in their first match. I didn't expect this matchup so soon. It's the perfect opportunity to gauge the strengths of both academies. Wow, I didn't come here in vain today. This is enlightening. The host ignored the commotion as he stepped onto the stage. I declare the first match between the imperial capital and the city of demons now begins. With that proclamation, both competitors gripped their weapons firmly. Let us exchange blows. Let us exchange blows. The two individuals shouted almost in unison, the palpable tension enveloping the arena in an instant. The battle between the two stunning beauties commenced. With their ultimate techniques unleashed, both wielded 7th-tier martial skills without yielding an inch, their formidable weapons clashing frequently, echoing throughout the stage. The combat persisted for a minute. Their innate talents were evenly matched, and the martial techniques and agility employed by both were on par, making it difficult to discern a victor. Even their combat experience was strikingly similar. As they exchanged fierce blows, the intensity escalated. Ice Wind Roar Slash and Earth Cross Sword technique were executed in a relentless struggle. Neither willing to concede. An hour passed, and Dong Qinshui remained undeterred, declaring, "You will be the one to admit defeat." The two continued their fierce skirmish, seemingly oblivious to their exhaustion, their weapons grinding against each other in a cacophony of clashes. 2 hours later, there was still no resolution, and the audience began to display signs of impatience. 3 hours in, both combatants were utterly exhausted, barely able to maintain their grip on their weapons. Yinling Xian defiantly asserted, "I will not concede." Their verbal sparring escalated, neither willing to back down. Suddenly, both collapsed simultaneously, utterly spent. The host rose, announcing, "It's a draw. Please welcome the next contestant." Suyu glanced over at the Wan Hun Tian faction and said, "Hao Xian, you're up next. Go all out." Regardless of the outcome, he believed in Ji Haoxian's strength, confident he would not disappoint. Understood. With that, Ji Haoxian strode onto the stage. Suyu, seeing Ji Haoxian take the stage, felt a pang of worry, uncertain whom to send next. "Captain, let me go," Feng Wui urged. "Captain, allow me." Zhang Xiaofan finally spoke up after much hesitation. "No, I will go." Suyu was acutely aware of Wan Hun Tian's intentions in sending Ji Haoxian to the arena. Known for his ruthless and cruel nature, Ji Haoxian often left his opponents half dead. Wan Hun Tian's choice to send him forth was a calculated move to humiliate Modu and crush their morale. Feng Wui might have been a worthy opponent, but to defeat Ji Haoxian would likely come at a grievous cost. "Captain," Zhang Xiaofan knelt before Suyu, a sincere plea in his eyes. "What are you doing? Get up." He reached out to help him, only to be brushed aside by Xiaofan. "Why, you goo? Let me fight. I have awakened my bloodline abilities and significantly increased my power. I no longer need to grow under your protection. Please, give me a chance to prove myself." "Very well, I will show everyone that I, Zhang Xiaofan, am not just a decoration. Modu will triumph." Suddenly, the others fell silent as Yu found himself at a loss, ultimately deferring the decision to Principal Chai. who nodded in agreement for Xiaofan to take the stage. Su could say no more and helped Xiaofan to his feet, sternly instructing, "Remember, if you find yourself at a disadvantage, you must surrender at once." "I will." "All right." With that, Zhang Xiaofan ascended the stage. Chapter 53. A Brutal Beating. Su Yu's Fury. The large screen displayed Zhang Xiaofan, 4-star Grand Martial Master, Emperor Weapon. Ji Haoxian, 7-star Grand Martial Master, King Weapon. Heavenly Calamity Overlord Spear. Only 4 stars. Ji Haoxian's displeasure was palpable. As a 7-star, he found it insulting that they would send a mere 4-star to face him. Unbeknownst to Su Yu, this very act only served to further provoke Ji Haoxian's already volatile temperament. As he simmered with unexpressed rage, "You will pay dearly for your ignorance." The more he observed his opponent, the more irritable he became. "Enough chatter. Make your move." With that, Zhang Xiaofan gripped the Emperor Weapon. The blazing gold spear, which emanated an overwhelming aura, causing many spectators to reveal glimmers of greed. An Emperor Weapon. It's truly an Emperor Weapon. Ji Haoxian was exhilarated. Being the top talent of the Ji family, he could never afford such a valuable weapon worth billions. "Hand over the Emperor Weapon, and I will ensure you leave the arena safely." In his eyes, this mere 4-star ant was unworthy of wielding the blazing gold spear. Only he, the supreme prodigy, deserved such a weapon. Dream on. This weapon was a gift from his captain. No, it was seized, and Zhang Xiaofan would never surrender it. "You're courting death," he initiated with the divine demon strike. Ji Haoxian, wielding his purple spear, immediately unleashed a 7th-tier martial skill, signaling his murderous intent. Heavenly Gang Earthly Calamity Technique. Zhang Xiaofan, for the first time, executed a 7th-tier martial skill. Although still incomplete, it bore the initial manifestation of a demonic dragon. Reaching the minor completion stage, boom, the two martial techniques collided, generating a force comparable to that of a 9-star Grand Martial Master. Ji Haoxian staggered back a few steps, while Zhang Xiaofan was severely injured by the backlash. "Here's another chance. Relinquish the Emperor Weapon. You are unworthy of possessing it." Zhang Xiaofan had only managed to withstand that blow due to the weapon's power. Without it, he would be as defenseless as a piece of meat on a chopping block. Dream on. Bloodline ability. Eruption. In that instant, a black serpentine dragon materialized behind Zhang Xiaofan, sending waves of terror throughout the audience. A bloodline ability. It's the legendary ability. No wonder he could participate in the tournament. It was due to this. Is it over? Do you think Ji Haoxian will lose? The crowd began to waver in confidence. 4-star peak. 5-star. 5-star peak. 6-star. On stage, Zhang Xiaofan's aura surged dramatically, breaking through from 4-star Grand Martial Master to 6-star. Dragon scales adorning his arms. This revelation showcased the terrifying nature of bloodline abilities. Interesting. On stage, Ji Haoxian remained unfazed, stating, "It appears I too must reveal some hidden cards." The audience was dumbfounded. He hadn't shown his true power in previous battles? Bloodline ability. Eruption. Ji Haoxian unleashed his own bloodline ability, a 1-star level cheetah appearing behind him, enhancing his speed by over doubled. That moment, the prominent figures in the audience were astonished. The probability of awakening a bloodline ability was 1 in 300,000, meaning only 1 in 300,000 could possess such a gift. Now, 2 had appeared simultaneously. When did bloodline abilities become so commonplace? Earthquake Shattering Fist. Zhang Xiaofan launched another martial technique. Spirit Stream Burst Step. Ji Haoxian's speed, already formidable, skyrocketed with the addition of his agility technique and bloodline ability, reaching a martial king's level. Ha! Ha! He unleashed a flurry of punches, but Zhang Xiaofan could not connect. The bloodline ability granted him the strength to challenge higher tiers, yet he overlooked a fatal flaw: speed. Puff. Zhang Xiaofan faltered against Ji Haoxian's relentless assault. At that moment, the duration of his dragon bloodline had expired. Ji Haoxian pinned him to the ground, delivering punishing blows that left Zhang Xiaofan bloodied and bruised, staining the arena with his blood. "Stop, we concede," Su Yu shouted urgently to the referee. Just then, the host stepped forth, announcing, "This round goes to the Imperial Capital Academy. Please welcome the next contestant." As the match concluded, Ji Haoxian halted, casting a sidelong glance at Wan Huntian, who subtly shook his head. Ji Haoxian understood the unspoken message. With a kick, he sent the barely conscious Zhang Xiaofan tumbling off the stage, leaving the crowd bewildered. Didn't they concede? Why the continued assault? The blood stained the heavens and the earth as Suyu stood amidst the sea of crimson, his gaze as cold as ice, resembling a messenger from the depths of hell. Cease. Referee, we concede. Huan Tian could no longer contain himself. Rising to shout at the referee, the match concluded, with the Magic City Academy triumphant. Suyu halted his flailing fists, a surge of power comparable to a first-star martial king erupting from his body, directly sending Ji Haoshuan sprawling out of the ring. In that moment, Ji Haoshuan suffered a devastating blow, his meridians shattered, leaving him barely clinging to life. Referee, he is attempting murder. I report him. The host found himself in a dilemma. Pray tell, is he dead? Suyu replied indifferently. Chapter 54. Instant victory, midnight assassination. Upon uttering these words, the arena fell into a profound silence, no one daring to contradict Su Yu. To accuse him of murder was precarious. For Ji Haoshuan still drew breath. To claim attempted murder lacked evidence. Outside the ring, Huan Tian gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with venomous intent directed at Suyu. If one were to impose a death sentence, Ji Haoshuan should have perished multiple times already. Well done. Magnificent. Flawless. Outside, numerous spectators applauded, sharing Suyu's long-standing disdain for Ji Haoshuan's behavior, their resentment simmering beneath the surface. As for the prominent figures present, none would plead for Ji Haoshuan. In their eyes, the enigmatic Suyu held far more value than a discarded, worthless husk. Next, Suyu stood resolute upon the stage, his expression cold and unfamiliar, exuding an aura of lethal intent akin to a descending demon. In an instant, the contestants from the Imperial Capital Academy surrendered, none daring to challenge Suyu, for he was simply too peculiar. The 7-star Great Martial Master was utterly defenseless, even his bloodline abilities obliterated by a single punch. At that moment, 3 competitors retreated, leaving only Huan Tian and the vice-captain steadfast in their positions. I shall go. The vice-captain boldly declared, stepping forth, as a distinguished member of the Imperial Capital Academy. He could not afford to be easily intimidated, especially in such a grand setting. He must not disgrace the academy. Despite his resolute words, he advanced onto the stage with trembling legs. Truth be told, he too was greatly intimidated by Suyu. Go for it. Before departing, the 3 others did not forget to encourage him. To hell with you all. The vice-captain internally cursed their ancestors. Let the match begin, the host announced as the screen displayed the information. Xian Yuanlong, vice-captain of the Imperial Capital, 9-star Great Martial Master, Sword King Artifact. Make your move. Suyu spoke in a flat tone, his demeanor calm yet imposing. Dismissing his opponent entirely. 9 turn step. Xian Yuanlong shouted, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight, though swift. The crowd marveled, recognizing that his speed had reached at least the level of a 2-star martial king, truly a prodigious talent. Dragon Slaughter. Xian Yuanlong wielded his royal artifact, executing his most powerful strike, the 7-grade Dragon Slaughter, honed over 3 years to achieve a transcendent level. Go. A colossal double dragon surged towards Suyu. Strangely, Suyu remained motionless, showing no intent to evade. Begone! Suyu bellowed, unleashing a force rivaling that of a 4-star martial king, a tremendous pressure generating a terrifying wave of energy. Poof! In an instant, the double dragon was obliterated, and Xian Yuanlong was sent flying, suffering excruciating pain in his chest and spitting blood from his lips. Thank you. Xian Yuanlong managed to stand, deeply grateful for Suyu's mercy. Realizing his injuries stemmed from the backlash of his own failed technique, unrelated to Suyu. Suyu bore no grudge against him. He merely sought to eliminate him from the arena, harboring no other malice. His sole target was Huan Tian. Magic City's Suyu wins. Next, the host's words barely left his lips when Huan Tian instantly wilted. Though arrogant by nature, he could not afford to display even a hint of hubris in the face of such a formidable adversary like Suyu. This was the distinction between him and Ji Haoshuan. The Imperial Capital Academy concedes. That moment, Huan Tian clenched his fists tightly. Though he felt a surge of reluctance, he understood all too well that a 4-star martial king was beyond his capacity to contend with. He could only temporarily yield, biding his time for an opportunity. Thinking of fleeing? Not on my watch, Suyu thought resolutely, having made up his mind to personally eliminate Wan Huantian tonight, avenging Zhang Xiaofan. With the Imperial Capital Academy conceding, the Magic City Academy successfully advanced into the top 18. In that moment, Su Yu's name became known to the world, a mere 18-year-old 4-star martial king, hailed as the most promising candidate to ascend to martial god. The competition resumed. In the second match, Lingxi Academy triumphed, advancing to the top 18. Pingshan Academy won, securing their place in the top 18. Danyang Academy emerged victorious, also entering the top 18. With the top 18 confirmed, in the final moments, Wan Huantian activated challenge mode, effortlessly defeating Pingshan Academy single-handedly and replacing them. Today's matches conclude. The top 9 teams will be determined tomorrow morning. Contestants are advised to arrive early. Upon the conclusion of the matches, Su Yu hurried to the hospital, with Mu Yunxian and others closely following. In the intensive care unit, Zhang Xiaofan lay encased in steel pipes, his body swathed in white cloth, his breathing erratic and perilous. Xiaofan. Su Yu rushed inside, and upon seeing the comatose Xiaofan, a wave of guilt washed over him. Xiaofan, I have wronged you, but rest assured I have avenged you against Ji Haoshuan. The next target is Wan Huantian. I will ensure he pays the price. Standing before the hospital bed, Su Yu vowed to eliminate that scoundrel Wan Huantian in front of Xiaofan. Xiaofan! The others arrived, gathering at the bedside, calling out to him. Yet, no matter how fervently they shouted, he remained unresponsive. At that moment, the attending physician entered. Doctor, how is he? Will he recover? Su Yu inquired. The doctor shook his head. Your friend has suffered shattered bones and severed meridians. Fortunately, he was brought in promptly. Had it been a few minutes later, his life would have been in jeopardy. And the doctor, can his meridians be healed? If he could not cultivate in this world that revered the strong, he would be doomed to a life of insignificance, a fate none wished to witness. No. Unless what? Su Yu pressed, unwilling to miss a sliver of hope. Unless you can find the reincarnation 9 turns herb and ingest it with warm water, there may still be a glimmer of hope. All right. As long as there is hope, I will not give up. I will find the reincarnation 9 turns herb. Where can it be found? In the extreme cold snow mountain. The extreme cold snow mountain, one of the 3 deadly perilous locations in Huagua, rumored to be teeming with savage beasts, exceedingly dangerous. Even Marshal Zong dare not enter recklessly. Understood that I will handle the matter of saving him and restoring his meridians. Su Yu left the hospital, returning to the hotel to prepare in the dead of night. The chill seeped to the bone as Su Yu transformed into Ji Haoshuan's likeness. Cloaked in black, wandering the streets alone. After confirming the area was clear, he leapt into the Wan family estate. With great caution, the youth utilized his spiritual energy to probe the interior of the Wan household. Sure enough, after thorough verification, Su Yu pinpointed Wan Huantian's location. Chapter 55. Decapitating the Martial King, slaying Wan Huantian. Wan Huantian. You've chosen quite the sanctuary. Through his reconnaissance, Su Yu discovered Wan Huantian hiding several hundred meters underground in a dark, cold secret chamber, guarded by 5 4-star martial kings. Interesting. It appeared Wan Huantian had anticipated his arrival, taking precautions in advance, a truly formidable opponent. Someone like Ji Haoshuan, blessed with talent but lacking in intellect, posed little threat, but a foe endowed with both talent and exceptional intelligence was the most daunting. Alas, your enemy is me. Wan Huantian, overconfident, believed that by retreating underground, he could evade Su Yu's pursuit. He greatly underestimated Su Yu. In the blink of an eye, mechanical sounds reverberated. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a task. Choose one. First, eliminate Wan Huantian and successfully escape, before dawn, to obtain the 7 portal heart. Second, allow Wan Huantian to survive the night to lose all cultivation. Choose. Even without the system's reminder, he would have made the same decision. Under the cloak of darkness, Su Yu dispatched a few guards before locating the entrance to the underground passage. Silently infiltrating the end of the passage, within a chamber, several voices echoed. Due to the narrow and quiet confines of the passage, their conversation was exceptionally clear. The 5 bodyguards expressed their confusion. Young master, is it really necessary to mobilize such forces against a mere 4-star martial king brat? Indeed, young master, our Wan family is the foremost of the 9 great families in the imperial capital. With countless strong members, he would never dare to provoke us. The 5 men failed to comprehend. Their young master, the greatest talent of the imperial capital, had achieved 9-star Great Martial Master status at the tender age of 19. A rarity in talent in battle, he could unleash the power of a 3-star martial king. Today, how could he be so frightened by an insignificant 4-star youth hiding away in this desolate underground? This, they simply could not fathom. Silence. Huan Tian thundered, "You know nothing. Shut your mouths." Seeing their master in a rage, the 5 bodyguards dared not speak further, obediently falling silent and standing at their posts. It must be him, it must be him. Huan Tian cowered in the corner, trembling and muttering incoherently to himself, his expression fraught with tension and fear. Little did the world know, he harbored a secret deep within, one he had concealed for a decade. As time passed, Huan Tian had dismissed it as mere folly, nearly forgotten. However, upon encountering Su Yu today, memories of 10 years ago surged back, when an elderly Taoist with celestial bones had entered his dreams, awakening his bloodline and imparting martial arts to aid his rebirth. This was the reason he had ascended to become the foremost genius of the imperial capital in just a decade. "Master, what should I do?" Huan Tian recalled his master's parting words. "Disciple, you are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of martial divinity in this life, but a calamity awaits you on this day. 10 years hence, you shall encounter your nemesis. Be wary not to offend him. Otherwise, death is inevitable." After witnessing Su Yu's terrifying prowess today, Huan Tian was unequivocally certain that Su Yu was indeed the nemesis foretold. Remarkably, today marked the very day mentioned a decade ago. This was the true source of his dread. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the room. "Hush!" The 6 individuals within the room stood on high alert, ready for battle. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a somewhat handsome youth brimming with confidence, accompanied by 5 bodyguards who immediately relaxed upon seeing him. "Young Master Ji, what brings you here?" Ji Haoxian, a scion of the Ji family, shared a close relationship with his master, hence their familiarity. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Ji Haoxian displayed a sinister grin. "Kill him quickly. He is not the real Ji Haoxian," Huan Tian cried out in urgent alarm. It was then that the 5 finally grasped the situation, but alas, it was too late. Bloodline divine abilities, unleash. In an instant, Su Yu wielded the royal artifact, the Burning Heaven Sword, and his 3-star divine abilities propelled his cultivation to 5-star Grand Martial Master level, rendering his overall strength comparable to a 7-star Martial King. The sword drawing technique, an art that relied on unparalleled speed, striking with ferocity and force, capable of killing unseen, was executed in a heartbeat. 3 5-star Martial Kings were caught off guard and felled by Su Yu's blade, unable to mount any resistance. Congratulations on slaying a Martial King, experience 33, 466. Congratulations on defeating a formidable opponent, experience 34, 769. The remaining 2 Martial Kings, slightly stronger and swift to react, managed to evade the fatal blow. Audacious! The 2 4-star Martial Kings unleashed their full prowess. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Their actions stirred the entire Wan family. Damn it! Su Yu found himself in a predicament. Matters had become complicated. A swift resolution was imperative. Die! He executed the carefree heart step, employing an 8th-tier movement technique, his speed akin to lightning and as swift as the wind, evading capture, his pace seemingly surpassing that of a Martial King. What? The 2 4-star Martial Kings unleashed their ultimate techniques in vain. In an instant, as they hesitated, Su Yu appeared before them, effortlessly snapping their necks. Against the might of a 7-star Martial King, they were powerless to resist. Congratulations on an instant kill of a Martial King. Experience 37, 659. Congratulations on crushing a formidable opponent with bare hands. Experience 57, 646. Distance to level up, 400, 000. Su Yu glanced around, realizing Huan Tian had vanished without a trace. Ha! Thinking of escaping? He scoffed. Where could you possibly flee? Bastard! Suddenly, a colossal fist descended upon Su Yu, its power surpassing that of a 7-star Martial King. Puff! Su Yu was overwhelmed, crashing heavily to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Thankfully, he had previously invested billions to acquire a set of 6th-tier golden armor, shielding him from attacks below the Martial Sovereign level. Otherwise, he might have perished this time. A 9-star Martial King appeared, a white-haired elder with bloodshot eyes, seething with rage. Youngster, to dare trespass upon the Wan family. You shall die, 8 desolate 9 dragon fist. This strike was executed with full force, overwhelming even the golden armor. Not good, shadow clone technique. Suddenly, 9 figures of Ji Hao Xian emerged at Su Yu's command. They scattered in various directions to escape the Wan family. The elders swiftly pursued each one. Meanwhile, the real body remained hidden within the Wan family, and at the moment the elder departed, he transformed into the elder's likeness, moving freely within the estate. Found you. After a thorough search, he successfully pinpointed Wan Huan Tian's location. In a lady's chamber. A burly man was removing his clothing, attempting to don the garments of the woman nearby to obscure his identity. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Who would have thought that the number 1 genius of the imperial capital harbored such peculiar tastes? Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. Chapter 56. Slaying, the arrival of the Wan family who? Wan Huan Tian abruptly turned, his concealment skills exceptionally refined, leaving no room for discovery. Elder Wang, you are not. Wan Huan Tian could hardly believe his eyes. The Elder Wang standing before him was supposed to be chasing after the assailants. How could he possibly be here? Could it be? Wan Huan Tian's expression shifted to one of shock as he regarded the figure before him. Fear creeping into his voice. You are Su Yu. Combining this with the earlier prophecy, he boldly formulated a hypothesis. No, it cannot be. Wan Huan Tian found it hard to accept. The man before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Elder Wang in appearance. Skin, voice, and cultivation, like a mold had been used to create him. The sole distinction lay in Elder Wang's demeanor towards him, which was wholly different. Wan Huan Tian, you are indeed clever, yet today, you shall still meet your demise. With that, Su Yu shed his disguise, revealing his true self. This bizarre technique left Wan Huan Tian utterly astonished. Damn it, I will fight you to the bitter end. Recognizing the futility of escape, he resolved to engage in a desperate battle. Willing to perish together with his foe, bloodline divine abilities, unleash. In an instant, the opponent's eyes turned crimson, and a 9-foot-long devouring venomous serpent materialized behind him, exuding toxic miasma. Toxic. Su Yu covered his mouth and nose. Ha ha ha. Wan Huan Tian cackled maniacally. Su, it is futile. No one can withstand my illusion. You shall obediently perish in the abyssal illusion. The bloodline divine abilities were his trump card, seldom employed due to the significant harm they could inflict upon the original body, with the potential for backlash. Yet, at this moment, he could afford little concern. Hee. At the mention of illusions, Su Yu remained unfazed. Illusions? Ha. I am the illusion killer. Annihilation strike. In an instant, a pair of black-blue pupils emerged, and a beam of golden light shot forth from his eyes, dissipating the surrounding toxic miasma. The golden light surged towards Wan Huan Tian. Puff. Wan Huan Tian was blasted back several meters, his bloodline divine abilities nullified. The backlash commencing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. By what right do you shatter my illusions? I am the strongest, I am the number 1 genius of the imperial capital. Wan Huan Tian raged like a madman. By what right? Su Yu sneered. Simply because you are not the protagonist, and you failed to offer gifts to the author? Who can you blame? Wan Huan Tian was left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the words of his adversary. Enough, it's time for you to die. Dawn approached. Further delay would spell his own doom. Demon God transformation. Su Yu's power surged to the level of a 7-star martial king. Sword technique. A stroke of sword energy sliced through the air. An ethereal swordsmanship combined with the formidable royal artifact, delivering a blow of unmatched might. With a thunderous roar, Wan Huan Tian was silenced, his head severed, his eyes filled with unquenchable resentment. He died with his eyes wide open. Congratulations on slaying a prodigy. Experience 74, 653. Congratulations on completing the task, obtaining the 7 Apertures Exquisite Heart, now in storage pouch. The 7 Apertures Exquisite Heart, the purest source of power in the world. Once fused, grants immunity to all poisons and corruption from evil, capable of dispelling all illusions in existence. Excellent. Su Yu was quite pleased with this 7 Apertures Exquisite Heart, since it could dispel all illusions. Perhaps it could also counteract ocular techniques. Training both together might yield unforeseen results. Subsequently, Suyu collected the storage pouch, preparing to depart, but after a moment's thought, decided to take Wan Huantian's corpse with him. There is a saying, destroy the corpse and obliterate the traces. Without a body, even if the Wan family suspects me, what can they do? After erasing all traces, Suyu meticulously ensured there were no oversights. Then transformed into Wan Huantian's likeness, striding confidently out of the estate. Along the way, he greeted Minnie, fabricating the illusion that Wan Huantian was still alive. That night, the imperial capital was engulfed in panic. Numerous scions of the Wan family mobilized to search for the assailant. The following day, news of the attack on the Wan family estate spread throughout the imperial capital, garnering admiration for the audacity of the assailant. Early in the morning, pedestrians began to discuss the event on the streets. Have you heard? The Wan family's stronghold was infiltrated last night. I heard too. Apparently, only one elder was present that night, allowing the intruder to escape. Moreover, after that night, Wan Huantian mysteriously vanished. Indeed, the Wan family is infuriated and has issued a bounty of 100 billion gold coins for any information leading to the assailant. At this moment, Suyu had already returned to his hotel. Aside from taking the tens of billions of gold coins from the storage pouch, he left everything else untouched, incinerating the corpse along with the storage pouch. This time, Suyu was rather curious to see what they would use to cast suspicion upon him. Suyu, you have returned. Upon entering the hotel, Vice Principal Chai approached him. Suyu had not returned all night, and he had been waiting for him. The Vice Principal spoke respectfully. You were out all night. Where did you go? I went for a walk, Suyu replied, his face devoid of color, his demeanor calm. Eyes resolute and breath steady. As if nothing were amiss, he anticipated someone would question him. Thus he had prepared an excuse in advance. The Vice Principal fell silent for a moment, sighing, I see from his words. Suyu discerned that the other party had begun to harbor doubts. However, since the Vice Principal had not exposed him, he decided to maintain the facade. After returning to his room, the Vice Principal took out his phone and sent a message to someone. Inside Suyu's room, a 7-aperture Linglong heart, adorned with 7 glistening orbs, radiated a dazzling light as he cradled it in his hands. Come on, drink, the youth readied himself, pressing the 7-aperture Linglong heart against his chest. Suddenly, it felt as if his heart had sensed something. An irresistible force drew the 7-aperture Linglong heart into his heart. In an instant, the youth let out a heart-wrenching scream as the powerful 7-aperture Linglong heart fused with his heart. Beginning to devour and replace it. 20 minutes later, the youth had absorbed nearly all of it in a flash. He opened his eyes, feeling an invigorating lightness in his body, as if he were one with the universe. The 7-aperture Linglong heart was indeed extraordinary. Suyu could distinctly perceive the transformation within himself. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Suyu opened it to find Mu Yunxian and Feng Wuyo standing there. What's the matter? Mu Yunxian asked anxiously. Just now, Senior Bailey Zhe sent me a message. Wan Jia's third son, Wan Juanxiang, is leading the Wan family as descendants this way. I fear. He is coming to find you. Wan Juanxiang, the third master of the Wan family and the biological father of Wan Hantian, was a true martial sovereign, as expected. The day had come. Let us go. In front of the hotel, a super-armored vehicle was parked at the entrance. A man, around 50, with an imposing demeanor and a serious expression, stepped out of the car. Upon alighting, he immediately inquired of his subordinates, Where is Suyu? Wan Juanxiang has come to find you. Old Wan? It has been a while. Upon seeing a familiar face, Vice Principal Chai stepped out of the hotel to greet him. Old Chai, I won't bother with pleasantries. I am here for Suyu. So please do not obstruct me, and of course. Chapter 57. The Vice Principal falls, 4 martial sovereigns so powerful. As Wan Juanxiang entered the hotel, Suyu scanned the crowd. He could not discern the other party's cultivation level, but could vaguely sense the frequency of the spiritual energy fluctuations, which seemed even swifter than that of the Vice Principal. Thus, it was evident that his strength far surpassed that of the Vice Principal. Who is Suyu? Wan Juanxiang stood at the center of the counter, his simple query exuding a terrifying pressure that sent the entire crowd into a state of panic, casting furtive glances toward Suyu. You are Suyu? Wan Juanxiang strode directly to Suyu. His expression cold, his words laced with fury. Indeed, you are the one who practiced the ancient tome random transformation. altered your appearance to infiltrate the Wan family, and murdered my son. At this declaration, the room fell into stunned silence. Random transformation was an ancient tome, not something an ordinary person could cultivate. If the tome truly lay in his possession, then he was undoubtedly doomed. Senior, I am unaware of what you speak, Suyu replied, his composure unshaken despite the gravity of the accusation. You cannot deceive me. Your hair was left behind at the scene and has been sent for identification. The results will be out soon. You cannot deny it. Upon hearing this, Suyu's heart raced. Could it be? He hesitated to confirm whether any hair had been left behind. Random transformation at its peak could permanently alter one's appearance and physique at will. Yet, he was uncertain if details such as hair would also undergo change. Senior, you claim I killed your son, but what of the body? Reports say your son left home in the dead of night, suggesting the assailant fled after the attack. On what grounds can you assert he is dead? Perhaps he was merely kidnapped. Suyu's eloquence rendered Wan Juanxiong speechless. He indeed lacked evidence to declare his son deceased, nor could he prove Suyu was the assailant that night. It was merely a desperate attempt to vent his rage by seeking out someone to blame. What a sharp tongue! Regardless, you cannot escape responsibility. You shall pay for my son's death. Drink? Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Wan Juanxiong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ah! Some lower-level martial artists were sent flying. The force of this pressure was overwhelming, far beyond their capacity to endure. Damn it! Wan Juanxiong has turned murderous. Die! An invisible giant hand lunged toward Suyu, its target being his neck. Smack! Suddenly, a figure stepped in front of Suyu, intercepting the attack. Vice Principal Chai, in a moment of urgency, had acted to save Suyu. Chai Maoshuan, how dare you, a mere junior, obstruct me? Wan Juanxiong was infuriated. A mere 7-star martial sovereign dared to impede his vengeance. Truly seeking death. Get out of the way, or do not blame me for showing no mercy to the Magic Capital Academy. Today, Suyu must die. Wan Juanxiong was unafraid of the Magic Capital Academy, nor the strength of his opponent, unleashing his full power as a 9-star martial sovereign. In an instant, a vast surge of spiritual energy shot into the sky, alerting several powerful figures in the capital who hastened to the scene. Old villain, if you wish to harm my student, you must first go through me. Rift Earth Burning Heaven Slash. Angel S Radiance. The two soared out of the hotel, engaging in combat high above, each wielding an imperial artifact. Their movements agile and strikes fierce, each blow lethal. The spectators below were driven to fervor. Moments later, Deadly Vortex. Wan Juanxiong bellowed, and countless black whirlpools materialized behind him, converging like a raging flood, ultimately forming a formidable attack. Whoosh, 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 Earth Howling Palm. Vice Principal Chai, discarding his sword, unleashed his prideful 8-rank martial technique, the Earth Howling Palm, having cultivated it for years to reach the pinnacle of mastery in an instant, as the technique was released. Waves surged in the sky, crashing toward his opponent. Boom, 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 the two martial techniques collided, causing numerous buildings in the capital to collapse, a rare calamity from a martial sovereign duel. Vice Principal Chai was grievously wounded, sent flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The disparity in their cultivation levels was too great. No single martial technique could bridge that gap. Unaware of your own insignificance, Wan Juanxiong sneered from the sky. Having stepped into the martial sovereign realm for a century, how could you, a mere newcomer of barely 20 years, compare? After dealing with Vice Principal Chai, he turned his gaze towards Suyu. You shall die. In order to avoid prolonging matters, Wan Juanxiong struck first. Stop. Suddenly, a voice of authority rang out. Under the weight of this command, Wan Juanxiong found himself unable to move, his lips trembling. The newcomer was a martial sovereign. Only a martial sovereign could exert such control. Principal Qian has arrived. Splendid. Below, Feng Wuyo and the others were overjoyed. With the principal's intervention, Suyu's life was no longer in peril. Qian Budwa. How dare you oppose the Wan family for a mere ant? Wan Juanxiong gritted his teeth, his rage palpable. You do not represent the Wan family. If your father were here, I would still give the Wan family some face, Principal Qian retorted angrily. Yet, as a dignified martial sovereign, you dare to bully a mere teenager? Do you truly believe the Magic Capital Academy is easy to provoke? With that, a sacred aura of the martial sovereign enveloped the area. Wang Juanxiong was filled with dread. At that moment, another figure arrived, dispelling the pressure. Qian Budwa, it has been a long time. A splendidly attired elder appeared, his white face and long beard, black hair, eyes sparkling with light. You indeed came. The newcomer was the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy, Ku Yuanming, known as Old Ku, also a martial sovereign. Long time no see, you have aged. You remain as youthful as ever. Subsequently, Ku Yuanming turned to glance at Su Yu below. Qian Budwa, for murder, one must pay with their life. Your academy student has inexplicably killed a student from my Imperial Capital Academy. He must face the consequences. Where is your evidence? The principal countered. Wang Juanxiong hesitated, struggling to respond, for he possessed no evidence. He merely sought to kill Su Yu to vent his anger. Scoundrel, Ku Yuanming swatted in anger. Following this, Bailey Zhe and the president of the Martial Artists Association, Yuan Yulong, arrived, standing in support of Su Yu. Due to the lack of evidence and mounting pressure, the two ultimately had to retreat. After they departed, Su Yu let out a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that slaying Wan Hantian would attract the attention of martial sovereigns. Yet, he had no regrets. Wan Hantian deserved to die. If there was any regret, it was that his strength was insufficient. At this moment, Wang Juanxiong had been marked for elimination. Once the storm had passed, Su Yu expressed his gratitude to the others. Thank you, seniors, for your rescue. No need for thanks. Bailey Zhe smiled. Suu, to be honest, I greatly admire you. And thus I have a request. Please follow me. Chapter 58, Demon Dragon Poison. The competition continues in a quiet room. The atmosphere between the two was heavy. Observing the situation, Su Yu took the initiative to speak. Senior Bailey, what is it that you wish to discuss? He was filled with curiosity about what could compel a martial sovereign to seek out Mu Yunxian and then come to him. It is well known that martial sovereigns hold a position akin to a pyramid in Huagua, where typically it is others who seek their favor. Following this, Beilais removed his outer vest, revealing his back. Su Yu was utterly astonished by the sight before him. The entirety of Beilais' back was ravaged by a deadly poison, with toxic fumes permeating, evidently having invaded his heart and lungs. He appeared to have been poisoned for an extended period. This is the abyssal dragon venom. Su took a closer look and finally recalled having seen it in the toxicology texts at the academy. The abyssal dragon venom is one of the top 10 deadliest poisons in the world. Originating from the eastern nation of Dudu, crafted from the blood of countless venomous beasts. Once contaminated, even a martial sovereign, fortified by both qi and spiritual energy, could meet a swift demise with the slightest misstep. Did you figure it out? Beilais inquired, somewhat surprised. This poison is seldom known. Su had seen it once in literature. Subsequently, Beilais recounted the circumstances. 2 decades prior, he had journeyed to Dudu to discuss cooperation with King Nuar Cal, only to be ambushed by an assassin on the return journey. The assassin possessed formidable strength, comparable to a 3-star martial sovereign, and was adept in various poisons, the abyssal dragon venom being one among them. A momentary lapse led Beilais to fall victim to the venom, which had corroded him for 2 decades, with its potency only intensifying over time. Senior Beilais, have you come to me today with a method to counteract this poison? Su Yu inquired after grasping the situation. Beilais nodded affirmatively. Indeed, after years of investigation, I have discovered that the abyssal dragon venom is not beyond remedy. Within the forbidden grounds of Dudu, there exists a secret realm housing a mystical herb known as the Nine, which can neutralize the dragon venom. Upon hearing the name Nine, Su Yu suddenly realized something. Senior Beilais, you don't mean for me, a mere grand martial master, to venture forth and steal this herb for you, do you? The young man instantly regretted his words, thinking it was an implausible task. Even if he could exert the strength of a martial king, he would still be no match against the vast nation of Dudu. Ha ha ha, Beilais immediately dismissed the notion. You need not steal it. An opportunity presents itself. In half a month, Dudu will host a competition limited to participants under 20 years of age, where the top 10 will earn a chance to enter the secret realm. Su Yu fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. After a minute, he declared, very well, I shall go. Not for any other reason, but to repay the favor Beilais has bestowed upon me. Splendid, Beilais exclaimed, patting Su Yu's shoulder in approval. Had their age difference not been so significant, he might have even wished to forge a brotherly bond with him, as a reward. Please accept this martial technique. With that, Beilais produced a blue tome from his storage bag, inscribed with the title Dominating Heaven's Divine Sword. Noticing that Suyu wielded a sword, he believed it would suit him well. As Suyu accepted the technique and opened it, he discovered it to be the pinnacle of an 8th-tier martial art, the Dominating Heaven's Divine Sword. This technique was worth at least 100 billion. Such a debt of gratitude was overwhelming. The Dominating Heaven's Divine Sword exudes an overwhelming aura, transforming all into blades, uniting spirit and form, severing all. What a magnificent sword! Merely reading a few lines, Suyu could distinctly sense the terrifying power encased within. Following this, they exchanged contact information, and before departing, President Yuan Yulong cast a meaningful glance at Suyu, a smile that hinted at deeper implications lingering on his lips. On the other side, Wang Juanxiong left in a state of dishevelment, feeling unwilling to concede. Principal Ku, we cannot let this matter rest, he shouted at Principal Ku, who stood nearby. For reasons unknown, the more he reflected on Suyu's confident and composed demeanor, the more suspicious he became. Though he lacked evidence, he trusted his instincts. Give it up. Principal Ku Yuanming was reluctant to involve himself further in the affairs of Wan Hantian. Initially, he had agreed to assist purely for the sake of the reputation of the Imperial Capital Academy. After all, the death of a promising talent aspiring to become a martial god warranted a quest for justice from the principal. But what was the outcome? Without evidence, he had been outmaneuvered. Principal Ku? How can you act this way? He is a student of the Imperial Capital Academy, your most valued prodigy, my own son. How can you turn a blind eye? Get lost. With a sharp rebuke, Ku Yuanming sent Wang Juanxiong flying. There are plenty of students I favor. Your son barely ranks above average. With that, he departed swiftly, leaving Wang Juanxiong seething with malice. 3 hours later, Suyu and his companions made their way to the arena. With the vice principal and principal covertly ensuring their safety, it was unlikely that the Wan family would dare to resort to any tricks. Upon entering, they found the arena teeming with spectators. Today marks the team battle of the top 9, divided into 3 rounds. The first round will determine the top 5, the second will confirm the top 3, and the final round will establish the champion. Now, let the captains of the top 9 draw lots. Suyu stepped onto the stage to draw lots, only to discover that the Imperial Capital Academy had appointed a new captain, someone he was quite familiar with. Having faced him before, Wan Dixiang, a disciple of Wan Hantian. After stepping down, the host announced the matchups. In the first round, Jiangbei receives a bye, while Modu faces Pingshan. Please welcome both teams to the stage. The Jiangbei competitors cheered exuberantly, while the Pingshan team appeared apprehensive. Their greatest concern had materialized. The vivid memory of Suyu's overwhelming defeat of Ji Haoshuan from the previous day lingered painfully in their minds. As both teams took their positions, due to Zhang Xiaofan's severe injury, only 5 members comprised the team. Captain Su, as the match begins, the Pingshan Academy captain stammered, "Could you go easy on us?" They knew they were no match for their opponents and simply hoped for a less brutal encounter. Understood. Bang, bang, bang. In a mere 15 seconds, Pingshan Academy offered almost no resistance, focusing entirely on defense as they were effortlessly kicked out of the arena by Modu Academy. Victory for Modu. In the next match, Lingxi faced Danyang Academy, resulting in a victory for Dunyang. In the following round, Ice Spirit clashed with the Imperial Capital, with the Imperial Capital emerging victorious. An hour later, the 5 strongest teams were revealed: Modu, Imperial Capital, Jiangbei, Danyang, and Qingshu. With the top 5 teams established, it was time to select the top 3. Captains, please step up to draw lots. As Suyu ascended, he drew a blank. The host proclaimed, in the first round, Modu receives a bye, while the Imperial Capital faces Jiangbei. Please welcome both teams to the stage. Wan Dixiang led his team onto the stage, radiating confidence. He feared no team other than Modu. 2 minutes later, Jiangbei Academy suffered a crushing defeat. The next match saw Danyang face Qingshu Academy, with both teams evenly matched. After a fierce battle, Danyang Academy narrowly triumphed. Thus, the top 3 teams in the National Academy ranking competition were established: Modu, Imperial Capital, and Danyang. In the next round, Danyang was set to face Modu. As the host concluded his announcement, Danyang's captain declared their forfeiture. A wave of astonishment swept through the arena. Surely not. Danyang Academy is conceding? Don't mention it. Just the sight of Suyu makes my heart tremble indeed. Hearing these whispers, the Danyang competitors appeared resigned. To be honest, they too did not wish to concede. They longed for a fair fight. Even if they lost, third place was still within reach. If it had been the Imperial Capital Academy, they would have charged in without hesitation, even knowing defeat awaited them. But alas, Modu. With Danyang Academy forfeiting, the final team battle would pit the Imperial Capital Academy against Modu Academy. What colors would emerge from the clash of these two titanic institutions? Let us await the spectacle as both teams step onto the stage. As they did so, two large screens displayed their information. Dong Qinxue, 8-star Grand Martial Master, Sword King Artifact. Feng Waya, 6-star Grand Martial Master, Sword King Artifact. Qin Lingxue, 5-star Grand Martial Master, Sword King Artifact. Imperial Capital Personnel, Wan Dishiang. 7-star Grand Martial Master, Sword Emperor Artifact. Wei Wenbin, 8-star Grand Martial Master, Gun King Artifact. Now, the final match of the national competition begins. As the host announced, the crowd erupted in cheers. Suu, it's been months since we last met. Your strength has become increasingly terrifying, I must admit. You are my greatest adversary in life. Wan Dishiang was fully aware of his cousin's character, cunning, shrewd, and a master strategist, making him a formidable opponent. It would be better for him to die. You re not too shabby yourself. It's been months, and you've improved by 2 stars, so you had no choice but to concede that Wan Dishiang's talent for cultivation rivaled that of Wan Hantian. Achieving a 2-star increase in less than half a year was no small feat. Enough talk. Let us see your moves. Eager to see how his opponent had changed since their last encounter, Suu anticipated the battle. Asu Wish, Bloodline Divine Ability, Unleash, Thunderclap Body. At the onset, Wan Dishiang activated his divine ability, bolts of lightning erupting from his body, coalescing into a suit of armor that enveloped him entirely. His defensive power, mental strength, speed, and attack power surged by more than double, with his defense alone doubling. He wielded the Heavenly Fire Divine Dragon Sword, a royal artifact, summoning a divine dragon that soared above. Slash! With a vigorous swing of his dragon spirit, he gathered his strength, and the divine dragon seemed to merge with the technique, hurtling towards Suu with incredible force, surpassing the power of a grand martial master. As the battle commenced, Qin Lingxue, Mu Yunxian, and others charged forward, engaging fiercely with the enemy. Due to Zhang Xiaofan's severe injuries, Qin Lingxue found herself alone, contending against 2 opponents. With a calm demeanor, Suu remarked on the formidable 7th-grade martial skill being displayed. In a fleeting moment, he executed a sublime maneuver, deftly evading their attacks. Although he initially considered employing the 8th-grade carefree step, he ultimately refrained, recalling that he had previously showcased it at the Wan family, thus ensuring it remained undisclosed. With a resounding thud, his grand move missed its target. In a moment of desperation, Wan Daitian, flustered, accidentally unleashed a newly acquired 7th-grade technique, barely achieving initial success in comparison to Suu. His efforts appeared childishly inadequate. The speed was simply insufficient. Surging behind Daitian, the young man caught him unawares, delivering a strike with his 6th-grade Shura fist. The impact sent Daitian reeling several meters away. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that he had only sustained minor injuries. Intrigued, Suu noted the enhanced resilience of his opponent. Meanwhile, the other competitors concluded their matches, with Qin Lingxue single-handedly besting 2 adversaries. While Mu Yunxian and Feng Waya were eliminated from the arena. At that moment, apart from Daitian, all others in the Imperial City had been eliminated. It was time to conclude. This year's champion would be claimed by our Magic City Academy. With that, Suu unleashed a potent surge of spiritual energy. Daitian, on the opposing side, swallowed hard, realizing that Suu was about to reveal his true prowess. In an instant, Suu's cultivation soared from the pinnacle of 2-star to 3-star, then 4-star, ultimately reaching the zenith of 5-star Grand Martial Master. His aura rivaled that of a 7-star Martial King. Let us see how many of your thunderous body blows can withstand my assault. With a flurry of attacks, Shura Fist, Demon Suppressing Fist, Shadowless Chain Kicks, Daitian found himself unable to discern Suu's form, bombarded by an unrelenting barrage, forced into a defensive stance without recourse. Yet, it proved futile. The might of a 7-star Martial King shattered Daitian's armor. With a single blow, he was sent flying off the stage. Fortunately, Suu had moderated his strength, ensuring that the final strike equated to that of a 9-star Grand Martial Master. Sparing Daitian's life, as Daitian crashed to the ground, blood oozed from his mouth. Medical personnel hastily approached, confirming his safety before departing. That moment, the outcome was unmistakably clear. In the VIP section, Bailija wore a broad smile. Thoroughly satisfied with Su Yu's performance, I hereby announce the conclusion of the National Academy competition, with Magic City claiming the title of the foremost academy in Huaghua. Upon the host's declaration, the entire audience erupted in jubilant cheers. Long live Magic City! Long live Su Yu! The announcement ignited a fervor that reached its zenith as the once unstoppable Imperial City faced a calamitous defeat. Thus, the National Academy rankings were released. First, Magic City. Second, Imperial City. Third, Danyang. Fourth, Zhongbei Academy. The results spread rapidly across the internet, and within mere days, the entirety of Huaghua was aware. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaofan was escorted back to Magic City for treatment, while Su Yu and his teammates boarded a train home. On the train, discussions abounded regarding the events in Magic City. Hours later, upon their safe arrival, Su Yu first visited Si Zhong to assure her of his well-being before reconvening with his companions at the academy entrance. At long last, they had returned. Having endured this intense competition, everyone had matured significantly. The journey had been fraught with challenges, life-and-death training, grueling mountain trials, and fierce competition. They had witnessed far too much upon entering the academy. They were taken aback to find the entire student body lined up on either side, with the principal, vice principal, and 9 mentors present, all wearing solemn expressions as they collectively called out, "Welcome back, heroes." Su Yu had brought honor to their academy, a distinction that belonged to each of them. Consequently, next year's funding from the Education Bureau would be doubled. Principal Qin Budwa stepped forward, visibly gratified. "You have all worked tirelessly, bestowing unparalleled glory upon our academy. After discussions at the higher echelons, each of you, along with Zhang Xiaofan, shall receive 5,000 credits and an imperial artifact. Collect them tomorrow at the Zhongjin Pavilion. 5,000 credits and an imperial artifact." Everyone was astounded. Setting aside the monumental effort required to earn 5,000 credits, the mere possession of an imperial artifact was valued at nearly 100 billion. Such extravagance from the academy was indeed remarkable. However, upon reflection, it was clear that the 5 were deserving. "Thank you, Principal," they chorused in unison. Minutes later, as the crowd began to disperse, a familiar figure approached Su Yu. Turning to look, he recognized Mentor Long. "Su. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. From the moment you passed the hellish assessment, I understood that you were a true prodigy." Mentor Long smiled, feeling a sense of pride. His decision to allow Su Yu to participate in the Academy's trials had been one of the wisest choices of his life. "That is largely thanks to your support." Mentor Long. After a brief exchange, they parted ways. Meanwhile, in the Imperial City at the Wan family estate, Wan Daitian, having just completed the competition, succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss after his bloodline abilities were shattered. Hours later, he awoke in his familiar room. "Am I home?" he wondered. Recognizing the surroundings, a glance revealed a medicine bowl at the foot of his bed, warm to the touch. "Has a servant brought this?" He pondered, feeling secure in his own home. He lifted the bowl and took a sip. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. He dropped the bowl, blood gushing from his mouth as his heart raced uncontrollably. "This medicine is poisonous," he exclaimed, but it was too late. His heart abruptly ceased, and his body began to decay, oozing pus as blood streamed from his orifices. His pupils dilated, filled with shock and disbelief. In the shadows, a cloaked figure observed Daitian's demise, emerging to clean up the shattered bowl, revealing a smug, triumphant grin before departing. An hour later, Wan Daitian's death was discovered, sending shockwaves through the Wan family. The Patriarch and Wan Xingqian, currently away, rushed home upon hearing the news that night. The Imperial City was engulfed in panic. Within days, 2 prodigious talents possessing bloodline abilities had perished. Even the formidable Wan family was deeply pained. In the dead of night, at the Wan estate, an elder, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, knelt beside Wan Daitian's bed, tears streaming down his face. He was Wan Ruihan, the patriarch of the Wan family, a formidable figure who had lived for over 3 centuries. Having surpassed the 8-star martial sovereign, beside him, Wan Xingqian was equally distraught. The loss of his only son had left him heartbroken. At that moment, Wan Juanqiong stepped forward, sorrowfully declaring, "Father, fourth brother, I know who is responsible for Daitian's and Hanshin's deaths." "Who?" the two demanded angrily. The patriarch, consumed by concern for Wan Daitian, paid little heed to his own son, further fueling Wan Juanxiong's resentment. It was the Magic City student, Su Yu at SUU. Wan Juanxiong recounted the events of the competition, embellishing the details. The elder's fury ignited as he smashed a nearby chair. "Wan Juanxiong, you are to lead several powerful members of the clan to Magic City tonight and demand Qian Budwa surrender Suyu. If anyone dares to obstruct you, eliminate them, understood." Simultaneously, at the Magic City Academy, Suyu remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, diligently practicing the third transformation of his random change technique. Was it merely a premonition? He felt an unsettling intuition creeping in. Never mind, tonight I must achieve unity in my phantom clone technique. Determined, he resolved to merge his 9 clones, potentially unleashing tremendous power. Without hesitation, he set to work. The following morning, after a night of rigorous training, he finally succeeded in mastering the third transformation. Although only at a minor success, it was sufficient to evade detection by martial sovereigns. However, he made no progress with the phantom clone technique. Ding ding! The phone on his bed rang. Picking it up, he discovered it was Principal Qian Budwa. "Principal, what is the matter? Is something wrong?" Suyu felt an ominous sense of foreboding. "Suu, come to my office immediately." "At once." Principal Qian Budwa's voice was filled with urgency. This was the first time Suyu had encountered such panic from his principal. He swiftly activated his carefree step, moving with lightning speed. Moments later, he arrived at the office door. Upon entering, he found the vice principal present as well. "Principal, what happened?" Seeing Suyu arrive, Qian Budwa hastily showed him his phone. "Look at the news." The headlines proclaimed that Wan Daitian had died suddenly after the competition, with the alleged murderer identified as Suyu of Magic City. "Wan Daitian is dead." Suyu struggled to comprehend, convinced he had not inflicted any life-threatening injuries. How could he have died so suddenly? Wait, could it be Wan Juanxiong? Realizing he had crossed paths with Wan Juanxiong, Suyu felt a wave of dread wash over him. If it truly was him, the situation could spiral out of control. The vice principal beside him spoke. "Suyu, we have already contacted Elder Bai Li. He is on his way at the speed of Wan Juanxiong. He should arrive in no more than half an hour." The Magic City falls under the jurisdiction of Huagua, and they dare not act recklessly, but you are different. They will strike hard. You must escape immediately. All attention is directed towards you, Suyu. Any attempt at justification is futile. Only flight remains. "Principal, which of Wan's men are sent to capture me?" Suyu inquired calmly, having taken a moment to ponder. The principal replied, "Wan Juanxiong personally leads 3 9-star martial lords and 1 1-star martial sovereign." Upon hearing this, Suyu's mind began to devise a plan. He then instructed the 2 principals to refrain from any rash actions, assuring them he had a strategy in place. With that, he exited the office and sent a message to Bai Li Zhe. Half an hour later, Wan Juanxiong and his entourage arrived at the academy's playground. "Suu, come out." The overwhelming aura of the martial lords engulfed the entire academy, drawing the attention of many as the distinguished guests arrived. 2 principals appeared before Wan Juanxiong. "Principal Qian, under the orders of the old master, we are here to apprehend the murderer Suyu. We kindly ask you not to obstruct us." Otherwise, he knew that Qian, being merely a 5-star martial sovereign, would be no match for him. Hence he invoked the old master's name. Of course, it is only natural that a life must be repaid for a life, and debts must be settled. The attitudes of the 2 principals shifted, leaving the onlookers bewildered. "Very well, Principal Qian." Wan Juanxiong assumed that the other party feared the old master and did not think much further. "Bring Suyu out, and no need. I am here," Suyu declared as he stepped forward under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The martial sovereigns from Wan's family observed him, sensing something was amiss. Yet they could not articulate it. They merely found it strange. "Take him away, wait," from above, Bai Li Zhe arrived just in time. Chapter 61. Is Suyu dead? The divine eye pool wonderful, it's Elder Bai Li. Now, our captain is saved. Among the crowd, Qin Lingxue and others felt that with the arrival of Elder Bai Li, Suyu's life was secure. "Elder Bai Li, are you going to obstruct us from the Wan family?" Wan Juanxiong dared not act recklessly. The opposing party was the military leader of the imperial capital, wielding immense power, and the Wan family generally avoided provoking the military. However, that did not mean they feared them, after all. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Produce evidence, and I will allow you to take him away. Otherwise, you can forget about it. Bai Lizhe descended and coldly approached Wang Juanxiong. Though angered, Wang Juanxiong was prepared. I possess a judicial report. He retrieved a document from his storage pouch and handed it over. Having learned from past mistakes, Wang Juanxiong had come prepared. Wang Daitian died from severe injuries, with no signs of poisoning or injected tranquilizers. The time of death was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon 10 days ago. Appraisal Agency, Hengtian Agency. After reading it, Bai Lizhe sneered, Hengtian Agency, if I recall correctly, is owned by your Wan family. Who knows if you have fabricated this? So, you mean to say we should first imprison Su Yu in the Imperial Capital Prison, wait for your Wan family to gather evidence, and then let the association decide his fate? How does that sound? The association's judgment is composed of the Martial Artists Association, the highest authority in Huagua, possessing the power of life and death. Wang Juanxiong contemplated. As long as Su Yu was imprisoned, he could find a way later, deal, but we must witness him enter prison ourselves, agreed. After this, the group took to the air, leaving the crowd in confusion. It's over. Su Yu is doomed. The rise of a once great talent has come to an end. Indeed, the Wan family's power is too formidable. On the other side, in a corner of the academy, Su Yu sighed in relief as he saw Wang Juanxiong depart. It seemed he had successfully deceived the Wan family. In truth, when the adversaries arrived, Su Yu had employed the phantom clone technique, creating 9 clones and handing one over to Wang Juanxiong. To prevent being seen through by the martial sovereign, he had taken some precautions and arranged for Bai Lizhe to take him away, flawless. Now it was time to leave. Since Su Yu had been captured, his true self could not be revealed to the world. He then transformed into the likeness of Mu Yunxian, took Su Yu's token, and under the guise of a leader, withdrew his 5,000 academic credits along with a weapon. After sending a message to the principal assuring his safety, he departed the academy. 3 hours later, news from the Imperial Capital Prison spread that the criminal Su Yu had succumbed to guilt and died suddenly in his cell, leaving behind a confession stating that he had killed both Wan Huntu and Wang Daitian. As soon as this news broke, Su Yu's reputation plummeted. Meanwhile, far away in the Magic Dragon Mountain Range, Su Yu, upon seeing the news, smashed his phone in fury. Wan family, you are courting death. At that moment, Su Yu's pent-up rage erupted. Power. He desperately needed power. Wan family, wait for me. With that, Su Yu picked up a spare phone to call Bai Lizhe, instructing him to protect Xiao Yu in the Magic Dragon Mountain Range. He hoped it would not disappoint him. Swish, bang, bang. Su Yu rampaged through the demon beasts, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. Corpses strewn about, blood flowing like rivers. Congratulations, you have slain the defecating Saint Spider Phoenix, gaining 43,466 experience. Congratulations, you have slain the furious Gale Flame Beast, gaining 34,765 experience. Congratulations, you have slain the pregnant Blue Thunder Bimo, gaining 54,379 experience. Congratulations, you have effortlessly killed the Poison Scorpion Spider, gaining 46,466 experience. He reached 5-star Grand Martial Master status. After 10 hours of slaughter, over 1,000 4th and 5th tier demon beasts lay slain by his sword, earning him over 3 million experience points, allowing him to level up to 3-star. The corpses of demon beasts piled high, demon cores littered the ground. Now, Su Yu could eliminate any opponent below 4-star Martial King with a single strike without using the Demon God transformation. With it, he was invincible against those below Martial Sovereign. It was time to delve deeper. Currently, nearly all 3rd and 4th tier demon beasts in the Magic Dragon Mountain Range had been eradicated. After collecting 1,000 demon cores, Su Yu pressed onward into the depths of the mountain range. The young man possessed extraordinary senses. 1,000 meters to his right, he detected 4 human auras, weak in strength. Out of curiosity, he decided to follow them. Brother Wan, this time we have struck gold. Indeed, the Millennium Xin Yang Divine Eye Pool is an extraordinarily rare spiritual pool. Exactly, with it, you will soon break through to Grand Martial Master, and perhaps even awaken your bloodline. The 3 flattered a 20-year-old youth incessantly. A group of martial masters, with 1 9-star martial master among them, were somehow able to traverse the outskirts and reach the central area, hiding in a tree. Su Yu was filled with confusion. With their strength, it was impossible for them to enter the center. There must be powerful individuals tailing them in secret. He expanded his range and carefully scanned again. Sure enough, 100 meters from the fore, a 9-star Martial King concealed his aura, employing a treasure that masked his presence, thus evading detection. Well done. I shall claim the Xianyang Divine Eye Pool for myself. You may leave now. With that, Su Yu leaped from the tree. Who goes there? The four were utterly startled. Had it not been for the voice, they would not have noticed his presence at all. Can't you understand? Leave. Su Yu's lingering wrath had not yet dissipated. You insolent fool, do you know who I am? I am a disciple of the Wan family from the imperial capital. You better watch yourself. The one called Brother Wan stepped forward, invoking his background. Oh? You are from the Wan family of the imperial capital, Su Yu replied coldly, an invisible aura of killing intent wafting around him. Indeed, the man beamed with pride at the mention of the Wan family. Die! With a surge of murderous intent, Su Yu swiftly dispatched the four with a single strike to the throat. Congratulations! You have slain Trash, gaining 4,637 experience points. The hidden strongman, witnessing the scene, immediately revealed himself. But alas, it was too late. Su Yu's speed was unmatched. You bastard, die! The great Fan's sacred palm. A small, frail elder emerged, his eyes filled with murderous intent, launching an immediate assault on Su Yu. Demon God Transformation, Hell of Shura. In an instant, Su Yu's aura skyrocketed to 8-star Grand Martial Master, his combined strength rivaling that of a peak 9-star Martial King. Shura Fist. With one punch, the force was overwhelming. What? The elder was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful man, barely in his 20s, was actually a Martial King powerhouse, surpassing even his peak strength. How is this possible? Die. With a single blow, the elder's martial technique was shattered, and he was sent crashing several hundred meters away, barely clinging to life. Tell me, how many members of the Wan family are there in the Magic City? Su Yu grasped the elder's neck from a distance, his tone icy. Who are you, really? Su Yu. You are the Su Yu who was sentenced to death. Impossible. The elder could not comprehend. Despite their vastly different appearances, how could this individual be Su Yu? Little did he know. Su Yu had merely altered his visage at will. Chapter 62. A Bloodbath. The association intervenes. Your words are excessive. Answer the question. In an instant. Su Yu tightened his grip even further. Wait, I will tell you. The elder, unwilling to die, revealed he was merely an elder of the Wan family and did not bear the surname Wan, thus had no reason to sacrifice his life. As far as I know, there are over 90 disciples of the Wan family in the Magic City, all training at Danyang Academy. And who is the strongest in the Magic City? The strongest is Miss Wan Qinghui from the Treasure Pavilion. What is her true identity? So you searched online and found that aside from a woman named Wan Rushuan, there are no other females among the Wan family's direct lineage. After comparing photographs, it is clear that this person does not exist. Therefore, the identity of Wan Qinghui remains a mystery. I am also uncertain. Nonsense. A murderous intent surged within Su Yu, tightening his grip even further. It is true. Then perish with that. Su Yu snapped the opponent's neck with his bare hands. Congratulations. You have slain the 9-star Martial King, gaining 76,433 experience points. A 6-star Grand Martial Master has been achieved. An aura comparable to that of a martial zone enveloped the surroundings, causing the entire Demon Dragon Mountain range to tremble. Huh? The young man wielded the imperial weapon, and with a single stroke of his sword, a massive rock shattered instantly, shaking the mountainside. The power of this strike was at least on par with the 4-star Martial King. Su Yu was overjoyed. If he did not employ martial techniques, relying solely on his raw strength, killing a 4-star Martial King would pose no challenge. Utilizing the Demon God Transformation, he could contend against a 1-star Martial Zone. After disposing of the corpses, Su Yu searched the 4 individuals and found identification stating the name Wan Mingjun. The old man was extraordinarily wealthy, possessing an 8th-grade martial technique and countless billions in gold. Along with innumerable pills and spiritual herbs, the Xianyang Divine Eye Pool, a valuable treasure. This item is ineffective for martial kings, but serves as a tremendous boon for grand martial masters. Subsequently, Su Yu sat cross-legged in the pool for cultivation. An hour later, the divine energy was fully absorbed, and his cultivation level rose to a 7-star Grand Martial Master. He then ventured deeper into the mountain range. Days later, Suyu departed from the Demon Dragon Mountain Range. On this day, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of a 9-star Grand Martial Master. During this time, he eradicated all 4- and 5-star beasts. In battling 6-star beasts, Suyu began to comprehend his true combat prowess. He could face off against a 2-star Martial Zone, but would need to flee from a 3-star Demon City. I have returned. Fueled by boundless murderous intent, he set about annihilating the Wan family. First, let us establish a modest goal. Cleanse the entire Demon City. Upon returning to Demon City, Suyu proceeded to the Danyang Academy. Danyang Academy, located in the eastern part of Demon City and Fanzhong City, ranked 3rd among new academies this year, displacing the former Jiangbei. Upon arriving at the entrance, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. Though it could not compare to the grandeur of the Demon City Academy, it was still considered above average among many academies. Halt! Who are you? An elder guarding the gate blocked Suyu's path. It was time for Suyu to perform. Elder, my name is Wan Mingjun, a disciple of the Wan family from the imperial capital. My family has sent me to meet with the Wan family students. I kindly request that you relay this message. The Wan family? The elder was taken aback, immediately bowing at a 90-degree angle with a respectful tone. Young Master Wan, please. The words Wan family of the imperial capital represented a status of nobility. Once inside, Suyu began to gather information. Within a day, he learned that there were 97 members of the Wan family within the academy, most of whom were Grand Martial Masters, with the strongest being merely a 1-star Martial King. Greetings, you are also a member of the Wan family, correct? Suyu approached his first target, Wan Xiaoyuan, a second-year student and a 5-star Grand Martial Master. He dared not kill anyone within the academy. Who are you? Wan Xiaoyuan vaguely recognized the other. I am Wan Mingjun, also a member of the Wan family from the imperial capital. It appears we are relatives. Oh, what is it? Wan Xiaoyuan relaxed his guard. I have discovered the Xianyang Divine Eye Pool nearby, where a 7-star Grand Martial Master guards it. I am no match for him. I implore my senior brother to bring more of the Wan family along. After all, one should not let good fortune slip away to others. All right, upon hearing this, Wan Xiaoyuan became excited. Such a treasure is immensely beneficial. Subsequently, 20 members of the Wan family followed Suyu out of the academy. Before exiting, they greeted the gatekeeper to confirm they were not slain within the academy. Half an hour later, in a secluded alley, several members of the Wan family were growing impatient. Hey, where is the Divine Eye Pool? We have been waiting for ages. Are you toying with us? Exactly. Do you not value your life? Suddenly, Suyu halted, revealing a wicked smile. Very well, you may now descend into hell. What? The 20 individuals were filled with terror. Confirming that no one was around, Suyu flashed forward and decimated them all with a single stroke of his sword. Congratulations! You have slain ants, gaining 4,648 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain ants, gaining 4,679 experience points. Over 20 individuals provided 100,000 experience points. Following this, Suyu returned to Danyang Academy, employing the same ruse to lure out the remaining members. Within half a day, with the exception of one Martial King, all 96 others were slain. The Martial King was of no interest to Suyu. He could only eliminate the others within the academy and bury their bodies. After all were dispatched, Suyu left the scene. An hour later, the 96 corpses of Wan family members were discovered in the alley, prompting the Martial Artist Association to initiate an investigation. With 96 dead, the case was significant, leading to an investigation by the association's Special Task Force. Comprised entirely of elites, in an instant, the entirety of Huagua was in an uproar. Various speculations arose about who committed such an act. Far away in the imperial capital, the elder of the Wan family was enraged. Dispatching 5 Martial Zone, 10 Martial Kings, and over 100 Grand Martial Masters to Demon City, demanding the true culprit be found within 3 days. Hurry! Hurry! The streets were filled with martial artists hunting for the murderer, causing many citizens to refrain from venturing outside. The game has only just begun. At this moment, within a hotel affiliated with the Wan family, Suyu leisurely soaked in a large bath, sipping fine wine while watching the live broadcast in his hand. In the dead of night, Suyu disguised himself and ventured out once more. Coordinates to the southeast revealed 2 Martial Kings and 3 Grand Martial Masters. Coordinates to the northwest indicated 1 Martial Zone and 5 Grand Martial Masters. The young man moved with an ethereal grace, akin to a specter traversing the streets and alleys, his mental energy continuously probing for positions. For the northeast, 2 Martial Zong and 10 Grand Martial Masters were present. Among these individuals, most were from the Association's Special Task Force and the Wan family. Should any unusual activity arise, they would report their findings via radio. How intriguing! Suyu was determined to teach the Wan family a lesson. Saying this, he proceeded towards the southeast direction. At this moment, in the southeast, a team composed of 2 Martial Kings and 3 Grand Martial Masters scoured the streets. Damn it, which bastard is responsible for this? There are no leads whatsoever. What are we even investigating? One of the Martial Kings vented his frustrations. Enough with the complaints, let us get searching, another Martial King advised. Tio think it would be him. This is truly effortless. Concealed in the shadows, so you recognize that among the 2 Martial Kings, one was the 9-star Martial King Elder who had pursued him during his attack on the Wan family. Chapter 63. Killing with Abandon, sword aimed at the Imperial capital, die. In the darkness, Suyu executed the Devil Step, darting out from the side, wielding the Imperial weapon, the Burning Heaven Sword, and launched a direct assault on that Martial King. Crack! Suddenly, the Martial King was struck in the throat by a single sword stroke, blood gushing forth, instantly terrifying everyone present. Congratulations! You have slain a Martial King, gaining 76,463 experience points. Enemy attack! An enemy has infiltrated. The remaining 4 were terrified, paralyzed in place, trembling with fear, while another Martial King hastily retrieved his radio to call for help. The first team has discovered the enemy's location. Requesting support, requesting. Before he could finish, Suyu's sword pierced through his heart, the entire process taking less than 8 seconds. The Martial King died with his eyes wide open, using his last ounce of strength to lift the other's hat, revealing the true identity. How could this be? Before drawing his last breath, a look of disbelief crossed his face. The 3 remaining members of the Wan family did not expect that the killer would be Wan Huantian. Young Master Wan, die. With a surge of murderous intent, Suyu's sword light swept through, instantly slaying the remaining 3 Grand Martial Masters, leaving their bodies severed. Congratulations! You have slain ants, gaining 14,367 experience points. After clearing out the pests, the radio continued buzzing. Hello, hello, report the killer's location. Hello, hello, the first team is speaking. Suyu stepped forward and crushed the radio underfoot without hesitation. After rummaging through their storage bags, the young man executed his movement technique to depart. A minute later, various teams arrived at the scene. The captain of the second team, upon seeing the situation, angrily commanded, a Martial Zong leading a team. Search thoroughly. We must find the culprit. He is the leader of the Wan family, Imodaja, a 7-star Martial Zong powerhouse. Understood. The others echoed in agreement. Soon after, the 3 teams dispersed once again to search. At this moment, Suyu lay in ambush atop a rooftop, monitoring the situation of this team. 1 2-star Martial Zong, 3 Martial Kings, and 10 Grand Martial Masters. Quite intriguing. The young man discerned from their attire that this team comprised 2 Martial Kings, and 3 Grand Martial Masters were from the Martial Artist Association. There would only be one chance. He must strike down the 2-star Martial Zong in one blow. Otherwise, he would be surrounded. Suyu had already formulated a strategy. If he could not resolve the battle within 10 seconds, he would have to retreat. Demon God Transformation. Hell of Shura. In an instant, his cultivation soared from 9-star Grand Martial Master to the pinnacle of a 2-star Martial King, with a faint inclination towards breaking through to 3-star. 2-star Martial King peak. With the Ethereal Step and Phantom Clone technique, 9 clones emerged simultaneously, taking advantage of the Night S cover to launch a surprise attack on the group below. Not good. An enemy attack. The Martial Zong was the first to notice. Die. Shura's Suppression Fist. The real body suddenly appeared before the Martial Zong, executing a perfect grade 6th tier martial technique, smashing heavily into his chest. Poof! The Martial Zong was caught completely off guard, his body flying backward as he violently coughed up blood. Unable to withstand a blow comparable to that of a 2-star Martial Zong, in the depths of hell, the 2-star Martial Sovereign, grievously injured, rose up defiantly to resist. The immense aura he unleashed caught the attention of the remaining members of his squad, who hastily rushed to the scene in no more than 20 seconds. Suyu would find himself surrounded. Damn it! At that moment, the 9 avatars concluded their battle. Aside from the association members who were rendered unconscious, not a single member of the Wan family remained. He could only resort to that technique. The culmination of 9 into 1. Suddenly, the 9 avatars returned to their true form. The dominating Heaven Divine Sword. This was the 8th grade martial skill bestowed upon him by Bailija, and it was the first time he unleashed it. A colossal sword, 9 feet long, sparkled like starlight, emanating an unprecedented power in the sky. At that instant, Suyu resembled a deity descending from the heavens. The giant sword radiating an unparalleled sacred brilliance. No, no, no. The bull god shield. In a moment of desperation, the martial sovereign employed his defensive martial skill. However, it was utterly futile against the overwhelming sword energy. The martial sovereign was cleaved in two by the sword aura. Congratulations. You have slain a 2-star martial sovereign, gaining experience 94,676. After seizing the storage bag, Suyu swiftly departed. 10 seconds later, Mod's team arrived once more, only to be met with the sight of corpses. Damn, they were late again. Captain, one of the team members remarked. The voice of a teammate has attracted attention. AS Mods and the others approached to investigate. They discovered the dismembered martial sovereign. Captain, it appears the culprit is a martial sovereign. Indeed. Mods nodded in agreement. Only a martial sovereign could kill another martial sovereign. Judging by the scene, it was likely not an ordinary one. He began contemplating the need to dispatch more martial sovereigns from his family. It hurts. At that moment, the association member who had been unconscious on the ground regained consciousness. What does the culprit look like? Mods inquired. Their survival was not surprising. The 96 dead indicated that the perpetrator held a grudge against the Wan family. There were 10 culprits, all masked, with strengths above the 9-star and 8-star martial kings. The speaker was a martial king from the association, who had personally experienced the terror of that group. The following day, Suyu awakened from his cultivation. The culmination of 9 into 1 was complete. He was elated. Last night, the fusion of the 9 into 1 had been flawless, with power comparable to a 3-star martial sovereign. The Wan family must be in a frenzy by now. Out of curiosity, Suyu picked up his phone to check the news. This is quite interesting. The more he read, the more he wanted to laugh. The news stated that the culprits numbered 10, each with cultivation levels among the 8-star martial kings, including a high-ranking martial sovereign. Now, the Wan family in the capital had dispatched 10 5-star martial sovereigns to capture the true culprit and impose severe punishment. Let them come. The more, the better, the more that arrive. The faster he could kill and level up. Wait. Suyu suddenly recalled something. He remembered investigating that the Wan family had over 20 martial sovereigns, with 9 below 5-star, and now they had sent 10 5-star ones. This meant that the remaining martial sovereigns in the capital's Wan family were all of 2 or 3-star rank. At that moment, a devious plan formed in his mind. Without hesitation that day, Suyu headed to the dock, boarded a yacht, and set off for the capital. 1 hour later, he finally returned to the capital. The youth arrived smoothly at the capital's dock. His next step was to find a place to settle. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places are often the safest. Thus, he ventured into a certain alley, disguised himself, and entered his own Golden Fish Hotel. A room, please. Present your identification, the manager said, bowing his head. Say that again. Suyu fumed. Startled by the familiar voice, the manager looked up, and upon recognizing the visitor, immediately bowed in fear, saying, 3.3rd Master. Indeed, Suyu had transformed into Wan Hanshin's father, Wan Juanxiong, that old scoundrel. I am on a secret mission. Do not speak of this to anyone. A room, please. Understood. The manager dared not to be presumptuous and hurriedly provided the most luxurious room available. Chapter 64. Frenzied Slaughter. Secrets of the Wan family. That day, Suyu discovered through investigation that currently, in the Wan family estate in the capital, aside from the elder Wan Ruohin and Wan Xingqian, only 5 or 6 2 and 3-star martial sovereigns remained. As for Wan Juanxiong, he was not in the estate. It was likely he had been quietly dispatched to the Demon City. Tonight, he would commence his operation. After grasping all the information, he prepared to infiltrate the Wan family that night. Intending to create chaos in the deep of night, the capital lay in silence. A shadow flew over the rooftops, leaping into the Wan family estate, appearing particularly eerie and fearsome under the cover of darkness. Who goes there? At that moment, a patrol team happened to pass by. Seeing the figure clad in black robes moving suspiciously, the patrol leader, Chao Qingsheng, alerted his team. 5-star and 9-star Great Martial Masters, 1 5-star Martial King. Su Yu discerned their cultivation levels at a glance. However, this was the Wan family, teeming with formidable opponents. To avoid alerting the enemy, he could not reveal himself. Just why it is I. Su Yu mimicked Wan Juanxiong's voice, lifting his black robe to reveal his true form, Third Master. The 6 men were taken aback upon seeing his face. Third Master, what are you doing sneaking around? The 6 relaxed somewhat upon recognizing him. Yet their wariness remained. The old master has ordered me to remain hidden in case anyone attempts to ambush the Wan family. You may continue your patrol. Yes, the 6, having no suspicion, resumed their patrol. Wait, Su Yu suddenly called them over, asking them to come closer for a discussion. The 6 approached without hesitation. Third Master, what are your orders? Crack! A beam of sword light sliced through the air, and all 6 were silenced in an instant, their faces displaying disbelief and confusion in their final moments. They could not comprehend why the Third Master had turned against them. Congratulations! You have slain an ant, gaining experience points 46, 796. Congratulations! You have slain an ant, gaining experience points 13, 797. The 6 provided Su Yu with 90,000 experience points. Experience needed for next level, 300,000. After clearing the bodies, Su Yu devised a plan, the Phantom Clone Technique. 9 avatars emerged simultaneously, transforming into the appearance of the patrol team, continuing their rounds. Meanwhile, the true Su Yu infiltrated the room of a martial sovereign. Who goes there? Upon entering, the elder martial sovereign released a powerful aura. What a 2-star martial sovereign, indeed extraordinary. The youth had not anticipated the elder's heightened awareness. Despite his caution, he was still detected. Who are you? The elder did not attack in the face of the sudden appearance of the mysterious figure. It is I. Saying this, Su Yu lifted his black robe to reveal his true form, Third Master. The elder could hardly believe his eyes. Third Master, did you not receive the old master's orders to contact Elder Hua? Why have you returned? He looked utterly puzzled. Elder Hua. Su Yu had never heard this name before. From the elder's tone, it seemed to be a significant figure. Look, isn't he right behind you? Upon hearing this, the elder involuntarily turned to look behind him. Demon God Transformation. Hell of Shura, Divine Sword Technique. The youth suddenly launched an attack, and in the unguarded moment of the 2-star martial sovereign, he unleashed power comparable to a 3-star martial sovereign. Striking down with a single blow, a swift cut to the throat, dead. Congratulations. You have slain a martial sovereign, gaining experience points 98, 653. The elder died feeling aggrieved. Had he been on guard, he would not have been slain in such a manner. Unable to react in time, after taking the elder's storage bag and examining it carefully, Su Yu found a letter inside, prominently featuring the name Wan Juanxiong. The youth opened it to find the following written, Yang Kai. I am commanded by the old master to contact the leader of the fallen in the demon city, Elder Hua, to assist in tracking down the culprit. I shall return shortly. Please take care of my illegitimate son. Wan Tianyu, fallen. This news struck Su Yu like a bolt from the blue. He could hardly believe that the esteemed first family of Huaguo would conspire with the fallen. Such an act could lead to the annihilation of their clan. Alas, it was unfortunate that this letter was not pinned in Wan Juanxiong's own hand. Otherwise, it could have been the key to the Wan family's destruction. Wan Juanxiong was cunning. The absence of spiritual energy in this letter indicated that the writer was an ordinary person. Nevertheless, there were gains to be had. Wan Tianyu, huh? A sinister S suddenly, 2 exceptionally terrifying auras burst forth from the Wan family residence, belonging to Wan Ruihin and Wan Xingchen. In an instant, the 9 clones were obliterated. This is bad. We must flee, Wan Ruihin declared. Xingchen, pursue him. This person is merely a 2-star martial sovereign. Yes, father, Wan Xingchen responded confidently, believing that with his mere 8-star martial sovereign status, the opponent was no match for him. With the royal artifact, the Sun Moon Fire Dragon Sword in hand, Wan Xingchen unleashed a fiery sword aura towards his adversary. In a moment of desperation, Su Yu executed an agile maneuver, wielding the royal artifact, the sky-burning sword, and unleashed a mastery-level sword technique. Suddenly, myriad sword auras appeared behind the youth. Go. With a command, thousands of sword auras streaked across the sky, directly assaulting the opponent. gradually merging into a singular, most potent sword aura. The clash of two formidable martial techniques created a tremendous shockwave. The force of the shockwave was overwhelming, sending the youth hurtling through the air, landing in a remote corner of the imperial capital. Where is he? Wan Xingchen arrived at the site of the youth's fall, finding nothing but a note and no trace of him. Upon opening it, he was infuriated. He had been deceived. Chapter 65. The Emergence of a Secret Realm. An ancient prophecy, though he was skeptical, the matter of the Fallen Ones was a closely guarded secret of the Wan family and could not possibly be known to outsiders. Moreover, his third brother's excessive fondness for his own son, frequently visiting without reason, confirmed his suspicions. Bastard! In a fit of rage, Wan Xingchen quickly returned to the Wan family. At that moment, not far away, Su Yu, having successfully executed his scheme, returned to his hotel room. Damn! I never expected the 8-star martial sovereign to possess such terrifying strength. I must avoid confrontation in the future. That strike had nearly incapacitated his internal organs. Had it not been for his resilient physique and the 6-tiered, beast-crafted golden armor he wore, he might not have made it out alive. Nevertheless, this venture yielded some insight. He now knew of the Wan family's collusion with the Fallen Ones, and the leader of the Fallen in Devil City was named Hua Lao. It seemed prudent to avoid returning to Devil City for the time being. His instincts warned him that Hua Lao was not to be underestimated. Better to bide his time and develop in secrecy. Wan Juanxiong, I hope you appreciate the gift I've sent you. Sipping red wine and indulging in a luxurious hot spring, Su Yu felt utterly at ease. The next day, news of the attack on the Wan family stronghold by 10 mysterious individuals spread throughout the imperial capital. Have you heard? All 6 martial sovereigns left behind were killed, and hundreds of disciples were slaughtered. Blood flowed like rivers. Indeed, Old Master Wan was so enraged he spat blood and issued a bounty of 100 billion to capture the fleeing assailants. The crowd buzzed with the details. At that moment, an even more shocking piece of news emerged. Wan Xingchen personally killed his own younger son this morning for an unknown reason. Ding ding ding. Early in the morning, the phone rang. Hello, who is this? Su Yu answered groggily. Su, it's me, the principal. Principal Qian. He instantly became alert. Under these circumstances, the principal usually wouldn't call unless there was an urgent matter. Xiao Yu has been taken by the Wan family. Oh, Su Yu's expression darkened. When did this happen? Just now, but Bailey Zhe has already gone after them. He just messaged me that she has been rescued and is safe. Bailey Zhe asked me to inform you. The Wan family. Seems to have grown suspicious of your death. Hearing that she was safe, Su Yu felt relieved. After all, this matter should not involve anyone else. It was only a matter of time before he was discovered. It was inevitable. Fortunately, they lacked evidence, granting him some time. By the way, the principal recalled, yesterday, Nangong Qing called, saying she has a business proposition for you. Will you go? Nangong Qing. Su Yu pondered for a moment before remembering. She was the one who had originally sent him to the 12th ruins. All right, I'll go to the Nangong family to find her. After all, she still owes me a royal artifact. After leaving the hotel, Su Yu transformed into the guise of Jiao Ming and proceeded to the location of the Nangong family. A few minutes later, at the entrance of the Nangong family estate, 2 formidable martial artist guards blocked his path. Halt, whom do you seek? I am here to see Miss Nangong Qing. Name? Jiao Ming. As the guard picked up the phone to verify, 30 seconds later, he returned, you may enter. Under the guard's guidance, Su Yu arrived at Nangong Qing's door. Upon entering, he found her waiting impatiently. After months, you finally made it. Let us skip the pleasantries. You wanted to discuss business, so what is it? You're still as unamusing as ever if you don't speak. I am leaving. The youth stood up, preparing to depart. Wait. Nangong Qing called out. Fine. I'll tell you. 3 minutes later, Su Yu understood the situation. 3 days prior, a mysterious exit to a secret realm had appeared in the back mountain of the Nangong family. This exit was peculiar and could not be accessed by ordinary individuals. Only those recognized by the secret realm could enter. Currently, there were 10 spots available, with 1 still unfilled. All 10 were required. None could be absent. All right, what's the price? The secret realm was a space opened by ancient powerhouses, and it surely held numerous rare treasures. Ensure my safety within the secret realm, and I will reward you with a volume of 9th grade martial techniques. 9th grade? Su Yu was taken aback. A single volume was worth over 100 billion. Where did Nangong Qing acquire this? Could it be something left by Senior Ouyang? He formed a bold hypothesis. Deal. This business was advantageous from every angle, and Suyu had no reason to refuse. Even without the 9th grade martial techniques, he was eager to explore the secret realm. The secret realm opens tomorrow. You should stay in the guest room for now. Qing Yi, she called, and a graceful young woman entered to escort Suyu down to rest. After Suyu left, the dragon-shaped ring on Nangong Qing's finger began to glow, a stunning figure, surpassing even Nangong Qing in beauty, materialized in the room. Senior, what do you think of this Jia Ming? His talent is exceptionally rare, not beneath your own. What? Nangong Qing could hardly believe it. This senior was a figure from ancient times, a renowned martial god in his lifetime. Under his guidance, she had achieved 5-star martial king status and hoped to reach martial god within 200 years. Despite disregarding the top talent Suyu from Devil City, what merit did Jia Ming possess? Are you certain? You will know tomorrow. The following day, Suyu arrived early to find Nangong Qing. Together, they proceeded to a certain location in the back mountain. At that moment, there were 15 individuals present, including Suyu. Among them were 5 elderly men, appearing to be in their 60s or 70s. Suyu recognized them as Nangong Ji and his 4 sons. Xiaoqing? Who is this person by your side? At that moment, a woman, equally as striking as Nangong Qing and in her early 20s, approached. She was Nangong Ji, the eldest daughter of the Nangong family. The two had a contentious relationship since childhood, often competing against each other. I've invited a prodigious talent. Humph, a talent? Nangong Ji looked at the handsome Suyu. With that look, he can't possibly be your kept boy, right? You? Enough. The elder's voice boomed, causing both women to fall silent. Xiaoqing, let your friend step forward to test himself. If he gains the secret realm's recognition, the Nangong family will not hinder him. Otherwise, it would be fatal. The secrets of the secret realm must never be exposed. Suyu then walked to the designated spot before the secret realm. Suddenly, an ancient, mysterious voice echoed. 18 years old, talent unmatched in history, with limitless potential, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of Blue Star. Unmatched by anyone. Current cultivation. 9-star Great Martial Master, permitted entry. At that moment, the crowd was dumbfounded, especially at the mention of pinnacle of Blue Star, which left everyone astonished. However, the subsequent statement quelled their thoughts. Chapter 66. Entering the Secret Realm. The Millennium Evil Spirit feigning grandeur, pinnacle of Blue Star, unmatched? I believe the secret realm's prophecy must be erroneous. Nangong Ji scoffed after regaining her composure. Indeed, father, it must be a mistake in the prophecy. Others chimed in. Exactly, exactly. The 4 sons of Nangong family also doubted the prophecy, thinking it a mistake. After all, the 10 strongest individuals of Blue Star were all at least 5-star martial kings at 18, destined to become the strongest in the world in 300 years. Even they would not dare to claim to be unmatched. Nangong Ji nodded in agreement. 9-star Great Martial Master? Suyu pondered, perplexed, as he had clearly broken through to 10 stars. Could it be that the secret realm operated under a 9-star system? This prophecy was rather intriguing. On the other side, unlike the others, Nangong Qing believed the prophecy because she had witnessed Jia Ming's terrifying prowess firsthand, able to slay enemies beyond his level and possessing exceptional martial talent. This admiration left her in awe. All right, in that case, you may enter. As she spoke, the elder commanded 10 individuals to stand before the secret realm. Suddenly, a white, captivating force emerged, swiftly drawing the 10 individuals into the secret realm. Jia Ming gazed at their vanishing figures, while Nangong Ji remained preoccupied with the prophecy in his mind. 10 individuals were drawn into a mysterious realm, each transported to disparate locations. Where am I? Suyu found himself in a dimly lit cave, an eerie atmosphere pervading the air. Where are the others? At that moment, he realized that the other 9 had vanished. Never mind, I shall proceed step by step. With that, Suyu ventured deeper into the cave alone. 10 minutes later, the youth arrived at the innermost part, where aside from 2 sealed stone chambers, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Should I take a look inside? Standing before the stone chambers, Suyu hesitated, uncertain of which to choose. If he made the wrong decision, he might unleash a formidable beast and meet a grim fate. What should I do? Just as he was at a loss, a rumbling echoed through the cave, and the doors of the 2 stone chambers slowly opened. At that moment, a mechanical voice rang out. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a task. Choose one. First, enter the left door to eliminate the malevolent spirit and receive an 8-rank demon spell, Illusion. Second, enter the right door to leave and receive a penalty of -10 cultivation. The demon spell, a nefarious illusion that could instantly ensnare a person in a dreamlike state, consisting of 3 layers. Each layer enhances a control radius of 100 meters, allowing manipulation of time, provided the opponent's strength is inferior to that of the host. Illusions, what a treasure! Suyu had long aspired to master such a lethal art that could kill unseen, yet had been thwarted by its rarity. Without further ado, he stepped into the left door. Upon entering, the stone door behind him slammed shut. It seemed the tomb's master was resolute. Once inside, one must complete the task, lest they be trapped forever. Regaining his focus, Suyu noticed a coffin placed in the center. It was locked with 3 chains, adorned with a talisman, and a peculiar black sword was embedded at one end. What on earth is happening? Confusion enveloped Suyu. Could the malevolent spirit be sealed within the coffin? How could it be eradicated? A destined one. After a millennium, you have finally arrived. At that moment, a celestial, handsome figure appeared. A single glance at him sent a chill down Suyu's spine. His intuition screamed that this being was dangerously formidable. Senior. The youth bowed respectfully. Do not worry, Suyu, I have awaited you for 1,000 years. By fate, you have come. You know me? Suyu was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. The revelation that his transformation technique had been seen through in an instant was terrifying. This person was too formidable. The man perceived Suyu's apprehension and explained, Suyu, I harbor no malice. Otherwise, I would not have waited for you for a millennium. After a brief exchange, Suyu learned that the man was named Donghua Chengwang, known as Donghua the True Man, a martial deity from 3,000 years prior. When Blue Star was invaded by beings from other planets, he expended his entire cultivation to suppress a martial deity-level malevolent spirit. Before his sacrifice, a mysterious figure foretold that 3,000 years hence, a person named Suyu would arrive to aid him in vanquishing the spirit. The entity sealed within the coffin was indeed the malevolent spirit. As he listened, Suyu remained skeptical. Such tales seemed implausible. If someone told you that 3,000 years later you would enter a cave, would you believe it? Certainly, most would not. Then, Senior, this malevolent spirit is imprisoned here. As a mere 9-star Grand Martial Master, how can I assist you in defeating a martial deity-level spirit? He could barely best an 8-star Martial Sect Master, let alone a being surpassing the Martial Sovereign. No. After 3 millennia, the spirit's power has waned and it can currently only exert the strength of a Martial Sect Master. Together, we shall surely prevail. If successful, that black sword, a sacred artifact, shall be yours. The man pointed to the sword embedded in the coffin. Sacred artifact, Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sacred artifacts were exceedingly rare, with only 5 known in all of Huaxia. Aside from the 2 held by the martial deities Xin and Long, the whereabouts of the remaining 3 were unknown. Such a treasure was priceless. Senior, this matter transcends sacred artifacts. For the peace of Blue Star, I am willing to rise to the occasion, undeterred by peril. Suyu spoke with righteous fervor, embodying the spirit of one who embraces death. Had it not been for the mysterious figure imparting this tactic, the handsome man might have nearly been swayed by Suyu's bravado. Very well then, why corporeal form lies within the coffin, and the malevolent spirit is sealed within my flesh. Upon opening the coffin, I shall immediately prevent the spirit from escaping. Your task is to destroy my body, but only a martial sect master can achieve this. Understood. In an instant, the coffin was flung open, and a surge of malevolent black energy erupted from the corpse. Ha ha ha, after a millennium, I am free, Donghua. You have lost. The man scoffed, and a power exceeding that of a martial sovereign forcibly drew the spirit back into his body. Donghua, after a millennium, you shall not confine me. With a mighty roar, the 2 formidable powers clashed, causing the stone chamber to tremble violently. In the ensuing struggle, the man held the upper hand, forcing the spirit into retreat. At that moment, the spirit was drawn back into the corporeal form. Now, quickly, the man shouted, his strength waning as he exerted his martial deity power to its limits. Ha ha, feudal, Donghua, a mere grand martial master cannot possibly destroy your body. When your spiritual energy is exhausted, that shall be the day I am reborn. Not so. Su Yu vowed to prevent the spirit's escape. Chapter 67. The Annihilation of the Malevolent Spirit, the Gale Tiger of Whitewater. Suddenly, a force exceeding that of a 3-star martial sect master erupted, engulfing the entire stone chamber. The divine sword of dominance. With the sacred black sword in hand, Su Yu swung it, the motion painfully slow due to its immense weight. At least several 100,000 pounds. Without the strength of a martial sovereign, he could hardly unleash the true power of the sacred artifact. Nevertheless, he summoned all his might and swung the sword. Dislocating his arms in the process, a colossal blade, 9 feet long, shimmered like starlight, radiating world-ending power. The divine sword of dominance had finally reached its zenith. No, I refuse to accept this, the malevolent spirit howled in agony. The force of this strike was overwhelming, capable of obliterating a corpse that had lain dormant for 3 millennia. Boom. With a single strike, the corpse and malevolent spirit were utterly annihilated, vanishing from existence. As the remnants of the corpse dispersed, they transformed into mere cosmic dust. The mechanical voice echoed once more in Su Yu's mind. Congratulations on slaying the martial deity malevolent spirit, earning 5,867,967 experience points. Congratulations on destroying the martial deity's corpse, earning 2,679,766 experience points. Congratulations on completing the task, earning the 8-rank demon spell, now in your storage pouch. 2-star Martial King. In an instant, Su Yu's cultivation soared from a 10-star Grand Martial Master to the early stage of a 2-star Martial King. With a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupting from within, the stone chamber trembled once more. This force rivaled that of a 7-star Martial Sect Master. Martial Kings are on par with Martial Sect Masters. Su Yu, you truly are the glimmer of hope for the future. At this moment, the man's residual form began to fade. Senior, Su Yu rushed forward, wishing to save him. It is futile. My corporeal form is destroyed. And after a millennium of accumulation, I cannot survive. My mission has been fulfilled. It is time for me to fade away. Then, Senior, allow me to accompany you on your journey. A sly smile crossed Su Yu's face. Since the senior could not continue living, rather than slowly fading, it would be better to grant him a swift exit. This way, he could also earn some experience points. Why not seize the opportunity? Farewell, Shura Fist. With that, Su Yu unleashed a punch, and the residual form vanished instantly. The man smiled, realizing that this had been foretold by the mysterious figure. Congratulations on slaying the martial deity's residual soul. Earning 4,374,366 experience points. Automatic level up, cultivation, 3-star Martial King. As the man perished, a portal to escape appeared. Su Yu sheathed the sacred artifact and leapt into it, burying the stone chamber in the process. On the other side, Nangong Qing and Nangong Ji, along with the other 9, converged at a single location, having encountered an assault from a beast and were desperately attempting to flee. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu descended from the heavens. Huh? What are you all doing here? The youth was bewildered. The location of the teleportation was too fortuitous. Jiaming, watch out behind you. Nangong Qing shouted urgently. Quick, get away. The others cried out in panic. Turning to look, Su Yu beheld a colossal 6th-grade 5-level Gale Tiger of Whitewater standing before him. It boasted a pair of colorful antennae atop its head, wings upon its back, and violet eyes that lent it an air of cuteness and charm. It looked quite appealing. I happen to need a flying pet. Little tiger, how about joining me? At this proclamation, both the 9 individuals and the beast were rendered speechless. They could hardly believe that Su Yu, facing a creature equivalent to a 5-star martial sect master, would dare to be so audacious. Was he seeking death? You human, how audacious! The Gale Tiger roared, indignant at such disrespect from a mere junior. How dare you insult me, a noble 6th-grade beast? Is that so? What a pity. You shall die, human. The tiger, sensing an ominous premonition, decided to strike first. The 9 individuals believed Su Yu was undoubtedly doomed. In the realm of Shura City. A youthful voice erupted in a fervent shout, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy from within. A terrifying fist, imbued with immense power, hurtled towards the adversary. As the fist cleaved through the air, it rent the sky asunder, creating a rift. The momentum was irresistible. Boom, boom, boom. 2 unstoppable forces collided, generating a cataclysmic wave that sent 9 individuals flying. As the smoke dissipated, the 9 stood in stunned silence. Suu remained unscathed, while the body of the gale-wind whitewater tiger bore a gaping hole from the impact of a single punch. The gale-wind whitewater tiger, filled with resentment, collapsed to the ground. Congratulations! You have slain the gale-wind whitewater tiger, earning 206,469 experience points. Ever since Suyu ascended to the rank of Martial King, each star of advancement demanded 6 million experience points. A daunting prospect that left him feeling overwhelmed. Alas, disobedience. Immediately, Suyu seized the carcass of the gale-wind whitewater tiger with one hand and called out to the 9, "Hurry, find a place to light a fire and roast some meat." Oh. The 9 snapped back to reality, finally grasping the terrifying prowess of Jia Ming, and gradually began to believe in the prophecy. In the dead of night, the 10 discovered a cave, piled up a bonfire, and commenced roasting meat. Throughout the process, they lavished praise upon Suyu, declaring him the foremost prodigy of Huagua in a millennium, making them feel like mere refuse in comparison. In summary, they showered him with a plethora of compliments. Suyu could only force a smile, dismissing their flattery. As the night deepened, Suyu lay outside the cave on watch. Suddenly, a sultry voice pierced the stillness. "Jiagu." He turned to find Nangong Ji, clad in an even more alluring outfit. "Miss Nangong, what brings you here?" The youth's tone was cold. It was the dead of night, and her provocative attire surely held ulterior motives. Thus, he offered her no warmth. "Jiagu, do you find me beautiful?" After witnessing Suyu's overwhelming strength, Nangong Ji had resolved to win him over, determined to snatch him away from Nangong Qing. As she spoke, her hands began to wander over Suyu's body. "Miss Nangong, please conduct yourself with decorum." He swiftly brushed away her unwelcome advances, internally cursing that had she not belonged to the Nangong family, he would have dealt with her far more severely. "How bothersome. Don't be like that. Let us have some fun together. Get lost." In an instant, Suyu unleashed a hint of his oppressive aura, sending her hurtling backward. Nangong Ji was thrown back, crashing heavily against a boulder, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her attire in disarray. Cough. She rose, her eyes filled with venom. "Jia Ming, how dare you lay a hand on me? I am the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, of noble standing. Do you believe I can have my father kill you? Die." Suyu's eyes were frigid, his words laced with lethal intent. "Jia Ming, no." The 9, hearing the commotion, rushed out to intervene. To kill the eldest daughter of the Nangong family was to offend the entire clan, and in the vastness of Huagua, there would be no refuge for him. "Remember, there shall be no next time in front of so many." Suyu refrained from acting. Meanwhile, Nangong Ji, having been saved, did not temper her ire but rather swore vengeance upon her release. Suddenly, a cacophony of howls erupted from 100 meters away. A pack of wolves charged forth, swift as the wind, with over 100 wolf Qing Xia leopards rushing towards them. Run. Chapter 68. Slaying Nangong Ji. Reaching the destination. The wolf Qing Xia leopard is a creature of exceedingly noble bloodline, born with 3rd-tier cultivation. Upon maturity, they typically boast 6th-tier or higher abilities, known for their astonishing speed and sharp attacks, making them formidable foes. The approaching beasts were a mix of 5th and 6th-tier wolf Qing Xia leopards. "Let us go," Suyu commanded, and the group turned on their heels, fearing they would become the evening's meal. However, the beasts were already upon them. Fight! The 10 engaged in battle. Aside from Suyu and Nangong Qing, the remaining 8, 1 woman and 7 men, all over 25, were formidable warriors of the Martial King rank or higher. They should have no trouble dealing with a few 5th-tier beasts. "Come forth, beasts," with the royal artifact, the blazing heaven sword in hand, and the 8th-tier Xian Yao step beneath his feet, combined with his 3-star Martial King prowess. Suyu was a force to be reckoned with. Swoosh, swoosh, in an instant, with a speed akin to thunder, the young man evaded the onslaught of the wolf Qing Xia leopards, their attacks failing to graze him. Crack, crack, as agonizing cries echoed, Suyu danced through the fray, dispatching one beast after another with a single strike, whether they were 5th tier or 6th tier. None could withstand his blade. Gods fall before me, and Buddhas perish before my might. Congratulations, you have slain a 5th tier beast, earning 94,646 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain a 6th-tier beast, earning 126,767 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain a 6th-tier beast, earning 157,376 experience points. The youth was an unstoppable force. In mere moments, a dozen beasts that dared to attack him were felled in an instant. Experience points amassed to a staggering 800,000. The wolf Qingxia leopards, possessing intelligence akin to that of humans, recognizing Su Yu's overwhelming might, redirected their aggression towards the others. Howl, howl! The wolf Qingxia leopards continued their ferocious cries, and as the number of beasts swelled, Su Yu sensed an approaching threat, beasts exceeding the 6th tier charging towards him. The horde was growing, and this could not continue. Everyone, fight and retreat. With that, Su Yu turned to flee, and the wolf Qingxia leopards, sensing his formidable nature, refrained from pursuing him. The others, however, were not so fortunate. To escape, they clustered together and retreated. Go. They pushed back the wolf Qingxia leopards and made a hasty exit. At that moment, they heard Nangongji's desperate cries. "Wait, save me!" She sat on the ground, weeping profusely, her voice a haunting wail. It turned out that the earlier blow from Su Yu had inflicted internal injury, and the ensuing battle had exacerbated her condition. "Young Master Jia, we should go back and rescue the young lady. Indeed, otherwise the old master will not forgive us." Point 1. The young man who had previously mocked Su Yu implored earnestly. "Get lost. Her fate is of no concern to me." Su Yu resolutely rejected the notion. He only had a duty to protect Nangongqing. Nangongji's survival meant nothing to him. He was no saint. The 7 young men halted, then abruptly turned back. Su Yu, seeing this, could hardly be bothered. If they wished to court death, who was he to stop them? A minute later, the sounds of their screams echoed back. Fools! Su Yu's voice was as cold as ice. To sacrifice their lives for a woman was sheer folly. Suddenly, a familiar figure came into view. "Wait for me." Nangongji appeared, alone, while the others had perished. "Why are you running so fast?" "In a hurry to be reborn," Nangongji gasped, reprimanding them for abandoning her. "What happened to the others?" Nangongqing inquired. "I in their valor to rescue me. They fought valiantly, sacrificing themselves to cover my retreat." "What audacity! Who could rival the shamelessness of the Nangong family?" Having successfully escaped, the 3 found a cave, where they sat down to recuperate their spiritual energy and regain their strength. It was time to practice the demon spell. Calming his mind, he finally had the opportunity to comprehend the demon spell. He then retrieved a purple martial arts manual from his storage bag. Upon opening it, a torrent of characters flooded into his mind. The demon spell arises from the heart in an instant, eternally damned, trapped in the abyss. Su Yu immersed himself in the profound meanings of the text and fell into a state of enlightenment. An hour later, the youth abruptly opened his eyes, his gray pupils radiating an aura of indifference and death. A single glance exuded the ferocity of hell. He had finally stepped into the 1st tier. The demon spell was indeed extraordinary. A smirk curled at the corner of Su Yu's mouth, revealing a hint of sinister delight. After completing his training, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Not only had he succeeded in his cultivation, but he also stumbled upon another application of the demon spell, illusion crafting. This meant he could create an illusion for his enemies, using his profound cultivation to ensnare them in a fabricated reality, leaving no evidence behind that could be detected by any instruments. "What are you grinning about?" At that moment, Nangongji was still fuming over being abandoned by the 2. Her anger boiling over. Upon seeing Su Yu's smirk, her fury ignited. Humph! Su Yu had long harbored disdain for her. Earlier, she had been emboldened by numbers. Now, with no one to coddle her, she found herself at his mercy. In an instant, the youth's pupils turned gray, and a beam of black light shot into her eyes. In the blink of an eye, Nangongji's gaze became vacant, her eyes devoid of life, standing there like a statue. This time, Su Yu conjured an illusion where she was relentlessly pursued by a pack of wild beasts, facing imminent devouring. As a piercing scream of agony erupted, Nangongji, like a frenzied beast, began to gnaw at her own flesh, inflicting self-harm in various ways. Ultimately, she perished by her own hand. "Sister." Nangongqing awakened from her meditation, rushing to investigate the commotion. What on earth is happening? Suyu remained unfazed, inwardly questioning her feigned compassion. Knowing full well she had been awake all along, merely enjoying the spectacle. Who knows? The two shared a tacit understanding, concealing their secrets from one another. Afterwards, they continued their journey together. Along the way, they encountered various beasts, effortlessly dispatching them, while all the gathered spiritual herbs were claimed by Nangong Qing. Such trivialities were beneath Suyu's notice. 3 days later, the two arrived at the destination of the secret realm. Before them lay two cave entrances, presenting a classic dilemma of choice. Which one shall we take? Suyu inquired. From Nangong Qing, he sensed an immensely powerful spiritual force, though it was considerably weaker compared to the previous Donghua elder. Nonetheless, it was still at the level of a martial god in life. Therefore, he left the decision to her. Nangong Qing, without hesitation, utilized her spiritual power to inquire, "Elder, which path shall we take?" "Walk to the right. There is something extraordinary within." Ning pointed towards the right. Subsequently, the two entered the opening on the right together. Upon entry, a myriad of scenes transformed before their eyes. A magnificent waterfall cascaded down, surrounded by an abundance of spiritual energy, with various fragrant spiritual herbs wafting through the air, resembling a celestial paradise. Be careful. Something is amiss. At that moment, a colossal python leaped from the waterfall, appearing before the two. Humans, are you the only two? Chapter 69. The assessment begins, passing the second challenge. The giant python spoke human words, gazing disdainfully from above, its massive body overshadowing the entire sky. Such an imposing presence sent chills down Suyu's spine. How terrifying! The youth stood frozen in place, feeling that this beast was at least of 7th rank, perhaps even 8th. Long time no see, Big Snake. Ning effortlessly dispelled the pressure, her tone of voice suddenly transforming in that instant. Ning seemed like a different person, her eyes glowing red, exuding a powerful aura that compelled reverence from the depths of one's heart. This is the aura of a martial geodis. Yu was all too familiar with this presence, having sensed it in both the evil spirit and elder Donghua. That mysterious remnant soul indeed belonged to a martial god. Itsu, Lianyu. The gigantic python could hardly believe that this unfamiliar woman bore the lingering soul of its dear friend. Truly wonderful it is I. After a millennium, the giant python wept, exclaiming, "I have awaited the inheritor for 1,000 years. And never anticipated seeing you again. How delightful, Big Snake. I thought you had long perished." The two were old acquaintances. Lianyu had transformed into a human after breaking through to the 8th rank, shedding her beastly form and enduring countless tribulations. The python, unwilling to shed its skin, had ultimately been taken in as a pet by the real man Yonghua. Well, since both of you are here to accept the inheritance, let us commence the assessment together. After exchanging pleasantries with a friend, the giant python did not forget the matter at hand. Let us go. As soon as it finished speaking, Suyu and Ning were abruptly transported away. The two were caught off guard. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves in a place called the Sun God Temple. Jiaming, what should we do next? Upon entering the temple, Ning attempted to summon her seniors. But after calling out for a long while, there was no response, as if this place severed the connection to the spiritual realm. Uncertain, let us proceed step by step. It was Suyu's first time here as well. Lacking experience, they gripped their weapons and advanced slowly, tap, tap, tap. As they reached the center, the temple shook violently, and after the tremor, a gigantic tombstone slowly rose, accompanied by an ancient voice. Welcome to the Sun God Temple. Inheritors. The first challenge is one of eternal vitality. It is said that cutting the grass without uprooting it allows it to sprout again with the spring breeze. Eliminate all enemies before you within 1 hour. Now. Commence. The ancient voice faded, and the scene abruptly shifted. Kill, kill, kill. On a battlefield shrouded in smoke, countless humans and beasts were locked in a fierce struggle, with the number of beasts vastly outnumbering the humans, placing them in peril. Jiaming, my spiritual energy cannot be used, Ning exclaimed in panic, clad in armor and wielding a spiritual weapon, her other weapons and cultivation sealed. What? Suyu gasped in shock. This is bad. My spiritual energy has also been sealed. The youth was astonished to discover that all their spiritual energies were sealed, and they could only rely on their pure physical strength to fight. No matter. Let us kill, Suyu commanded, and the two charged forward. Crack, crack, the youth, wielding a spiritual weapon and clad in armor, moved with the swiftness of the wind, aiming for the enemies' heads, striking down one after another without hesitation. Congratulations, you have slain a beast and gained 46,644 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain a human and gained 65,497 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain a human and gained 94,946 experience points. Although their spiritual energies were sealed, it did not hinder their ability to gain experience. Suyu moved with rapidity and strength. The assessment had only sealed his cultivation, while his speed, physical strength, and perception remained intact. Half an hour later, all the beasts and humans on the battlefield had been slain by In-Ing Qing and Suyu. Yet the prompt indicating the completion of the challenge did not sound. Jia Ming, could there be any that escaped? Perhaps, let us search. The two, feeling uneasy, retraced their steps, delivering a final blow to each corpse, confirming their demise, yet still, the prompt did not sound. What on earth is happening? Is there an error with the task? Or is it that moment? Suyu glanced at In-Ing Qing, as if a realization struck him. He raised his long sword, pointing it at her, and declared, I understand now. Between the two of us, only one can survive. The loser will have their inheritance qualification revoked. To be fair, let us fight. Upon hearing this, In-Ing Qing instantly comprehended. Very well. Let us fight. Moments later, crack. Suyu's physical strength and speed far surpassed hers. In-Ing Qing was unable to withstand it and was beheaded by a single strike. The moment her head fell. The prompt sounded. First challenge passed. Congratulations. The scene shifted, and Suyu returned to the Sun God Temple. As for In-Ing Qing, she lay nearby, plunged into unconsciousness. Suyu. First challenge completed. You are about to enter the second challenge. Embracing all rivers and enter the ancient library to comprehend 999 martial techniques, achieving a level of mastery within 3 days. The ancient voice faded, and the scene transformed once more. This time, Suyu found himself in a library, with 999 martial techniques displayed on the shelves. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. The youth attempted to leave, only to find an invisible wall rebounding his strength. This meant that if he could not comprehend these martial techniques within 3 days, he would be eternally trapped in the library. Damn it, who is afraid of whom? Suyu rolled up his sleeves and took the first martial technique from the shelf. He quickly skimmed through it, discovering that all 999 techniques were of 3rd rank or below. This posed little challenge for Suyu. Fortunately, having consumed the Bodhi Enlightenment flower previously, his comprehension had increased several-fold. Otherwise, he would not have achieved mastery within 3 days. The first technique, 7-step skill, he scanned it and immediately grasped its essence. Half an hour later, the 7-step skill reached a level of mastery. No, at this rate, it seems unlikely to complete within 3 days. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, 9 clones emerged, all comprehending together. 1 day later, he had comprehended over 400 techniques. 2 days later, he had comprehended over 800 techniques. On the 3rd day, all 999 martial techniques were fully understood, attaining a level of mastery. 9 returns to 1, merging. The 9 clones fused into his body. The 999 martial techniques replayed in his mind. I understand. In the final moment, the youth integrated all martial techniques, creating a brand new one. 8th rank, Annihilation of the Gods. Annihilation of the Gods. Unleashing power from the fingertips, a miraculous technique that achieves victory through surprise. Killing in silence. Second challenge passed. The ancient voice reappeared, and the scene shifted once more. As the youth returned to the temple, that moment, In-Ing Qing remained in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 70. The Mystery of Blue Star. Significant increase in cultivation. Suyu. Second challenge completed. The third challenge commences. Choose your own path. Select a path that belongs to you, initiating the transport. The scene shifted again. This time, the location remained within the Sun God Temple, but In-Ing Qing was nowhere to be seen. Apart from the tombstone that had risen at the start, everything else had vanished. Is this the third challenge? Then, where is the path? Whoosh! Just as he pondered, the tombstone emitted a radiant light. What is this? As Suyu contemplated, two beams of white light shot forth from the tombstone, striking the ground. Suddenly, two skeletal remains appeared on the ground, both with white hair. The only difference was that the left skeleton was draped in white tattered cloth, while the right one was covered in black, tattered cloth. Out of curiosity, Suyu approached for a closer look, finding that the lives of the two were inscribed before them. He first examined the left skeleton. I am Duanmu Shang, known as Duanmu Saint Lord, a true disciple of the Eternal Joy Emperor. Throughout my life, I saved countless people from peril, attaining godhood in a century, becoming an ancestor in a millennium, and ultimately an emperor in 10,000 years, only to be betrayed and killed by treacherous individuals. After reading this, Suyu was astounded, particularly by the phrase attaining godhood in a century, becoming an ancestor in a millennium, and an emperor in 10,000 years, which completely reshaped his understanding. Could it be that the martial God is not the highest realm? Combining the matters of Donghua and the evil spirit, Suyu concluded that this blue star must harbor beings surpassing the martial god, though the world remains oblivious to it. Previously, his goal was to become a martial god. Now, he swore to become an emperor. No, to surpass the emperor. Alas, senior, you have saved countless lives, yet ultimately fell victim to treachery. Kindness is the root of calamity. In this world where the strong reign, kindness is unwarranted. Senior Duanmu serves as a cautionary tale. Following this, Suyu turned his gaze to the right. The inscription there was likewise filled with life stories. I am Zhuge Mieshing, known as the Demon Lord of Annihilation, a true disciple of the Eternal Joy Emperor. Throughout my life, I killed mercilessly, adhering to the principle of repaying kindness and seeking vengeance. Following my own heart, I have slain tens of thousands of treacherous humans, only to be ambushed and tragically perish during my breakthrough. The tales of the venerable Zhuge stirred a fervor within Suyu. Indeed, this is the essence of a true warrior. Those who follow me will prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. To slay gods is to defy the divine. To vanquish Buddhas is to challenge the sacred. The path taken by the venerable Zhuge bears no regret. He felt a deep kinship with Zhuge, a sentiment akin to lamenting the timeliness of their encounter. Alas, fate had not favored them. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated through the air. Which path shall you choose? To continue the footsteps of the venerable Zhuge, to slay for the sake of enlightenment. If heaven seeks my destruction, then I shall obliterate heaven. To slay millions is to be heroic. To slay tens of millions is to be divine. Those who stand in my way shall die. Suyu's resolve was unyielding, his words resonating with power, a testament to his heartfelt conviction. Choose wisely, be satisfied with your answer, and you shall pass the third trial. With the final words spoken, the gravestone emitted a more brilliant light, gradually revealing an elderly figure with flowing white hair, a long white beard, and clad in a white robe. The elder soared through the air, untouched by the dust of the earth. I have encountered you, venerable one. No matter, inheritor. I have awaited you for millennia. For 1,000 years, you have been the sole individual to conquer the third trial. May I inquire your name, venerable one? I have forgotten. In my previous life, mortals revered me as the Yongle Emperor, also known as the Yongle True Man, the Yongle Emperor. Suyu was taken aback. Was he not the very founder of this secret realm, as well as the master of the two previous elders? It is an honor to meet the Yongle Emperor. Might I ask, what transpired a millennium ago? Why did so many martial gods and emperors fall? The youth's face was one of utmost respect. After all, this was a figure of great significance from millennia past, and he was curious about the cause of such monumental losses. Alas! The Yongle Emperor felt a pang of sorrow as memories of the past flooded back. A time of unspeakable slaughter. The Yongle Emperor explained that beyond the realm of martial gods, there existed the realms of martial ancestor and martial emperor, where beings were truly unparalleled. 3,000 years ago, 5 emperors emerged during that era, with the Yongle Emperor being one among them. On a fateful day, beings from other planets invaded Blue Star, bringing immense calamity. The malevolent spirits were among them, and those extraterrestrial entities possessed terrifying power. In that battle, 5 emperors and 100 martial gods sacrificed themselves, perishing together with those invaders, their essence transforming into a force that would guard Blue Star for a millennium. Thus, Blue Star harbors such a profound history. Suyu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of passion. He had not realized how vulnerable Blue Star was in the vast universe and why time is limited. Suyu, prepare to receive the inheritance. With that, the elder waved his hand, and a torrent of immense spiritual energy surged into Suyu's being. Ah! The overwhelming energy left the youth gasping for breath. Hold your breath, endure. Congratulations! You have absorbed an immense amount of spiritual energy. Gaining experience points. 467,967, 537,664, 894,644, 9, 46, 436, 43167. 3-star Martial King. 4-star. 5-star. 6-star. 7-star. Yes, it is done. 7-star Martial King. In an instant, his cultivation soared from 3-star Martial King to 7-star, transcending 4 levels and saving over 20 million experience points. Venerable One, I have succeeded, Suyu exclaimed with excitement. The Yongla Emperor's form swiftly dissipated, leaving behind a final message. Why you die in 4 years, Blue Star will face another invasion from other planets. For the sake of your homeland, I entrust this task to you. With that, the elder vanished into dust, a legendary emperor lost to time. The scene shifted, and Suyu returned to the side of the Great Python. At this moment, Nangong Qing awakened. With her newfound strength, she beheld the ethereal figure floating beside her. A remarkably beautiful woman. Jia Ming, have you succeeded? As Suyu emerged, Nangong Qing approached with concern. He nodded and made his way to the Great Python's side. The Yongla Emperor has dissipated. What are your plans? With my master gone, I am free of attachments. Inheritor, I wish to follow Nangong Qing. May I be granted this? Suyu glanced at the martial god's remnant and then at the Great Python. Understanding everything from their expressions, I respect your choice. Thank you. In an instant, the Great Python transformed into a dragon-shaped ornament, coiling around Nangong Qing's right arm. This sight filled Suyu with envy. With 2 martial gods by her side, perhaps in 4 years, she would be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of saving Blue Star. Let us depart. The secret realm is about to collapse. With the inheritance complete, the realm no longer had any reason to exist. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the Nangong family awaited with bated breath. Father, it has been 10 days. Yes, father, 10 days without any news. Could something have gone awry? Nangong Ji approached, speaking softly. For some reason, he felt a sense of unease. His heart racing, as if he had lost something precious. It had been 10 days since his daughter entered, with no news to be had. Seeing this, Nangong Ji hesitated for a moment. 10 days have passed. Indeed, it is unusual, but there is little they can do, as they cannot enter themselves. Let us wait a little longer. In the depths of his mind, the figure of Jia Ming lingered. Suddenly, the mountain began to tremble. Father, what is happening? Look, someone is emerging from the secret realm. That a voice called out, and several turned their gazes toward the entrance. The first to emerge was Nangong Qing. Look, it is the second young miss. Nangong Qian rushed forward to check on her daughter, and upon confirming her safety, the tension in her heart eased. Look again, someone else is coming out. Next, another figure appeared from the secret realm. It is Jia Ming. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. At that moment, Suyu strode forth, his demeanor vibrant and full of energy, appearing even more radiant than before his entry into the secret realm, exuding a tremendous aura. Is it merely an illusion? Nangong Ji had been observing Suyu intently, and he felt as if the young man had transformed entirely. The spiritual energy within him was exceptionally dense, comparable to that of a martial sovereign. He was curious to know what Suyu had encountered within that had led to such a dramatic change. With Suyu's emergence, the entrance to the secret realm vanished in an instant. The crowd was left bewildered, while only Suyu understood that the secret realm had truly ceased to exist. What has happened? Where are the others? Indeed, where are the eldest miss and the other Martial King disciples? Why have only 2 emerged? Upon the closure of the secret realm, they realized that aside from the second miss and Jia Ming, no one else had returned. Nangong Qing grasped Nangong Qing's arm tightly, inquiring, Tell uncle, where are your sister and the others? Subsequently, Nangong Qing recounted the events in detail, omitting much, such as the inheritance and Nangong Ji's escape, ultimately stating that she had not seen them. Regardless, with the secret realm's disappearance, there was no evidence to contradict her words. It cannot be. It cannot be. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qing's spirit shattered. His daughter, whom he had nurtured for over 20 years, had vanished without a trace, and he could not accept it. "You are deceiving me, Nangong Qing. I know you resent your sister. You two conspired to kill her." In that moment, Nangong Qing lost his sanity. "Be silent." Nangongji could no longer endure, dragging him away to confinement. That night, 3 masked figures leaped across numerous guest rooms, landing on the rooftop of Su Yu's quarters. Inside the room, the youth sat cross-legged on the bed, resting. Slowly, he opened his eyes and smirked. "You have indeed come." Suddenly, the 3 figures burst through the roof, entering the room and attacking Su Yu without hesitation. "You shall perish, Jia Ming." Bone-devouring grasp, Shinbing storm, fire silkworm killing thunder. The 3 unleashed their lethal moves, and from their imposing aura, it was clear they were all above the 7-star martial sovereign level. With one approaching martial sovereign status point, 2 of them emanated a malevolent and sinister energy, akin to wicked power. Fallen Ones, Su recalled the familiarity of this aura. It was the essence of the fallen. Thus, 2 of these 3 individuals were indeed fallen beings. In a moment of urgency, the youth unleashed a 7th-tier martial technique, the fully realized magic dragon spirit enveloping his fist. Ha! The power of the 7-star martial king erupted completely. What? The martial techniques of the trio were shattered, the residual force sending them crashing into the distance, injuring their insides, while the room was left in ruins. The tremendous noise attracting the attention of the Nangong family to an enemy attack. The Nangong family's experts emerged one after another. Impossible. How can a mere 9-star grand martial artist withstand the full force of my 9-star martial sovereign? Upon hearing this, Su Yu recognized the speaker as Nangongji's father, Nangong Qing, the patriarch of the Nangong family. Ants, little did they know that when Su Yu was a 3-star martial king, his overall strength was comparable to that of an 8-star martial sovereign. Now, as a 7-star martial king, facing a 3-star martial sovereign was no challenge at all in this strike. The youth had only exerted 50% of his strength. Otherwise, they would have long since been annihilated. "I never expected you to collude with the fallen ones. Nangong Qing, you have truly become something." The 3 spat blood, their old wounds reopening. "Die." In the realm of Shura, he unleashed the full extent of his power this time. The incident had already drawn the attention of the Nangong family. A decisive strike was imperative. Mercy could no longer be afforded. "No, wait. This is a misunderstanding." Before Nangong Qing could finish his words, a colossal force consumed the 3 of them. "Congratulations on slaying a martial sovereign. You have gained 346,166 experience. Congratulations on executing a martial sovereign in an instant. You have gained 376,666 experience." Whoosh, as the 3 perished, Su Yu departed from the Nangong estate. Regardless of whether the Nangong family conspired with the fallen, taking the life of Nangong Qing would undoubtedly enmity with them. Indeed, upon discovering Nangong Qing's demise, the Nangong family was enraged, issuing a decree to apprehend Jia Ming, with his likeness plastered throughout the imperial capital. Once the portrait was revealed, the masses recognized him as the same individual responsible for the destruction of the Luo family. Thus, Jia Ming was listed among the 10 notorious figures of the Wan family. On the other side, Su Yu finally returned to the Demon City. After slaying Nangong Qing, he transformed into another persona, successfully boarding a ship back to the Demon City. His purpose for returning was to seek out the esteemed Bai Lizhe. Within a certain hotel in the Demon City, General Bai Lizhe awaited Su Yu. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the Dudu Kingdom competition. They had to set off today to avoid missing the time. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated. Bai Lizhe opened the door to find Su Yu, who had reverted to his original form, standing at the threshold. "Come in." After exchanging some information, they proceeded to a remote area. "Senior Bai Li, why have we come here?" Su Yu inquired, puzzled. "Aren't we headed to the Dudu Kingdom?" "Patience," Bai Lizhe replied, waving his hand, revealing a magnificent warplane hovering above. The aircraft gleamed in golden hues, exuding an air of opulence and exquisite craftsmanship. It was truly impressive. This was an epic-level warplane, constructed from golden plum stone, remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding martial sovereign-level assaults, invented by Professor Wei. The warplanes were classified into 4 tiers: bronze, platinum, epic, and royal. The bronze warplane could endure attacks from Grand Martial Masters, the platinum from martial kings, the epic from martial sovereigns, and the royal from martial emperors. Professor Wei? The same one who created the first generation of firearms and focused energy guns? Bai Lize exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, an old acquaintance, Suu beamed, recalling that he had met Professor Wei during a train ambush when he had saved him. Bai Lize recollected hearing about that incident as well. Surprised by the serendipity of it all with a sly smile, Suyu contemplated purchasing a warplane from the professor upon his next return home. It would surely come with a discount, as it was undeniably striking and captivating. After boarding the warplane, they set off towards the Dudu Kingdom. Along the journey, Suyu gleaned a general understanding of the Dudu Kingdom. It was one of the 30 nations of Blue Star, ruled by a martial god, with several martial emperors under his command. Compared to the two martial gods of the Hua Kingdom, the Dudu Kingdom was slightly weaker. However, in terms of overall strength, it ranked within the top 10 among the 30 nations. Especially renowned for its expertise in poison. 10 hours later, the warplane arrived at the border of the Dudu Kingdom. Su Xiaoyu, as per your request, we have arrived. Midway, Suyu unexpectedly suggested stopping at the border, intending to venture alone, which left Bai Lize bewildered. However, he acquiesced to Suyu's request. The competition was to be held in the capital of the Dudu Kingdom, Erwiner City, and time was of the essence. He needed to arrive before 8 the next morning. Bai Lize handed over a map. He instructed, all right, 5 days from now, come here to retrieve me. The young man accepted the map, disembarking from the warplane and vanishing from sight. At this moment, Suyu, with a heart full of carefree spirit, traversed the desert at the border alone. He was to walk 10 kilometers north, then 20 kilometers east to reach the border city, passing through a mountain range along the way, where caution was advised. Checking the map, the young man swiftly made his way towards the designated location. Half an hour later, he came upon a mountain range. The terrain was steep and rugged, making it easy to lose one's way if one attempted to fly over. He would need to navigate through on foot. Is this the mountain range? The youth pressed onward, noting that compared to the Hua Kingdom, the terrain here was narrower, teeming with venomous beasts, including several of 6th tier and above. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a colossal roar erupted from a forest 300 meters ahead. This is the oppressive aura of a 6th tier beast. 6th tier beasts were comparable to martial sovereigns among humans, and such creatures rarely revealed themselves. Furthermore, he sensed 2 martial sovereign presences. 2 9-star martial sovereigns were besieging a 6th tier beast. This situation was certainly unusual. Let us investigate. With that, the youth executed a masterful movement technique, darting forward like a gust of wind. In the forest, 2 strangely dressed individuals, a man and a woman, who appeared to be around 30 but were actually over a century old, stood beside a fire that was consuming the trees. A wounded poison dragon white ape leaned against a massive rock, on the brink of death. The human male declared, "White ape, hand over the 1,000-year smooth liquid, and we may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall face utter destruction." Indeed, white ape, as a venomous beast, the liquid holds no value for you. Surrender it. The 1,000-year smooth liquid? Suyu, concealed in the shadows, overheard their conversation. The 1,000-year smooth liquid was a rare essence sourced from the frigid lands, capable of rejuvenating one's youth by a decade. Limited to a single use per individual. Dream on, greedy humans. This king will never allow you to succeed. Even in death. With that, the white ape unleashed its secret technique, exploding with a blood-red aura, its size increasing as its power surged, faintly reaching the initial stage of 7th tier. Not good, retreat. The 2 were instantly alarmed. The white ape was intent on self-destruction. However, it was too late. Die, boom. In an instant, the white ape's self-detonation unleashed a tremendous wave of spiritual energy, engulfing the forest in flames. Cough, cough, cough. On the other side, the 2 were struck head-on by the blast, sent flying 100 miles away, their bodies severely damaged, their organs nearly shattered. A 7th tier initial stage explosion was akin to that of a 1-star martial sovereign. Seeing this, Suyu pursued after them. Damn it! To think they would choose self-detonation. This venture has turned out to be a colossal loss. The man grimaced. We didn't obtain the smooth liquid and have now drawn trouble. The woman urged. Let us leave quickly. The man nodded in agreement, realizing the explosion would surely attract a horde of unwanted guests. There was no time to waste. You shall not escape. Suyu's voice echoed. Who? The 2, nursing their injuries, remained on high alert. With a chuckle, the youth leaped down from the tree, landing before them. An outsider? The man blurted out, scrutinizing Suyu, whose peculiar attire and appearance marked him as foreign. Surrender your storage bags. Suyu did not respond but instead brandished the imperial artifact, the burning heaven sword, pointing it at the two with a cold demeanor. Refuse. And die. All right, we will comply. Upon hearing the threat of death, the woman swiftly tossed her storage bag aside, while the man, though reluctant, hesitated briefly before relinquishing his as well. As the youth moved to retrieve the bags, two chilling voices suddenly sounded. Frost poison powder. Dragon curse poison. The two hurled bags of poison powder from behind, aiming for Suyu. Upon realizing the trap had been sprung, the man gloated, "Ha ha ha, little brat. This is our exclusive poison powder. Guaranteed to be unresolvable. Even a touch will result in instant death. Just wait and die." Indeed, little brat. Do you think we are easy prey? Seeing this, Suyu wore an expression of disdain, utterly unfazed by the poison powder. 1 minute later, Suyu remained invigorated, showing no signs of poisoning. 2 minutes later, he was still completely unharmed. The two exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed. Why are you unscathed? They could not comprehend why their poison, which had never failed before. Suddenly, several swift steeds galloped past Suyu, bearing 4 elegantly dressed young men, not much older than mere youths, who were martial artists. What on earth do these 4 individuals think they are? Daring to ride horses into the city? I wonder, perhaps they are some sort of noble? Outside the city, passers-by began to gossip. In the Dudu Kingdom, commoners travel by carriage, while nobles and influential figures utilize armored vehicles. Riding horses is typically an amusement reserved for the young scions of aristocracy. Suyu paid little heed to the commotion, casually beckoning a passerby. "Hey there, come here for a moment." He swiftly pulled a pedestrian into a secluded corner, rendered him unconscious, and confiscated his identification before transforming into his likeness. Upon entering the city, he was taken aback. What in the world? Aside from the abundance of sand and antiquated buildings, not a single stall graced the streets, rendering the place desolate and forlorn. The border of the Dudu Kingdom appears to be exceedingly impoverished. Were it not for his own eyes, he would never have believed that Blue Star harbored such a wretched locale. Alas, perhaps it is a case of gilded exteriors concealing tattered interiors. With a glimmer of hope, Suyu stepped into an inn. However, upon witnessing the interior, his fleeting fantasies were dashed. "Esteemed guest, would you care for something to eat?" A female staff member approached, her appearance above average. "Bring me a selection of your finest dishes." Of course, since yesterday, he had not consumed a morsel, and hunger gnawed at him. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the upper floor. "Pardon me, spare my life." "Spare you? You wretched insect dare to beg for mercy? Begone." Thud. 2 waitresses were violently hurled down the stairs, their faces bruised and battered. In an instant, the patrons' gazes were drawn to the fallen attendants. At that moment, the guests from above descended. Suyu recognized them instantly as the 4 riders from earlier. Their demeanor was arrogant, and upon their arrival, they unleashed a torrent of curses. "Get out! This inn has been reserved by this prince. Anyone who dares defy me can come forth. I am Brady of the Alachong Cole family." These words, panic swept through the crowd. Heavens, it's that fiend! Run for your lives, in the blink of an eye. The inn's patrons fled in terror. Brady's infamous reputation was known throughout the Dudu Kingdom, synonymous with villainy. The Cole family of Alachong, kin to the current royal consort, wielded immense power, ranking first among the 8 noble families of the Dudu Kingdom. Moreover, Brady was the king's brother-in-law, abusing his status to commit heinous acts against numerous virtuous women and daughters of the 8 prominent families. Delicious. Within the inn, Suyu savored roast chicken and red wine, casting aside all concerns, relishing the culinary delights while disregarding Brady entirely. "Hey, get lost," Brady shouted, but Suyu remained unfazed. "You scoundrel!" Brady was infuriated. It was the first time in his life he had been challenged, and never had anyone dared to dismiss him so outright. "You seek death." With a mighty leap, Brady unleashed the full force of a Knife King artifact, channeling the power of a 9-star martial master. Coupled with the artifact, his strike reached the might of a 1-star martial king. "Perish, you lowly commoner." Seeing that his opponent remained unmoved, Brady foolishly assumed he had instilled fear. Suddenly, everything froze. The single word "die" emanated an aura of terror. Su Yu's voice was cold. In an instant, the youth crushed Brady's artifact with his bare hands. What? Brady panicked. Before he could react, Su Yu materialized before him, delivering a punch that sent Brady flying. Utilizing merely 50% of his strength. Upon impact, Brady collided with the wall, which crumbled under the force, taking down several surrounding walls in the process. Insect. A simple proclamation sent shivers through the onlookers. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly inconspicuous commoner was, in fact, a concealed master. It was over. They had stepped on a landmine, the three young men thought in despair. Su Yu, puzzled, noted the absence of the mechanical prompt sound even after a moment had passed. Could it be cough, cough, cough? Indeed, Brady rose once more, his internal organs shattered, yet he had not succumbed to death. The three accompanying Brady gazed at him in awe. Interesting. It appears he possesses a supreme magical talisman. The reason for Brady's survival was entirely due to the talisman absorbing the attack. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a pulp. Commoner, do you know who I am? Brady seethed with rage, humiliated, and began to boast of his connections. I am the king's brother-in-law. Dare you? Impudent. Su Yu moved once more, his speed akin to lightning, appearing before Brady in an instant, snatching the magical talisman and crushing it. It could withstand an attack from a one-star martial sovereign. It seems you hold a high position within your family. Yet the youth remained entirely unfazed. Farewell. With that, he effortlessly snapped Brady's neck. Congratulations, you have slain an insect, earning experience points 34674. Flee. The young master has been killed. The three fled in terror. Die. Even without their words, Su Yu had nearly forgotten them. In an instant, the three were struck dead by the overwhelming pressure. Congratulations, you have instantly killed an insect, earning experience. After dispatching his adversaries, Su Yu returned to his seat, calm and composed, indulging in his feast. Waiter, another pot of wine. This remark nearly terrified the onlookers. The king's brother-in-law had been murdered, and instead of fleeing, he remained nonchalant, indulging in his meal. Truly a man of fortitude. The innkeeper and staff were filled with admiration. At that moment, the innkeeper kindly approached Su Yu. Young man, you ought to escape quickly. You have killed a royal relative, and they will not spare you. Su Yu remained unmoved. He desired precisely that. He wanted them to pursue him. Quickly, surround this inn and apprehend the murderer. Outside the inn, a fully equipped army arrived, surrounding the establishment tightly. Their leader, a fearsome-looking man with a prominent scar across his face, commanded the troops. Fernal Kate, commander of the Iron Horse Ha City garrison, is a martial sect powerhouse. You two, accompany me inside to see which audacious scoundrel dares to slay the king's brother-in-law. Fernal Kate ordered two deputy commanders to follow him inside. Upon entering, the inn was eerily empty. Aside from the innkeeper and a few staff members, only a plain-looking commoner remained. The innkeeper, upon seeing the newcomers, hurriedly approached and respectfully said, Commander Fernal, please spare our inn. We are but humble proprietors. As he spoke, he discreetly retrieved a large stack of gold notes from his pocket and carefully stuffed them into the commander's pocket. In the Dudu Kingdom, the currency of the common people is gold notes. A single 1,000 yuan note is equivalent to 100 gold coins in Huagua, making a substantial stack worth at least several 100,000 gold coins. Fernal Kate graciously accepted the gold notes, stating, the inn shall not be held accountable. However, Prince Brady perished here, and I must provide an explanation to my superiors. Today, we shall apprehend the murderer. Bring the prince's body out. Soon after, the bloodied corpse of the prince, along with several other young nobles, was carried away. You are the one who killed Prince Brady? Fernal Kate approached Su Yu, his expression stern. Indeed, the youth boldly confessed, his words laced with insolence. If I found him displeasing, I killed him. What do you intend to do about it? As the leader, Fernal Kate had encountered many murderers, yet none had displayed such audacity after committing a crime. Seize him, take the murderer away, and await the king's judgment. Any resistance will result in death. With that, two deputy commanders nodded and advanced to apprehend him. Being three-star martial kings, capturing a mere boy would be a trivial matter. Begone. Su Yu snorted disdainfully, and in an instant, An invisible force sent them flying. Thud. Ah! The two deputy commanders crashed into the wall, blood spilling from their mouths, utterly powerless to resist. The two deputy commanders are dead. Congratulations, you have slain an insect, earning experience points 106436. Congratulations, you have slain an insect, earning experience points 110467. A powerhouse beyond Martial King level. How intriguing. Fernal Kate regarded Suyu with a newfound interest. The youth appeared no older than 20, yet had achieved such prowess at this age. Remarkable, but ashamed to squander his potential. Everyone, converge, capture him. While he could appreciate Suyu's talents, it was only admiration. The deaths of his deputies ignited his wrath. Kill, kill. Instantly, 20 fully armed soldiers charged in, their murderous intent palpable. Each a one-star Martial King, suggesting they were the elite forces of the Lord's residence. The youth wore a devilish smile, already formulating a plan in his mind. The Azura Town Prison Fist, the Azura Fist. A single strike of Azura, a single strike of hell. Suddenly, the fierce power of the punch surged like a torrential river, emanating a murderous intent capable of annihilating heaven and earth. With a mighty shout, one punch unleashed a cataclysmic transformation across the realm. This 7th-tier martial technique was wielded with the force approaching that of an 8th-tier. This moment, the Azura Town Prison Fist transcended the realm of mere skill. With a single blow, the entire tavern was laid to waste. Over 20 Martial Kings perished beneath the force of the punch, their remains obliterated, their souls scattered. Congratulations, you have slain a Martial King, earning experience points 74675. Congratulations, you have instantly killed a 1-star Martial King, earning experience 76466. The instantaneous demise of 20 individuals granted Suyu over 1,000,000 experience points, bringing him closer to his next level of advancement. My establishment woo-woo-woo. The owner collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. A massive hole had been blasted into the tavern, and all the equipment within was utterly destroyed, resulting in catastrophic losses. Fnarl Kate went into a frenzy, unleashing the power of a 5-star martial sovereign. You brat, I will make you pay with your life. Those soldiers were meticulously selected by him, his brothers, all of whom had been slain in an instant. Hatred clouded his vision, bloodline divine ability, erupt, as he roared. A ferocious tiger manifested behind Fnarl Kate, its purple-red eyes filled with menace. 5-star martial sovereign, the pinnacle of 5 stars. 6-star martial sovereign, I in the blink of an eye. His cultivation level surged by 1 star. A 1-star level bloodline divine ability. Suyu was somewhat astonished. An increase of 1 star was already impressive. Unfortunately, even 6 stars would be of little use. The breaking cloud flame blade and the Azura Town Prison Fist collided with a tremendous crash. Suyu remained unscathed in his original position, while Fnarl Kate was sent flying by the residual force. The aftershock utterly shattered his internal organs. Fnarl Kate, dead. Congratulations. You have slain a martial sovereign powerhouse, earning experience 307694. Detecting an unclaimed bloodline divine ability. The White Tiger, automatic absorption initiated. The moment of his demise. A surge of power detached from Fnarl Kate's body and flowed into Suyu. Whoosh absorption complete. The Demon God transformation's next upgrade, 10 completed. Could it truly absorb bloodline divine abilities? Suyu could hardly believe it. If absorption was possible, why hadn't he absorbed the illusion divine ability of his opponent after the death of the 10,000 souls? It was precisely the White Tiger that enhanced cultivation. Wait a moment, the youth pondered. Could it be only divine abilities of the same type as his could be absorbed? Because the White Tiger could enhance cultivation, and so could the Demon God transformation, thus enabling it to be absorbed and devoured. Suyu made a bold hypothesis. He then took out 200,000 gold coins as compensation for the owner, along with 2 million in gold notes. Enough for him to reopen his establishment. Minutes later, as Suyu stepped outside, another voice rang out from the sky. Halt! He turned to see a middle-aged man standing aloft, adorned in splendid attire, his expression calm yet authoritative. With fierce eyes fixed upon Suyu, he was Kairi, the Lord of Iron Horse City, a 1-star martial sovereign and Fnarl Kate's superior. What business do you have? The youth replied coolly, showing no interest in the man's authority. If he did not recognize the situation, he would not hesitate to slay another city lord. You think you can just leave after killing so many? Isn't that a bit too easy? The power of the one-star martial sovereign erupted in full force. I want to leave. And you think you can stop me? As he spoke, a force comparable to that of a three-star martial sovereign surged forth, striking directly at Suyu. Kairi swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, yet as a city lord, he had to maintain his composure. You may leave, in the end, he conceded. Humph. Suyu smirked derisively before soaring away. His destination was Port City. After the youth's departure, the news of Brady's death in Iron Horse City spread swiftly through Dudu Nation, eventually reaching the ears of the princess in the capital. Chapter 75. The King's Fury, Slaying the Three Evils. Meanwhile, in the capital of Dudu Nation, Intercity, within the royal palace, a woman clad in resplendent rainbow attire, her countenance striking, with enchanting phoenix eyes, adorned with a dragon and phoenix hairpin, clutched a secret letter in a state of panic. Your Majesty. She hurried to the king's chambers, kneeling before him, tears and snot streaming down her face. I beseech you, Your Majesty, to take action on my behalf. What has transpired, Princess? The Queen, Denise, quickly opened the letter and handed it over. It was sent by the Lord of Iron Horse City, detailing the entire account of her brother's murder. Scoundrel. The king's fury escalated as he read the letter, filled with slanderous claims, inciting him to crumple it in anger and cast it aside. Fear not, my queen. I shall certainly act on your behalf. General Lu Hacheng, the king. Noer Kel finished speaking. A general strode into the hall. Your Majesty. The man exuded an imposing presence, his face adorned with stubble, appearing rather ordinary, yet possessing strength surpassing that of a martial sovereign. Issue a red wanted order. A nationwide manhunt for the murderer of Brady. Simultaneously, notify the three evils stationed at Port City that the perpetrator is headed there, and they must capture him at all costs. Should there be any resistance, kill. With that command given, he vanished from the royal chamber. On the other side, Suyu, after departing Iron Horse City, did not dare to linger. An hour later, he successfully arrived at the second city, Port City. A crucial route to the capital. Compared to Iron Horse City, its prosperity was immeasurable. Upon entering, he immediately drew attention. A crowd had gathered around a notice board, discussing fervently. Who was this person, daring enough to slay even the royal family? Indeed, what a ruthless individual. A red wanted notice. Sigh, Brady deserved to die. He caused so much trouble. Among the crowd, some rejoiced, believing this was a service to the public, while others felt it was too brazen and audacious. The red wanted notice, the highest level, indicating the murderer's extraordinary prowess, necessitating the involvement of martial sovereigns. The news spread swiftly. Suyu observed the wanted notice, deep in thought. In Dudu Nation, without mobile signals. News could only be relayed through letters, yet within merely an hour of his departure, the news had reached the demon capital. Such speed would be wasted if he didn't become a courier. There was nothing remarkable about the wanted notice, and the youth prepared to leave. Suddenly, three immense presences manifested simultaneously. Brat, where do you think you're running? Surrender. In the sky, three martial sovereigns ascended, their gazes locked onto Suyu below. Run! The three evils of the military have arrived. Witnessing this, the other pedestrians fled in panic. Point one was a 5-star martial sovereign, another 4-star, and the last a 2-star. Heh, you truly overestimate me. Tio dispatched 3 martial sovereigns simultaneously. It seemed Dudu Nation had deemed him a significant target. He had no choice but to fight to the death. Come, let us battle. As he spoke, he wielded the imperial weapon, the flame-searing sword, exuding an aura of murderous intent. His cultivation as a 7-star martial king erupting, appearing to rival that of a 3-star martial sovereign to onlookers. You think I'll submit? That is but a daydream. As you wish. The 3 men fully prepared for battle. The 10,000 transformation sword technique. In an instant, myriad sword energies manifested behind the youth, each one poised to unleash a strike, each sword energy representing at least a full force blow of a 1-star martial sovereign. Slash. With that, the myriad sword energies surged towards the 3, resembling a deluge of stars raining down, unceasing in their assault. Trivial skills. The leading 5-star martial sovereign sneered. Cosmic shield. As his words fell, the man produced a defensive artifact from behind, casting it into the sky, enveloping the 3 in a protective barrier. Whoosh, 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 the myriad sword energies relentlessly slashed at the barrier, attempting to break through, yet no matter what, they failed to inflict any harm upon it. Seeing this, one of the three boasted, "Futile. This barrier can withstand the assault of a 6-star martial sovereign. Unless your power exceeds 6 stars, it cannot be broken. I refuse to believe this shell cannot be shattered." Shadowless chain kicks, Azura Town Prison Fist, Overlord Godsword. The three mighty techniques unleashed simultaneously, their power rivaling that of a peak 4-star martial sovereign, yet still proving ineffective. The protective shield remained intact. This truly infuriated Suyu. "You scoundrels, demon god transformation, Azura Hell." In an instant, the youth's power skyrocketed. To 8-star Martial King, 9-star Martial King, 10-star Martial King. Finally, he halted at 10-star Martial King. "Ha!" Suyu let out a roar, shaking the heavens. Supreme Divine Demon Fist. This was a reward given to him by Nangong Qing upon exiting the secret realm, an extraordinary 9th-tier martial technique. Each release would invoke colossal changes in the world. With a single punch, the heavens shifted in hue, the clouds morphing into fist-sized forms, hurtling towards the protective barrier. Not good. The three sensed the impending doom. Quickly, channel your spiritual energy to fortify the shield. Alas, it was too late. Suyu's fist was already within reach. Crash! In an instant, the protective barrier shattered. Cosmic Sun and Moon Blade, Sun and Moon Cosmic Sword, 8 Dragon Divine Fire Staff. Seeing the barrier breached, the three instantly panicked, quickly rallying to resist. The power of this strike surpassed that of a 6-star martial sovereign. Boom, boom, with a single blow, the 5-star martial sovereign was severely injured, collapsing to the ground. The 4-star's arm exploded, leaving him a one-armed wretch wailing at the sky, while the 2-star was reduced to mere ashes. Congratulations! You have slain a 2-star martial sovereign, earning experience 564946. Amidst a cacophony of tragic cries, the notorious trio known as the Three Fiends, who had long terrorized the realm, met their grim fate. One lay dead, another was maimed, and the last gravely injured. "Kill me!" The young warrior, emboldened by his victory, felt no remorse in drawing forth his own bloodline powers, welcoming death without regret. "No, please." The three adversaries were instantly gripped by terror, for it was the first time in decades that they sensed death so intimately close. "Stop!" A commanding voice rang out from several hundred meters away. Impressive. Even from 100 meters distance, Suyu could perceive the formidable power behind that voice, at least that of a 9-star martial sovereign. The three felt a surge of hope, believing they were saved. Dream on. Unfazed, Suyu continued his relentless assault. Die! The Azura's hell-subduing fist struck with overwhelming force, surpassing the might of a 6-star martial sovereign, far beyond what the trio could withstand. Three fell, lifeless. Congratulations! You have slain a 5-star martial sovereign, gaining 764,433 experience. Congratulations! You have slain a 4-star martial sovereign, gaining 646,467 experience. Experience is now full, automatically breaking through to 8-star Martial King. As the breakthrough occurred, the young warrior swiftly departed, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers. The Dudu Kingdom is about to undergo a transformation. 2 seconds later, a towering figure appeared, revealing 2 cold corpses and the shattered remains of the third. With a cold glance, he pursued the direction in which Suyu had vanished. Damn it, he's caught up. Chapter 76. Arrival in the capital. The first songstress the pursuer was a 9-star martial sovereign, his speed far surpassing that of Suyu, who was merely an 8-star martial king. I can only resort to that technique. Phantom clone technique. With a shout, 9 clones erupted from his body, and Suyu commanded them to disperse in different directions. Whoosh! The 9 figures obeyed their master's command, swiftly vanishing into thin air. The pursuing strongman, witnessing this, scoffed. An interesting technique. I shall capture one. As he spoke, he darted after the leftmost clone. You've fallen for it. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu unleashed his perfected version of the carefree heart step and fled rapidly. Minutes later, word of the Three Fiends' demise spread throughout the region, swiftly reaching the capital, ultimately landing in the ears of King Noel Carl. Curse you, Marcus. What is the meaning of this? How could the culprit escape? What use is a 9-star martial sovereign like you? A mere decoration? In the Grand Hall, the king's face flushed with fury, while those present bowed their heads in silence. Too afraid to utter a word, convey the order. The pursuit of the murderer is to be temporarily set aside. Marcus is to return to the capital to safeguard the national tournament tomorrow. Understood. The envoy departed to relay the command in the king's mind. Su Yu's affair was not of utmost importance. The tournament was paramount, a meticulously crafted plan he had been nurturing for a considerable time. Could now unfold. On another note, after successfully evading capture, Su Yu found a youth under 20, knocked him unconscious, and bound him. He then transformed into the young man's likeness, successfully infiltrating the city. The attire fit him quite well. It must be said, the clothing of the other person suited him perfectly. Time was running short. He needed to hasten towards Ent City. The distance to the capital was significant, and if he set out now, he should arrive before 19:00. With that, the young warriors set off for the capital. As night fell, at precisely 19:00, he arrived just as the city gates were about to close, becoming one of the last to enter. What a bustling place! The streets were teeming with people, alive with activity, countless stalls showcasing opulence and charm. He soon found a hotel to stay in. The Simon Hotel, the most prestigious and powerful establishment in the capital, charging 500,000 gold tickets per night, equivalent to 50,000 gold coins. Such a price was only affordable to nobles. At 20:00, night descended. Knock, knock, knocked. A series of knocks interrupted Su Yu, who was meditating in his room, leaving him bewildered. Who could it be at this late hour? With curiosity, he rose to open the door. Upon doing so, he was greeted by two soldiers. Greetings, please present your identification for a routine inspection. Oh, in preparation for tomorrow's tournament, all guests in the capital's hotels are subject to a routine check tonight to prevent any spies from infiltrating. Once their identities were confirmed, the soldiers departed, reassured. Noticing the time was now 2100 hours, Su Yu descended to the hotel's back courtyard, an exclusive garden. Tonight, the capital's renowned songstress, Daphne, would grace the hotel with her performance, enchanting the esteemed guests. It was said she was beautiful and kind-hearted, with a voice that was melodious and soothing. Su Yu had long wished to witness her talent and discover what made her such a remarkable woman. The stage was set, with 20 vacant seats in the front row, arranged in 5 rows. The closer the seat, the more prestigious the patron. This will do. Without overthinking, Su Yu chose a seat in the front row. Moments later, the audience trickled in, selecting their places. Soon, the main act emerged, cradling her instrument. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, her skin radiant, and her smile exuded an ethereal charm, enchanting all in attendance. Miss Daphne, I adore you. Miss Daphne, you are so beautiful. I love you. Miss Daphne, look this way. Among the crowd, several young men were utterly captivated by Daphne's beauty, losing themselves in admiration. Truly, she was the foremost songstress of the Dudu kingdom. Su Yu could not deny her allure. She was indeed breathtaking, but he wondered how her singing would fare. This young lady shall perform for you today, clash of steel and iron. The fairy of plum blossoms roams, yearning for you countless times. Swords and spears stain Chang'an, longing for you with all my heart. I am but a dreamer. Her voice was sweet and enchanting, akin to celestial melodies, enthralling the audience as they gradually immersed themselves in the experience. The dreamer. As Su Yu reminisced about past events, he inadvertently drew the gaze of everyone in attendance. The atmosphere became awkwardly tense. How dare you? At that moment, a young nobleman seated in the second row stood, glaring at Su Yu with venomous eyes. He had long harbored disdain for Su Yu. How dare you, a mere commoner, occupy the front row and disturb Miss Daphne? Do you wish to die? In his eyes, there was little distinction between the nobility and commoners. At this moment, Daphne spoke. Sir, is there an issue with my song? Not at all. It is quite lovely, Su Yu replied. Then why? Only because inspiration strikes and my heart speaks. Hey, you little brat, I'm addressing you. The nobleman's patience wore thin as he seethed with anger. What is it? Your seat, I will take it, he declared, pointing to the chair in front of him. And you, leave at once. The nobleman's tone was domineering and aggressive. I do not wish to shed blood tonight. You should be grateful for my current good mood. Leave. In response, Su Yu's cold voice echoed. Had it not been for the enchanting atmosphere and the beautiful performance, he would not want to disrupt the serenity. Moreover, with the tournament approaching, He wished to avoid escalating matters and causing undue trouble. Otherwise, given his nature, this man would have been dead by now. How audacious! Since you are also a martial artist, I challenge you. Do you dare accept? The onlookers, curious about the nobleman's strength, were keenly observing the son of Marshal Cecil, Odys. Puffed. Suyu nearly burst into laughter. He had no desire for conflict, yet this fool approached him, offering his head on a platter. Fool! Seeing that Suyu was indifferent, Odys could no longer contain his fury. Burning wild red dragon claw, in full view of the crowd, Odys leaped into the air, his hand revealing a crimson claw as massive as a serpent, exuding a chilling aura of death. The aura of a peak one-star martial king exploded forth. Achieving this at 19 required not only exceptional talent but also a fortunate lineage. Divine Finger Strike. With a flick of his finger, Suyu unleashed a powerful force that surged through the air, directly targeting Odys. In an instant, the burning wild red dragon claw was shattered, and a gaping wound appeared on Odys' shoulder, blood pouring forth. Chapter 77. Martial Sovereign Assassination. The tournament commences. Ants, I find you unworthy of my hands. Get lost. Suyu's demeanor was as frosty as ice, and the mere release of his aura sent chills down the spines of all present. How formidable! The young nobles felt a surge of fear, their hearts racing as their dread of Suyu intensified. They never anticipated that this seemingly inconsequential youth was, in fact, a concealed master. Had any one of them faced that last attack, they would have surely faltered. Terrifying, truly terrifying. They silently rejoiced that Odys had acted first. Otherwise, they might have been the ones to suffer. Brat, I will not let you off so easily. After uttering his threat, Odys turned to the staff beside him. What are you staring at? Hurry and assist me in getting off to tend to my wounds. Yes, the staff quickly reacted, assisting him away for treatment. At this moment, the venue fell into a profound silence. Even the songstress Daphne was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of the situation. Proceed. Suyu spoke, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. An hour later, the concert concluded, and the audience began to exit, returning to their chambers. Suyu also rose to leave. Wait! Upon the stage, Daphne's voice rang out in protest. Miss Daphne, is there something amiss? He turned his back to her. Tilting his head slightly to the left, young master, may we converse in private? She had never felt a flutter of affection for any man before. Today, Suyu was the first and no need, he replied curtly. Harboring no interest in women and preferring not to squander time reminiscing. With that, Suyu rose and departed, leaving Daphne in a state of utter bewilderment. Once back in his room, Suyu sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation of the forbidden goddess destruction. As he employed the technique for the first time, he felt a sense of mental fatigue, questioning whether he was pushing himself too hard. The forbidden goddess destruction, an 8th-tier martial art, was distinct from others in its exceptionally high demands on mental strength. A momentary lapse could lead to self-destruction. Thus, the first step was to enhance his mental prowess. Mental strength is categorized into 5 levels: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, and divine, with divine being the pinnacle. Currently, Suyu's mental strength hovered around the profound level. Half an hour later, the young man suddenly opened his eyes, releasing a surge of mental energy. Finally, he had made progress. Within that half hour, he had replenished his previously expended mental strength and refined it slightly. However, an unsettling feeling crept in. The silence surrounding him was unnaturally profound, devoid of any noise. The sealed space. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that while he had been cultivating, his room had been enclosed by someone, completely isolating him from the outside world. Suddenly, a crash echoed as a figure in a black robe burst through the shattered window. You brat, hand over your life. The intruder shattered the bulletproof glass and, without warning, unleashed a deadly strike aimed at Suyu. With a powerful punch, the black-robed figure emitted a formidable force that reverberated through the air, suggesting a might akin to a tidal wave. Suyu discerned his opponent as a 4-star martial sovereign. The ability to seal the space without his awareness indicated this man's considerable skills. Unfazed, Suyu retaliated with the Shura Prison Punch, a 7th-tier technique that unleashed a devastating force comparable to an 8th-tier martial art. The impact left the room in disarray, causing damage to various objects, and the black-robed man was knocked back 3 steps, leaving Suyu somewhat astonished. He actually managed to withstand my punch. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Realizing his miscalculation, the black-robed man quickly assessed Su Yu's unfathomable strength, concluding he was at least a martial sovereign. In an instant, his expression shifted, and he prepared to flee. Since you've come, you shall not leave. As he called upon the supreme demon transformation, unleashing the Shura Hell, a ninth-tier martial art, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Given that this was a space sealed by a martial sovereign, everything that transpired within would remain unknown to outsiders. Please no. The black-robed man panicked. The overwhelming aura surpassing that of a 6-star martial sovereign, alongside the ninth-tier technique, made it clear to him that he stood no chance against this attack. Refused to accept this. In a moment of despair, the 4-star martial sovereign met his end. Congratulations on slaying a 4-star martial sovereign, gaining experience 764995. You need just over 5 million more to level up. Had it not been for the advantage of his bloodline, Su Yu would not have triumphed so effortlessly. After the foe's demise, the sealed space was lifted, and after clearing the body, he discovered a storage pouch containing several 6th and 7th tier martial arts. Pills, spiritual herbs, and over 10 billion gold notes. He briefly scanned the martial arts but found none suitable for himself. What transpired? The staff, gazing at the wrecked room, wondered if their eyes were deceiving them. Subsequently, Su Yu explained that he had been training, ultimately compensating the hotel with over 1 million gold notes before securing another room. The following day, as Su Yu exited the hotel, he noticed Odysseus's complexion change upon seeing him, quickly retreating as if he had seen a ghost. Indeed, it was your doing. From Odysseus's expression, Su Yu deduced that the assassin from the previous night had been sent by him. He chose to ignore Odysseus and proceeded toward the arena. A mere insect, not worth the effort to dirty his hands. Meanwhile, in the central square of the capital, a grand arena buzzed with activity as numerous contestants lined up to register, Su Yu among them. Name, age, strength, the staff inquired. Bazel, 19 years old, 1-star martial king, the youth declared, extending his hand for a bone age assessment. Bone age suitable. Next. 3 minutes passed before it was Su Yu's turn. Name, age, strength. Spindu, 19 years old, 3-star martial king. Upon stating his name as per his identification, the staff raised an eyebrow. Skeptical. 19? You seem more like 30. Su Yu rolled his eyes. Have you no manners? Bone age suitable. Next. Soon, the registration concluded with 230 participants. 3 being 5-star martial kings, while the rest ranged from 1-star to 4-star, with no grand martial masters qualifying to compete. Before long, members of the royal family made their entrance. Standing atop the arena, one proclaimed, "Brave warriors, the competition is about to commence. Let us warmly welcome His Majesty the King and the Queen to witness the crowning of the champion." As the announcement concluded, King Nor, Karl and Queen Danis appeared at the judges' table. Eliciting a round of applause, the king addressed the crowd. "Warriors, today's contest will feature multiple participants. There are 8 small arenas beside the main stage, and all will vie for the 8 positions in 5 minutes. Those standing on the small arenas will advance. The 8 finalists will then draw lots for combat, with the top 3 entering the secret realm for training. The first place will receive a volume of 9th-tier martial arts, along with a mysterious gift. Chapter 78, Invincible. The competition concludes to a mysterious gift. The mere mention sent ripples of excitement through the audience. Some had come specifically due to whispered rumors in this contest, life and death are left to fate. Warriors, showcase your strength. The competition commenced. At that moment, Su Yu heard a mechanical voice in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a task. Choose one. First, claim victory in the tournament for entry into the secret realm to obtain the 9-Sun Clear Soul True Pill. Second, forfeit the opportunity and lose -10 cultivation. Choose one. With that, several youths sprang into action, leaping onto the arena, brandishing various royal artifacts, and boldly challenging. Borg, 3-star martial king, dare to fight. Diff, 4-star martial king, is there anyone bold enough to battle? Their display of prowess was utterly laughable. In an instant, 230 contestants leapt onto the stage, filling it with eager competitors, each clutching an array of spiritual tools, royal artifacts, and imperial weapons, their gazes fixated on the coveted 8 positions. Kill! This position is mine. Nonsense, it belongs to me. You shall not succeed. Chaos erupted, the challengers clashing fiercely, each strike intent on lethality, as the rules dictated that life and death were left to fate. None dared to relent, fighting with all their might. This spectacle sent waves of apprehension through the 8 prominent families present. At that moment, Suyu surged through the fray, seizing a position on a small arena. Standing atop, he surveyed the restless crowd with a disdainful expression. This arena is mine. Who dares step forward shall die. An ominous aura enveloped him, unsettling some onlookers. What a charade! You shall not claim a position. Indeed, by what right? Greed drove them to madness, their belief in their own eyes overshadowed by the lure of immense profit. Kill, slay him. As Suyu claimed his spot, over 40 individuals, unwilling to submit, rallied with weapons drawn. Ha! With a surge, the throng of over 40, including several at the 3- and 4-star levels, charged at him. Insects. Suyu regarded them with contempt. If they sought death, he would gladly oblige. Sure, a transcendent punch sliced through the air, producing a cacophony that caught the attention of the king. Interesting, a 6th-tier profound martial art. This contestant not impressive. The king, merely an observer, found the 6th-tier technique still fell short of his expectations. Boom. In an instant, all 40 were sent flying. More than 20 meeting their demise. Congratulations on slaying insects, gaining experience 95646. Congratulations on swiftly defeating scum, gaining experience 106764. Injured participants were carried away on stretchers in the blink of an eye. Suyu astonished all present once more. In the audience, members of the 8 prominent families gasped, "What terrifying strength! This power rivals that of a martial sovereign. Can he even be human? Indeed, he is a true monster." The display of martial sovereign strength from a martial king was nothing short of terrifying. With the deaths of over 20, no one dared target Suyu, shifting their focus to the remaining 7 positions. An hour later, the list of 8 contenders was finalized. The 100 individuals who had fallen in the arena were all carried away on stretchers. The chosen 8 were Suyu, Aida, Wu Deluo, Luan Nong, Mi Lu, Wei Er Sun, Ban Jimin, and Ban Ite. Apart from Suyu, the others were all nobles. As soon as the 8 were selected, the king stood up and expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Brave warriors, I take great pride in you. We shall now commence the draw for the 2-on-2 battles." With that, the host stepped forward to announce the first match, Spin Du versus Aida. Spin Du was the name Suyu currently bore. As they ascended the stage together, the youth declared, "You are strong," to which Suyu replied, "I too possess strength. Unleash your full potential." The young man wielded an imperial weapon and donned splendid attire, clearly indicating his illustrious background. A cold smile crept upon Suyu's face as he heard this. "Full strength? You might as well prepare to be thoroughly defeated." With that, he executed the Void Break 80 slash. Striking first. A mere second later, Suyu emerged victorious. In the second match, Wu Deluo faced Mi Lu, and 1 minute later, Wu Deluo claimed victory. The third match concluded with Wei Er Sun's triumph, followed by Ban Jimin in the fourth. Thus, the first 4 contenders were determined. The host then announced another draw. The first match was Spin Du against Wei Er Xun. As soon as the announcement was made, the two stepped onto the stage, igniting excitement among the audience. "Hey, who do you think will win?" "Obviously Spin Du. 1 strike and it's over." "Wei Er Sun isn't bad either. I bet on him with odds of 10 to 1. The crowd began placing their bets on the stage. Wei Er Sun suddenly made a bold proposal. "Hey, do you dare to wager with me? If you can defeat me without moving your body or using any martial techniques, I will submit to your will, regardless of my fate. What do you say?" The audience was left dumbfounded. What kind of absurd request is this? Indeed, standing still and not using martial techniques? That's just asking for death. Many voices of dissent arose from the crowd. "Very well," Suyu agreed under the watchful eyes of the crowd. At that moment, despair filled the hearts of onlookers, who believed him to be utterly arrogant. "Ha ha ha, you've fallen for my trick." Wei Er Sun cackled, never expecting Suyu to be so easily deceived, displaying mere bravado. With his bloodline divine ability, Thunder King Bone Python, he unleashed the Wind Wing King Slash. This ability drastically enhanced his physical strength and mental prowess. 3 sharp sword energies, combined with the imperial weapon, rivaled that of an 8-star martial king. Wei Er Sun, brimming with confidence, believed victory was assured. Suddenly, Suyu revealed a strange smile. "Ha! In an instant, the pressure of a 3-star martial king erupted, creating a tremendous wave of energy. Its power surpassed that of a martial sovereign. What? Pfft. In a moment, Wei Er Sun's martial technique was shattered. His internal organs crushed, and his body slammed heavily into the ground. Wei Er Sun, dead? Congratulations, you have slain a 5-star martial king, gaining experience 114659. The other 3 competitors, witnessing this, hastily surrendered. With a 5-star martial king defeated in an instant, what was the point of continuing to fight? We concede. At least we can live. We admit defeat. The competitio with a swift 10 seconds, Suyu arrived at the isolated island, silently reciting an incantation, causing 9 clones to instantaneously return to his original form. Damn it, where on earth is this 9? Leaning against a massive boulder, he pondered. Senior Bailesia mentioned that this secret realm held traces of spiritual herbs. Yet all around him was nothing but an expanse of ocean, with only this small island in sight. Could it possibly be on the island itself? Suyu quickly dismissed this notion. The 9 was a fiercely potent herb, undoubtedly thriving in the scorching embrace of magma, in locales of extreme heat. This island was clearly unsuitable. What is that divine light? Suddenly, a beam of divine radiance shot up from his right. Could it be? A treasure has manifested? Without hesitation, the youth sprang into action, swiftly flying towards the source of the divine light. To his astonishment, Suyu found himself before a pool of water, where 2 formidable forces of nature, ice and fire, clashed in a breathtaking dance, each countering and nullifying the other. This extraordinary phenomenon was the legendary ice-fire duality, all stemming from the 2 spiritual herbs submerged within the pool, the 9 and the ice. If these 2 could be fused into one, they would undoubtedly yield an immortal herb. This place must be guarded by formidable beasts. One must not be careless. Such treasures of the world are often fiercely protected by powerful demon beasts. Chapter 80. Slaying the 7th-tier demon beast. Congratulations. You have completed the task and received the 9, now in your storage pouch. Point 9. A perfect grade elixir that, upon consumption, purges impurities and enhances both mental and spiritual strength. What a splendid find! Suyu rejoiced, as his mental fortitude was rather weak. This elixir arrived just in time. Boom! In an instant, the waters of the ice-fire duality began to churn violently, accompanied by intense tremors. As 2 colossal demon beasts erupted from the pool, humans, flee at once. This place is beyond your reach. Indeed, if you wish to live, depart immediately. The 2 demon beasts spoke with human voices. Their elongated forms resembled that of pythons, yet differed in appearance. One was a deep crimson while the other was a pale blue, quite peculiar. Could it be that they had mutated after residing in the pool for so long? Suyu was certain that neither of these beasts appeared in any bestiary. They were either mutants or a new species. He leaned toward the latter. Excellent. He had no desire to engage in battle. Both beasts were at the 7th tier, with tough hides and substantial strength. He had no confidence in defeating them. As long as you allow me to take those 2 spiritual herbs, I shall vanish immediately. What? The 2 mighty beasts were enraged upon hearing this. Human, how dare you covet the spiritual herbs? You shall perish. Indeed, human, you shall not leave this day. Fire control technique. Ice control technique. Suddenly, the 2 demon beasts unleashed their full might, hurling powerful fireballs and ice orbs towards the youth. The ice and fire projectiles split in midair, multiplying in force, evidently intent on putting Suyu to death. Demon God transformation. Hell of Shura. In an instant, the boy's cultivation surged, reaching the pinnacle of the 8-star Martial King, 9-star Martial King, 10-star Martial King, 11-star Martial King. He halted only upon reaching the 11-star. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the entire island, a presence akin to a 7-star martial sovereign. Somewhere on the isolated island, someone sensed this energy. What? The 2 demon beasts were incredulous that a youth, seemingly around 20, could unleash the power of a 7-star martial sovereign. This is truly terrifying. Dominating Heaven Divine Sword. Suyu wielded the imperial weapon, the Burning Heaven Sword, executing the 8th grade martial technique with unparalleled finesse. Slash. The youth raised the imperial weapon high. 9 strands of sword energy materialized, merging into a sharp, divine giant sword. With a single swing, the sword descended. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of three martial techniques caused the entire island to tremble. As the smoke cleared, it was a stalemate. Damn it. Human, you have forced our hand. The two demon beasts exchanged glances, deciding to unleash their ultimate moves. Flame Sky Charge. Ice's Roar. Their fury surged, employing their innate divine abilities. Human, perish. Two forces, comparable to 8-star martial sovereigns, surged towards Suyu, indicating that they were cornered. Phantom Clone Technique. As the youth's strength escalated, his clones reached the 1-star martial sovereign level. Demon Suppression Fist, Shura Fist, Shadowless Chain Kick, Supreme Divine Demon Fist. 9 clones each unleashed a lethal attack. Boom, boom, boom. The combined force of 9 1-star martial sovereign strikes, along with the techniques of the original body at the 7-star martial sovereign level, overwhelmed the two demon beasts. No, this is impossible. In a cacophony of despair, the two demon beasts were obliterated into ashes. Congratulations! You have slain a 7th-tier demon beast, gaining experience 847646. Congratulations! You have slain a mutated demon beast, gaining experience 834947. With the demise of the two demon beasts, Suyu felt immense fatigue wash over him. 3 hours later, the youth awakened, recovering 30% of his spiritual energy. Damn it, I overstepped my bounds this time. A martial sovereign can typically unleash 3 martial techniques simultaneously. I unleashed 10 techniques along with 9 clones. This was beyond my limits. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He took out elixirs from his storage pouch and consumed them in bulk. 20 elixirs dissolved instantly, their potent energy coursing through his body, restoring his vitality. An hour later, Suyu awakened once more, this time regaining 50% of his strength. It is time to harvest the spiritual herbs. With a swift motion, he successfully extracted the 9 and placed it in his storage pouch. As for the ice, he intended to consume it himself. After the harvest, Suyu sat cross-legged, preparing to ingest the spiritual herb. My second bloodline divine ability relies on you. The ice not only enhances physical prowess, but also holds the potential to awaken a second bloodline divine ability. With that thought, he swallowed the spiritual herb whole. A chilling wave enveloped him entirely. Suppress it. Congratulations. You have absorbed the cold energy, gaining experience 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. Half an hour later. In an instant, a tremendous surge of cold energy surged skyward. 9-star Martial King, Ice Body, I have succeeded. Suyu was overjoyed. This expedition into the secret realm had yielded bountiful rewards, not only breaking through to 1 star but also awakening the Ice Body. Ice Body. Immunity to all fire-based martial techniques. Enhanced talent for ice-based martial cultivation and a doubling of physical strength. Although he did not awaken a second bloodline divine ability, Suyu was thoroughly satisfied with the unexpected emergence of the Ice Body. With matters concluded, it was time to depart. As his journey through the secret realm came to an end, he retrieved a teleportation talisman, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a shadow flickered past silently in the moment of the youth's hesitation. A large hand seized him, sending the teleportation talisman flying from his grasp. Who? Suyu turned abruptly, stunned to see a scruffy old man, clad in tattered rags, with a disheveled appearance, standing before him. The man appeared to be in his 60s, exuding an air of unrecognizable power, akin to a beggar on the street. Who are you? Suyu questioned, gripping his imperial weapon, his expression wary. The old man had appeared behind him without a sound and had effortlessly flung away the teleportation talisman, indicating he was no ordinary person. Not being able to gauge his cultivation meant only one thing. The old man's power surpassed his by a significant margin. Me? The scruffy old man pointed at himself. Young man, are you speaking to this old fellow? His words sparked suspicion in Suyu. Strange. I asked this old man not in his right mind. Look at how he speaks. There's no one else around. Could he possibly think I'm conversing with a ghost? Truly absurd. Yes, Senior. The old man released his grip on Suyu, furrowing his brow, grasping his own head and shouting, Who am I? Who am I? Indeed. Who am I? Why can't I remember it all? The old man's head throbbed violently as he struggled to reclaim his memories, his mind feeling as though it might explode from the pain. This scene left Suyu utterly horrified. Have you lost your memory? His luck was truly extraordinary. A being of at least martial god caliber had lost his memory. Chapter 81. Leaving the capital. A sea of killing intent. Senior, you truly don't remember. Seeing the old man's demeanor, he didn't seem to be feigning, but for caution's sake, Suyu still inquired, don't remember. This one do, I can't recall. The old man's attempts to remember only intensified his headache, pushing him closer to madness. All right, senior, if you cannot remember, then do not strain yourself. Though Suyu was unaware of why the old man was trapped in the secret realm or why he had lost his memory, his sincerity was unmistakable in his demeanor and actions. What is it you hold in your hand? At that moment, the youth noticed something in the old man's other hand, seemingly grasping something. Oh, roasted meat. The old man extended his left hand eagerly. At first glance, Suyu recognized the meat. In an instant, the waters of the river began to churn violently, summoning towering waves, roar with a deafening roar. An 8th-tier thunder-eating shark emerged, a being of martial god caliber. This is bad. Run, the youth shouted. Humans, you cannot escape. The thunder-eating shark glared at the roasted meat in the old man's hand, its fury igniting. You dare consume my kin? You shall die. In the eyes of demon beasts, any kindred spirit is considered family. The giant shark surged through the waves, its powerful form slicing through the water with great force, generating a tremendous shockwave that surged directly towards the old man. The intensity of that shockwave seemed to surpass even that of a martial arts master, indicating that the adversary had been thoroughly provoked. Meanwhile, the elder remained unfazed in the face of the formidable thunder-eating giant shark, standing motionless with an expression of calm composure, breathing steadily as if nothing were amiss. With a disdainful smile, he regarded the creature as if it were but an insignificant insect. And his aura shifted dramatically. Die. With a mere wave of his hand, an overwhelming pressure transformed into an offensive force that effortlessly neutralized the shark's attack. Shark's wave, shatter. The shark, taken aback, could hardly believe that such a disheveled and unassuming old man could dismantle its martial technique. This world is utterly insane. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, the elder vanished like a gust of wind, so fast. Suyu was astonished. The other's speed left him trailing far behind. Even with his mastery of the carefree step at its pinnacle, he could not achieve such a level. This old man was unfathomable. Drink. At that moment, the elder reappeared above the giant shark, shouting loudly. The great wilderness palm unleashed a colossal force from his palm, crashing downward towards the shark's head. With a resounding clap and a series of dull thuds, the giant shark met its demise beneath a single strike. Impressive. Suyu hurriedly applauded. Senior, you truly don't remember? No recollection. That's splendid. After witnessing the elder's strength, Suyu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a thought ignited in his mind. Senior, come with me, and I shall ensure you live in luxury and comfort. The elder, terrifyingly powerful, was someone he did not wish to miss having by his side for his own chaotic pursuits. Luxury? Upon hearing of delightful food, the elder chuckled like a child. Subsequently, Suyu produced 2 teleportation talismans, offering one to the elder as they prepared to depart together. However, while the talisman in Suyu's hand reacted, the elder's talisman remained utterly still. Suyu took back the talisman, which responded once again. Yet when he passed it to the elder, there was no reaction. After confirming the situation twice, it became evident that the elder was unable to leave the secret realm. Disappointed at first, Suyu quickly reconciled with the reality. Over the next month, he trained alongside the elder, and through extensive practice, his combat experience sharpened significantly. Time flowed differently in the secret realm, where a month equated to merely a day in reality. During this period, Suyu consumed the 9-yang purifying soul pill, enhancing his mental fortitude, and perfected his 7th-tier leg technique. Soon, the day of parting arrived. Elder, I will return, he said as he bid farewell. Take care. Throughout the month, under Suyu's medicinal assistance, the elder's memory gradually began to resurface, though he could only recall his name. Yuan Shunlong, this was his identity. With the teleportation talisman in hand, the youth exited the secret realm. Meanwhile, outside, the leader awaited the king's orders, growing increasingly impatient. Damn it, why is it taking so long? How much longer must we wait? The soldier leader grumbled, feeling the ominous chill of the forbidden land. Just then, the entrance of the secret realm appeared. The leader rejoiced, realizing someone was emerging. Moments later, Su Yu's figure stepped forth, and the entrance promptly closed, not to reopen for another year. The leader, bewildered, inquired, "Where are the others?" "They are all dead." The leader was unfazed, as such occurrences were all too common. "Very well, the king awaits you in the palace." He instructed a soldier to escort Su Yu to the royal palace. Inside the palace, Norkar saw that Su Yu was still alive, reigniting his desire to recruit him. "Minister Spin, it seems your expedition to the secret realm has yielded fruitful results. Have you given further thought to the matter of marrying into the royal family?" Upon hearing this, the youth replied, "I am still considering it. I shall inform His Majesty by tomorrow." "Good," the king responded, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "I hope. You are a wise man." The pressure of the martial god bore down solely upon Su Yu. However, this time, he stood firm as a mountain, as he felt the weight of the martial god's aura. Su Yu mused, "Compared to the elder's pressure, you still have a long way to go." Over the course of the month, aside from practical combat, he had primarily endured the elder's formidable pressure, developing a resistance over time. "I take my leave." With that, Su Yu returned to his inn. This scene left the king utterly shocked. "Tomorrow marks the 5th day. Only one day remains until I meet with Senior Bai Lizhe. I must leave immediately." How troublesome! Upon returning to the inn, he was met once more by the martial arts master who had been secretly monitoring him. Utilizing the phantom clone technique, Su Yu left behind a clone while his true self swiftly transformed into another person, blending into the crowd and departing the capital of Intercity. As the clone returned, the king flew into a rage, ordering a city-wide manhunt. After leaving the capital, Su Yu retraced his steps. With his enhanced cultivation, he traveled at more than double his previous speed. Shortly after, he arrived at Gongbu City. Returning to familiar territory, he realized that it was time to settle old scores. A surge of murderous intent engulfed him. He had not forgotten that after slaying the 3 fiends, a 9-star martial master had pursued him, only for him to escape using the clone technique. The memory lingered in his mind. Now, empowered with the strength of a 9-star martial king, he was determined to exact vengeance and annihilate the entire clan to quell his resentment. Drink, a tremendous spiritual force swept across the surrounding cities, locating his target, the intersection of Gongbu City and Mapo City. Within a grand and luxurious royal mansion, Su Yu discovered the trace of his adversary. A princely scion of an unrelated lineage. How intriguing! Chapter 82. Slay the prince and annihilate the clan in the entirety of the Dudu Kingdom. There were 2 princely scions of unrelated lineages. One was a general and the other, Prince Wayne, enjoyed a leisurely life at home. Su Yu was headed for the latter in an instant. He arrived at the entrance of the royal mansion. The mansion was resplendent, tall, and imposing, embodying the lavish privileges reserved for royal nobility. Alas, it was about to become a river of blood. With a fierce glare, the youth's eyes blazed with murderous intent, and he grinned devilishly, resembling a demon. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice quest. First, annihilate Prince Wayne's entire household, leaving no one behind, and receive 1 martial master pill. Second, endure and leave, receiving a -15 to cultivation." Even without the prompt, he would have made the same choice. Halt! 2 martial masters blocked his path outside the mansion. With a swift motion, Su Yu drew his sword, and a beam of light sliced through the air, sealing the throats of the 2 men, who wore expressions of indignation as they faced death. "Congratulations, you have slain an ant, gaining 13,467 experience. Congratulations, you have slain Trash, gaining 24,769 experience. Trash." Su paid them no mind and strode into the mansion. "Hey, what are you doing?" A group of guards, seeing the youth brandishing a weapon and swaggering in, shouted angrily, "Who are you to not know that weapons are forbidden in the royal mansion? Die!" Before the words left their lips, Su Yu swore hee. Su Yu was not the least bit surprised. As he spoke, he transformed back into the face he wore when being hunted. "You old bastard, do you now know who I am?" Su. Wayne suddenly recalled that this face was indeed that of the killer who had slain the 3 fiends a few days prior and had escaped from his grasp using a clone. No wonder you dare to be so reckless. It all makes sense now. The art of transformation is quite impressive, lad. As he spoke, Wayne revealed a greedy expression, his previous anger instantly cast aside. "Old bastard, today you shall surely die." The youth brandished the burning sky sword and charged forward. "Hee, don't speak too confidently," Wayne sneered. With a shout of the dominating heaven divine sword, 9 formidable sword energies manifested in the sky, taking the shape of lifelike demonic dragons. In that moment, the 8th grade martial technique was executed with unparalleled finesse. Slash! The full power of the 5-star martial sovereign erupted, combined with the inherent strength of the imperial weapon and the might of the martial technique, resulting in a strike that reached the level of an 8-star martial sovereign. The burning sky fire rock palm. Wayne leaped into the air, gathering his strength before unleashing a cataclysmic fiery palm that descended with great force. "Playing with fire?" The youth smirked coldly. "I am your father." Just as the words left his mouth, Su Yu's figure flickered, swiftly positioning himself to block the attack with his body. Then he dodged, allowing the sword energy to slice down. "What? Impossible!" Witnessing his opponent withstand an 8th grade martial technique without a scratch left him questioning his very existence. Sacred Domain Shield, protect. In a moment of urgency, Wayne unleashed his defensive martial technique. Boom, 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 as a sword descended. His opponent spat blood and staggered back several steps, appearing somewhat exhausted. "Not dead yet." Supreme Divine Demon Fist. Sacred Domain Shield, protect. Sacred Fist. Wayne unleashed a series of divine fists, and finally, his opponent's spiritual energy was depleted. Beaten to death by his fists in his final moments, he uttered, "You motherfucker, I will not close my eyes." "Congratulations, you have slain a 9-star martial sovereign, gaining experience 956469. Finally dead." After repeatedly executing 9th grade martial techniques, the drain on spiritual energy was significant. But fortunately, his recovery was swift. Why hasn't the mission completion notification sounded? As Su Yu pondered, his attention was drawn to a letter dropped by Wayne, which noted his father. "So, you are the fish that slipped through the net." He then recalled that Wayne's daughter had apparently married the Lord of Mabwa City. Conveniently, Mabwa City was less than 2 kilometers away, quite close indeed. Subsequently, Su Yu made his way to Mabwa City. Arriving above the Lord's Manor, where a sword energy struck down, the entire Lord's Manor was obliterated. Automatic upgrade. 10-star Martial King. Congratulations, you have completed the mission. Gaining a perfect grade Martial Sovereign Pill has been placed into the storage bag. The Martial Sovereign Pill, consumed during the Thunder Tribulation. The higher the grade of the pill, the greater the chance of success. After the devastation, the youth soared away. It's over. The Lord's Manor is destroyed. Below, the commoners were abuzz with discussion. That moment, the news of the massacre of the Lord's Manor and the entire Wayne family spread throughout the Dudu Kingdom, with the identity of the killer remaining unknown. Chapter 83. Annihilating the Lord's Manor, returning to the imperial capital. Inside the palace, the king, Noel Carl, was seething with rage, nearly collapsing on the spot. After regaining his composure, he shouted to the general below, "General Liu, dispatch your most elite operatives to investigate the royal manor. If there are no results within 3 days, let them all take their own lives." "Yes." As he spoke, a man clad in purple armor departed. Meanwhile, after leaving Mabwa City, Su Yu hurried to the border city of Taimaha, where an important matter awaited him. "Kelly, prepare to clean your neck." This all began when he killed Brady, and Kelly reported the incident to the princess. Embellishing the tale in his letter, "Truly, how much can one endure?" Filled with murderous intent, the youth sped forward. Half an hour later, he arrived at the border city. "Kelly, come out." Su Yu descended from the sky above the Lord's Manor, his immense spiritual pressure instantly enveloping the estate. "Heaven, is that person flying? This kid has quite the audacity, daring to provoke the Lord's Manor. Indeed, the Lord is a martial sovereign, unmatched by anyone," as the crowd below murmured. A powerful martial presence surged from within the manor. In an instant, a figure soared out. "Not painful at all. Are you merely tickling me?" While enduring the pressure, Su Yu remained unfazed. The mere presence of a 1-star martial sovereign could not affect him. "Who exactly are you?" Seeing his opponent easily dispel the pressure, Kelly was both astonished and horrified, filled with trepidation. "Old fool, do you not realize the foolishness of your own actions? Very well, I will make it clear." Hiss! In an instant, the aura of the 10-star martial king erupted forth, rivaling that of a 6-star martial sovereign. Shura Town Prison Fist. As he spoke, a torrent of fist energy crackled ominously, exuding a terrifying aura of death. Ha! Suyu swung his fist with great force, and in an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, the power of the 7th grade technique vaguely approaching that of the 8th grade. This fist, could it be? Kelly seemed to recall something. His expression turning grim. ITSU? He remembered that this fist had annihilated his guards and killed the 3 fiends. Run? Realizing he was no match, Kelly turned to flee. Want to escape? Suyu sneered. No one has ever escaped from my grasp. Space Seal. In an instant, Kelly was locked in place. No. No, please, don't. Amidst his cries of despair, Kelly was struck by the Shura Town Prison Fist on his chest. His internal organs shattered. This powered, how can it be? Compared to a few days ago, his opponent's strength had become even more terrifying. Little did he know, Suyu's cultivation had once again surged within those few days. Now, he could exert all his strength to contend with a 9-star martial sovereign. Congratulations, you have slain a martial sovereign, gaining experience 706482. Die. With that, Suyu swung his fist downward toward the Lord's Manor. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the Lord's Manor was reduced to ruins, with not a single soul surviving inside, all perishing in excruciating agony. Congratulations, you have slain an ant, gaining experience 349548. Congratulations, you have slain domesticated beasts, gaining experience 43476. After all were dead, Suyu turned to leave. Suddenly, a group of people in the distance caught his attention. They were dressed strangely, numbering over 10, all of them martial sect powerhouses, which was quite unusual at the border. Zing! Out of curiosity, the youth vanished into the sky, disguising himself before approaching. Have you seen this person? Have you seen this person? The group held up a portrait, asking passers-by on the street one by one. Suyu stepped forward and saw the likeness depicted. It was none other than the face he had randomly transformed into during his first visit to Taimaha City. Have you seen him? One among them, seeing Suyu staring at the portrait in a daze, assumed he recognized it. I have seen him. Pray tell, why are you searching for him? This man killed our Prince Brady. Our family has sent us to find him. By any means necessary. Oh, I see, Suyu realized. So you are here to kill me. How delightful. Let us take care of this together. By the way, you haven't mentioned where he is. Right in front of you. What? The group gasped in shock. At that moment, a sword energy sliced through, and the 10 martial sect members fell dead on the spot. Congratulations, you have slain a martial sect member, gaining experience 384670. In an instant. The pedestrians on the street scattered in fear. The Cole family, consider yourselves lucky. The youth coldly regarded the corpses. With the capital now on high alert, returning would surely be perilous, especially with tomorrow being the 5th deadline. I can only temporarily abandon this. The next time I arrive shall be the day of your Cole family's demise. After uttering this ominous warning, Suyu swiftly departed. The following day, the youth returned to his original form and arrived at the agreed location. Have I arrived too early? Just then, an epic-level war machine descended with a speed so swift it was almost deafening, hovering above Suyu. Its velocity left even martial sovereigns in awe. The war machine. I must have it, Suyu mused inwardly. How impressive it looks. Such an entrance demands respect. I must get my hands on one as soon as I return. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to myself. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The war machine slowly descended, and the hatch opened automatically. Senior Bailesia stepped out from the craft with great strides. Is it just my imagination? Upon seeing Suyu for the first time again, Bailesia felt an indescribable sensation, as if his counterpart had become even more formidable. Suyu. How did it go? Upon Bailesia's inquiry, the youth quickly produced the 9 from his storage bag. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The spiritual herb was exposed to the air, releasing a fragrant aroma. Indeed, it is he. Bailesia recognized the herb at a glance, his heart racing as he grasped it eagerly. Wonderful. With this spiritual herb, I am hopeful of reaching 9-star martial sovereign. Among the military in the imperial capital, there are 4 generals, 3 of whom are at the pinnacle of 9-star martial sovereign, while I have been lingering at 8-star martial sovereign. Now, with this herb, I am confident I can ascend to 9-star. On the way back, Bailesia suddenly asked, Suyu, you are actually that champion, Spindu, Aren't you? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the youth's eyes. Long ago, I harbored suspicions, for few can claim animosity towards the Wan family. Among those, only you remain an enigma to me. You must wonder why I do not expose you, correct? Indeed, his words struck a chord with Su Yu. The Wan family is not entirely clean. Side by Liz Ai in recent years, the Wan family has conducted their affairs with excessive cleanliness, Su Yu concurred. He had discerned from that initial letter that there must be a connection between the Wan family and the fallen. Su Yu. Keep your actions discreet. He was cautioning the other party that while killing was permissible, annihilating an entire clan was a taboo in Huagua, and to do so would invite the wrath of the entire nation. Understood. Chapter 84. Meeting Professor Wei. The death of Wan Xingtian. 3 hours later, the aircraft arrived above the military base in the imperial capital. The aircraft descended slowly, and the hatch opened automatically. Breathing in the long mist air, Su Yu remarked, "At last, I have returned. The air of my homeland is refreshing." After spending so many days in Dudu country, he had inhaled nothing but polluted air. Even the capital's air was mediocre due to its geographical disadvantages. "General, you have returned." Several vice-generals approached to pay their respects. Bai Lizha nodded and instructed, "Vice-General Sun, prepare a secret chamber for me. I shall enter seclusion for training and shall not be disturbed." "Yes." Vice-General Sun promptly departed to make the arrangements. "Su Xiaoyu, I will take my leave here." "All right." As soon as Su Yu finished speaking, Bai Lizha hurriedly departed, his excitement palpable to none but himself. Whoosh! In an instant, Su Yu sped away from the base. His destination was the Martial Artists Association of the Imperial Capital. The association serves as the central power of Huagua, its influence rivaling that of the military. The formidable figure behind the association, Xian, is one of the two martial deities of Huagua. After altering his appearance, Su Yu made his way to the northern Jiang district of the capital, an area entirely under the jurisdiction of the Martial Artists Association. Professor Wei. He here? He stood at the entrance of the association, dialing Professor Wei's number once more. He had informed the professor about the aircraft purchase while aboard, and upon hearing this, the professor promptly agreed to meet him at the association. "Stop. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. 2 guards of the Martial King rank blocked his path to ID number 437641, looking for Professor Wei. The guards contacted their superiors for verification, and upon receiving confirmation from the professor, they finally allowed him entry. "Follow me." One of the guards led Su Yu inside. Upon entering, the young man was utterly astonished. Advanced weaponry, alchemical training facilities, gravity monitoring rooms, bloodline concentration chambers, martial skill creation guidance rooms. Every single piece of cutting-edge equipment dazzled his eyes, all of which were unattainable outside. It was hard to imagine that the elixirs on the market originated from here. Before long, Su Yu arrived at the 15th underground level. Beep beep, identity verification in progress. Verification successful, please enter. "You may proceed, Mr. Su," the guide said. Upon hearing this, the young man nodded and hurried inside. That moment, Professor Wei appeared. "Su. How did you come to look like this?" At first glance, Professor Wei almost failed to recognize Su Yu. Had it not been for the earlier messages, he might have thought the young man was an infiltrator. Confidential. Subsequently, Professor Wei proceeded to show Su Yu around his laboratory. Aircraft laboratory. These 5 platinum aircraft were all crafted by you. Within the lab, 5 pale blue aircraft stood proudly, with the epic level ones in gold and the king level ones in black. Indeed, these 5 are my pride and joy. Your epic level aircraft is still under construction and will take approximately 3 months to complete. In no rush. Su's gaze was fixated on the aircraft. "Sell me one of these 5. The price is up to you." "You truly dare to ask?" "Very well, 2 billion. This price startled Su Yu greatly, yet for the sake of the aircraft, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Deal. Having spent all the money acquired from his time in Duda country on the epic-level aircraft, totaling 5 billion, this latest expenditure left him with a mere 2 billion remaining. This moment, Su Yu departed from the Martial Artists Association. Xiaomi, activate autopilot. In an instant, he was transported into the aircraft. The aircraft, forged from pure golden plumite, was extraordinarily sturdy, with the speed of the platinum aircraft rivaling that of a human martial sovereign. "Esteemed master, I am Xiaomi, your intelligent assistant, at your service." "Xiaomi, head towards the Wan family in the imperial capital." "Understood." The aircraft responded to the command, shooting skyward with a whoosh. 10 minutes later, the aircraft arrived above the Wan family estate in the imperial capital. "Heavens, what a massive bird!" exclaimed an unworldly youth. "What bird? That's the legendary aircraft, can't you tell? Is it a chicken?" "It is an intelligent aircraft, worth several billion each, and with limited quantities available. Without a substantial background, one cannot acquire it. Oh my goodness, which great figure has descended?" The citizens of the imperial capital erupted in speculation, their eyes fixed on the aircraft, fearful of missing the appearance of a great figure. The Wan family members, seeing the aircraft for the first time, rushed out to investigate. Click! Within the aircraft, Suyu returned to his original appearance, hovering above the Wan family estate. "Wan Juanxiong, come out!" His voice boomed, echoing through the skies. "Who dares to cause trouble at the Wan family?" At that moment, a figure soared out from within the Wan estate, staring directly at Suyu. The figure was Wan Xingtian, the father of Wan Daitian. Suyu had long harbored doubts regarding Wan Daitian's death. He was certain he had not dealt the fatal blow. "Who are you?" Upon seeing the aircraft above him, Wan Xingtian's demeanor shifted instantly, becoming exceedingly respectful. The Wan family possessed but one epic-level aircraft. Acquiring such a treasure required not only wealth and power but also formidable strength and connections. "You are not worthy to know. Summon Wan Juanxiong." This time, Suyu's targets were solely Wan Juanxiong and Wan Ruihin. He had no intention of pursuing anyone else. "Esteemed one, you are going too far." Subtly, Wan Xingtian felt as though he had seen Suyu's face somewhere before. "Wait, you are Suyu." Wan Xingtian suddenly recalled that this was the individual who had grievously injured his son during the academy competition, leading to his untimely demise. Are you not dead?" He had witnessed Suyu perish in prison, his body dismembered and discarded in a recycling station. "What is going on?" Wan Xingtian struggled to comprehend. Little did he know. It was merely a clone that had perished. His eye, but your son was not slain by my hand, Suyu kindly reminded him. Yet Wan Xingtian was too enraged to listen. The enmity of a slain son could not be reconciled. The murderer stood before him, igniting his fury once more. "Ha ha ha!" In an instant, Wan Xingtian erupted in laughter, his excitement beyond words. "Suyu, die." With a flash of his sword, he wielded the royal artifact, the Sun Moon Fire Dragon Sword. With a burst of flames, he unleashed power comparable to that of a 9-star martial sovereign. Suyu shook his head. Since the other party sought death and wished to reunite with his son, he felt compelled to arrange it, sure a fist. With a single punch, the power of the martial sovereign flowed effortlessly. Perish. In an instant, Wan Xingtian's martial technique was shattered, his body obliterated in a single blow, leaving no trace behind. Congratulations on slaying an ant. You have gained experience 453150. Sun. Upon sensing Wan Xingtian's demise, Wan Ruihin finally appeared. "Old fool, you have finally chosen to show yourself. I thought you would hide forever." Chapter 85. The Death of Wan Ruihin. The Arrival of the Principled. No, no. Wan Ruihin's cries echoed with heart-wrenching sorrow throughout the imperial capital. This was the lament of a white-haired man mourning his black-haired son. "Suyu, why are you still alive?" Wan Ruihin was consumed with rage, yet he needed to ascertain the truth behind it all. "You are not worthy to know." Suyu's words struck like icy waters in the depths of winter, exuding an unsettling chill. "Tell me, where is Wan Juanxiong?" He had used the spiritual energy of a martial sovereign to probe, discovering that Wan Juanxiong was absent from the Wan estate and the imperial capital. "Dream on, boy. I will make you pay with your life." With a shout, Wan Ruihin's form shifted, unleashing the power of a 9-star martial sovereign that enveloped the skies, attracting the attention of powerful figures from other families, including Nangong Qing and Nangong Ji. "Old fool, you seek death." In his fury, Suyu unleashed his 10-star martial king cultivation, the aura emanating comparable to that of a 6-star martial sovereign. This display utterly astonished everyone present. Heavens, a 6-star martial sovereign. How old is he? What a terrifying young man. Suyu is truly the greatest prodigy in a millennium. The heads of the 9 great families of the imperial capital, along with Principal Ku from the academy, all arrived. Witnessing a martial sovereign of merely 20 years, and a 6-star one at that, left them in a state of disbelief, lamenting their own aging. A mere 6-star martial sovereign. Die! Heavenly destruction thunder palm. Though Wan Ruihin verbally denied it, he was internally alarmed. Such talent was beyond compare, a monster, truly a monster. At the same time, he resolved that Su Yu must die. With a sweep of his palm, the sky erupted with thunder, the lightning absorbed by his palm's power, radiating a force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. A trivial skill. In the realm of demonic transformation, the young man's cultivation soared instantaneously, reaching the pinnacle of 9-star martial sovereign. With a single strike of the supreme divine demon fist, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. Could it be a 9-tier martial technique? The members of the imperial capital's families were left in utter astonishment. Setting aside the rarity of such techniques, the level of cultivation was several times that of an 8-tier martial technique. Truly, this individual is a prodigy. Simultaneously, the aura of the senior known as Lianyu in Nangong Qing's grasp grew strikingly potent. The clash between the 8-tier and 9-tier was evidently in favor of Su Yu. With a single punch, Wan Ruihan spat blood, his complexion turning increasingly haggard, as his body was sent hurtling several hundred meters away. Grievously wounded. Who could have foreseen that the esteemed elder of Huaxia's foremost family would one day be utterly overwhelmed? How lamentable! Cough, cough, cough. Wan Ruihan struggled to rise, his 3-century-old body, coupled with such severe injury, could not endure for long. Not dead yet. Then I shall show you mercy and send you on your way. With another swing of the supreme divine demon fist, the young man unleashed a punch of even greater might. Observing this, the crowd revealed no hint of sympathy. After all these years, their disdain for the Wan family had long been ingrained, merely suppressed by fear of voicing it, as suddenly, 3 figures emerged from all directions, their destination being the renowned Magic City Academy. This surge of spiritual energy is in the office. Qian Budwa had just taken a seat when he sensed the familiar auras of 3 individuals appearing within the academy. To his surprise, it was them. Qian Budwa did not expect their arrival, and in an instant, he shattered the window and soared out. Meanwhile, Su Yu, also present in the academy, detected 3 auras that matched his own strength. How intriguing! 3 9-star martial sovereigns. In Huagua, the number of 9-star martial sovereigns is exceedingly rare. Aside from the deceased Wan Ruihan and the principals of the imperial capital and Magic City, only 3 generals exist. If Beilais can successfully break through, he would become the 4th general. Su Yu swiftly ascended to the sky above the squared. That moment. 3 tall and imposing generals, clad in military uniforms and wearing solemn expressions, made their appearance within the academy. Old Qian, it has been a long time. The 3 expressed deep respect for Qian Budwa. Although their strength was comparable, even surpassing that of Principal Qian, he remained their senior. What an unexpected visit, the principal remarked. The 3 were Pei Xiaoxiao, Wei Juanhao, and Jiang Xiuqing. They were the 3 strongest individuals in Huagua, second only to the 2 martial deities, Xian and Long, and were just a step away from achieving the martial deity realm. Jiang Xiuqing among the 3 spoke, glancing at the youth beside him. I presume this is the renowned Su Yu, who has made a name for himself across the nation. Indeed, it is, Principal Qian responded, feeling an immense sense of pride. The individual before him was undoubtedly the most gifted student the academy had witnessed in its millennium-long history. I have met the 3 seniors, Su Yu said with utmost respect. In an instant, 3 formidable pressures descended upon Su Yu. Were they testing my strength? If so, let it come. Demon God transformation. Hell of Azura. In a flash, Su Yu's internal spiritual energy surged rapidly, his cultivation level soaring, making his 11-star martial king comparable to a peak 10-star martial sovereign. That momentum was akin to a half-step martial deity. Only a half-step martial deity. Su Yu had expected to reach at least a 1-star martial deity, but it proved to be somewhat challenging. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to deal with them. Undeterred by the 3 imposing pressures, the youth stood his ground, unwavering as a mountain. The 3 observed the youth's immobility. Realizing he was indeed extraordinary, merge, they shouted in unison, simultaneously unleashing their immense power. In that moment, their 3 pressures combined, erupting with unprecedented force. Not good, Principal Qian prepared to intervene, as this strike evidently exceeded the capabilities of a martial sovereign. Alas, it was too late. This is not the true martial deity. The power was all too familiar to Su Yu. It resonated with the energy he was currently emitting, also reaching half-step martial deity status. Ha! The youth bellowed, charging forward with his own pressure. Boom, boom, boom. The two forces, each comparable to a half-step martial deity, collided, sending shockwaves that knocked dozens of students below off their feet. The four were at a stalemate. No, so you had the slight upper hand. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The outcome was indeed unexpected. Did this mean Suyu had reached the pinnacle of martial sovereigns in Huagua? Simultaneously, Principal Qian also entertained this thought. What a remarkable young man. Truly, talents emerge in every generation, and we are growing old, Wei Juanhao exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, a peak 9-star martial sovereign under 20. You have shattered the records of the entire Blue Star? Pei Xiaoxiao expressed with deep emotion. The Blue Star had existed for tens of thousands of years, and Huagua had been established for 5,000 years. Yet no one had ever reached the level of martial sovereign before turning 100. But Suyu had accomplished it, truly a celestial being. You flatter me. Suyu felt he still had room for improvement. Young lad, would you be interested in sparring with us three? It is merely for practice. We won't truly harm you. Wei Juanhao, with his extroverted and combative nature, could not suppress his desire to fight when faced with a strong opponent. The moment those words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. To be honest, everyone present was keenly anticipating this. After all, a battle among four martial sovereigns was a rare spectacle in a century. Let us do battle. Suyu was entirely on board with the idea. As he spoke, he grasped the royal artifact, the burning heaven sword, his aura radiating a murderous intent comparable to that of a 7-star martial sovereign. Interesting, a 7-star. The three never expected that Suyu, merely a 7-star, could actually challenge them. What if he reached 9-star? Would they still be his match? The thought alone was terrifying. Let us fight. The three wielded their royal artifacts, a staff, a sword, and a blade, emanating a terrifying and sinister killing intent. That killing intent surged like a vast river, and just a glance evoked the sensation of being locked in death's grip, as if a blade were poised at their throats. Ghostly demon break slash. Earth-shattering demon suppression staff. Azura demon slayer sword. In an instant, the trio unleashed their 8-rank martial techniques, executing them with such finesse that it felt as if they were transcending the realm of mere mortals. Three forces surged towards Su Yu, so powerful. I wonder if the Su God can withstand it, one student voiced with concern. What are you thinking? The Su God could never lose, another rebutted. Observing the unfolding scene, the crowd nodded in agreement. They believed Suyu would not falter, yet the power was overwhelmingly potent. Demon God transformation, Hell of Azura, Overlord's Sword of Heaven. Suyu moved, and in the blink of an eye, the world shifted colors. 9 formidable sword energies coalesced upon the royal artifact as he raised it high, transforming the sword energy into a sacred colossal sword. Slash, with a single downward stroke, the power tore through the void, causing mountains to crumble and earth to quake. An 8-rank martial technique was executed with the might of a 9-rank. What? The trio was taken aback. They were all too familiar with this sword energy. It was Beilai's signature martial technique. Its power surpassed even that released by Beilai's boom, boom, boom. Soon, the four formidable martial techniques collided, tearing the void asunder, the residual power sweeping over the crowd below. Not good. Principal Qian and the generals turned pale. Elders of martial sovereigns raised the protective shield. With a commanding shout from Principal Qian, multiple martial sovereigns, who had been watching from the shadows, emerged onto the square. Holy Shield, protect. Purple Dragon Divine Light, protect. In an instant, over a dozen white-haired martial sovereign elders, along with Principal Qian, combined their powers to erect a protective barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The residual force was successfully blocked, fortunately resulting in no casualties, only a few damaged dormitories. Seeing that everyone was unharmed, the three generals breathed a sigh of relief. In this battle, Suyu had the slight advantage. Seniors, please show your true skills. Suyu knew they had not yet unleashed their full potential. That previous strike was evidently diluted. Are you certain? Pei Xiaoxiao expressed concern. You might lose your life. No worries. He still has a trump card, came the confident response. All right, brace yourself. The three exchanged glances before deciding to unleash their ultimate technique, a fusion of martial skills. Remnant Scroll of Winds and Clouds. The three royal artifacts intertwined and overlapped as they flipped and shouted in unison, releasing their martial techniques simultaneously, merging them in the very instant of release. This strike's power reached that of a 1-star martial deity. Not good, Suyu gasped, immediately gearing up for a fierce battle. This time, it truly might escalate. As he spoke, the youth retrieved a pill containing vast amounts of spiritual energy from his storage bag and swallowed it whole. As the pill melted upon entry, an overwhelming surge of energy began to churn within him. Had he not possessed a robust physique, bolstered by the ice body, he would not have been able to withstand it. Phantom clone technique. Instantly, 9 identical clones appeared, their strength rising to 3-star martial sovereign alongside the elevation of the main body. Overlord Sword of Heaven, Supreme Divine Demon Fist, Supreme Divine Demon Fist, Transformative Sword Technique, Annihilation Strike, 9 techniques, releasing formidable martial skills, while the main body wielded the sacred weapon obtained from Donghua Zhenren, executing the Overlord Sword of Heaven. Crackle. 10 destructive attacks merged into one, radiating powers that transcended 9 rank, especially enhanced by the sacred weapon, amplifying its might several-fold. The youth had not wished to reveal the sacred weapon, as there were only a few in all of Huagua, coveted even by martial deities. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. What? The two fused martial techniques collided, mutually neutralizing each other, yet it was evident that Suyu had the upper hand, the shockwave exceeding the expectations of the four. They could not withstand it. Suyu and the others were sent flying, the shockwave sweeping over the crowd below. Seal. Suddenly, a man in his 40s appeared, towering and radiating a glow from his eyes, imbued with a sense of simplicity and maturity. With a single word, he exuded an invincible and sacred force. The catastrophic shockwave was effortlessly sealed within space. Are you trying to demolish Magic City? The man's intervention effortlessly diffused the crisis. The crowd below erupted in joyous exclamations. Wah wah wah, Mom, I can continue to annoy you. Indeed, Dad in hell, I can't join you down there. We survived. Wah wah wah, I can interact and debate with my girlfriend again tonight. The saved students expressed their gratitude to the heavens and the earth, relieved to be alive, while simultaneously curious about the identity of this mysterious man. Lord Dragon God. The three, nursing their injuries, approached Dragon God. The students were astounded, but soon reconciled with the reality, as only a martial deity could counter such formidable power. In Huagua, there were only 2 individuals of such caliber. You must be Suyu. The Dragon God approached Suyu so fast. Suyu barely had time to react. The other's strength surpassed even that of the Elder Yuan from the Secret Realm. The Junior has met Lord Dragon God. Chapter 88. The Inspector and the Slaughter of the Fallen Long, revered by the world as the Dragon God, is said to be over 5 centuries old. Shrouded in mystery, with none knowing his true identity, indeed, Suyu. This deity has been observing you for quite some time. In truth, from the moment the other party returned to the imperial capital, their formidable aura could not be concealed and was detected by the Dragon God. From the death of Wan Ruihin to all that has transpired since, everything has been under the watchful eye of the Dragon God Suyu. We at the Huaxia headquarters have investigated the matter concerning Wan Daitian. It bears no relation to you. He succumbed to poisoning, and the perpetrator has already met their fate. Who? Wan Juanxiong. Upon the Dragon God's revelation, the people present were left in disbelief. After all the commotion, it turned out to be a case of internal strife within the Wan family. Come, let us talk, the Dragon God commanded. With that, Suyu followed closely behind the Dragon God, and the two transformed into a gust of wind. Vanishing above the square, this display left the onlookers in utter shock. 666. My eyes are not deceiving me, right? Where did they go? Perhaps they have departed. The crowd was astounded. In the blink of an eye, both figures had disappeared. A feat nothing short of miraculous. After their departure, the Dragon God's words were captured on video and spread across the internet, instantly garnering over 100 million views, marking the downfall of the Wan family. With Suyu executing the perfect level of the carefree heart step, combined with the speed of the 7 stars martial sovereign, he barely managed to keep up. Indeed, the Dragon God grew increasingly pleased with Suyu. Contemplating that the prophecy was true, that individual must undoubtedly be him. Subsequently, at the Huaxia headquarters in the imperial capital, within the Dragon God's office, the two sat at a golden tea table, with the Dragon God personally pouring tea. Suyu. How much do you know about this world? I am uncertain. I seek your guidance, esteemed sir, Suyu replied slowly as he took the tea. he had never truly grasped the intricacies of Blue Star. He only knew that above the martial god, there existed the martial ancestor and the martial emperor stages, and whether there were more beyond that remained unknown. Our Blue Star, in the vast cosmos, is akin to a single grain of rice on a dining table. Insignificant. 3,000 years ago, Blue Star suffered a catastrophic invasion from other celestial bodies, leading to severe losses. The martial ancestor and 5 great emperors all perished. And with merely 3 years remaining until the next invasion, the breach will open once more, and at that time, Blue Star will be rendered barren. As he spoke, the dragon god placed down his teacup and gazed out the window, surveying the breathtaking beauty of the imperial capital. 3 years hence, all this splendor will turn to naught. Esteemed elder, does Blue Star still possess martial ancestors and martial emperors? Suyu inquired. 3,000 years have passed. Is it truly possible that Blue Star has yet to produce a few martial ancestors or martial emperors? Indeed, behind every nation, there exists a martial ancestor providing support. Otherwise, why would Blue Star experience so few conflicts? That is the reason. After listening to the lengthy explanation, Suyu began to comprehend the situation. Among the 30 nations of Blue Star, each was backed by a martial ancestor, while currently, only 2 martial emperors existed. They generally remain unseen, devoted to their cultivation, having not stepped into the world for centuries. Dragon God, what is it that you truly wish to convey? Suyu discerned the underlying message in the dragon's words. Suyu, if that day truly arrives, I hope you will fight to save Blue Star. Understood. Suyu responded resolutely, fully aware that if extraterrestrial invaders descended upon Blue Star in 3 years, he would not hesitate to witness the event himself. Such an opportunity for advancement. Nay, the chance to become a savior, was not one he intended to miss. Suyu nearly blurted out his true thoughts. Very well indeed. I have not misjudged you, Suyu. I hereby bestow upon you the title of Inspector, commanding you to purge all fallen beings within Huaxia. Should anyone conspire, they shall face execution without mercy. Go prevent internal discord. 3 years hence, it is time to eradicate these malignant tumors. As the Inspector, one wields immense power, capable of mobilizing the forces of the martial association and military for personal use. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a task with 2 options. 1. Annihilate all fallen beings in Huaxia to obtain the martial sovereign pill, perfect version. 100 breakthrough. 2. Let one go free to receive a -10 in cultivation. Choose one. Soon after, news of Suyu being appointed as inspector spread rapidly across the internet, the information originating from official sources, thus utterly reliable. Subsequently, the youth requisitioned 100 martial sovereign strongmen from the military to accompany him, with their first destination being the magic capital. 1 hour later, the 100 individuals boarded the inspector's aircraft. Arriving at the magic capital, "What shall we do next, Inspector?" inquired Feng Wenxing, the leader of the 100. With respect, in response, Suyu smirked, already having formulated a plan. Swiftly. In an instant, the 11-star martial king unleashed their near-earthly mental prowess. Traversing every corner of the magic capital, particularly its darker recesses. 10 minutes later, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring, 100 kilometers southeast, a suspicious location beneath a certain room. 130 kilometers northeast. 3 inns have suspicious activities underground. 94 kilometers southwest, for internet cafes harbor peculiarities below. Through his probing, he identified over 50 suspicious locations in the vast magic capital. The method was straightforward. First, filter out the strong. Then assess the spiritual energy. If the spiritual energy bore malevolence, it was undoubtedly linked to the fallen. Action. With a single command, the 100 moved towards the nearest fallen base. Here we are, he declared, observing the secluded house below. Home to no fewer than 20 martial sovereigns, 1 martial venerable, over 100 martial kings, and several grand martial masters. The space was sealed. With that, the house was enveloped, sure of fist. The youth swung his fist down gently. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire house was reduced to ashes. A significant portion of the occupants struck dead. Congratulations, you have slain Trash, gaining experience 143467. Congratulations, you have slain a martial king, gaining experience 164373. Congratulations, you have slain Waste, gaining experience 176435. At that moment, those few who managed to survive below screamed out in panic. Enemy attack? Enemy attack. With the presence of the martial venerable exposed, the surviving martial artists fled in disarray. Alas, no matter how they attempted to escape, they remained in Su Yu's line of sight. Seize them, Su Yu commanded, and the 100 descended swiftly, executing a gruesome slaughter. The scene erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, the youth did not remain idle. With each Shura fist unleashed, numerous foes fell, alleviating the burden on the 100. Congratulations, you have instantaneously killed 30 individuals, gaining experience 4879497. Automatic level up, current 12-star Martial King. Congratulations, you have obliterated 100 individuals, gaining experience 156706040. Experience full, cumulative, will enhance after breaking through to Martial Sovereign. Die, before long. Over 1,000 martial artists were eradicated, without a sound. Leader Fong, secure the battlefield and gather supplies. Fong Wenxing took the command, instructing his subordinates to start collecting resources. 3 minutes later, the battlefield was cleared and supplies gathered. Let us proceed to the next base. Chapter 89. Complete annihilation in the magic capital. Return to the imperial capital. As they spoke, the 100 arrived above another base. This one an underground casino, not particularly remote, situated near the city center. The imposing presence of over 100 individuals drew the attention of countless citizens below, their excitement palpable. It was a rarity to see such a gathering of martial sovereigns. Heavens, look! Is that not Su Yu leading them? Indeed. It is the extraordinary prodigy from online. What prodigy? That's low. He is now the inspector. The crowd erupted, drawn in by the spectacle, ignorant of the true nature of the gathering. At that moment, Leader Fong leaned in, expressing concern. Inspector, the crowd is growing larger. This may become too conspicuous. If other bases take notice, the people will scatter. Fong Wenxing's apprehension was well-founded. Yet Su Yu had already anticipated this and made adequate preparations. Rest assured, not a single one shall escape. Swiftly, Su Yu's mental energy swept through the casino below, confirming it was filled with fallen beings, and he coldly commanded, proceed as planned. The 100 received the order and charged downwards. Shura fist. The youth delivered a powerful punch, and in an instant, the formidable force transcended the spatial barrier, penetrating within. Boom, boom, boom. With a resounding explosion, the entire casino was reduced to ruins, flames engulfing the surroundings. In their fear, they perished. Congratulations, you have obliterated 35 martial sovereigns, gaining experience 106734999. Congratulations, you have annihilated over 100 martial kings, gaining experience 127606049. Congratulations, you have slain 20 martial venerables, gaining experience 11464663. Experience accumulated. Please break through to Martial Sovereign as soon as possible. Su Yu continued to unleash punch after punch, each strike claiming dozens, if not hundreds, of lives, his experience points skyrocketing. 10 minutes later, the 100 had dispatched thousands of martial artists, including many grand martial masters, martial kings, and martial sovereigns, swiftly dismantling the casino base with over 1,000 casualties. Clear the battlefield, as usual. Take everything of value except for underwear. Understood. The 100 moved with practiced efficiency, swiftly clearing the area. Their experience in resource collection evident from their seamless execution, clearly honed from past battlefield experiences. Onward to the next target, the largest stronghold in the magic capital. A throng of 100 departed with great fanfare, leaving only a lingering impression of ruthlessness, swiftness, and venomous ferocity in the hearts of the onlookers. On the road, Fong Wenxing, representing the 100 men, addressed Su Yu, stating, Inspector, it is truly exhilarating to slay the enemy alongside you. It feels as effortless as crushing an ant. After serving in the military for over 20 years, today has been the most gratifying. Inspector, my brothers wish to follow you. Su Yu was somewhat taken aback by these words. Initially inclined to decline, he reconsidered, realizing that in his aspirations to dominate the entirety of Blue Star, he might require some allies. If you choose to follow me, you must sever ties with the military and obey my commands unconditionally, even if it means standing against the entire world. This is a certainty I hope you can comprehend. Fong Wenxing hesitated for a moment. He had not anticipated the inspector's grand ambitions. Leaving the military was a lifelong commitment and warranted careful consideration. 3 minutes later, 1 kilometer away from the military base in Modu, stood a company named Tourism Technology. What audacity, Suyu mused as he gazed down upon the well-established firm. Who would have imagined that the third largest company in Modu's economy would serve as a haven for the fallen? By day, they were employees. By night, they prowled the city, specifically recruiting and assassinating the gifted to expand their influence. Leave the martial sovereign to me. You handle the rest. After scanning the area, Suyu discovered an 8-star martial sovereign and 3 2-star martial sovereigns within their lair. In an instant, the entire company was sealed within a spatial barrier, rendering exit impossible. This is bad. We have an enemy attack. Retreat. The martial sovereigns inside sensed the powerful presence of foes. Charge, with a commanding shout. The hundreds surged forward, supreme demonic fist. Reaching the pinnacle of 12-star martial kings, Suyu, without resorting to his transformation, could vanquish a 9-star martial sovereign. As his technique was unleashed, the very heavens seemed to darken. His destructive fist tore through the sky, producing a cacophony as it struck the building housing the 8-star martial sovereign. Boom, boom, boom. With one blow, numerous rooms and facilities were reduced to rubble, and the 3 martial sovereigns along with several martial adepts were unable to escape. Perishing in the chaos. Congratulations, you have slain 3 2-star martial sovereigns, gaining 2,067,349 experience. Congratulations, you have annihilated over 40 martial adepts, gaining 12,269,648 experience. Still alive. The young man was astonished to see the 8-star martial sovereign cleverly pull a nearby 2-star martial sovereign in front of him, absorbing the attack and making his escape. Interesting. Even if the opponent had fortuitously evaded once, they could not do so a second time, nor could they escape from his spatial confinement. Perish. He locked onto his target, delivering another decisive blow. Sun-extinguishing divine shield. At the critical moment, the elder unleashed an 8-rank defensive martial technique. Naively, Suyu observed from a distance, a smirk of derision crossing his face. No, no, no. The elder's technique was shattered, and a 9-rank martial technique pierced through his body. That fleeting smile was at the moment of his demise. Suyu discerned the elder's calm smile, laden with meaning. 3 seconds later, Suyu found it peculiar that there was no system notification upon the man's death, prompting him to rush to the corpse for inspection. Where is the soul? He discovered that the elder had practiced a peculiar technique that allowed his soul to escape upon death, enabling him to seize a new body. Trying to escape? Ha! You are surrounded by my barriers. Where could you possibly flee? With a commanding shout, his vast spiritual energy and mental force scoured every nook and cranny. Found you, in an inconspicuous corner. He located the fleeing soul. Die. With a single punch, the soul was shattered into nothingness. Congratulations, you have slain an 8-star martial sovereign, gaining 953,497 experience. 3 minutes later, the battle concluded, leaving the area engulfed in flames and strewn with the dead. Tens of thousands lay lifeless. As per tradition, yes. Over the next hour, Suyu systematically dismantled the remaining hideouts, resulting in nearly 60,000 casualties. During the conflict, he accrued 1,489,413,793 experience, bringing his total to over 200 million. He needed only a martial adept pill to rapidly elevate his cultivation. After ensuring that no information had leaked, the young man called Lin Gu, also known as Major General Lin Guopeng, requesting assistance with the bodies. Subsequently, the 100 boarded their warplane and returned to the imperial capital. On the journey, Fang Wenxing spoke up, "Inspector, I consulted with the brothers. 70 remain hesitant and unwilling to withdraw." Upon hearing this, Suyu replied, "Each person has their own aspirations. There is no need to force them. Once you return and clarify the situation, have them contact me after they choose to withdraw." Chapter 90. The Kingdom of Melee. The dragon god intervenes. Their strength was inadequate. Suyu contemplated finding a time to consolidate training to forge them into a blade, striking with precision and invincibility. An hour later, the warplane arrived at the imperial capital. During the return journey, Suyu learned online that following the deaths of Wan Ruohan and Wan Juanxiong, the Wan family had become virtually extinct, swallowed by other families. Now, the Nangong family stood at the pinnacle of the 9 clans. No, it was now the 8 clans. Heavens, is that the inspector's warplane? How impressive. What do you know? Even selling your sister wouldn't fetch this much. Nonsense. Selling her to the inspector would yield everything. 6666. As the aircraft passed overhead, the crowd below stood in solemn respect. Soon, the 100 disembarked from the warplane and swiftly made their way to the Xiahou family in the imperial capital, ranked fourth among the 8 great families. Led by an elderly 6-star martial sovereign. 10 seconds later, the 100 arrived above the Xiahou estate. At that moment, Fang Wenxing confirmed repeatedly, "Inspector, are you certain this is the place? Could there be a mistake?" The Xiahou family was well known in the imperial capital, primarily due to the patriarch, Xiahou Cheng, who was benevolent and held great prestige. No, his strength rivals that of a martial god. How could I be mistaken? The Xiahou family must be rife with fallen ones. Swiftly, the young man unleashed his spiritual power once more. Previously, he had scanned from the warplane. Now, being present in person, the results would be even more precise. Xiahou chicken, Xiahou duck, Xiahou jie. In an instant, Suyu rapidly surveyed all individuals within the estate, arriving at a more accurate figure. The entire Xiahou family, totaling 2,000 individuals, were all fallen. Confirmed, they are all. He sealed the surrounding space. At this moment, Patriarch Xiahou Cheng sensed something amiss and appeared, gazing up at Suyu with a puzzled expression. "Inspector, what is your intention?" Xiahou Cheng feigned a victim's demeanor to elicit sympathy. Unfortunately, Suyu found it repugnant. "Old fool, the Xiahou family is filled with fallen ones. You deserve death. Sure a fist." The young man, uninterested in his justifications, knew that any further words would be futile. With a single punch, an unstoppable force emanated from him. "Danger! Run!" The individuals of the Xiahou family panicked, scattering in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. With one punch, the entire Xiahou estate was reduced to ruins, flames rapidly engulfing the area, turning the surroundings into a desolate wasteland. This blow resulted in numerous fatalities. Congratulations, you have slain 25 martial adepts, gaining 7,563,499 experience. Congratulations, you have annihilated 700 Grand Martial Masters, gaining 14,376,686 experience. Before long, over 700 individuals within the estate fell victim to Suyu's might, succumbing to the residual force and ultimately perishing. Chaos ensued as the entire area descended into turmoil. "Charge!" With a command, the 100 surged into the Xiahou estate, engaging in a frenzied slaughter. At that moment, for elders, 3- and 4-star martial sovereigns followed behind Xiahou Cheng, angrily denouncing, "Suyu, may you meet a wretched end." Impetuous. The young man, visibly impatient, noted that all 5 stood together and decided to send them off as a family. "Farewell." Supreme demonic fist. Suyu locked onto his target and unleashed another devastating blow, his intent clear: to send the entire family off together, sparing them the anguish of longing for one another. Universal Buddha kill, swift serpent slash, black tiger palm. The 5, unwilling to accept their fate, resolved to carve a path through bloodshed. Naive, bang. Their martial techniques were effortlessly shattered, and their bodies were obliterated, leaving gaping holes in their chests. The 5 met their demise. Congratulations, you have slain 5 martial sovereigns, gaining 4,546,949 experience. With the deaths of Xiahou Cheng and the 4 elders, the 100 also concluded their battle, leaving the Xiahou family utterly annihilated. Blood stained the heavens and the earth, and soon, the 100 sprang into action. "Wait!" Suyu called out, prompting the 100 to halt and turn. "What is it, Inspector?" Fang Wenxing inquired, puzzled. "Your concealment technique is quite remarkable. But your aura is too potent. It cannot escape my perception." Suyu's words left the 100 bewildered, as all had perished. What concealment technique was he referring to? Tisk. Truly a young hero. Suddenly, a voice resonated from within the ruins, followed by the emergence of a figure, roughly 50 years old, of above-average height, with slightly darker skin, appearing not quite like a typical Huaran. "Xiahou Cheng was merely your puppet. In truth, you are the mastermind behind this, aren't you?" The individual exuded the aura of a half-step martial god. "Interesting. The foremost genius of Huagua, an unparalleled prodigy. Let this seat witness your prowess." Daruma Heavenly Extremity Palm, a pressure surpassing 8 rank surged forth. 9-rank martial technique. Suyu stood astounded. 9-rank techniques were exceedingly rare, With no more than 3 known throughout Huagua.it, appears that this individual possesses an extraordinary background, yet he remains unperturbed. To take one's life comes at a steep price. In a sudden eruption of power, Suyu unleashed an unprecedented force, one that decisively transcended that of a 1-star martial god. What? The foreign man was taken aback, having been informed that Suyu was merely a 9-star martial lord. The aura emanating from him was unmistakably that of a true martial god. How I have been misled by the netizens. Enraged, he believed the people of Hua to be exceedingly cunning. Boom, boom, boom. The opponent's martial techniques were shattered, sending him hurtling backward, severely injured. Die. The youth struck again with swift and decisive movements. No, just as the critical moment approached, a figure soared through the air, intercepting Suyu's attack. As the smoke cleared, the youth recognized the newcomer. Senior Dragon God. What is the meaning of this? Suyu inquired, perplexed. Was it not the other party who had tasked him with eliminating the fallen? Why now intervene to protect? It was utterly confounding. At that moment, the Dragon God pointed at the foreign man and explained, Suyu, this person must not die at this time, lest a rebellion ensue. After a brief moment, Suyu comprehended that the man was named Humphrey, a guardian of the Malay kingdom and the sole son of the martial ancestor. To kill him would incite war. Lost in thought, Suyu pondered deeply. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Humphrey laughed maniacally. Kid, do you understand now? I am not someone you can provoke. Hurry and help me up, or I shall make your life a living hell. His words ignited a fierce anger within Suyu. Today, you shall die, with determination. The youth resolved that if there were to be consequences, he would bear them himself. Stop. With a single word, the Dragon God effortlessly sent Suyu flying while simultaneously revealing his true cultivation level, 9-star martial god. Just a step away from the martial ancestor. Dragging his body forward, Suyu coldly remarked to the Dragon God, how chilling it is to see a mere dog of the Malay kingdom prancing about on Hua's territory. Slaughtering lives to protect such a person is truly disheartening. However, he must die today. With the Phantom Clone technique, as Suyu's strength grew, 9 clones reached the level of 7-star martial lord. Chapter 91. A Frenzied Ascension. The Dragon God in Reverence. Supreme Divine Demon Fist, Azura Hell Suppression Fist, Obliteration Kill, Shadowless Chain Kick. Each of the 9 clones executed a unique martial technique, filling the sky with a terrifying presence, which caused the Dragon God to feel a surge of joy. Good lad, indeed the one foretold in the prophecy. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to err. He, too, wished to eliminate Humphrey, yet as the Dragon God, he had to consider the populace, at least until the other party matured. Humphrey could not be allowed to perish. Break. With a wave of his hand, the Dragon God effortlessly dispelled the 9 clones. But wait, what of the main body? In a moment of distraction, the Dragon God was caught off guard as Suyu employed an illusion technique. Though the effect was minimal, lasting only a second, it was sufficient. Free and easy heart step, die. The youth flashed forward, delivering a punch that shattered the foreign man's body. Humphrey, die. Congratulations, you have slain a half-step martial god. Earning 1 million experience. You? The Dragon God barely had time to react, only to find Humphrey's lifeless form before him. Alas, it cannot be helped, the Dragon God sighed helplessly. He is dead, and there is nothing more to be done. Suyu, take care of yourself. With that, he transformed into a gust of wind and departed. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the Malay kingdom, a monument storing spiritual power suddenly exploded, drawing countless onlookers. It's over. The ancestor's son is dead. Damn Hua, king. I request to go to war. A marshal, filled with indignation, addressed the king. The king shared his sentiments, grinning malevolently, informed the ancestor of Humphrey's demise in Asu command. On the other side, in Hua, after Suyu eradicated the potential threats within the imperial capital, he took a fighter jet to various regions across the nation. Within 2 days, all fallen ones were completely uprooted, leaving not a single trace. Congratulations, you have completed the mission, earning a perfect grade Martial Zone pill, now stored in your inventory. Soon, 100 individuals departed, and Suyu ventured into the wilderness. This shall suffice. He selected a large rock, leaping onto it and sitting cross-legged. Martial Zone pill, let me witness your perfection. With a gulp, he swallowed the pill, which instantly dissolved and merged into his being. The immense spiritual energy nourished his entire body, and the sensation was magnificent. How delightful! No wonder it is deemed perfect. It truly is beyond compare. During the process of assimilation, there was not a trace of pain. Instead, it brought a sense of comfort and gentleness. Suddenly, 9 divine lightning bolts manifested in the sky. A tribulation? Su Yu's expression remained placid. Typically, tribulations are encountered by martial lords. To experience it as a martial zone is a testament to heaven's jealousy of talent. This is point 9 divine lightning. It has been a millennium. The powerful figures from the imperial capital and the demon capital swiftly converged upon the scene. For the last appearance of the 9 divine lightning was a millennium ago. Come, boom. 1 divine bolt struck down, yet Su Yu stood unscathed, feeling neither pain nor discomfort, but rather an overwhelming sense of well-being. The perfect grade pill is indeed formidable. Crack. The second bolt descended just as the martial lords from the imperial capital and demon capital arrived on the scene. Upon recognizing Su Yu, they were unfazed, as he was a peerless prodigy. The third, fourth, and ninth bolts followed suit. As the 9 divine lightning bolts fell, Su Yu remained unfazed, feeling invigorated, brimming with spiritual energy. This spectacle incited envy among those present. Reflecting on their own tribulations, where they were tormented by divine lightning, they still felt a chill run down their spines at the memory. Comparisons truly breed envy. The 1-star martial zone had ascended. Su Yu was overjoyed, secretly contemplating. System, enhance my cultivation. Having garnered over 200 million experience points from his previous ventures in the demon capital, coupled with the nationwide purging, he now possessed 458 million experience points. Each level up for a martial zone required 20 million experience points, while for a martial lord, it demanded 40 million. In an instant, Su Yu's aura surged dramatically. 2-star martial zone, 3-star martial zone, 12-star martial zone. You have reached a bottleneck. Please consume a martial lord pill. Observing this, Su Yu wasted no time in swallowing a pill, propelling his cultivation to new heights. 1-star martial lord, 2-star martial lord, 6-star martial lord. Only upon reaching 6-star martial lord did his advancement cease. With a surge of pressure surpassing that of a martial god, Su Yu's power erupted, instantly altering the atmosphere. Under this immense pressure, everyone collapsed to the ground. Utterly immobilized, even their breaths becoming hurried, so terrifying. Both the Dragon God and Xian God had also arrived, finding themselves similarly incapacitated, their bodies unable to move, faces stricken with fear, for the pressure was beyond that of a martial god. Such immense power! Su Yu could sense that he could contend with the martial ancestor without being at a disadvantage. As the minute passed, the oppressive force gradually dissipated, leaving them trembling on the ground. Unable to rise, their spirits profoundly shattered. We pay homage to the martial ancestor. The Dragon God was the first to bow in reverence, clearly feeling that the title of Xian God was inadequate. We pay homage to the martial ancestor. Xian led the assembly of martial lords in unison. Their voices brimmed with respect. Who could have foreseen that a mere teenager would ascend to surpass the martial gods? He had already reached the pinnacle of Hua. Among the crowd, Qian Budwa beamed with joy, for the Demon Capital Academy had birthed the youngest martial ancestor in history. He had no regrets in death. Rise, soon. The news of Su Yu's ascension to martial ancestor spread throughout Hua, with citizens initially skeptical until the dragon and Xian gods personally confirmed the truth. From that moment forth, Su Yu's deeds resonated far and wide, reaching the ears of other nations, who dismissed it as mere bravado. On the other side, within the headquarters of Hua, Su Yu sat at a golden tea table, flanked by the dragon and Xian gods, both of whom dared not utter a word. Sit, they hesitated, not daring to imagine sharing tea with the martial ancestor. Tell me about Humphrey's father, Su Yu inquired while sipping his tea. Given that the martial ancestor was seeking trouble, he ought to familiarize himself with the enemy. My lord, Humphrey's father is named Waters, a being who has lived for 900 years. He broke through to 3-star martial ancestor a century ago. But his current status is unknown, the dragon god replied respectfully. 3-star? That's hardly a concern. He had expected at least a 7 or 8-star. 3-star was nothing to fear. Prepare all manner of 9-rank martial techniques. I wish to cultivate. As the two swiftly departed, 10 minutes later, they returned with the few 9-rank techniques available in Hua. Su Yu's excitement was palpable upon seeing them. 9-rank body technique. 8-rank body technique were already rare, and 9-rank is almost extinct. Though this volume is incomplete, its power cannot be underestimated. Leave. The youth picked up the 4 martial techniques and began his training a month later. Suyu had made initial progress in the 9-rank body technique. 2 months later, he achieved minor success in the 9-rank martial technique, Blue Wave Sacred Hand, mastering it to its peak, capable of summoning mountains and seas with a thought, and commanding the universe with a single palm. Chapter 92. Annihilating the Martial Ancestor, plotting the world. 3 months later, the 9-rank martial technique, World Annihilation Divine Fist, reached minor success. That moment, in the Melee Kingdom, a significant event unfolded. You incompetent fool, you cannot even protect my son. What use is your existence? An elderly man, with a head full of white hair and a wild demeanor, entered the grand hall of the royal palace and, in front of the assembled ministers, unleashed a torrent of scathing rebukes upon the king. Waters, the ancestor, this is not our fault. In the presence of the other, the king appeared remarkably humble, indeed. Who compelled him to venture into the territory of Huagua? Upon the conclusion of the minister's words, the old man's eyes widened, a flash of crimson fury enveloping him, and the minister was instantly obliterated. A formidable martial sovereign had perished in such a manner. Sensing the wrath of Waters, the king thundered at the assembly. Randolph has wronged the ancestor and deserves his fate. Someone, seize his family and cast them into the mountains to be fed to the wolves. Yes. The soldiers hastened to carry out the order. Ancient One, please calm your ire. We shall immediately mobilize forces. Tio assault Huagua, leaving none alive. With that, he vanished in an instant, disappearing from the realm of Melee. 3 days later, within the headquarters office of Huagua, Suyu listened intently as Longshan and Xian reported. My lord, the Melee Kingdom has amassed an army of 200,000, charging from 1,000 miles away. They have already crossed Dudu Kingdom and are expected to reach the borders of Huagua by dawn tomorrow. Who leads them? Suyu inquired of Longshan. It is Marshal Barnett, one of the 2 great marshals of Melee Kingdom. A 4-star martial god, renowned for his cunning and ruthlessness, a formidable adversary. And whom do you intend to send into battle, my lord? I shall personally take command, Xian declared resolutely, ready to shoulder the burden. Very well, prepare for the confrontation and leave the other matters to me. Suddenly, Suyu felt a jolt of unease. My lord, what troubles you? The 2 asked, puzzled. He has finally arrived. In that moment, both men's faces turned pale with terror. They understood precisely who was being referred to, Waters, the martial ancestor. Sadly, they remained entirely oblivious to the true extent of the threat posed by the martial ancestor. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice task. First, eliminate Waters to receive 10 9-star martial sovereign servants. Second, allow the adversary to depart and suffer a reduction of 20 in cultivation. Choose wisely, Suu, come forth. Step out, Waters roared, hovering ominously above the imperial capital. His voice echoing with an overwhelming intent to kill. What a dreadful aura. How dare he call out my full name? Indeed, he comes with malice. Alas, I hope he is not here to cause trouble. Under the weight of this oppressive presence, the prominent figures of the capital gathered in droves. With a swift motion, Suyu led Longshan and Xian into the sky. Their eyes locked in an unspoken bond of resolve. Are you the one responsible for my son's death? Waters demanded. Suu replied with a cold smirk. If that foolish boy was indeed your son, then I suppose it is accurate, you insolent wretch. Speak. Why did you kill my son? Waters glared, his fury palpable, yearning to flay Suyu alive, yet he dared not, for he could not fathom Suyu's true cultivation level. Simply put, he deserved it, much like yourself. Seeking death, are we? With that, Waters brandished a sacred weapon, a sword imbued with purple energy, emanating a terrifying force. Annihilate the heavens. The violet sword energy sliced through the sky, aimed directly at Suyu. This strike reached the caliber of a 4-star martial sovereign. Out of my way. Suyu kicked aside the 2 beside him, finding them too obstructive. Scorpio Devil Slash. This was a 9th-rank sword technique learned merely 2 months prior. Its toxic sword energy would spell instant death upon contact. Kill. With an iron sword in hand, Suyu unleashed the full might of his 6-star martial sovereign cultivation, his aura rivaling that of a 3-star martial sovereign. The clash of their powerful sword energies sent shockwaves. knocking several individuals below off their feet. Both were propelled backward over 10 meters. This is intriguing. It appears I must get serious. Bloodline divine ability, explode. In an instant, a terrifying abyssal beast materialized behind him. His divine ability, the sky-devouring blood beast, significantly enhancing his overall cultivation. SUU. You will pay for my son's life. Devil Tiger Devour / Following this, a spirit resembling a wolf tiger appeared in the skies above the imperial capital, its mere presence instilling a sense of impending doom. Do not presume you are the only one with divine abilities. Transformation of the demon god into the hell of Azura. Instantly, an ancient behemoth manifested behind Suyu, its power eclipsing that of the abyssal beast. Annihilation Fist. As the martial technique erupted, the ground quaked. The young man's aura soared, rivaling that of a 6-star martial sovereign, surpassing the divine ability unleashed by his adversary. What? Water's expression shifted, and he turned to flee. Annihilation Fist. Perish. Suyu knew that allowing his opponent to escape would result in endless repercussions. With a cough of blood, Waters, aghast, cried out to the heavens, "O heaven, why are you so unjust?" Why? It was already lamentable for a martial ancestor in his teens to wield a sacred weapon, but now he also possessed a bloodline divine ability. Truly, it was insufferably unfair. Because you are ugly, Suyu retorted, prompting a wave of laughter from the crowd below. How utterly insulting. I, too, would be unable to contain my amusement. I shall fight you to the bitter end. With that, Suyu hurled another punch, declaring, Waters, perish. Congratulations on vanquishing a 3-star martial sovereign. Earning experience 24,679 for 93. Automatic level up to 7-star martial sovereign. Congratulations on completing the task. 10 servants are en route. As Waters fell, the atmosphere grew tense, each heartbeat echoing in the silence. This day, they could scarcely believe that a martial ancestor who had lived for over 9 centuries had met his demise. At that moment, a group of uninvited guests arrived, a cadre of 10 cloaked figures, each radiating the aura of 9-star martial sovereigns. This display startled the onlookers. When had martial sovereigns become so commonplace? We greet our master. The 10 knelt in unison. One among them shouted, Long live the martial ancestor. The crowd echoed, Long live the martial ancestor. Long live Huagua. In the headquarters office, Suyu addressed Xian, for this expedition, bring Water's head back with you. Understood, Xian replied, comprehending immediately. And those 10 servants will accompany you. March into Meilei Kingdom and integrate it into the territory of Huagua. Those who resist shall be executed at that moment. The young man began to scheme for dominion, with the first destination being Meilei Kingdom. Half a month later, the army of 20,000 from Meilei Kingdom was vanquished, and Xian penetrated the royal palace, where the king took his own life, and the new king, Francis, ascended to the throne, consenting to join Huagua's fold. Thus, Huagua shattered the equilibrium, inciting the wrath of the other 29 nations. It seemed the time had come to pay a visit to the various nations. Within half a month, Suyu met with another martial ancestor of Huagua, Tuoba E, before conferring with Long Shen on various matters. The following day, he departed Huagua alone with 2 servants. Chapter 93. Seizing Heads. Journey to Xingyun Kingdom. Among the 30 nations of Blue Star, only 5 possessed the greatest comprehensive national strength: Huagua, Dudu Kingdom, Xingyun Kingdom, Shuilong Kingdom, and Hunyuan Kingdom. Aside from these 5, the military might of the remaining nations was relatively equal. Suyu's primary target this time was Dudu Kingdom. Before that, the young man visited Professor Wei to procure an eye-catching, epic-grade warplane. With a whoosh, the young man and his 2 attendants boarded the warplane and swiftly made their way to Dudu Kingdom, arriving at the border in less than an hour. How nostalgic! Several months had passed since his last departure, yet the border remained unchanged. Let us proceed. The trio disembarked from the aircraft, cloaked in black, and ventured into the city. Upon entering, a crowd of onlookers caught his attention, prompting him to investigate, only to be met with a sudden change in expression. He was infuriated. Damn it, Noel Carl, you are courting death. Suyu had not anticipated that, after such a lengthy interval, wanted posters for his capture would still be plastered along the border, a truly aggravating circumstance. Move. Fueled by indignation, the young man charged towards the capital. Half an hour later, at the palace gates, He was met with disdainful shouts. "This is forbidden. Get lost." A callous voice rang out, and with a mere glance, 2 martial kings were instantly obliterated. Congratulations on slaying 2 martial kings. Earning experience 324, 674. Someone. An enemy has intruded. An enemy has intruded. Soon, news spread that a powerful foe had breached the palace, with hundreds of martial kings and martial sovereigns preparing to intercept the 2 intruders. This task is entrusted to you. With that, Su Yu swiftly ascended into the skies above the palace. "Noel Carl, get out here," he bellowed, his voice resounding throughout the entire city of Inter. How brazen, to dare utter the king's name. Indeed, relying on a modicum of strength to show off, such individuals must inevitably face death. The citizens below erupted in chaos, rushing to discern the unfolding situation. The king emerged from the palace, soaring into the air, accompanied by the queen. Just moments prior, he had sensed an overwhelming aura, compelling him to appear at once. "Damn it, what have I done to provoke you? How dare you issue a bounty for my capture?" Su Yu recalled vividly the transformation of his Spindu, having achieved victory and entered the secret realm, yet he had committed no other offenses. "A bounty?" the king inquired, bewildered. "Who are you, Spindu? What, do you not recognize me?" You are, indeed. I am the one you sought to apprehend. For daring to issue a bounty against me, you shall pay the price. The Annihilation Fist, when unleashed, possesses a power that rivals that of a 4-star martial ancestor. This is Dyard S, the 3-star martial god. The king can distinctly sense the ominous aura of death emanating from the technique. "I will die." "No, no, no." Amidst the king's anguished cries, a shadow darted past, rescuing Noel Carl. As for the queen, her fortune was decidedly less favorable. "Your Majesty, save me, save me, Queen." In an instant, the fist obliterated Danis into mere fragments. Congratulations on slaying an ant. Experience gained. 113768. With Danis's demise, Su Yu and the elderly man who had intervened locked eyes. Engaging in a silent contest of spiritual energy, a 5-star martial ancestor. "Are you the guardian deity of the Dudu Kingdom? Do you recognize me?" After exchanging pleasantries, they both deemed further conflict unnecessary. Subsequently, Mulder gestured towards the king. "Su Yu, might we grant Noel Carl a chance?" The old man spoke earnestly, aware of his own limitations against his opponent. "What do you say?" the youth replied coldly. "Understood." Mulder turned and shouted in anger. "If you won't cherish this opportunity." Then perished, and no sooner had he spoken than a surge of energy was unleashed, and Noel Carl met his end in his final moments, disbelief etched upon his face. This turn of events truly terrified the onlookers. They could not fathom why a martial ancestor would show favor towards an outsider. Ancestor, why? The ministers lamented in discontent. Silence. The overwhelming pressure of the martial ancestor silenced them. Meanwhile, Su Yu cursed the old man 1,000 times in his heart. "Damn it, a head stealer." Soon, Mulder officiated the ascension of the new king, Morris, and acquiesced to Su Yu's request, incorporating the Dudu kingdom into the territory of Huaxia. The new king's first decree: annihilate the entire Cole family. Subsequently, a formidable army marched towards the Cole residence, comprising no fewer than 4 or 5 7-star generals. "You two, go assist," Su Yu instructed the 2 servants behind him. "Understood." The 2 vanished in an instant. An hour later, with the assistance of 2 9-star martial venerables, the task was accomplished with remarkable efficiency. The Cole family, numbering in the thousands, was utterly annihilated, with not a soul surviving. Their corpses were subsequently processed into cured meat for the purpose of raising demonic beasts. Meanwhile, in the forbidden region of the Back Mountain, the youth inquired of the new king, Morris, about the origin of this secret realm. Morris, showing no signs of negligence, respectfully replied, "Esteemed martial ancestor, this secret realm appeared abruptly approximately 30 years ago. The reasons remain unclear." Upon hearing this, Su Yu began to assault the entrance of the secret realm in an attempt to breach it. Azure Tide, Sacred Hand. The formidable force struck the entrance. Yet it remained unyielding. Sighing, he lamented, "Alas, we must await another year for its reopening." After discussing certain matters, the trio boarded an epic-grade warplane and set forth towards the eastern Starfall Kingdom. The Starfall Kingdom boasts considerable strength. ranking third among the 5 great nations, with several martial venerables, 3 half-step martial gods, and a 9-star martial god as its monarch. 2 hours later, the aircraft traversed numerous small nations and arrived at the border of the Starfall Kingdom. Afterward, the 3 disembarked from the plane and entered the city. "Boss, I would like a detailed map." Suyu purchased an intricate map of the Starfall Kingdom, and the trio then found their bearings. Exiting the city once more to pilot the warplane towards the capital, Ice City. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the outskirts of Ice City, and upon entering, they were struck by the bustling scene within, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Quite impressive, it rivals half the splendor of the Magic City. The Starfall Kingdom, in terms of size, is comparable to the Magic City. While it may not possess the same level of prosperity, it is commendable among the nations. Strike him hard, my prince. No, please, spare me." The commotion echoed through the streets, catching Suyu's attention. Approaching the source of the disturbance, he beheld a young man clad in a dragon robe. Commanding his subordinates to ruthlessly beat a beggar, no one in the crowd dared to intervene, for he was the crown prince. "You take me to see your king." The trio appeared before the young man, who was troubled by the lack of a clear direction to the palace, as the map merely indicated the location of Ice City. "Get lost. Does this prince know you?" The crown prince's irritation only intensified at the unexpected inquiry for directions. Chapter 94. Slaying the Martial Ancestor, Invulnerable to All Poisons. "Kid, I'll give you a chance to apologize or face death." Suyu could hardly believe that this mere 7-star martial king dared to retort against him. It was a reckless gamble. "What?" The crown prince, Bazel, seemed to find the situation ludicrous. "Oh dear, I'm so scared. Please come and kill me, die." With a swift motion, Suyu snapped Bazel's neck in an instant. "Congratulations on slaying an ant. Experience gained. 160464. The crown prince. The youth's actions ignited the fury of the surrounding servants, who brandished their weapons and lunged at Suyu. In a flash, one of the servants appeared before them and with a mere wave of his hand, dispatched them in an instant. Their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. Witnessing this, the crowd recoiled in fear, realizing that the trio was doomed. Bazel was the king's most cherished son. Indeed, matters had escalated dramatically. "We've landed ourselves in a serious predicament." Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the streets of the capital began to tremble as a fully armed battalion marched towards them with urgency. Judging by their attire, they were the Royal Guard, consisting of 20 men, led by a 2-star martial venerable, with the rest being martial lords. The crown prince, upon spotting the corpse, the leader, Blaze, scooped up the body and glared at Suyu, seething with rage. "You scoundrel, kill them all on the spot." His eyes burned with fury, his cries pierced the air, leaving Suyu bewildered. It wasn't even his son who had perished. Why the excessive grief? "Halt!" The 20 martial lords shouted in unison, their collective presence akin to the roar of a dragon, transforming into a formidable assault that surged towards Suyu and his companions. That strike could contend with a 2-star martial venerable. An ant shaking a tree, with a wave of his hand, Suyu unleashed a dragon's roar, shattering the attack and annihilating the remaining 20 with a single blow. Congratulations on swiftly killing 20 martial lords. Experience gained. 643798. In an instant, the streets were stained crimson with blood. "Who exactly are you?" Blaze quivered in fear, realizing he had offended someone he should not have. "You lack the qualification to know." With a single glance, Suyu unleashed a devastating force that obliterated Blaze's soul. "Congratulations on slaying a 2-star martial venerable. Experience gained. 677646. Moments later, "I'm tired of hiding. Come forth." Suyu's power, rivaling that of a martial ancestor, surged forth, sending a hidden figure flying. Thud. The man soared several hundred meters, grievously injured. He had not anticipated exposure, nor the overwhelming strength of his adversary. "Who are you?" The man, adorned in a dragon robe, revealed himself as King Chark, a 9-star martial god. "Huagua, Suyu. Are you the legendary prodigy?" Chark was astounded. Suyu's name was known far and wide, a martial ancestor in his teens, a fact they had initially dismissed. Now, confronted with the reality, they were thoroughly convinced that at this moment, Chark rose, his demeanor shifting to one of benevolence. "Su ancestor, your presence in my Starfall Kingdom brings great honor to our humble realm." He bowed and curtsied, resembling a jester. A sight both amusing and absurd. I killed your son, Suyu remarked with a cold smile. No worries, a son can be born again. Is that so? Then I'll kill your wife, no problem. I can always take another. I'll kill your mother, no worries. She's a nuisance alive. I'll kill your ancestors. Regardless of Su Yu's words, Chark suppressed his rage, insisting that it was all inconsequential. When it comes to shamelessness on Blue Star, Chark was unparalleled. Martial ancestor, please join me in the palace for tea. I have gifts to present to you. Suu chuckled inwardly, finally unable to contain himself. Very well, I look forward to your tricks. Prior to his arrival, he had already investigated that the martial ancestor backing the Starfall Kingdom was merely a 6-star martial ancestor, not particularly formidable. All right. Subsequently, Su Yu and his companions followed Chark to the palace. Upon entry, the king's demeanor shifted to a sinister grin. Lord Brew, I implore you to take action. Suddenly, a grand formation emerged within the palace, revealing the figure of an elder. He was Brandon, a 6-star martial ancestor. A master of formations. How intriguing. This was the first time Su Yu had encountered a formation master of martial ancestor caliber. Junior, I am aware of your intentions. Depart, I'm afraid. That is not possible. Demon God transformation. Hell of Shura. In an instant, Su Yu's aura surged. As a 10-star martial venerable, his pressure surpassed that of a 7-star martial ancestor. From afar, Brandon swallowed hard, smiling. Su, my young friend, your request is granted. Chark, you dare incite me to murder? Die? No, my lord, it was clearly you. Before Chark could finish, an ice sphere shot forth from the formation, encasing him in ice. Another head stealer, and Su Yu's countenance darkened. Following Chark's demise, Brandon supported the Queen's second son, Welber, to ascend the throne. Observing Welber, Brandon beamed with joy, as if he were seeing his own child. Come, my young friend, let us indulge in tea within the grand hall. Su Yu sat in the esteemed guest seat, downing the tea in one swift motion. As he swallowed, Brandon revealed his sinister intentions with a wicked grin. Ha ha ha, Su Yu, you have ingested the poison I concocted. It will take effect instantly, and now your spiritual energy is forfeit. In the hall, the new king, Wilbur, smiled faintly, appearing to be in complete control of the situation. What? The youth pretends to struggle. He'll perish at my hands. You may rest in peace. Brandon, believing he had succeeded, lowered his guard. The opportunity was ripe. With the transformation of the demon god into the Hell of Shura, the sacred hand of the Azure Wave, the youth launched a sudden assault. By the time others reacted, Su Yu's palm had already pierced through Brandon's body, shattering his heart and soul. Why? Brandon died with his eyes wide open, regretting his carelessness that led to such an untimely demise. Poison. Laughable. I am immune to all toxins. Congratulations, you have instantly slain a 6-star martial ancestor, gaining experience 54, 634, 947. Automatic upgrade to 8-star martial sovereign. Aha! Upon witnessing the fall of the martial ancestor, the ministers at the scene panicked and fled in all directions. Leave no one alive, commanded one, as 2 servants moved to execute the order. No, don't come near. Wilbur, unwilling to accept his fate, lamented that he had just ascended to the throne, with beautiful women yet to be wooed and heirs yet to be born. He was not ready to die. Spare me, martial ancestor. This is all others' doing. It has nothing to do with me. I implore you. Grant me mercy. I vow to remain eternally loyal to the Hua Kingdom. Crack! Su Yu paid no heed and delivered a fatal kick, ending Wilbur's life. Congratulations, you have slain an enemy, gaining experience 117, 646. The following day, Su Yu, attuned to the will of the people, chose the minister Hyman to succeed the throne, with Hyman swearing allegiance to the Hua Kingdom for generations to come. Chapter 95. Unifying the realm, breaking through to martial ancestor the next morning, at the entrance of the treasury of the Starfall Kingdom. Only Hyman and Su Yu stood. Martial ancestor, this is our kingdom's treasury, reinforced with copper walls and iron gates, exceedingly sturdy. Please, take whatever you desire. Really? The youth gasped in surprise. Indeed. Hyman spoke earnestly, his words filled with unwavering conviction. Good, I did not misjudge you. Su Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, pleased that he had supported Hyman to this position. He truly understood the matter at hand. Hyman then opened the treasury doors, and Suyu stepped inside, while Hyman awaited outside. Upon entering, Suyu was taken aback. Not bad. The treasury was filled with a mountain of gold coins, numbering in the trillions, and countless spiritual medicines, martial techniques, treasures, and armors. However, Suyu was indifferent to these riches. Having slain martial ancestors and several martial sovereigns, he had amassed wealth beyond measure, with no need to spend it, aside from the 9th-rank martial techniques and sacred artifacts that piqued his interest. Half an hour later, he found 2 9th-rank martial techniques and a sacred artifact. After searching the treasury for a while, these were the only items of worth. Soon, the treasury doors opened, and Suyu emerged. Not much, just a few things. Hyman watched in anguish as Suyu emerged with his chosen items. What a mere few! The entire Blue Star has no more than 12 sacred artifacts, and the trillions are unlikely to be sold. 9th-rank martial techniques are also scarce, practically non-existent in the market. Hyman, you do not regret it, do you? In note, I shall not. Hyman replied, on the verge of tears, having to maintain his facade despite his sorrow. Afterward, Suyu prepared to depart, boarding a warplane with his servants, heading towards the southern Snow Dragon Kingdom. The Snow Dragon Kingdom, ranked 4th among the 5 great nations, was composed entirely of fierce women, with no men in the realm. The Queen, Selena, was an 8-star martial god. It was said that their reproduction depended solely on a certain spring water. Upon drinking it, one would conceive, and every pregnancy would result in a girl. 2 hours later, the warplane arrived at the Snow Dragon Kingdom's border. Your Majesty, look, the warplane. The martial ancestor has indeed come. What kind of legendary figure could this be? Outside the border, Queen Selena received word and had been waiting. Knowing Suyu had visited the other 3 nations beforehand, you have returned. Upon seeing the epic warplane appear, Queen Selena realized that he had ultimately arrived. Boom, boom, boom. The warplane's doors opened automatically, revealing a handsome young man. Wow, so young and rather handsome. Indeed, especially those icy eyes, radiating a unique charm. But it's over. I am smitten. As soon as Suyu appeared, the gathered women stirred restlessly, having not encountered such a striking and powerful man in a long time. Martial ancestor, I have long admired you. Selena approached to greet him. Long admired indeed, Selena. Although she was youthful and beautiful, her true age could rival that of a millennia-old tortoise. Martial ancestors' age and strength are truly astonishing. Likewise. Well then, Selena, I presume you are aware of my intentions. Make your choice. Selena smiled slightly. Having seen other nations yield to him, she realized she had no choice but to comply. She bowed to Suyu, declaring, the Snow Dragon Kingdom surrenders unconditionally, becoming part of your territory. Good. Subsequently, Suyu, without hesitation, toured the treasury, borrowing a sacred artifact and a 9th-rank sword technique before departing without specifying when he would return it. Using the same approach, he visited the Primordial Kingdom, securing a sacred artifact and 2 9th-rank martial techniques. Upon returning to the Imperial Capital headquarters, Suyu immersed himself in a secluded chamber for cultivation. After half a month, he mastered the Scorpion Demon. 2 months later, he perfected the Void Ghostly Steps. Yet another half-month passed, and the chimes of the new year rang out. On this day, the entire nation celebrated, while Suyu remained in solitude. Amidst the bright lights and family gatherings, he stood alone atop the highest peak, gazing down upon the world. The strong are forever lonely. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice task. First, unify the realm within 3 years, gaining experience points 10 billion. Second, fail to do so within 3 years, resulting in cultivation level reset to 0. Choose 1. As the old year faded and the new dawned. In the headquarters office, Long and Xian stood at the side, awaiting orders. With the 4 great nations now subservient, it was time to unify the realm. Long, issue the Death Goddess decree to all kings. Submit to our kingdom within a week, or face annihilation. Xian, assemble a 1,000,000-strong army, ready for deployment. Understood. The two, filled with fervor, were exhilarated by the prospect of unifying the realm, a thought that had never crossed their minds. Suyu, however, was deserving of such authority. With the issuance of the Death Goddess decree, chaos ensued throughout the land. Over 20 nations surrendered, yet some kings remained unwilling to become subordinate forces, such as the Crimson Flame Kingdom. The result was the 1,000,000-strong army crushing the capital. leaving no blade of grass untouched, instilling both fear and awe in the hearts of the people towards Suyud. A month later, Suyu unified the entire realm. At last, it is accomplished. Congratulations on completing the task. Gaining experience 10 billion. Would you like to break through now? No whoosh, in an instant, Suyu transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the imperial capital and reappearing in a desolate wilderness. This shall do. With that proclamation, a 100-mile radius was sealed off from space. Breakthrough. With a command given, Suyu's cultivation surged rapidly, embodying an unstoppable force. 9-star Martial Sovereign. 12-star Martial Sovereign. The realm was full. Would you consume a Martial God pill or expend experience points to force a breakthrough? Force a breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. His momentum continued to soar. 1-star Martial God. 4-star Martial God. 8-star Martial God. 12-star Martial God. Experience points were full. Would you consume an auxiliary pill for the breakthrough or expend experience points to force a breakthrough? Force a breakthrough. 1-star Martial Ancestor. Insufficient experience points. Current cultivation level. 1-star Martial Ancestor. Die in an instant. Suyu underwent a metamorphosis, reborn anew. His physical prowess enhanced 1,000-fold. Upon opening his eyes, it felt as though the world lay within his grasp. Such immense power. As the youth opened his eyes, the entire blue star came into view. He saw Principal Qian, the dragon god, and every individual from the various nations. He felt a vague sense of merging with the heavens and earth. His overall strength was at least comparable to that of a martial emperor. The martial emperor draws in the essence of the sun and moon, comprehending the highest truths, barring an untimely demise. Living 6,000 to 7,000 years would be but a trivial matter. With less than 2 years remaining, 3,000 years ago, the 5 great martial emperors fell. Now, 3,000 years later, could the martial emperor truly withstand this calamity? Alas, enhancing strength was of utmost importance at present. Upon stepping into the realm of Martial Ancestor, each increment of star required nearly 10 billion experience points. An unattainable feat for humanity. It was time to hunt 8 and 9-tier demon beasts. Chapter 96. Super Artifacts, Spiritual Star Beings in the Blink of an Eye. Suyu arrived at the frigid mountains of the Hua Kingdom's 3 great abysses, where 6-tier demon beasts predominantly roamed. With 8 and 9-tier beasts lurking deeper within. The slaughter began on the outskirts. A dozen 6-tier demon beasts attempted to ambush Suyu from behind, only to be met with a single punch. With that blow, their bodies were cleaved in 2. Congratulations on your remarkable triumph over the 6th-tier demon beast, earning an impressive experience of 264697. Congratulations for swiftly vanquishing another 6th-tier demon beast, gaining 346799 in experience. Within a mere minute, over 20 demon beasts surrounding the periphery fell victim to Suyu's single strikes, leaving them no chance to flee. However, with only 7 million experience points, it is still insufficient. Immediately, Suyu flashed into the depths of the frigid snow mountains, where he sensed the presence of several 8th and 9th-tier beasts. Little demons, where do you think you can escape? With a command, an imperceptible force enveloped the icy peaks, sealing off entry and exit. Humans, those who trespass shall perish. Over 28th and 9th-tier demon beasts emerged, prepared to besiege Suyu. With a smirk, the youth remained unfazed. Gripping his sacred iron sword without employing any martial techniques, the thunderous clash of power reverberated through the heavens. Over 20 beasts, comparable to martial gods and ancestors, unleashed their innate divine abilities simultaneously. Their cultivation far surpassed that of an average human of the same tier. What mere child's play! Suyu's figure flickered, moving swifter than the wind, exceeding the expected speed of a martial ancestor. With each swing of his sacred weapon, the demon beasts fell one after another, unable to withstand the youth's formidable strikes. Congratulations on slaying 11 8th-tier beasts, gaining 54379,493 experience. Congratulations on slaying 12 9th-tier beasts, gaining 600 million experience. Only 200 million more experience points remained until his next level up. Blood stained the pristine white snow, and soon after, Suyu stored the corpses of the 9th-tier beasts in his storage pouch. Suddenly, a mysterious voice resonated. Meow, meow, meow. Who goes there? Suyu looked up to see a small creature resembling both a cat and a tiger perched atop a nearby boulder. It appeared to have only recently been born. not yet fully developed and unable to articulate words. How could this be? Why did I not sense the presence of this demon beast? Filled with curiosity, Suyu conducted a probe, only to be taken aback. A 10th-tier demon beast, that is a creature on par with a martial emperor. The little tiger approached Suyu, biting the hem of his pants and tugging insistently. Little rascal, you want me to follow you? Upon hearing this, the little tiger nodded and leaped atop the boulder, gesturing for Suyu to accompany it. Intrigued, Suyu followed the little tiger, and within a minute, they entered a cavern. Such overwhelming pressure. As soon as he entered the cave, the youth felt a presence that surpassed even that of a martial emperor, slightly stronger than himself, who was currently at the peak of an 8-star martial emperor. After a minute, the duo reached the depths of the cave. This is a divine weapon. Suyu was left in utter astonishment, gazing at a golden giant sword sealed within a groove, feeling an overwhelming force suppressing him. How could this be? Wasn't it said that divine weapons had become extinct? Despite his doubts, he stepped forward, attempting to draw the gigantic sword. With a loud snap, the moment his hand made contact, a force repelled his arm. Damn it, I refuse to be deterred. Suyu gritted his teeth in frustration. After all, he was comparable to a martial emperor, yet this mere weapon dared to resist him. Hiya! The youth advanced once more to grasp the divine weapon, only to be mercilessly repelled again, as certainly not a mere divine weapon. It may very well be an existence that transcends divine artifacts. Divine weapons only exert pressure akin to that of a 9-star martial emperor. Without a doubt, the colossal sword before him exceeded that threshold. Could it be that there are entities beyond martial emperors in the Blue Star? Just as Suyu was at a loss, the little tiger ventured into the divine weapon's vicinity. Using its tiny paw to nudge it, instantly, the sword seemed to respond to a summoning, soaring from its groove and landing before Suyu. This sight utterly startled the youth, filling him with confusion. Could it be that divine weapons have no effect on 10th-tier demon beasts? Boom. Suddenly, as Suyu grasped the divine weapon, it erupted with divine power, exuding strength that surpassed that of a martial emperor. Forcefully repelling him, a mere sword, yield to me, demonic transformation. Hell of Shura. With these words, a chilling aura enveloped Suyu, the power beyond martial emperors erupting from his body, fully suppressing the force against him. An hour later, panting heavily, Suyu finally subdued the weapon. The divine artifact ceased its resistance, and he instinctively cut his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the sword. The weapon acknowledged its master. Radiating a sacred light, and countless memories flooded his mind. 3 hours later, Suyu opened his eyes wide, muttering, "So this is how it truly is." From those memories, he learned that the giant sword was called the Abyssal Demon Dragon Sword, originating from a planet known as Lingxing, a super-divine weapon of immense power. 3,000 years prior, when powerful beings from Lingxing invaded, a great emperor perished alongside them using bloodline divine abilities, causing the demon dragon sword to mysteriously vanish. Lingxing at it seems that the Blue Star is still far too small. From the remnants of those memories, Suyu gleaned an important piece of information. Martial emperors in Lingxing were merely considered mid-tier powerhouses. Little one, come along with me. His instincts told him that this demon beast likely hailed from Lingxing. The little tiger nodded in agreement. Following this, Suyu located the Reincarnation 9 Turns Grass, departing from the frigid snow mountains and returning to the Demon City. At the Demon City Academy, after consuming the Reincarnation Grass, Zhang Xiaofan fully recovered from his injuries, directly breaking through to the rank of Martial King. At that moment, Suyu strolled through the bustling streets of the Demon City. Suddenly, he felt the Abyssal Demon Dragon Sword quivering, as if drawn by some unseen force. Could it be that something is calling to you? Following the direction of the pull, Suyu arrived before a secluded house. This is the place. With a swift probe of his mental energy, he detected a familiar presence within. To his astonishment, it was none other than Wan Qinghui. Wan Qinghui's identity had long been an enigma. He had previously investigated her, discovering that she was not actually part of the Wan family. However, after the Wan family was annihilated, she had mysteriously vanished. Inside the dwelling, a woman stood beside a martial god. Holy Maiden, you have been in the Blue Star for over a decade, yet there is still no sign of the Abyssal Demon Dragon Sword. This is quite unfavorable for you. Enough, let us wait a little longer. Wan Qinghui replied. Just then, Suyu revealed himself, stating, Wan Qinghui, you truly are from Lingxing. Who? Wan Qinghui gasped, turning to find a mysterious figure before her, whose features gradually became clearer. It is you. Chapter 97. The First Ruins. The Super Divine Weapon. Wan Qinghui was all too familiar with this face. She had once attempted to recruit him and could hardly believe that merely a year had passed since he stood atop the Blue Star. A monster! Long time no see, Miss Wan. What brings you here? Wan Qinghui's expression turned wary. She had not forgotten the mention of Lingxing. I am here to inquire about matters concerning Lingxing, Suyu replied with a sinister smile. Suyu, your talent is indeed formidable, even more terrifying than I anticipated. However, in Lingxing, you are still but an ANTIS, that's so? Suddenly, Suyu unleashed the full power of a one-star martial ancestor, instantly causing the nearby martial god to collapse to the ground, his pupils dilating as if he had seen a ghost. Wan Qinghui, too, felt the pressure, her complexion paling, trembling uncontrollably. Although she possessed protective treasures, they were ineffective against a top-tier martial emperor. But for this ant, killing you would be as easy as lifting a finger. Had it not been for her potential value, he would have already struck her dead without hesitation. You shall not escape. The Blue Star is destined for destruction, and you shall perish. Enraged, Suyu swung a punch, casually unleashing a strike at the level of an ordinary martial emperor. Before long, a mysterious figure appeared, intercepting Suyu's attack and whisking Wan Qinghui away. You shall not leave. How dare they snatch someone from right before him? Annihilation Divine Fist. A punch imbued with murderous intent was released, causing the heavens to darken and lightning to crackle. Hiya! The youth aimed for a critical strike. With a muffled thud, the mysterious individual was sent hurtling backward, yet still clutched Wan Qinghui tightly. Sun-slaying mountain-cutting treasure. In the midst of the chaos, the mysterious figure tossed a pea-sized object, causing both individuals to vanish in an instant. Spatial teleportation treasure, how intriguing. Their cultivation seems relatively low, likely around the 7-star martial emperor level. Yet that pea-sized treasure must also be a super divine artifact. It appeared that danger was rapidly approaching. Watching the fleeing figures, Suyu simultaneously departed from the demon city, returning to the imperial capital. In the headquarters office, Suyu summoned Long and Xian. Tell me, where in the Blue Star do the most 9th tier and above demon beasts reside? And where is the mortality rate highest? After a moment of contemplation, the two replied in unison. The First Ruins. It is currently the most perilous location in the Blue Star, teeming with demon beasts and harsh environments. With the minimum requirement for entry being a martial god. That settles it. During my absence, I entrust the affairs of Huagua to both of you. Understood. Knowing it was futile to persuade him otherwise, they refrained from further objections. The following day, Suyu boarded an epic-class warplane bound for the First Ruins. Half an hour later, a powerful being traversed thousands of mountains and rivers, arriving at the imperial capital. Upon entering the territory, Long and Xian immediately sensed the presence. It is a being stronger than a martial god, no, even greater. Heavens, how can another powerful individual have arrived? Indeed, the capital has been rather tumultuous of late. Alas, I hope all is well. The atmosphere is thick with the scent of death, instilling fear in the hearts of the masses below. The venerable Long and Xian have made their appearance, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing that a formidable young warrior has emerged from the Hua nation, I have traversed countless miles to engage in a friendly contest. May I inquire, what is your esteemed title? The two nearly succumbed to fright, for it was evident from his words that this elder was a being of martial emperor caliber. I am Tai Su. What? The two were nearly paralyzed with fear. You are the esteemed Tai Su? One of the two martial emperors of the Blue Star? Indeed, that is I. The name of the Tai Su martial emperor is legendary. He broke through to the 8-star martial emperor level 3 centuries ago. And now, after a century has passed, his prowess is even more terrifying. Esteemed elder, Lord Su has already departed for the number 1 ruins. Is that so? How unfortunate. As he spoke, he transformed into void, vanishing from the capital. Meanwhile, Suyu was aboard a warplane, and through rigorous training, he had perfected the Annihilation Fist. Half an hour later, the aircraft arrived at the border desert between Hua and Xintian nations. We have arrived. The cabin doors opened slowly, and the generals of both nations stepped forward with utmost respect. Martial ancestor, they remained unaware of Su Yu's true strength. How are preparations proceeding? The exit to the ruins is ready. Awaiting activation, the leader of Xian Tian spoke first. Very well, let us commence. As the words were uttered, the general led Su Yu to the entrance of the number 1 ruins, where the gate began to open. My lord, I wish you a smooth journey. Su Yu nodded, and his figure vanished into the border desert. A scene shift revealed the interior of the number 1 ruins. What? Why are there 100 suns in the sky? Upon entering the ruins, he found himself amidst a scorching desert where every step instantly drained several pounds of fat. Truly, the number 1 ruins lived up to its reputation, with temperatures soaring to 1200 degrees. Without the spiritual energy of a martial ancestor or higher to resist, one would not survive a day, being baked into a desiccated husk. The youth strode confidently through the desert, his gait steady and his expression unperturbed. As his spiritual energy recovery and consumption balanced each other, suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a massive worm burst forth from the earth. The creature, dozens of meters long, was clad in iron-like black scales, its maw resembling that of a carnivorous flower, exuding a terrifying aura and dripping with a greenish liquid. Human, it has been centuries. I haven't tasted human flesh in ages. The 10th rank cannibal beast spoke, eyeing Su Yu's tender flesh with malicious intent. Another variant of a beast, the youth was certain this creature had no historical records. Foul beast, begone. Supreme divine demon fist. Annihilation fist. The youth unleashed his fists with a force reminiscent of an earthquake, as if mountains were crumbling and seas were being overturned. The cannibal beast, undaunted, concentrated a vast amount of demonic energy to form a gigantic sphere, which it hurled at Su Yu with a deafening roar. The collision of tremendous forces sent both combatants flying, though Su Yu remained unscathed while the cannibal beast suffered injuries. Its hide was surprisingly resilient. A 10th rank 6th level beast could withstand such a strike. A source of pride, for lesser beasts would have perished. Let me try this technique. Scorpion Demon Slash. At this moment, the super artifact manifested. The youth swung his weapon with great might, nearly causing the entire ruins to collapse. No, no, no. Human, please don't. The cannibal beast began to plead for mercy. The mere aura of the super artifact stripped it of any courage to resist. It was filled with frustration, lamenting how merely consuming flesh could prove so arduous. Crack! The cannibal beast fell lifeless. Congratulations on slaying a 10th rank beast, earning experience 600 million. Automatic upgrade to 2-star martial ancestor. It seems I must rely on the artifact less. I nearly brought about my own demise along with the ruins. Chapter 98. 2 years of cultivation, betrayal. The number 1 ruins could hardly withstand the power of the super artifact. After the cannibal beast's demise, Su Yu ventured deeper. Half a month later, he had perfected the supreme divine demon fist. Attaining the 3-star martial ancestor rank. 3 months later, his annihilation fist reached an extraordinary level, becoming a 4-star martial ancestor. Time passed swiftly. Day after day, the youth's life became monotonous, hunting in the blistering heat by day and fervently honing his martial techniques by night. Unbeknownst to him, he had remained in the ruins for over 2 years. Crack. With the demise of a gigantic abyssal leopard, the number 1 ruins were devoid of any beasts, all exterminated. Congratulations on slaying the last 10th rank 10th level beast. Earning experience 1 billion. Automatic upgrade to 9-star martial emperor. At long last, he had reached the pinnacle of blue star. Over the past 2 years, he not only achieved peak cultivation but also mastered all the martial techniques he had trained in. Now, any foe below 9-star martial emperor would fall with a single strike. It was time to depart. Su Yu calculated the days. Less than a month remained before the invasion from other planets. He needed to return to prepare. The number 1 ruins had been thoroughly penetrated. Beep, beep. Su Yu retrieved the teleportation token, preparing to leave, and in that moment, the token radiated a long-awaited glow. Meanwhile, outside the number 1 ruins, Hua Nation generals kept a vigilant watch, day and night, yearning for the return of their martial ancestor. Why, Lord, have you truly perished? Do you know that the world is in chaos? Hua Nation is on the brink of destruction? With a sigh, the general lamented, when suddenly, the exit of the ruins glowed. His expression shifted in shock, and he hurried to investigate. Creak, creak, creak. The ruins exit emanated light, and a figure emerged. After 2 years, he had finally returned. At that moment, upon recognizing the visitor, the general immediately knelt down. "My lord, I greet you." He wept openly, leaving Suyu bewildered, unsure of what transpired. "What is going on?" The general then recounted the events of the past 2 years on Blue Star. It turned out that 6 months after Suyu entered the number 1 ruins, several nations presumed him dead and instigated a coup. "What is the current situation in Hua Nation?" Suyu inquired anxiously. "Several martial ancestors have rebelled. We simply cannot withstand them. Over 10,000 martial zong have perished, along with millions of civilians and several hundred martial zong. Furthermore, your 10 servants have all perished in battle." "Damn it!" Upon hearing the news of his subordinates' deaths, Suyu grasped the general's sleeve, furious. "Are Long and Xin fools? Why did they not mobilize to resist?" The general responded helplessly. "Long and Xin are gravely injured. On the brink of death. They cannot survive." In that instant, the aura of Suyu, a 9-star martial emperor, swept across the land, his furious shout resonating so powerfully that it echoed throughout Blue Star. "You seek death." In a flash, the youth vanished from his location. Meanwhile, within the capital, war raged fiercely, smoke billowing, and corpses littering the ground as a coalition of over 1 million soldiers from several nations breached the capital's gates, leading to the demise of all Hua Nation's leaders. Amidst the ruins, an elderly man lay severely wounded, his piercing gaze filled with malice. "Shangguan Tulong, how dare you betray your countrymen? Are you not afraid that Lord Su will return to annihilate your entire clan?" The man among the ruins was Nangongjit. "Ha ha ha." Unbeknownst to him, Shangguan Tulong, floating above, scoffed dismissively, forgetting about him. He had long since perished. "Oh, is that so?" Su Yu's voice was cold. Just 2 words instilled terror into the hearts of over 300 individuals beside Shangguan Tulong, leaving them paralyzed. "It is you." Shangguan Tulong trembled under the immense pressure, disbelief etched on his face. Rumor had it that he was dead. Die. The youth's voice was frigid. "Ah!" A single word, yet it radiated unparalleled power. And in an instant, all 300+ individuals exploded into a mist of blood. Among them were several martial gods. "Congratulations on slaying over 200 martial zong, earning experience 75, 463, 496. Congratulations on slaying over 90 martial venerables, earning experience 76, 497, 489. Congratulations on slaying a martial god, earning experience 46, 834, 699. Suyu stood tall, resembling a savior, illuminating the hearts of the citizens of the capital. "It is Lord Su. We are saved. Brothers, let us fight. Kill." Upon seeing their savior, the remaining 100,000 warriors in the capital ignited with fighting spirit, seizing their weapons to resist. "Nangong Patriarch, what is the current situation in the capital?" Suyu instantly materialized before him and inquired. "My lord, the capital is currently guarded by 8 martial ancestors and several martial gods. Long and Xin have also been captured and had their tendons severed." "Understood." As he spoke, Suyu opened his eyes once more, taking in the entire world around him. It turned out to be beneath the academy in the capital, swift. With a single utterance, all enemies in the capital were overwhelmed by the power of a transcendent martial emperor, transforming 1 million soldiers into lambs for slaughter. "Kill, kill, kill." The citizens rose in rebellion, each strike claiming an enemy's life, who could not retaliate, crushed under the overwhelming aura, merely extending their necks to await their demise. Subsequently, Suyu descended into the dungeons. There, he found Long and Xin, their limbs incapacitated, nails stripped, and their bodies battered. "My downwhy lord." With unwavering determination, the 2 individuals finally discerned the arrival of their foe. "Do not speak," they uttered, as the aura of the martial emperor enveloped them. This aura, rich with the laws of heaven and earth, provided a swift restoration of both spiritual energy and bodily injuries. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of spiritual energy flooded into their beings, mending their wounds and elevating them to peak physical condition. Nay, even surpassing their former state. A resounding explosion of power beyond the martial god was unleashed. As they broke through, "Thank you, my lord." The techniques employed by Suyu once again astonished the 2, leaving them unable to gauge each other's true strength. All martial ancestors of the imperial capital had been subdued, and now the task was entrusted to them. Having concluded his words, Su Yu traversed several hundred miles to the Demon City. The city too lay in ruins, a battleground where the beauty of yesteryears was but a distant memory. "Look, it's Lord Su," exclaimed a woman as she recognized the figure in the sky. "Indeed, it's Lord Su. We are saved. We are saved." As Su Yu descended upon the skies of the Demon City, hope rekindled within its inhabitants. Armed and ready, they prepared to battle their adversaries. Upon the release of the martial emperor's aura, all combatants in the Demon City witnessed their spiritual energy and injuries visibly restore. Within 3 seconds, over 1 million residents of the city rose to resist. "Su, you seek death." Suddenly, a dozen martial gods emerged, intent on slaying the youth. "Insects," Su Yu coldly remarked, and in an instant, the assailants exploded into nothingness. "Congratulations, you have slain a dozen martial gods, earning 56,794,686 experience points." Chapter 99. Slaughtering the Nations, surpassing the heavenly path. Witnessing Su Yu's ferocity, the crowd below reignited their hope and engaged their enemies. Unrestrained, charge! The youth bellowed. In that moment, he transcended the power of a 9-star martial emperor, sweeping across Huagua. Wherever he passed, the injuries of his people healed, while the enemies remained immobilized. That surge of power nearly shattered the Blue Star. Long live the Emperor Su! Long live the Emperor Su! It was uncertain who initiated the chant, but soon, other martial artists followed suit, for at this moment, the hearts of the people aligned with Su Yu. An hour later, with the sound of slicing sword energy, the remnants of the hundreds of thousands of troops in the Demon City were annihilated. The imperial capital met its end in the Demon City. Su Yu observed Long and Xian, alongside the countless soldiers who could no longer move, all of whom were slaughtered. In that moment, 1 million-strong legion perished. Principal Qian appeared in the Demon City Academy. "Well done, my boy. I knew you had the resilience. It wouldn't be so easy for you to fall." The principal patted Su Yu's shoulder with a reassuring smile. "Could you not wish for something better for me?" Su Yu rolled his eyes, feeling speechless within. Moments later, "Principal, the remaining matters in the Demon City are entrusted to you." At this juncture, apart from Principal Qian, there were no longer any 9-star martial sovereigns present. He felt assured handing over the responsibility to the principal, while he himself had some accounts to settle. "Could it be that you have anticipated something?" "Indeed." Su Yu nodded. "Su, the betrayal of several nations must have the support of a martial emperor behind it. You must tread carefully. Fear not, they are merely a swarm of insects." As he spoke, Su Yu transformed into the wind, vanishing from the borders of Huagua. Simultaneously, in a palace 1,000 miles away, King Chad attentively listened to his soldiers' reports. "Your Majesty, Su Yu of Huagua has returned with overwhelming strength. Merely releasing his aura has rendered a 1,000,000-strong legion immobile. The 1,000,000-strong legion is dead. Your Majesty must make a decision." Once the soldier concluded, the king trembled uncontrollably, unable to compose himself, his expression fraught with terror. Some ministers, unable to maintain their composure, fainted on the spot, and even 2 martial sovereigns succumbed to shock. "Congratulations, you have frightened 2 martial sovereigns to death, earning 1,434,776 experience points." Seeing this, Su Yu was left in a state of bewilderment, mocking the cowardice displayed by the others, truly a disgrace to the martial sovereigns. Soon after, the youth arrived above the Tiansha nation. "Chad, come forth!" His furious shout echoed through the heavens. "Here I come!" In the grand hall, Chad, aware of his impending doom, swiftly flew out of the palace to stand before the youth. "Tell me the reason for your betrayal." Su Yu stated coldly. "There is no reason that could spare the people of Tiansha nation, is there?" From the moment the 1,000,000-strong legion fell, he realized his fate was sealed. "What say you?" the youth retorted mockingly. Crack! As soon as the words left his mouth, an invisible sword energy sliced through, ending Chad's life. "Congratulations, you have slain a 7-star martial god, earning 7,646,486 experience points. The king is dead. Flee, flee." The martial artists below, witnessing their king's demise, understood that their fates were also grim and began to scatter in panic, thinking to escape. The youth scoffed. "All shall accompany him to the grave." At that moment, an ominous crimson flame erupted, a flame unlike any other. A flame of utmost intensity, Only those who grasped the laws could wield it. The Red Lotus wielded boundless power, capable of incinerating all in its path. Burn. In less than 10 seconds, the Tiansha nation was engulfed in a sea of flames. Ah, no! Spare me! Amidst the chorus of tragic cries, Suyu remained expressionless, cold as ice, his eyes betraying no hint of sympathy. Congratulations, you have slain over 100 martial lords, earning 54,386,466 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain 7 martial sovereigns, earning 6,467,976 experience points. Congratulations, you have slaughtered hundreds of thousands of martial artists, earning 30 billion experience points. Experience is full. Would you like to expend 20 billion to forcibly break through in an instant?